Chapter 1341, Lord Talent Improvement. Pangu's Axe. Zhou Zhou was overjoyed. The Scarlet Broodmother of the Mu Valley always surprised him the most every time his territory advanced. He could create a true God-tier advance grade Scarlet God Spirit in a day. Even the original spirit race wouldn't dare to think that way, right? However, after some thought, Zhou Zhou decided not to specially nurture the Scarlet True God tier, rather he would like to specially nurture elite soldiers. He still liked the method of manufacturing soldiers in large quantities. Moreover, with more ordinary soldiers, there would always be a few elite soldiers among them. There was no delay. Of your 1 million mist mothers, leave 200,000 behind to specially nurture the iron-eating bear and the withered tree. The other 800,000 mist mothers, 400,000 will be used to nurture the violent storm demon spirit, and the other 400,000 will be used to nurture the yellow talisman Deo soldiers. Zhou Zhou could not help but smile at the end. A total of 800,000 mist mothers. It was enough to nurture 4,000 trillion mother nest monsters. With the enhancement of the King of Loots and other Lord Talents and titles, he could obtain 800 trillion yellow talisman Deo soldier recruitment books, 800 trillion yellow talisman Deo soldier class change certificates, 800 trillion violent storm spirit recruitment books, and 800 trillion violent storm spirit class change certificates tomorrow. If he converted all these recruitment books and class change certificates into new recruits, it would be a total of 2,400 trillion soldiers, which was 2.4 capital units of soldiers. Thinking of this number, even though Zhou Zhou was mentally prepared, he still shouted in his heart that it was ridiculous. His current total military strength, excluding the god spirits, only added up to 7 capital units with 4,529,830.6 billion 6,219 soldiers. This was already an extremely terrifying number for the 10,000 races. Even for overlord-level lord factions, there were very few who had such troops. However, from tomorrow onwards, he would be able to recruit 2.4 capital units troops every day. In just 3 days, he would be able to recruit 7 capital units of soldiers. This is ridiculous! Zhou Zhou exclaimed in surprise. 3 days later, by tomorrow, the total number of troops under him would be infinitely close to the 10 capital units. With this number of troops, he could expand his empire's territory even faster. Yes, Your Majesty. On the other side. Mu Gu immediately said respectfully after hearing Zhou Zhou's words. Then, he retreated. Seeing this, Zhang Fugui stepped forward. Reporting to Your Majesty, the number of mysterious merchant has increased from 5 billion to 20 billion after our territory was promoted to a high-tier deity level advance grade. The number of carriages transporting goods has also increased to 20 billion. All of our mysterious merchants' strength has also increased to high-tier deity level advance grade. Our treasure hunting ability has improved again. In the future, when we go out to do business, we should be able to bring back at least 10,000 god-tier treasures each time. He said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. He felt even more emotional. Mu Gu's side had improved greatly. Zhang Fugui's side was equally as shocking. A total of 20 billion high-tier deity level advance grade god spirits. Such troops were probably only possessed by Supreme God Realm factions and stronger factions. It was impossible for an overlord faction to have such a huge number of god spirits. Zhang Fugui left after he finished speaking. Seeing this, Carol Molly stepped forward and said respectfully. Reporting to Your Majesty, after the territory was upgraded to a high-tier deity level advance grade, our life arc already has 100 trillion clergymen, 2 trillion priests, 2 trillion nuns, and 2,000 trillion life holy knights. These clergymen are enough to complete the war treatment mission and resurrect the war with 300 billion troops. Also, currently, there are 5 million high-level divine duty members of the life arc god spirit level. Every one of them has mastered the resurrection spells, and they can resurrect the deities of our country alone. As for my strength, I'm already at Master God tier elementary grade. I haven't obtained any new improvements for the time being. Not bad. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded at Carol Molly. It was a pity that Carol Molly's strength didn't improve. However, the number of clergymen under him had greatly increased. These clergymen were enough to complete the war healing mission and the war resurrection mission of the 10 capital units. It was enough to satisfy his needs in a short period of time. As for the future, he could take his time. In any case, his territory not only had clerics from the Church of Life who were good at healing, but there were also doctors, pharmacists, and other lifestyle professionals who were good at healing and pharmaceuticals. In a short period of time, there was no need to worry about the soldiers under him being injured and unable to be treated. Then, he chatted with Mu Gu and company for a while before letting them leave. Just as Zhou Zhou was about to return to the reincarnation sacred palace and use the 3 magic imparting scrolls to improve his law comprehension as a true god-tier elementary grade lord, he suddenly sensed something. He was first stunned before he revealed a look of pleasant surprise. His divine body suddenly vanished from the spot. Outside the high continent, in the vast, boundless, fantastical, and magnificent universe sea of stars, a tall man about 10,000 light-years tall, with disheveled hair, an angular face, ancient eyes, and a muscular body, his upper body was naked, and his lower body was wrapped in an animal skin skirt. He held a pitch-black axe in his hand and stood there quietly looking up at the starry sky. Swoosh! Zhou Zhou appeared a million light-years away and stared at the other party from afar. His appearance didn't attract the axe-wielding man's attention. The axe-wielding man quietly looked up at the starry sky, as if he was thinking about something. Gradually, his eyes lit up. In the end, his left eye was as bright as the sun, emitting a scorching golden light. His right eye was as bright as the great lunar star, emitting a silvery white light. He slowly raised his giant axe. At the same time he raised his giant axe, a terrifying aura and astonishing willpower that pressed forward and opened a path forward emitted from him. Within a radius of 10 million light-years, under this aura and will, everything became quiet. No life form dared to make a sound. All living beings within a radius of 10 million light-years looked up at the starry sky in the direction of the axe-wielding man. Most of them could not see what was happening tens of millions of light-years away. However, in the depths of their hearts, the figure of the axe-wielding man quietly appeared. This scene was destined to be remembered by countless life forms. This axe? Zhou Zhou stared at the axe and felt the will on it. He could not help but be deeply shocked. He's actually at the limit of the will-like light realm like me. He's only a step away from advancing to the will divine transformation realm. He hasn't advanced to Master God tier yet. He's still at the true God tier advanced grade, but it won't be long. He muttered to himself. Speaking of which, the axe-wielding man raised his axe high and roared as he slashed down at the vast starry sky in front of him. In the next second, a chaotic axe light stretched for tens of millions of light-years and directly slashed out a huge spatial rift in the universe, unable to close for a long time. The axe-wielding man, Pangu, slowly retracted his huge axe. I'm finally a master god. Pangu muttered. Chapter 1342 Master God of Dual Laws. Pangu. Pangu sat cross-legged in the starry sky and began his final breakthrough. Rumble. An extremely terrifying pressure burst forth from his body and spread into the cosmos. Then, 99,999 extremely bright stars slowly appeared in the starry sky. These stars were connected to each other, forming a constellation that looked like a chaotic giant axe. As soon as the giant axe constellation appeared, the surrounding stars immediately flickered as if they could not withstand the huge pressure emitted by the constellation. At this moment, the giant axe constellation suddenly emitted an extremely dense chaotic light. The chaotic light was born from the starry sky and shone directly on Pangu, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Under the illumination of this chaotic light, the aura on Pangu's body became even more terrifying, and he began to rapidly advance to the Master God tier elementary grade. At this moment, a dark purple light silently burst out from the distant starry sky. In the middle of the light, one could vaguely see a dark purple sharp dagger stained with blood. It surpassed the speed of light and stabbed at Pangu, who was breaking through. If this attack succeeded, not only would Pangu fail to break through, but he might even die from the backlash of the failure. Pangu, who was closing his eyes and breaking through with all his might, frowned slightly. However, he was at the critical moment of his breakthrough. He couldn't be distracted, much less attack. Otherwise, he would also die. He never expected that in order to break through, he had already gone far enough, but he had still been discovered by an unfamiliar enemy. At this critical moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded. A painful groan came from the void of space. Following that, a dark purple figure was ejected from space. Then, he fled in the opposite direction without looking back. You can come and go as you please. You look down on this emperor too much. Zhou Zhou said calmly. In the next second, a blood-colored stream of light shot out from Zhou Zhou's hand. It was the race's divine artifact, the sacred spear of Longinus. In the blink of an eye, the sacred spear of Longinus pierced through this unfamiliar master god tier who intended to launch a sneak attack. This unfamiliar Master God tier only felt an immense pain that he had never felt before. It stimulated his soul, body, and will. He screamed repeatedly before looking at the blood-colored steel fork stuck in his chest in disbelief. No. He had yet to finish speaking. In the next second, the blood-colored steel fork suddenly released golden flames. They quickly spread throughout his body as soon as the golden flames appeared. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was set ablaze. He perished in the golden flames before this unfamiliar Master God tier could react. So it's an evil god. Zhou Zhou sneered. The sacred spear of Longinus was the spear of light and destruction of demons. It had additional damage against evil gods and demon gods. The god spirit looked injured just now. It was obvious that the evil god and demon god were injured. It was also because the other party was a god spirit like an evil god or demon god that he was able to kill him in one strike. With his subsequent move, he saw the corpse that had been burned by the golden flames until only the corpse was left, as well as the sacred spear of Longinus instant transmitting in front of him. Zhou Zhou casually extracted his corpse. In the end, he only extracted a dozen or so true god-tier divine artifacts and was no longer interested. He casually placed them and the sacred spear of Longinus into the first treasure vault. Then, he continued to watch Pangu's advancement. After that, there were no more ambushes by unfamiliar god spirits, so Pangu successfully advanced to become a master god-tier elementary grade god spirit. At the same time, Zhou Zhou also looked in the direction of the high continent as if he had sensed something. He had just sensed that the potential of the human subjects under his command had been upgraded again. They had officially broken through the bottleneck of the white platinum tier advanced grade and reached the diamond tier elementary grade. Which meant, from this moment on, among all the humans in the myriad worlds, all the humans under he had the lowest potential at the diamond tier elementary grade. When Zhou Zhou thought of this, a smile appeared on his face. A diamond tier elementary grade life form. This could definitely be considered as the ranks of experts. And every subject under him had a chance to become such an expert. As their lord, he was sincerely happy for the potential and future of his subjects. At this moment, Pangu, who had already advanced to a master god tier elementary grade god spirit, slowly opened his eyes. He held a huge axe and casually opened a spatial rift beside him before walking in. In the next second, a spatial rift emerged in front of Zhou Zhou, and Pangu walked out. "Hello, Patriarch," Pangu said. "Greetings, Imperial Lord Pangu." Zhou Zhou also smiled. Pangu stroked his messy hair and chuckled. "Forget about the Emperor. It has some conflict with your honorific name, Patriarch. In the future, you can call me Pangu. Emperor, there's no need to be humble. I grew up listening to your legendary tier." Zhou Zhou smiled. "I grew up listening to my legends. The Patriarch is really the first person in history to obtain such achievements before the age of 30. Pangu sighed. He wasn't flattering him. He wasn't someone who was good at flattering others. He was indeed speaking from the bottom of his heart. To be able to become a true god tier before the age of 30 and even have the combat power of a master god tier, and even be able to achieve such an achievement that left all races dumbfounded in the myriad worlds. Not to mention the human race, even in the original spirit race, the number one race in the myriad worlds, such a figure did not exist. It could even be uttered that he did not even dare to think about it. Zhou Zhou smiled and didn't say anything else. He cupped his fists and congratulated. "I haven't congratulated Your Excellency Pangu on becoming a master god yet. I merely didn't expect Your Excellency Pangu to not only achieve the great Dao of master god tier with the law of strength, but also achieve the same achievement in the law of opening. Your Excellency also has a chance to become a supreme god realm in the future." Zhou Zhou sighed. Yes, during the process of His Excellency Pangu's advancement, Zhou Zhou not only felt the nomological fluctuations of the master god tier law of strength from him, he also felt the nomological fluctuations of the master god tier law of opening. This Your Excellency Pangu had actually used the laws of 2 master god tiers to achieve the position of master god. Such ambition! Such boldness! Such talent! Such comprehension! Zhou Zhou could not help but be deeply impressed. In addition, even though the law of opening was not within the top 10 of the heavenly laws, it was also ranked in the top 100 laws. The law of strength was one of the top 10 law great Dao. With these 2 types of master god tier laws as the foundation and the fact that the other party was infinitely close to the will divine transformation realm, Zhou Zhou uttered that the other party had a chance of advancing to the supreme god realm in the future. Even though it was merely a trace, it was also an opportunity that countless Master God tier experts could only dream of. If they were both Master God tiers, there were also differences in aptitude. Then, His Excellency Pangu could definitely be considered a Master God tier with superior aptitude. As for himself? Naturally, it belonged to the top batch. Chapter 1343, Zhou Zhou's Doubt. I wouldn't have waited until both laws reached the Master God tier level before advancing if it wasn't for the Supreme God realm. Pangu shook his head. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. It turned out that His Excellency Pangu had long been able to advance to the Master God tier level. It was only for the sake of reaching a higher Supreme God realm that he had been holding back from breaking through. He only officially broke through when the two laws reached the Master God tier realm. He was really patient. Zhou Zhou was surprised. I wonder if Your Excellency Pangu is willing to join my empire? He asked. Such an existence naturally had to be roped into his side. I'm from the human race, and Your Excellency is the master of the human race. In addition, Your Majesty saved my life. How can I not join Your Majesty? Pangu agreed readily. If not for the divine medicine that Zhou Zhou had given him, he would probably have slept for thousands of years more before waking up. In a few thousand years, the Lord of all races competition might be over. At that time, the human race might not even be around anymore. Therefore, Pangu was really grateful that Zhou Zhou could wake him up and let him see a completely new human who was countless times stronger than before. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, Your Excellency, follow this emperor back to the empire. Coincidentally, there are still some treasures and buildings in the empire that are suitable for Your Excellency to continue cultivating. I believe Your Excellency will like them. The current him wouldn't be afraid of any enemy. I couldn't ask for more. Pangu nodded when he heard this. His expression was calm and he did not look too excited. He had experienced many hardships for humanity after all. He was an existence that had led humanity from insignificant to rising. Such a trivial matter of not batting an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him was just a basic operation for him. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he brought Pangu back to the Blazing Sun Empire. After the two of them returned to the Blazing Sun Empire, Zhou Zhou immediately gathered the upper echelons of the Blazing Sun Empire and all the Lord-level existences for a high-level banquet. He also met the former patriarch of the human race and informed everyone that Pangu had joined the Blazing Sun Empire and become its worshipped master god. The Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, the Buddha Lord, and Baihe were among the people who met Pangu. When the four human leaders saw Pangu, tears immediately welled up in their eyes. Especially Patriarch Lu. This person was a sentimental person to begin with. After seeing Pangu revive, he immediately hugged him excitedly with tears in his eyes. Brother! The Yellow Emperor's expression was agitated and his eyes were filled with tears, but at least he could control his actions. You're finally awake. Our human race is stronger than before. From now on, no other race will dare to bully us. We have already become the top race among the myriad races in the world. Buddha is benevolent. The Buddha Lord put his palms together and smiled. I've said it before. Eldest brother has cut through the thorns and cut open the path for the human race, protecting the rise of the human race. How great is the merit of the human race? Even if you experience hardships, there will definitely be a day when you'll be satisfied. Now look, am I right? Okay, okay, okay. I know you're right. Baihe then said respectfully to Pangu, fifth brother greets eldest brother. Good fifth brother. Pangu patted Baihe's shoulder with a rueful expression. Baihe was the last to reach the true god realm among the five of them. Moreover, Pangu was attacked and fell asleep not long after he became a true god. Therefore, Baihe had the least contact with Pangu. However, even though he had not interacted much with Pangu, Baihe was one of the most worried about Pangu as a true god who had listened to Pangu since he was young and respected Pangu from the bottom of his heart. After that, the human race suffered continuously. First, the Yellow Emperor's divine body was destroyed, so he could only sleep in the Xianyuan tomb to maintain his divine soul body. Then, the Buddha Lord took the initiative to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Only Patriarch Lu and he, the two true god tiers, remained in the human race. However, in order to protect the inheritance of the human race and search for resources for the human race, Patriarch Lu took the initiative to hide his identity and disappear from the infinite worlds. Baihe was the only true god left in the human race. He was clearly the youngest of the 5 human true god tiers. However, he had taken on the heaviest responsibility of the human race. Even though Pangu was in a deep sleep, he knew about these things. However, he was powerless to interfere. He could only watch as by he grew through the trials and tribulations of danger. In the end, he became the true pillar of the human race and protected the human race until Zhou Zhou appeared. He was back. Pangu swept his gaze across Yellow Emperor and the other human leaders and said, "Everyone, it's time to fight side by side again in the future." "Okay. Ha ha ha, big brother, I've been waiting for this sentence for a long time. Let's fight to our heart's content for the humans behind us." The Yellow Emperor and the others laughed. "Brother, I'm already at True God Tier Advance grade." Patriarch Lu smiled. "Me too. Me too. I've also advanced to the True God Tier Advance grade, and I'm about to comprehend the will like light realm. Before long, I'll be able to open up a new nomological law and become a Master God Tier like Big Brother." Yellow Emperor and the others said one after another. "This is all thanks to your Majesty. Without the top-notch Master God Tier inheritance given to us by His Majesty, it's impossible for us to reach this step so quickly," the Buddha Lord said. Pangu looked at Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou raised his glass and smiled. He was also very satisfied. It could be said that the hardships that humans had suffered had come to an end. That night, all the upper echelons of the empire were very happy. At the same time, Zhou Zhou also gave the order to spread the news of Pangu's awakening to all the humans in the myriad worlds and tell them the news of a universal celebration. After the banquet ended, Zhou Zhou did not rest. Instead, he returned to the reincarnation sacred palace and began to comprehend the Lord's laws with the help of the teaching scroll. The next day, in the reincarnation sacred palace, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. He lowered his head and looked at his empty palm. He then rubbed his fingertips reluctantly. The impartation scroll is indeed a good thing. As expected of something tailor-made for me by the Supreme Will. In just one night, after consuming 3 magic imparting scrolls, my Lord's law comprehension actually increased greatly. If this happens 2 or 3 more times, I should be able to advance to the True God Tier intermediate grade, right? Zhou Zhou sighed. He had a deep understanding of the difficulty of comprehending a Lord's laws. In the past, even with the help of the reincarnation sacred palace, he would not be able to achieve such progress without at least 8 days. However, he was able to do it overnight with the help of the magic imparting scroll. This way, he was even more looking forward to the rewards of the mysterious daily products. I hope that the reward for today's mysterious item is also a magic teaching scroll. I don't need anything else. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he opened his Lord Talent interface to see what mythical tier unique Lord Talent he had awakened today. Soon, he saw a brand new mythical tier unique Lord Talent. However, after he read it, not only was he not happy, he even frowned slightly. He thought for a moment before taking out the Bodhi Supreme and asking. "Bodhi Supreme, why hasn't a new mythical tier Lord Talent awakened in the past few days? The ones who awakened are all other mythical tier 1 Lord Talents." Chapter 1344. Mythical tier the only Lord Talent nomological divine body. A chance to answer ordinary questions. The Bodhi Supreme said lazily. "Use it." Zhou Zhou said without hesitation. "This is because mythical tier the only Lord of the 10 sacred blessings, is unique. The other 6 mythical tier Lord Talents of the only level of the 10 sacred blessings have already been occupied by the other Lords of the myriad races, so you naturally can't awaken them." Bodhi Supreme answered. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He recalled the Master God tier that the other 6 mythical tiers and the only Lord Talent belonged to. They were the God of Death Thanatos, the Radiant Master God Hilu, the original Master God tier Source, the Primordial Dragon First Venerable, the King of all Gods De Huang and the Chaotic Beast God Heaven Curse Beast. Zhou Zhou quickly sensed that 5 of the 6 Master God tiers had an obvious characteristic. That was, their races all had their own races behind them. The Radiant Angel race was behind the Radiant Master God Hilu. The original Spirit race behind the original Master God tier Source. The Dragon behind the Primordial Dragon First Venerable. The Shepherd's God race behind the King of all Gods De Huang. The Chaotic Beast God the Chaos Gods race behind the Heaven Curse Beast. When Zhou Zhou sensed this, he immediately told Bodhi Supreme. The Bodhi Supreme did not hide anything and said lazily, "You're right. The remaining Lord Talents and their mythical tier unique level are actually left behind by these Master God tiers for their races. This can also be considered a benefit for them as the founders of the Lord Talent. It's also tacitly approved by the Supreme Will. From the beginning of the Lord of all Races competition, these mythical tier talents already have their owners. Naturally, you won't be able to obtain them. Zhou Zhou frowned but did not say anything. This was someone else's ability. It was just like how parents would favor their children in school disputes. There was nothing wrong with it. Who did Your Excellency Thanatos give the Lord talent to? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. The Imperial Dark Tribe. This can be considered a top-notch bloodline race in the Netherworld. If we trace the origin of their bloodline, it might even be related to the will of the Netherworld. They obtained Thanatos mythical tier the one Lord talent. Not to mention the other races, even this divine being of Thanatos has no objections. Bodhi Supreme said. Zhou Zhou nodded. In that case, if I still want to obtain these 6 Lord talents of the 10 sacred blessings, I can only kill them before they drop. He stroked his chin and thought. This is indeed the easiest method for you. Bodhi Supreme said. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he suddenly had an idea. Wasn't there the Radiant Angel race in the active universe? He wondered if the mythical tier Lord talent was among them. If it was, he would have a high chance of obtaining the other party's Lord talent. Then, he stopped thinking about it and returned his gaze to the new mythical tier Lord talent. This Lord talent was originally a diamond tier Lord talent connate spirit body. The effect was that he and the subjects under him all had connate spirit bodies. Their potential increased by a large level, and they also had other magical uses to assist in cultivation. Perhaps he had been thinking about the subject's lowest potential for the past 2 days, so the Lord talent he had awakened today had become the only version of the connate spirit body's mythical tier. Lord talent, Divine Body of Laws, mythical tier unique. Divine Body of Laws. Specific Lord talent effect 1, you and your territory's subject constitution are both law divine bodies. Your potential has increased by 2 major levels. The highest you can reach is Master God tier advanced grade. Specific Lord talent effect 2, the lowest strength of you and the subjects under you is white silver tier elementary grade. Specific Lord talent effect 3, it is easier for you and the subjects under you to comprehend the power of extraordinary tier and become extraordinary tier professionals. Specific Lord talent effect 4, it's easier for you and the subjects under you to comprehend laws, create new skills, and even create law skills. Specific Lord talent effect 5, when you and the subjects under you advance to the God Spirit realm, your success rate will increase by 30%. When you advance to the True God tier, your success rate will increase by 5%. When you advance to the Master God tier, your success rate will increase by 0.1%. After reading it, Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. Good God! Zhou Zhou took a deep breath after reading it. First of all, the first Lord talent was the constitution of the subjects under he and him. Their potential would enhance by 2 major levels, and the highest they could reach was the Master God tier advanced grade. There were already countless subjects under him. There were already as many soldiers as the 7 capital units, not to mention the other professionals and the non-professionals. There should be at least 100 capital units. The potential of the capital units subjects had increased by 2 levels. This meant that even a subject with the lowest potential at the Black Iron tier elementary grade would reach the White Silver tier elementary grade with the nomological divine body. Including other methods to enhance his potential, the weakest subject under him was an extraordinary tier elementary grade. That was the potential of an extraordinary tier elementary grade. He would definitely be in existence at the level of the kingdom's high officials as long as he did not fall in the future. In other words, all the subjects under him now had the potential to be consecrated by the kingdom. Second effect, let the lowest strength of the subjects under his command be white silver tier elementary grade. This effect was obviously very powerful, but Zhou Zhou was not very surprised. This was because among the myriad races in the world, there were many races with high bloodlines. Their strength and realm at birth were indeed much higher than other races. For example, the weakest pure-blooded dragon was at least at the green bronze tier elementary grade. For example, when Nazario was just born, his strength had reached green bronze tier advanced grade. This aptitude was already considered above average among the dragons. As for the dragons, apart from the legendary dragons, the yellow gold sacred dragon, who had the highest bloodline, was born with a minimum strength of diamond tier elementary grade. Among the other races, there were also many races. Their strength at birth was already higher than the peak of many weak races. However, even so, the lowest initial strength of a lower-level white silver tier was considered rare among the myriad races. It was even enough to be ranked in the top 50. At the very least, it was stronger than the dragon race. From now on, none of the subjects under he would be weak. When danger came, Zhou Zhou could even choose to turn the entire population into soldiers and let all the subjects rely on their extraordinary tier powers to fight. Of course, unless it was a true crisis, he wouldn't do that. As for the third effect of the Lord talent, comprehend the power of extraordinary tier and become an extraordinary tier professionals. This effect seemed inconspicuous, but it was an ability that many lords yearned for. Not every lord had a huge number of recruitment books and class change certificates like Zhou Zhou after all. Most of the extraordinary tier soldiers under the lords who had mastered extraordinary tier power were obtained through years of cultivation. It was not easy. If their lords had this talent effect, their power would enhance by at least 1,000 or 10,000 times with the accumulation of time. Chapter 1345, 10 Capital Units Soldiers. As for the fourth effect, it was easier to comprehend skills or even law skills. This was similar to the benefits of the previous talent ability. It could help the lord save a large number of skill books and greatly increase the combat power of the subjects. If one could comprehend law skills, it would be equivalent to having a ticket to the God Spirit realm or higher. There was a high possibility of advancing to the God Spirit realm, as well as the higher True God tier and Master God tier realms. As for the last effect, it naturally did not need to be said to increase the success rate of advancing to God Spirit, True God tier, or even Master God tier. This effect was enough to make any life form or even God Spirit envious. If Zhou Zhou was willing to publicize this talent effect, it was guaranteed that countless God Spirits would come to join his territory. The current prerequisite was that they weren't afraid of enemies like the original spirit race who were his enemies. I can try to make it public and increase the probability of God Spirits from the outside world coming to join me. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he did whatever he wanted to do. He immediately told Zhang Yuankai about this matter and got him to publicize this news to the Supreme Continent and even the myriad worlds. Then, Zhou Zhou closed the Lord Talent interface and flew out of the palace to Mugu. At this moment, Wu Xin had already led his army into the Scarlet Broodmother and was hunting the nest monsters inside. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he chatted with Mugu while drinking tea. A moment later, a golden stream of light flew out of the Scarlet Broodmother and landed on the ground, transforming into Wu Xin's figure. "Greetings, Your Majesty." When Wu Xin saw Zhou Zhou, he immediately said respectfully, "It's been hard on Legion Commander Wu Xin." Zhou Zhou nodded and asked expectantly, "How's the harvest?" "Your Majesty, please take a look." Wu Xin excitedly took out 3 world rings. Zhou Zhou took it and immediately looked at the spoils of war. One of the world rings contained a large number of iron-eating bear pet eggs, tree core gems, and other loots. Among the other 2 world rings, one contained 8,000 trillion copies of the Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier recruitment books and 8,000 trillion copies of the Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books. The other world ring contained 8,000 trillion copies of the Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier Class Change Certificate and 8,000 trillion copies of the Violent Storm Spirit Class Change Certificate. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and could not help but reveal an excited expression. This was a total of 3.2 capital units soldiers. He only had 7.4 capital units soldiers now. This recruitment directly recruited more than half of his total military strength. After the recruitment, his soldiers would directly break through the 10 capital units. It was simply terrifying. This isn't even the Scarlet Broodmother's limit. This is only the Scarlet Broodmother of a high-tier deity level advanced grade. It's hard to imagine how many troops he will recruit every day after the Scarlet Broodmother becomes a Master God tier advanced grade. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he looked at Wu Xin and said, "Legion Commander Wu, as usual, you should go to the reserve recruits. Pick out the 1.6 capital units reserve recruits and change their profession to the Violent Storm Spirit and the Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier. Then, lead the Violent Storm Spirit to change their profession to a Forbidden Mage. This Emperor will go to the gate of summoning to recruit new recruits." Zhou Zhou said. "I understand." Wu Xin immediately nodded. These were 1.6 capital units recruits. Just thinking about it made him excited. "By the way, do we have enough reserve recruits?" Zhou Zhou asked. He was really afraid that he had too many class change certificates and that the reserve recruits under him would not be able to use them all. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. If it was before, it might not have been enough. However, ever since we turned all the Titan God race subjects and their affiliated races into our Empire's subjects, the number of reserve recruits recorded in our records has already reached 100 capital units. And the number is still increasing. By the way, Your Majesty. The skeleton clan has already been defeated by us. Now is the time when the skeleton clan is at its weakest. If we can completely subdue the skeleton tribe and their subsidiary subjects and convert them into our empire's subjects, we will record at least as many reserve recruits as the capital units. Wu Xin smiled faintly and said, at that time, let alone capital 3.2, we can easily gather 32 capital units, 320 capital units, and 3,200 capital units. The skeleton race was known as one of the races with the most people in the myriad worlds. If the other party could become a citizen of the Blazing Sun Empire, the Blazing Sun Empire would no longer have to worry about the problem of recruiting sources. You're right. Then let the soldiers under you be prepared. Take down the entire skeleton race within 3 days and make the skeleton race a race that belongs to our Blazing Sun Empire. The current him wouldn't be afraid of any enemy. Wu Xin was right. The main force of the skeleton race had already been wiped out in the active universe. Without the support of those master god tiers, the skeleton race in the great cosmos only had the skeleton emperor as their master god tier. It could be said that the entire skeleton race was at their weakest and easiest to take down. All the races in the world would probably covet the skeleton race, a high-level bloodline race. As the instigator of all this, Zhou Zhou naturally would not give up the results he had created. He would be the skeleton race's only master since he was the one who defeated them. Just as Wu Xin had said, after the countless people of the skeleton tribe submitted, they would become his strongest source of troops for conquering the myriad races in the future. Zhou Zhou could not refuse such temptation. Yes, Your Majesty. Wu Xin said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he did not waste any more time. He immediately transformed into a golden stream of light and flew out of the Divine Kingdom world. When Wu Xin saw this, he quickly left Mugu and headed to the camp where the reserve recruits were. In front of the Gate of Summoning, Zhou Zhou looked at the towering Gate of Summoning in front of him. With a wave of his hand, he threw all the 1.6 capital units recruitment books in the world rings into the Gate of Summoning. Zhou Zhou skillfully called over a Cosmos Emperor when he saw this. Then, he threw 100 mid-tier deity-level advance-grade divine crystals into the Gate of Summoning, summoned all 512 trillion new recruits, and placed them in the Cosmos Emperor's internal world. He said a few simple words to these recruits, then inquired Zero to bring these recruits to the Forbidden Archmage statue to change their profession to Forbidden Mages. Then, he spent another 100 high-tier deity-level advance-grade divine crystals to summon today's new subject. In the end, he summoned a total of 99,999,999 new subjects. Among them were 12 high-tier deity-level advance-grade god spirits. Zhou Zhou was stunned when he saw this number. This is really a coincidence. I'm just one person short of 100 million subjects. Then, he smiled and didn't mind. Instead, he spent another 100 high-tier deity-level advance-grade divine crystals to summon another 66,666,666 pure-blooded dragons from the Gate of Summoning and let them descend into the inner world of another Cosmos Emperor. I didn't summon a legendary dragon. Zhou Zhou looked at the 60 billion pure-blooded dragons and shook his head in pity. However, he soon didn't care. It's my fortune to have it, but it's my fate to lose it. Then, he came to the Lord's shop and took a look at what good goods there were today. In the end, what made he helpless was that the Lord's shop only spawned 1 Master God Tier Divine Artifact and 2 True God Tier Divine Artifacts today. If other Master God Tier saw this kind of commodity, they would definitely be overjoyed. However, to Zhou Zhou, he couldn't be moved. However, he still took out some Master God Tier Divine Crystals and bought the 3 items. Then, he called Qi Xiantian over. Greetings, Your Majesty. Qi Xiantian uttered respectfully. Organize the army and prepare to head to the ruins of chaos. Zhou Zhou uttered in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 1346, Chaos Gods Race Roaring Towards the Sky. Zhou Zhou now had a total of 10 capital units, 6,529,830,6219 soldiers, 26,876,547 god spirits, 9,289 true god tiers, and 6 lord gods, excluding Zhou Zhou, the 5 clones, Terrence, and the other 4 master god tiers. Other than sending a portion of the army to the Cerulean planet, Zhou Zhou planned to only lead the army of the 5 capital units, 10 million god spirits, 5,000 true god tiers, Zhou Sheng, Pangu, Blood Moon Sun, and Kido Talai. As for the other soldiers and god spirits, he planned to stay in the High Continent in case of emergencies. The god spirits and soldiers soon boarded a Master God tier elementary grade eternal warship and headed for the ruins of chaos. On the way to the primal chaos ruins, Ying Ning was looking at the dark universe outside with a dazed expression. Why? Zhou Wen's gentle voice sounded behind her. Your Majesty, it's nothing. I just miss my hometown a little. I wonder how my family and clansmen are doing? Are they doing well? The chaos beasts have been hunting us chaos humans at the periphery of the chaos ruins. When we return this time, we will probably lose a few friends I know. Ying Ning turned around hurriedly and replied respectfully, her voice a little depressed. Regardless of whether they were doing well in the past, this emperor can definitely bring them a better life than before now that this emperor is here. Zhou Wen said with a faint smile. His voice was filled with indifference and boundless confidence. I believe in your Majesty. Ying Ning nodded vigorously. The god spirits of other empires in her saw how powerful the Blazing Sun Empire was. Even the insufferably arrogant Titan god race had been defeated by His Majesty. Even though the Chaos Gods race was much stronger than the Titan god race, they did not want to fight the Titan god race head-on. They only wanted to save the Chaos human race in the Chaos ruins. There was a high chance that the Chaos Gods race would not mobilize their entire army to deal with the Blazing Sun Empire. Under such circumstances, they still had a certain level of confidence in dealing with the Chaos Gods race. The Chaotic Ruins was located in the crystal wall of the Supreme Great Cosmos and was extremely far from the High Continent. Even if a Master God tier wanted to rush to the ruins of chaos, it would take a long time to arrive. Fortunately, their Master God level elementary grade spaceship, the Eternal Warship, was very good at long-distance marches. In addition, with Zhou Zhou's support from the side, even though the ruins of chaos was very far from the High Continent, they only took a day to reach it. Outside the primal chaos ruins, Zhou Wen and the soldiers floated outside the spaceship and looked at the primal chaos ruins a light year away. He saw an incomplete continent wrapped in dense chaotic airflow floating in the void of the universe. Numerous chaos gods race beings, such as the Vermilion Bird, Ghost Chariot, 9 Neonates, Sealing Boar, Justice Beast, Spread Head, Tiger Head Man, Yellow Stead, Winged Tiger, Mystic Lion, and so on, rode on the Chaos Gods race battleships and shuttled through the chaotic airflow as if they were patrolling. At the same time, they were also diverting their attention to control Master God tier level array formations that enveloped this incomplete continent. It looked like they were imprisoning something. So this is the Primal Chaos Ruins. It was originally a part of the Chaos Humans' residence and also a part of the Chaos Sea. Later on, the Chaos Will perished. As a direct descendant of the Chaos Will, we were besieged by thousands of races. Among the races that were besieged, the Chaos Gods race was the strongest race. Back then, our Chaos Human race relied on our race's heritage to monopolize the myriad races and persisted for a period of time. However, our era had already passed. In the end, we were still surrounded and killed by the myriad races led by the Chaos Beasts. Almost none of our clansmen were left. Our residence, the Chaos Sea, was also occupied by the Chaos Beasts, allowing them to complete the unification of the Chaos Sea. Our ancestors risked their lives to barely tear apart a portion of the residence and brought this portion of the residence here to take refuge. This is the origin of the Primal Chaos Ruins. Ying Ning looked at her hometown and dejectedly revealed its origins. The generals and god spirits were enlightened. No wonder the Primal Chaos Ruins looked like a post-war ruin. Come on! Zhou Wen said. Yes, Your Majesty. The generals received the order respectfully and immediately flew towards the Primal Chaos Ruins. Just as they were about to approach the Primal Chaos Ruins, a cold shout suddenly sounded from afar. Where did this Lord faction that doesn't know the rules come from? Don't you know that this is the forbidden land of our Chaos Gods race? The god spirit who spoke also led a team of Chaos Gods race soldiers to the front of the Eternal Warship. Zhou Wen and the others looked over. The other party was about 10 million kilometers long and golden all over. It looked like a dragon and a dog at the same time. The most shocking thing was that the other party actually emitted the aura of a Master God tier level. The guardian of the Primal Chaos Ruins was a Master God. It's a Master God tier elementary grade roaring towards the Sky Beast. The Blood Moon Sun had a solemn expression. Chaos God beasts like roaring towards the sky were rare even in the Chaos Gods race. The roaring towards the sky's combat strength was also shocking even if they were of the same level. It even had the habit of eating dragon brains. In the myriad worlds, there was a saying that each roaring towards the sky could take on 3 dragons. It could be seen how shocking the other party's combat strength was. As for the other Chaos Gods race beings behind the other party, there were about 100 of them. Among them, there were more than 10 true God tier Chaos Gods race beings. The weakest among them was a God spirit at the low tier deity level elementary grade. Yingning couldn't hold it in anymore. She looked at it coldly and spoke before Zhou Wen could. I only remember that this has been the territory of the Chaos human race since ancient times. When did it become the territory of your Chaos beast race? The roaring towards the sky glanced at Yingning when it heard this. Then, its eyes suddenly shone with a blood-red light. I was wondering who had the guts to speak to me like that. So it's a remnant of the chaotic human race. So what if you escape? How dare you come back? The roaring towards the sky laughed sinisterly and opened its mouth to swallow Yingning. His mouth was filled with sharp fangs as he appeared behind Yingning mysteriously, intending to devour her whole. It could tell that Yingning already had the strength of true God tier advanced grade and was only a step away from becoming a master God tier. There was even a trace of the aura of will on her body. It was naturally unable to allow such a chaos human to continue advancing. That was why it had immediately killed the other party the moment it discovered its identity. However, at this moment, a faint voice sounded. You attacked this emperor's people in front of this emperor. Your dog face deserves a beating. Zhou Wen waved his hand casually. In the next second, a 9-colored palm appeared mysteriously in front of the roaring towards the sky. Its face was slapped ruthlessly and 2 dog teeth were also knocked out. Chapter 1347, The Smart Roaring Towards the Sky. The roaring towards the sky was stunned when it was suddenly slapped in the face. It subconsciously retracted the nomological skills it had released, allowing Yingning to survive. However, it flew into a rage. It was a powerful expert of the Chaos Gods race. It had actually been slapped. It had lived for countless years, but this was the first time it had suffered such humiliation. You deserve to die. The roaring towards the sky said angrily. Then, it rushed towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen just looked at it quietly without even blinking. In the next moment, a blood-colored figure appeared in front of the roaring towards the sky. It was the Blood Moon Sun. You want to attack His Majesty? Look at yourself. The Blood Moon Sun said coldly. His Majesty was a top-notch Master God tier combat powerhouse who could arm wrestle with the 10 Master Gods. Even though the roaring towards the sky was a Chaos Divine Beast, it was only a low-level Master God tier elementary grade God Spirit. How was it qualified to fight with His Majesty? It was enough for him to deal with such a Master God tier trash. A newly promoted Master God tier dares to stand in front of me. The roaring towards the sky had sharp eyes and could tell the background of the new Master God tier of the Blood Moon Sun at a glance. It immediately looked down on the Blood Moon Sun even more. Even though it was also a Master God tier elementary grade God Spirit, it had been in this realm for nearly 500,000 years. After 500,000 years of accumulation, it had the courage to fight even against Master God tier intermediate grade experts. Not to mention this little guy who had just become a Master God tier a few days ago. At this moment, it was even confident that it could kill this enemy Master God tier in an instant. However, in the next second, the Blood Moon Sun took out a blood-colored bamboo cane. He raised the blood-colored bamboo cane high. Immediately after, a blood-colored full moon appeared above Blood Moon Sun's head. In the next second, the blood-colored full moon suddenly shot out a beam of light that charged straight at the roaring towards the sky. It pierced through its chest before it could even react. Boom! After the roaring towards the sky was knocked back a light year, it suddenly spat out a mouthful of divine blood. Its face was pale as it felt its severely injured divine body. It lowered its head and looked at the empty hole in its chest in disbelief. Then, it looked up at the blood-colored bamboo cane in the Blood Moon Sun's hand with wide eyes. It gritted its teeth and said word by word. Master God tier divine artifact. How does my Master God tier elementary grade divine artifact Red Moon sacred staff taste? The Blood Moon Sun looked at it with a faint smile. Who are you people? This is the territory of our Chaos Gods race. Are you sure you want to provoke our Chaos Gods race? After the Blood Moon Sun used the Master God tier divine artifact, the roaring towards the sky's attitude immediately changed drastically. A faction that possessed a Master God tier divine artifact was at the very least a high-level bloodline faction. Even though such a faction was still inferior to the Chaos Gods race, they could at least treat them as equals. The Blood Moon Sun turned to look at Zhou Wen. He saw that Zhou Wen's expression was indifferent, as if he did not care much. The Blood Moon Sun understood when he saw this. So what if I tell you? We are the Blazing Sun Empire that you high-level and top-level bloodline races yearn for day and night. Surrender obediently and don't resist. Otherwise, don't blame us for not knowing our limits when we attack later. The Blood Moon Sun shouted. Pangu and Kido Talai also stood up and looked down at the roaring towards the sky calmly. When the roaring towards the sky heard the Blazing Sun Empire's name, it was at a loss for a few seconds. Then, it suddenly thought of something and its expression changed. Blazing Sun Empire. You guys are actually so strong. It had previously received news from its race that a very powerful lord of all races had appeared among the lords of all races who was ranked first among the lords of all races. However, it didn't really care. This was because the primal chaos ruins it was in was located at the edge of the supreme great cosmos. The starry sky here was vast, but there were not many civilizations or life forms. It could be said to be very remote. As time passed, the roaring towards the sky and the other chaos gods race beings stationed here gradually stopped paying attention to the news from the outside world. They only focused on cultivating laws and completing their hunting missions every day. Furthermore, so what if he was temporarily ranked first among the lords of the myriad races? It was extremely confident in its race. Even if the first lord was temporarily occupied by other races, it believed that the lords of all races of the chaos gods could defeat the leader again and take first place. However, it never expected this. The so-called number one lord was actually so powerful. Not only did he have a master god tier, but he also had a master god tier divine artifact. And it looked like he had more than one. What was the lord on their side still fighting for? The roaring towards the sky was at a loss. How did a lord of all races develop to such a formidable level in such a short period of time? Was this still the supreme great cosmos that it was familiar with? However, it heard what the other party said. Its expression was uncertain. Finally, it exhaled and said in a deep voice, "I surrender." Shock flashed across the Blood Moon Sun, Pangu, and Kidotali's faces. Even Zhou Win was a little surprised. "You really want to surrender?" Pangu asked. "Why not? Otherwise I would be fighting to the death with you for the so-called race's honor? Then be ganged up on and killed by you, and finally engraved on a monument by my people for them to remember." The roaring towards the sky sneered. "As Master God tier experts, we can't be destroyed even if our races are destroyed. I'm not a fool. I won't die for nothing. First, announce that you want to join the Blazing Sun Empire and become a subject of the Blazing Sun Empire. Only then can we truly believe you." Pangu was silent for a few seconds before saying in a low voice. Before coming, Zhou Zhou had chatted with Pangu for a long time and told him a portion of the secrets behind the territory's loyalty. For example, as long as one joined the Blazing Sun Empire, regardless of whether this person was loyal or evil in the past, he would be a trustworthy companion after joining. He believed that Zhou Zhou wouldn't lie to him even though he didn't understand the mechanics behind it. That was why he said that. "Isn't it only a contract or something?" The roaring towards the sky muttered. Even though it was unwilling, its life and death were in the hands of others after all. Therefore, it obediently followed Pangu's instructions and said that it wanted to join the Blazing Sun Empire. After saying that, its expression changed slightly. When it gazed at Zhou Zhou behind Pangu, it immediately stated respectfully, "Roaring towards the sky, Deng Long greets your majesty." Zhou Win acknowledged and said, "Can you control all the Chaos Gods race beings near the primal chaos ruins?" "Yes, your majesty. The strongest is only the true god tier Chaos Gods race. To me, I can suppress them with a flip of my hand. Furthermore, they are all my trusted aides. They will basically listen to what I say." The roaring towards the sky stated respectfully. "That's good. You must have other motives for joining our Blazing Sun Empire, right?" Zhou Win suddenly asked. "I was actually punished to this extent by Source, so I have long held a grudge against the Chaos Gods race. If I join your majesty, I will be able to vent my anger when I fight against the Chaos Gods race in the future." The gods were enlightened. "Start recruiting your subordinates," Zhou Win said. "Yes, your majesty." Chapter 1348, Zhou Win's request. With the help of roaring towards the sky Master God tier, the Chaos God hunting team that besieged the primal chaos ruins quickly surrendered to Zhou Win and joined the Blazing Sun Empire. Zhou Win and the generals did not expect this. The greatest obstacle preventing them from saving the Chaos Humans, the Chaos Gods hunting team, had actually surrendered to them so easily. They thought that they would at least have to fight the other party to make them recognize reality and surrender. It could only be said that this was the benefit of being powerful. With enough strength, even if he didn't do it himself, he could subdue others without fighting and let victory easily reach his hands. Among the generals, Ying Ning was naturally the most shocked. As a chaos human who had escaped from the primal chaos ruins, he knew better than anyone how terrifying the chaos beasts that guarded the primal chaos ruins and hunted the chaos humans were. But such a terrifying team actually took the initiative to surrender in such a short time when facing him. I was right to choose to join His Majesty. In the myriad worlds, only His Majesty can save the chaos humans. He thought silently. At the same time, he looked at Zhou Zhou with an increasingly dazzling gaze. There was even a hint of love that he didn't notice. Reporting to Your Majesty, all the Chaos Gods race members are already here. Other than me, there are a total of 132 Chaos Gods race true God tiers and 3,521 Chaos God race God spirits. The roaring towards the sky said respectfully. Tisk, your Chaos Gods race really values the Chaos human race. When Zhou Wen heard the other party's words, he could not help but click his tongue in wonder. The roaring towards the sky smiled awkwardly and did not dare to say anything else. He could naturally tell that His Majesty also had the bloodline of the Chaos humans, so he naturally did not dare to speak ill of the Chaos humans in front of His Majesty. Zhou Wen didn't mind and turned to look at Ying Ning. Bring us to the headquarters of the Chaos humans. This emperor has something to discuss with the patriarch of the Chaos people. Let him do this emperor a favor. Yes, Your Majesty. Ying Ning said respectfully. Then, he saw he cut open the skin on his arm and draw out the chaotic blood. Then, he used the blood to cast a mystic technique. Then, he saw the chaotic blood suddenly boil and evaporate into countless blood-colored steam. Finally, he saw the blood-colored steam condense into a blood-colored fog line that extended into the depths of the primal chaos ruins. So you need a bloodline mystic technique to find the secret base of the chaos humans. No wonder I couldn't find it before. The roaring towards the sky muttered after seeing this scene. The others rolled their eyes at it when they heard that. Then, Zhou Wen and the others followed the blood-colored fog line and finally arrived in front of an illusory door that emitted a chaotic light. Ying Ning pushed open the door, and a silver light suddenly emitted from inside, illuminating the soldiers. Then, a strange feeling of space change appeared around Zhou Wen and the others. Zhou Wen and the others did not resist either. Then, they felt their vision turn black. When the light lit up again, they realized that they had arrived at a vast continent with tall and lush trees that were filled with a barbaric aura. Follow me. Ying Ning had just returned to her hometown when her expression became excited and nervous. She turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the southeast of the continent after saying that. Seeing this, Zhou Wen and the others followed. Soon, they arrived in front of a tribe. This tribe was very primitive, and there were two tall and strong men standing at the entrance. Zhou Zhou's eyes narrowed. He realized that they were the chaos humans with low-tier deity-level elementary grade strength. Big brother Wu Qi, big brother Rong Yao, I'm back. When Ying Ning saw the two of them, she could not help but rush over excitedly. It's Ying Ning. Ying Ning is back. When Wu Qi and Rong Yao saw Ying Ning, they were stunned for a moment before they immediately became excited. Ying Ning was the daughter of the Chaos Humans tribe's patriarch, so most people in the clan knew her. A moment later, in the central room of the Chaos Humans tribe, Zhou Wen and Haze of Chaos sat opposite each other. On Zhou Wen's left were Pangu and the others, and on his right were the warriors of the Chaos Humans tribe. Zhou Wen glanced at the warriors of the Chaos Humans tribe. The weakest of these warriors was at the low-tier deity level elementary grade, while the strongest was at the true god tier intermediate grade. They were not bad, but they weren't enough in his eyes. Patriarch should have heard the purpose of this emperor's visit. This emperor will simply repeat it again. This emperor can bring you guys out of here and live in this emperor's empire. This emperor can guarantee that as long as you guys become this emperor's subjects, the Chaos Gods race will definitely not harm you guys in the slightest. You guys can live uprightly on the Supreme Continent and no longer have to hide here and there like in the Primal Chaos Ruins. It's fine if the Patriarch is unwilling, but this emperor wants to buy some Chaos Magic Stones from you. This emperor can use divine crystals or divine artifacts to buy them. I hope Patriarch can make things easier for me. Zhou Wen said slowly. Patriarch Haze of Chaos looked at Zhou Wen and then at Pangu, the Blood Moon Sun, and Kido Te Lai beside him. He smiled bitterly. With such a formation, did they still have a choice? They had a total of 3 Master God tier experts on their side. There was also a lord whose strength was unknown, but who could bring him an extremely high sense of danger. As for the Chaos humans, after the death of the Chaos Will, their main god-level experts had already perished. The strongest remaining Chaos humans stationed in the primal Chaos ruins were only him, a true god-tier advanced grade expert. The difference in their peak combat strength was extraordinary. At this thought, Haze of Chaos stood up and cupped his fists at Zhou Zhou. We Chaos humans are willing to join His Majesty's empire and become one of His Majesty's subjects. I have no other requests. I only hope that Your Majesty can treat the members of the Chaos human folk well. Of course. Zhou Wen nodded seriously. They were all his clansmen, and they were from Ying Ning's hometown. There was no reason for him not to take care of them. Seeing Zhou Wen nod, Haze of Chaos heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Your Majesty. He stated respectfully. The surrounding Chaos humans were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. In the blink of an eye, he had become the other party's subject and the lord above them. However, they quickly reacted and hurriedly stated respectfully to Zhou Zhou. Greetings, Your Majesty. We're all on the same side. This emperor will take good care of you in the future. Zhou Wen smiled and said. Oh yes, the Chaos deity's lineage stationed at the periphery of the primal Chaos ruins has been defeated and subdued by us. You can leave this place now and don't have to worry about encountering danger. Really? Haze of Chaos and the rest immediately stood up in surprise. Chapter 1349 Dao Worship Peak. Of course I'm serious. Zhou Wen nodded. Then, he waved his right hand, and the roaring towards the sky and company appeared behind him out of thin air. They looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Their gazes swept over Zhou Wen, Haze of Chaos, and the others. Realization quickly flashed across their eyes as they guessed what had happened. Greetings, Your Majesty. The roaring towards the sky said respectfully. Zhou Wen nodded and smiled at Haze of Chaos. See it. His Majesty is really powerful. He actually tamed them into submission. Thank you for your help, Your Majesty. In the future, we don't have to worry about being killed by the Chaos beasts when we go out. A Chaos Humana said excitedly before he looked at the roaring towards the sky with hatred. Zhou Wen frowned slightly when he saw this, but then he relaxed. The hatred between them could be resolved by themselves. Even though he was a Chaos human, he only had the Chaos human bloodline. He did not receive any favors from the Chaos humans. On the contrary, they, Chaos humans, received more favors from him. In the face of the conflict between his subjects, he had already done his best to not help either side. Anyway, he had mastered the method of resurrection, so he was not afraid that they would kill too ruthlessly. How many Chaos Magic Stones do you have? Zhou Wen stopped thinking and asked. The Chaos Magic Stone came from a unique creature called the Chaos Creature. In the primal Chaos ruins, there was a 20% chance of dropping Chaos Magic Stones after killing the Chaos Elemental creature. Its function was to be used as a core material to construct the Chaos Sacrificial ceremony like the Mist Core. It was Zhou Wen's first time in the primal Chaos ruins. He could not be bothered to search the entire primal Chaos ruins for Chaos Magic Stones, so he decided to buy them from the Chaos humans. They had lived here for countless years, so they should have plenty of Chaos Magic Stones after all. Your Majesty, the Chaos Magic Stones can assist our cultivation, so we don't have much left. We only have about 16,000 left. Haze of Chaos looked at Zhou Wen nervously. Your Majesty, is this enough? Zhou Wen could tell that the other party was not lying. He smiled and nodded. It's more than enough. The Chaos ceremony that Bodhi Supreme had given him only required 8 Chaos Magic Stones to be used once. More than 16,000 Chaos Magic Stones were enough for him to summon Chaos God Fiends more than 2,000 times. That's good. Haze of Chaos heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he would not be able to complete the first mission that His Majesty had given him. Then, without any hesitation, he untied the world pocket at his waist, removed his ownership, and handed it to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen took it and entered it with his spiritual will. He saw that other than the 16,000 Chaos Magic Stones that emitted chaotic light, there were other messy things like true God-tier divine artifacts, mist core, medicinal herbs, minerals, and so on. Zhou Wen used the first treasury to collect all the Chaos Magic Stones and casually threw in 3 mist cores and divine crystals the size of mountains. Then, he threw the pocket of the world back to Haze of Chaos. Haze of Chaos was stunned. He subconsciously looked at his world pocket and was stunned by the mist core and divine crystals that were the size of 3 mountains. He looked at Zhou Wen with a grateful expression. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Zhou Wen wave his hand. Since you have become this emperor's subjects, take this as a small benefit from this emperor. Work hard for this emperor's empire in the future. You won't be short of benefits. Even if the chaos humans develop to their peak, or even surpass their peak. It's not impossible. He said. Yes, Your Majesty. We will die for Your Majesty. Haze of Chaos was the first to swear. When the other chaos humans saw this, even though they did not understand what had happened, they did the same thing as Haze of Chaos out of their trust and respect for the patriarch. Zhou Wen calmly accepted the actions of the chaos humans. Then, he asked, how many people are there in the chaos human race? How many god spints and true god tiers are there? Reporting to Your Majesty, currently, our chaos human race still has 13,253 people. Among them are 12,210 god spirits and 1,043 true god tiers. Haze of Chaos respectfully said. Are they all god spirits? Zhou Wen was a little surprised. If you're not a god spirit, you can't survive here at all. Actually, when we first came here, we didn't only have these clansmen. However, the chaos humans who are weaker than the god spirits are unable to escape their pursuit. Soon, they are all dead. Even a portion of the god spirits and true god tier have died. Furthermore, because they set up an array that forbids fertility, we haven't even had a newborn all these years. Haze of Chaos pointed at the roaring towards the sky. Roaring towards the sky immediately looked up at the sky. Zhou Wen's lips twitched. Good lord, they even created such a vicious array formation that prohibited fertility. How ruthless! All the formations have just been removed. When you return to the Empire with us, you can take the Primal Chaos Ruins with you. After the Primal Chaos Ruins dispels those bad aspects, the environment is actually not bad. The chaotic airflow is very abundant. It's very suitable for chaos humans to cultivate. Zhou Zhou looked at the dense chaotic airflow in the sky. He could sense that these air currents had consciously fused into his divine body in an attempt to make him stronger. His divine body had already been upgraded by the supreme sacred body to the pinnacle of the true god tier advanced grade. These chaotic airflows could no longer make his divine body stronger. However, it was useless to him. It was still very useful to chaos humans below the true god tier level. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a holy land for cultivation. Furthermore, if he took the primal chaos ruins away, he wouldn't have to rush all the way here when he was going to grind chaos demon gods in the future. Killing two birds with one stone. Yes, Your Majesty. After I leave, I will take the primal chaos ruins away. Haze of Chaos said. In fact, he originally had the intention to do so, but he didn't expect His Majesty to say it in advance. His Majesty is indeed worthy of being the possessor of our chaos human bloodline. He is indeed thinking for the chaos humans. Come on. Let's go to the Dao Worship Peak. Zhou Wen stood up and flew out. Haze of Chaos, Pangu, and the others hurriedly flew over to catch up. The Dao Worship Peak was a floating mountain peak floating above the primal chaos ruins. It was nearly 1,000 light-years above sea level, and its entire body was chaotic. Chaotic halos emitted from its surroundings, and the area it looked at was deep and mysterious. About a light-year away from the Dao Worship Peak, Zhou Wen and the others were looking at the mountain peak from afar. So this is Dao Worship Peak. Zhou Wen muttered. The Dao Worship Peak was originally a sacred ground for the chaos human race to hold the Chaos Dao worship ceremony. However, after the death of the Chaos Will, the original Chaos Dao worship ceremony lost most of its effect. As a result, the Chaos humans could not even complete their coming-of-age ceremony. Coupled with the Chaos God race's hunt, the Chaos humans did not dare to approach Dao Worship Peak openly. As time passed, no one cared about this Dao Worship Peak anymore. Your Majesty, why are you here? Haze of Chaos asked curiously. I'm here to hold the Chaos Sacrifice ceremony and summon the chaotic divine demons. Zhou Wen said calmly. Chapter 1350, Shock of the Chaotic Human Race. Chaotic Divine Demons. Haze of Chaos and the other chaos humans' expressions changed slightly. They naturally knew what chaotic divine demons were, having lived in the primal chaos ruins for so long. That was a special monster condensed from the remnant will of the primal chaos ruins. Not only was it extremely powerful, but it was also extremely strange. It already had some characteristics of indestructible will, and it was almost impossible to destroy. Even if they were destroyed, it wouldn't be long before the other party would be reborn and come back to take revenge on the enemy who had killed him. This was because it was extremely troublesome to destroy, and there were not many benefits. In addition, the chaotic divine demons had no fixed residence and were elusive. It was not easy to find them. Therefore, even the chaos humans and the chaos gods race did not want to provoke each other. They had been living in peace with each other for so many years. Why is His Majesty looking for this thing? However, they looked at the calm and confident Zhou Wen and opened their mouths, but in the end, they did not dare to ask. When they saw Zhou Wen heading straight for Dao Worship Peak, they immediately followed him. They secretly made up their minds, since His Majesty wanted to destroy the chaotic divine demons, no matter how difficult the other party was to deal with, as His Majesty's subjects, they had to persist in following His Majesty to fight. They would risk his life to accompany a gentleman and die at worst. Even though Zhou Wen's attention was on Dao Worship Peak, he also noticed the changes in the chaos humans like haze of chaos. He smiled inwardly. This reaction was completely different from the reaction of Ying Ning and the others, but it was normal. Who asked them not to know how blissful it was to join the Blazing Sun Empire? Haze of chaos. You will now announce that you will lead all the chaos humans to join our Blazing Sun Empire and become a subject of the Blazing Sun Empire. Zhou Wen decided to give them a small shock. Didn't I just say that? Haze of chaos was stunned. That wasn't formal. Zhou Wen replied. Haze of chaos. I, the patriarch of the chaos humans, Haze of chaos, am willing to lead all chaos humans to become subjects of the Blazing Sun Empire. Please allow me to do so, Your Majesty. Even though Haze of chaos did not understand, he still obeyed the order. This emperor agrees. Zhou Wen smiled and nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, under the astonished gazes of Haze of chaos and the other chaos humans, their bodies suddenly emitted a shocking white light. After the white light dissipated, they were shocked to discover that their potential had increased explosively. My potential has advanced to the Master God Tier Advanced grade. Me too. Mine too. I'm also a Master God Tier Advanced grade. My potential now is also a Master God Tier Advanced grade. I feel that I'm just short of promotion energy and can break through immediately. The chaos humans exclaimed in disbelief and surprise. My potential has also reached the limit of a Master God Tier Advanced grade. What? What's going on? He widened his eyes. Then, he thought of something and suddenly looked up at Zhou Wen, who was flying at the front. Could it be? Your Majesty? This is just one of the billions of benefits of joining the Blazing Sun Empire. Every subject is entitled to it. There's no need to make a fuss. Zhou Wen said calmly. Haze of chaos and the other chaos humans could not help but gulp when they heard that. Their expressions became even more incredulous. Are you joking with us? You call this a small benefit? What kind of small benefit could increase the potential of the subjects by 6 levels? This was the potential of 6 major classes. This meant that if a person only had Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade potential, he could directly become an Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade potential holder. If a person had the potential of an Epic Tier Advanced grade, after joining the Blazing Sun Empire, they could instantly become a Master God Tier Advanced grade. That was already a level where there was no room for improvement. The Haze of Chaos felt that their worldview had been overturned. If this world was a game, they now seriously suspected that His Majesty had the game's modifier. Otherwise, how could their potential increase so much all of a sudden? When Zhou Wen saw their expressions, he didn't say anything on the surface, but he was secretly pleased. The Lord's Law was indeed equivalent to the world modifier. This was also the strength of the Lord's laws. In addition, he wasn't being humble. This was indeed a small benefit of joining their Blazing Sun Empire. You haven't experienced the effects of the 10 sacred blessings, beauty, peach luck, and resurrection. At that time, they would only think that the benefits of the Blazing Sun Empire were even more abnormal. Zhou Wen did not say much about this. He would let them slowly experience it in the future. They flew to the front of Dao Worship Peak and saw an incomparably huge black array formation engraved on the ground of Dao Worship Peak. In the center of the black formation engravings, there was a huge grey cauldron that was 1,000 meters tall. Zhou Wen took a look and recognized that it was a replica of the Chaos Dao sacrificial cauldron. The real thing had disappeared into the myriad worlds after the Chaos humans fell after all. If he hadn't completed the mission issued by the Supreme Will, this race divine artifact wouldn't have fallen into his hands. He casually waved his hand and saw that the Chaos Dao sacrificial cauldron replica had disappeared. In its place was the real Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron. After the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron appeared, Haze of Chaos and the other Chaos humans were shocked. This is our Chaos human race's divine artifact. This is the real Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron. Haze of Chaos was shocked towards first, but by the end, his tone was filled with fanaticism. The Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron was the most important symbol of their human race. It could be said that this racial divine artifact was the faith of the Chaos humans. It represented their glorious years under the rule of the Chaos will. In addition, the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron also had the ability to increase the Chaos humans' combat strength. Therefore, following the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron was lost back then, the Chaos humans' combat strength had greatly decreased. Otherwise, even if they lost when they were surrounded by thousands of races back then, they could at least last longer. He discovered that there seemed to be 100 million tiny problems alongside the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron. Why does this Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron look so ordinary? The Haze of Chaos hesitated. When the Chaos Sacrifice Deo cauldron was towards its peak, once it was taken out, boundless law phenomena would descend. During the Chaos Will era, it was even known as the number one race's divine artifact. As for the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron in forefront of him, it looked very ordinary. With the death of the Chaos Will, the Supreme Will rules the universe. The luck of the humans condensed on the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron has greatly decreased. That's why the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron has become like this. Zhou Win stated calmly. When the Haze of Chaos heard this, his expression darkened. Zhou Win ignored him and casually threw out 8 Chaos Magic Stones. The 8 Chaos Magic Stones flew towards the 8 nodes of the array and landed towards the array's hub. Immediately after, he struck out Chaos Dharma Seals into the lost Chaos Sacrificial Deo Cauldron. Countless Chaos Dharma Seals surged into the Chaos Deo Sacrificial Cauldron like phantoms. In just a second, he had sent more than 100 Chaos Dharma Seals. After he punched in a total of 1,800 Chaos Dharma Seals, he heard a buzzing sound. The entire Chaos Deo Sacrificial Cauldron shook slightly, creating a circle of white airflow. At the same time, nomological patterns appeared on the Chaos Deo Sacrificial Cauldron and slowly revolved around it. Finally, a Chaos Vortex slowly appeared above the Chaos Deo Sacrificial Cauldron. Chapter 1351, Flesh Terror Demon God of Chaos Ron Buletin. Bodhi Supreme is indeed reliable. Zhou Win smiled when he saw this. Following that, he had a solemn expression as he struck out the last Chaos Dharmic Seal. Splash! True chains engraved with the secret engravings of the chaotic laws broke out of the void and rushed into the chaotic vortex. After all the chaotic law engraving chains entered the chaotic vortex, they began to exert strength at the same time, as if they were pulling something out. Soon, a blood-purple hand with sharp nails emerged from the depths of the chaos vortex and grabbed the edge of the vortex. Then came the second hand, the third hand, the fourth hand. In the end, a total of 8 hands stretched out from the chaos vortex and grabbed the edge of the chaos vortex together. Then, with a sudden force, a majestic figure flew out of the chaos vortex and finally floated in the chaotic sky. He was a light year tall and had 4 heads and 8 arms. He wore a blood-colored armor that was engraved with strange patterns of living beings cutting off their flesh to offer sacrifices. It looked terrifying. I am the flesh terror demon god of chaos, Robuletin. How dare you disturb my rest? Do you know the consequences? Robuletin's blood-colored demonic eyes looked down at Zhou Zhou and the others with a ruthless and cruel expression. Soon, its gaze landed on Zhou Win. The Khanate Regal. It raised its eyebrows slightly as greed flashed in its eyes. It suddenly laughed maniacally. Then, it suddenly lowered its head and stared at Zhou Win. After eating you, my flesh and blood Deo will definitely be perfected. Perhaps I can even earn the fate of a Khanate Regal. Roar! It suddenly opened its mouth wide. A terrifying gale appeared in its mouth, howling as it tried to swallow Zhou Win into its mouth. However, Zhou Win's expression was normal. He had no fear at all. All sorts of nomological engravings surrounded him, forming an impenetrable nomological domain that protected him and the army behind him. The Lord's law skill: all the land in the world belongs to the king. After the extremely terrifying wind blew into Zhou Win's nomological domain, it instantly disappeared as if nothing had happened. When Robuletin saw this scene, its pupils constricted slightly. This Khanate Regal had actually grasped a domain-type Lord Law skill. Lord Law-type god spirits were very powerful to begin with. Lord Law-type god spirits who had comprehended domain-type Lord Law skills could be considered outstanding among all Lord Law-type god spirits since ancient times. However, the greed in its eyes intensified. It was even more interested in this fellow's flesh and blood. That was just an appetizer. This is the real battle. Robuletin raised its right hand and faced them with its palm. In the next moment, blood-colored light spots flew out of the bodies of Zhou Win's subordinates and landed on Robuletin's palm, forming a blood-colored light ball. It actually failed to obtain the blood core of that connate regal. From the looks of it, its body is also extraordinary. He, I'm getting more and more interested in this guy's flesh and blood. Go on. With a casual wave of its hand, the blood-colored ball of light flew into the chaotic sky before falling like a rain of blood. After the raindrops landed on the ground, they turned into blood-colored creatures. Some of them looked exactly like Yingning, some looked exactly like the haze of chaos, some looked exactly like Qi Xiantian, and some looked exactly like Feng Luo. This Robuletin had used its ability to replicate the entire army other than Zhou fight. Zhou Win looked at the flesh and blood army of the 5 capital units, the 10 million flesh and blood god spirits, the 5,000 flesh and blood true god tiers, the flesh and blood Pangu, the flesh and blood blood moon sun, the flesh and blood Keto Talai, the haze of chaos, and the other flesh and blood replicas of the chaos humans. He was surprised. This method of forming an army with a wave of his hand was indeed terrifying. No wonder this fellow had been here for so many years. Be it the chaos humans or the chaos gods race, none of them could do anything to him. Kill! Robuletin roared arrogantly. Then, the flesh army created by him charged towards Zhou Win's army. Destroy them! Zhou Win ordered calmly. Kill! A bunch of monsters dare to pretend to be me? Am I as ugly as you? I'm so angry. When the Blazing Sun Empire's army faced an army that was identical to theirs, they all rushed over angrily to kill. However, Robuletin's weapon-making technique was not simple. The army of flesh and blood that it had created was not only the same in number as Zhou Win's army. In terms of physical strength, he wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the army of the Blazing Sun Empire. In terms of physical recovery ability, Robuletin's army was even better than the Blazing Sun Empire's army. Therefore, as soon as the two sides met, both sides actually fought to a draw. Kill, kill. When you're done, I'll summon it again. Let's see how long you can last. Robuletin laughed loudly. To be able to summon an endless army of flesh and blood, coupled with the fact that it was an undying existence, these two advantages were what gave it the confidence to face any enemy. It admitted that the connate regal in front of it and the factions under it were very strong. However, so what? Could he defeat the endless army of flesh and blood he had created? Zhou Win looked at the other party's arrogant appearance from afar and could not help but fall into deep thought. It seemed that he had to deal with the main body. I'm in a hurry. He muttered to himself, and he did not want to spend the night in the primal chaos ruins. At the thought of this, he immediately activated King and entered the Master God tier elementary grade. Then, he teleported in front of Robuletin and slapped it. His palm turned into a resplendent starry sky. Every star in the starry sky represented the stars of the Divine Kingdom, representing a nomological path. And there were tens of millions of stars like this in this starry sky palm. Among these stars, there were 6 superstars that were 100 times larger than the other stars. It was the main God tier Divine Kingdom star from the Blood Moon Sun, Keto Talai, Pangu, and the other 3 Master God tiers of the people of foreign races. This palm strike contained the full power of the capital unit's subjects and soldiers, as well as tens of millions of God spirits, nearly 10,000 true God tiers, and the 6 supremacies. The entire primal chaos ruins shook slightly under the might of this palm. Robuletin was even more shocked. It wanted to escape. However, under the pressure of the myriad method star palm, its divine body was suppressed to the point of being unable to move. Rumble! Robuletin was directly reduced to dust by this palm. Then, the powder condensed again and tried to revive. However, Zhou Win naturally wouldn't do as it wished. He struck out with his palm again, scattering the meat powder that had just gathered again. At this moment, Robuletin's flesh army seemed to have received some order and turned to attack Zhou Win. When Qi Xiantian saw this, he immediately ordered them to stop these guys from approaching Zhou Win. Therefore, without the interference of external enemies, Robuletin was eliminated by Zhou Win more than 100 times before he was completely killed and 4 chaos divine treasures dropped. Those who cultivate the laws of flesh and blood are troublesome to kill. Zhou Win frowned and muttered to himself as he picked up the chaos divine treasure. However, looking at the 4 chaos divine treasures in his hand, he immediately looked much better. Chapter 1352, Interception of the Chaotic God Race. Chaotic divine demons revive every other day. Now I have 4 units of chaos divine treasures, the remaining 6 units of chaos divine treasure will take another 2 days. Thinking of this, Zhou Wen nodded slightly. 2 days were not a long time. Then, he looked at the army behind him. All the Blazing Sun Empire's troops were rapidly restoring their formation. In less than 15 minutes, they had reorganized their troops and were ready to carry out Zhou Wen's next order at any time. As for the army of flesh replicas, they had long disappeared with the destruction of Robuletin. All troops, returned to the Blazing Sun Empire. Patriarch Haze of Chaos. Remember to bring the Primal Chaos Ruins with you. From now on, the Primal Chaos Ruins will be ruled by the Blazing Sun Empire. Zhou Wen said. Yes, Your Majesty. The generals said respectfully. Then, they did not stay any longer and boarded the Eternal Warship, returning to the High Continent. Inside the Eternal Warship, Zhou Wen looked at the scenery outside and suddenly thought of something. He took out the Bodhi Supreme and asked, Bodhi Supreme, if I take away the Primal Chaos Ruins, won't the other lords of the myriad races be unable to obtain the Chaos Divine Treasure to advance to the Divine Kingdom Lord level? You're thinking too far ahead. At this stage and for a long time in the future, who do you think can advance the territory to the level of a true God tier elementary grade like you? In addition, even if there are really Lord of all races who can advance their territory to the level of a true God tier elementary grade. However, he can choose to snatch it from you. If you can't win, then find the other lords of all races to join forces. The Bodhi Supreme said lazily. Zhou Wen immediately understood. His act of taking over the Primal Chaos Ruins was indeed monopolizing the channels for the Lord of all races to upgrade to true God tier elementary grade territories. However, at the same time, his hateful behavior could easily attract the other lords of all races to join forces to deal with him. Therefore, this was actually a choice with benefits and risks. It all depended on how the Lord of all races who occupied the Primal Chaos Ruins chose. Zhou Wen wanted to occupy it without a doubt. The difference between him and the other lords was extraordinary after all. Even if all the lords joined forces, it would probably be difficult to deal with him, let alone snatch the Primal Chaos Ruins from him. Looks like the Primal Chaos Ruins will be in my hands for some time. Zhou Wen smiled. The Bodhi Supreme did not speak. The spaceship in front immediately stopped. At this moment, an angry shout came from right in front of them. Zhou Wen raised his eyebrows and turned on the virtual outdoor mode to look outside. A total of 10 Master God tiers of the Chaos Gods race stood in the dark universe outside. They looked at Zhou Wen and the Eternal Warship as if they were looking at a dead person. You're pretty fast. Zhou Wen muttered to himself. Then, he directly ordered the Eternal Warship to stop and exit the dark universe, returning to the Supreme Great Cosmos in reality. He ordered Zero to open the door of the battleship and fly out. He looked at the 10 Chaos God main gods from afar. They were the 9 Neonates Master God tier, the Sealing Boar Master God tier, the Winged Tiger Master God tier, the Mystic Lion Master God tier, and the Ghost Chariot Master God tier. They were all extremely famous races in the Chaos Gods race. Among them were 3 Master God tier Advanced Grade God Spirits, 3 Master God tier Intermediate Grade God Spirits, and 4 Master God tier Elementary Grade God Spirits. Common People's Regal, how dare you! Instead of participating in the Lord of the Race's activities, you sneaked into the territory of the Chaos Gods race and stole our forbidden land. How do you want to die? The leading 9 Neonates Master God tier said coldly. The common people's regal was as good as his now in his eyes. After they learned of the news of the Primal Chaos Ruins, they immediately joined forces with the 10 Supremacies to kill these thieves who dared to covet their race's territory. How could they lose with him and the other 9 Master God tier? At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised. The common people's regal had always been ignoble, so much so that the Chaos Gods race could not find a way to deal with him even if they wanted to. They did not expect that the other party would actually go on an expedition personally this time and encounter them coincidentally. If this was not the luck of the Chaos Gods race, what was it? Die. There are many races that want me dead. But in the end, they were the ones who died. A large portion of them even became subjects under this emperor. Does your Chaos Beast race also have the intention to join this emperor? This emperor welcomes you. Zhou Wen said with a smile. The 9 Neonates Master God tier's face was ashen. The Chaos Beast was the name that the Chaos God's race was most unwilling to recall. This was because it represented the humiliation of being suppressed by the Chaos humans for an era. He did not expect to hear this title from the other party again today. As a veteran Master God tier of the Chaos Gods, he was furious, and then he sneered again. A remnant of the Chaos human race. I advise you to lead your army and surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, let's see if you still have the courage to say these words when you are defeated and captured later and have your soul tortured by me. Zhou Wen did not say anything. He only let the Blood Moon Sun, Kido Talai, and Pangu out of the spaceship to deal with the 10 Master God tiers of the Chaos Gods race with him. Follow this Emperor in defeating them. Zhou Wen said calmly. Yes, Your Majesty. The Blood Moon Sun and the rest immediately said respectfully. They raised their heads and looked at the 9 neonates and the other Master God tiers with belligerent gazes. Before they came here, they had already been given an entire set of Master God Divine artifacts by Zhou Wen. Now that they were equipped with 6 Master God tier artifacts, even if their strength was only at Master God tier elementary grade, they already dared to fight against the top-notch Master God tier advanced grade experts. The 9 neonates Master God tier did not know about the Master God tier divine artifacts. Cold smiles appeared on his UPS when he saw that Zhou Wen only had 4 Master God tier elementary grade God spirits on his side. Then, he led the other 9 Master God tiers and charged at Zhou Wen and company. Seeing this, Zhou Wen also put on a pair of Master God tier advanced grade boxing gloves, the Great Black Heavenly Demon Fist. Then, he rushed towards the other party with the Blood Moon Sun, Kido Talai, and Pangu. Boom! The 9 neonates Master God tier had 9 heads and could spew out 9 types of heaven, earth, divine water and divine fire. As the strongest Master God tier among the 10 Master Gods, he immediately targeted Zhou Wen. His 9 heads let out 9 baby-like shrill cries before spewing out 9 types of divine flames. The 9 divine flames fused together and transformed into a 9-colored divine fire pillar that shot towards Zhou Wen. Good timing. Zhou Wen was not afraid at all. He turned his palm into a fist and punched the 9-colored divine fire pillar with the power of the myriad method star palm. The space-time of the entire universe seemed to freeze for a moment as soon as the two collided. Then, a terrifying shock wave erupted from the place where the two sides collided and swept across a radius of thousands of light years. Countless planets turned into dust under this shock wave and scattered in the universe, causing an empty area to appear in the supreme great cosmos that was originally filled with planets. Fortunately, this was the edge of the supreme great cosmos. Because it was filled with primitive and violent chaotic airflow, no life forms survived here. Otherwise, just this collision alone would cause countless lives to fall. Chapter 1353, Wiped Out. The 9 neonates Master God was extremely shocked. In that collision just now, he was actually evenly matched with the other party. Zhou Wen shook his head secretly. It seemed that he could only activate a portion of the power of the king and raise his strength to the Master God tier elementary grade. There was still no way for him to fight an old Master God tier like war. Then, activate king at full power. Zhou Wen did not conserve any more energy. He directly activated king at full power, allowing all the subjects, soldiers, god spirits, true gods, and master gods to instantly augment himself. Almost in an instant, Zhou Wen's strength directly soared to the level of a top-notch Master God tier advanced grade. In his current state, even if he didn't use all the land in the world belongs to the king he had just comprehended, he could still slightly suppress War Master God Terrence. If he were to use all the land in the world belongs to the king again, he wouldn't be afraid even if the 10 Master Gods attacked together. If he could use Supreme God Realm trump cards as he pleased, then he would truly be the #1 God below the Supreme God Realm. Again. He felt the terrifying power he had grasped. Zhou Wen revealed a sinister smile. He looked at the 9 neonates Master God tier and threw a punch. A corporeal white fist-shaped phantom exploded from his fist. Bang, 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 bang. The vacuum of the universe seemed to have exploded, and a deafening explosion sounded. When the 9 neonates Master God tier sensed the incoming fist, he suddenly felt an unparalleled sense of fear. Almost instinctively, his 9 heads let out shrill screams. In the next second, 9 types of Heaven Earth Divine Water and Heaven Earth Divine Fire appeared in the void. These 9 types of Heaven Earth Divine Water and Heaven Earth Divine Fire connected with each other and actually formed a perfect and boring yin-yang water and fire diagram. The yin-yang image of water and fire slowly rotated in the void like a millstone of water and fire, crushing all the laws in the surroundings, turning the surrounding space into chaos. I don't believe you can break my 9-level water flame Dao destruction diagram. The 9 Neonates Master God Tier's eyes turned red as he recklessly activated his powers. He even made his divine body bleed. He wanted the 9-level water flame Dao destruction diagram to kill Zhou Win. However, Zhou Win's expression was calm. He punched the 9-level water flame Dao destruction diagram. The 9-level water flame Dao destruction diagram rumbled for a moment before it began to obliterate the power of Zhou Win's punch. In front of the power that could obliterate everything, the punch he sent out began to turn transparent at a visible speed. Is that why you dare to face me? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Common people's regal, your time of death has come. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for coveting the position of the Lord of all races. That's not something low-level races like you can spy on. The 9 Neonates Master God laughed maniacally. Zhou Win's expression was calm. He did not say anything. He only raised his fist and threw another punch at the 9-level water flame Dao destruction diagram. Boom! Another white fist mark shot out from his fist and accurately struck the 9-level water flame Dao destruction diagram again. The 9-level water flame Dao destruction diagram rumbled for a while, and the speed of destruction suddenly slowed down greatly. The 9 Neonates Master God Tier's pupils constricted as he suddenly had a bad premonition. Could he be able to deliver a third punch? He saw Zhou Win throw a third punch as soon as this thought appeared in his mind. Then came the fourth, fifth, and sixth punches. The power of these 6 punches was comparable to the full power strike of War Master God Terence. However, Zhou Win actually released 5 such attacks in one go. The 9-level water flame Dao destruction diagram was shattered in the blink of an eye. The remaining fist force did not lose its momentum as it blasted towards the 9 Neonates Master God Tier. The 9 Neonates Master God Tier was shocked when he saw this. He immediately used the 9-level water flame Dao destruction diagram with all his might again, hoping to block the attack of the remaining fist force so that he could escape. However, his hasty ultimate move was unable to stop Zhou Win's attack. It was directly shattered by the remnant fist force before striking the 9 Neonates Master God Tier. He immediately spat out a mouthful of dark purple blood before using this force to escape into the distance. He was afraid as he realized that this common people's regal was simply a pervert. It was impossible for him to defeat him alone. This guy's battle prowess was probably not inferior to that freakish War Master God, Terence. He wanted to gather the other Master Gods to help him deal with the common people's regal together. However, he was shocked to discover that the 9 Master God Tiers accompanying he were actually stopped by the 3 Master God Tier elementary grade God spirits under the command of the common people's regal. This was simply unbelievable to him. Because that was a total of 9 Master God Tiers. Furthermore, there were 2 other top Master God Tiers advanced grade God spirits among them. With such a lineup, they were actually stopped by the 3 weakest Master God Tier elementary grade God spirits and could no longer support him. When the 9 Neonates Master God Tier saw this scene, he found it ridiculous. However, he soon found it no longer ridiculous. This was because he saw that the 3 Master God Tier elementary grade God spirits were actually covered in Master God Tier divine artifacts. The nomological light that belonged exclusively to the Master God Tier divine artifact shone brightly on their bodies. However, the 9 Neonates Master God only felt that it was blinding. He gritted his teeth, finally understood why the 3 Master God Tiers could stop the 9 Master Gods. Even if he had a full set of Master God divine artifacts, he would still dare to fight the War Master God, Terence. This common people's regal actually has so many Master God Tier divine artifacts. How did he do it? The 9 Neonates Master God said with an ugly expression. He subconsciously looked in Zhou Win's direction. Then, he was scared out of his wits. This was because he realized that the place where Zhou Win was previously was no longer there. He suddenly looked up. Zhou Win suddenly appeared in front of him, as if he had been waiting for a long time. The 9 Neonates Master God looked at Zhou Win's calm expression. It was as though he could see his own death in Zhou Win's eyes. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and took out a square silver stone from his world rings. This silver stone emitted the terrifying aura of a grade 2 supreme god realm treasure. 6-sided divine stone, kill him. The 9 Neonates Master God suddenly widened his eyes as he looked at his empty palm. Where's my treasure? Where's my 6-sided divine stone? He roared in shock and anger. At the same time, Zhou Win looked at the 6-sided divine stone in his first treasure vault and smacked his lips. The Thief of Heart was really useful. Then, he didn't waste any more time. He raised his hand and faced them with his palm, activating the 10,000 Spirit Saint. Invisible ripples instantly spread out in all directions with the palm as the center and quickly enveloped all the Master Gods of the Chaos Gods race. A text notification appeared. Prompt: you have activated your mythical tier unique Lord Talent, 10,000 Spirit Saint. All spirits see you as a supreme saint and long to follow you. Lord Talent Notification 1. A total of 5 Master God tiers of the Chaos Gods race have left their territory and become your loyal followers. Lord Talent Notification 2. You have obtained a Spellcaster Heavenly Fire, Master God tier intermediate grade. Zhou Win smiled. Not bad, not bad. Directly engaging the 5 Master Gods for free. This way, he had an astonishing number of Master God tier subordinates. If he included himself, his 5 clones, and the 4 Master Gods, that would be a total of 21 experts with Master God tier combat power. Such a faction was extremely rare even among Overlord level Lord factions. Then, he ordered the Master God tier Chaos Gods race to turn the tables and join forces with the Blood Moon Sun to counterattack the remaining 5 Master God tiers of the Chaos Gods race who had failed to succeed in incite defection. A moment later, the 5 Chaos Gods race Master Gods, including the 9 Neonates Master God tier, were all annihilated. After the Blood Moon Sun and the other Master God tiers cleaned up the battlefield, they returned to the Eternal Warship under Zhou Win's lead and flew back to the High Continent. Chapter 1354 Defeating the 6-Armed War Demon. War Summary. Inside the Eternal Warship, Zhou Win replaced his main body in seclusion to check the summary of today's battle. The summary of today's war was especially simple. Most of it was about the active universe. Other than subduing the Chaos Humans and obtaining the Chaos Divine Treasure, he had also used the 10,000 Spirit Saints incite defection to instigate 5 Master God tiers of the Chaos Gods race. Such simple data did not have much content to read. On the other hand, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu's gains in the active universe were very good. They had originally planned to cause trouble for the Radiant Angel race today to obtain the Lord Talent of the Blessing of the 10 Gods that might appear as the Master God tier of Light. However, the Radiant Angel race was very far away from them today. On their way there, they happened to encounter the 6-Armed War Devil and were forced to start a war with him. The 6-Armed War Demons came from the Abyss and were the abyssal race that was most proficient in combat. Among soldiers of the same level, the 6-Armed Demon could crush most soldiers of the same level. In addition, they also had the Divine Kingdom Soldier Type 6 Ultimate Demon God Guards that belonged to their race. Even the Empire tier soldiers of the Blazing Sun Empire felt a lot of pressure when fighting the other party. Only Divine Kingdom soldier types like the Final Will Guardian, the Power Heavenly God, and the Holy Dragon Knight could crush them. However, because Zhou Zhou had fewer Divine Kingdom soldier types than the other party's 6 Ultimate Demon God Guards, the Blazing Sun Empire's soldiers still suffered heavy casualties at the beginning of the war. Fortunately, after the Blazing Sun Empire instigated the incite defection, their military strength far exceeded the other parties. Coupled with the fact that Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu were 2 top Master God tier combatants, as well as the Lords of the Star Alliance, they kept launching incite defections at the True God tier and lower-level Lord factions to reduce the other party's military strength. Not only did the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Empire have extremely strong recovery abilities, but they also had a logistics treatment organization like the Life Arc and the most important resurrection ability. With these advantages, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu only took more than 3 hours to annihilate the entire 6-Armed War Demon army. After this battle, the 6-Armed War Demons were not close to extinction, but their vitality could be said to have been greatly damaged. The only thing that made Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu feel a little regretful was that the territory of the 6-Armed Battle Demon was located in the Abyss. It would be more troublesome in the past. They might not be able to completely eliminate the 6-Armed Battle Demon for the time being and then completely occupy all the racial territories and racial reserve resources of the other race. However, this also gave them the idea of attacking the Abyss in the future. Speaking of which, after Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu destroyed the 6-Armed Demon army, he obtained tens of trillions of mist cores, origin crystals, skill books, equipment, and basic materials. There were also 2,554,151,505,210 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 1,252 legendary tier and below Scarlet Lord Talent spheres and a large number of other Lord Talent crystal fragments. 9,951,554,100,000 units of divine crystals from low-tier deity level to high-tier deity level. More than 4 to 8 billion units of time elemental gems. More than 5.3 billion units of spatial elemental gems. 75,235,100 True God Tier Divine Crystals. 2,504,140 Master God Tier Divine Crystals. More than 562,545,100,000 Divine Artifacts ranging from low tier to high tier deity level. 3.52 million True God Tier Divine Artifacts. 350 Master God Tier Divine Artifacts. There were a total of about 1.9 trillion Divine Spark Fragments, God Tier Medicinal Herbs, God Tier Ingredients, God Tier Ores, God Tier Blueprints, and other treasures. 56,202,360 Master God Tier Herbs, God Tier Ingredients, God Tier Ores, God Tier Blueprints, and other treasures. Insight defection had instigated 1 capital units, 4,152,520,051.5 million 9,856 armed war demon soldiers, 1,122,124 6 armed war demon god spirits, 152 6 armed war demon true god tiers, and 1 6 armed war demon master god tier. Zhou Win nodded slightly. Then, his gaze subconsciously landed on the space-time elemental gem. Only then did he realize that he no longer needed it. Keep it. I don't need it. The Lords of the Star Alliance will definitely need it in the future. Zhou Win thought. Currently, among the Star Alliance masters under him, the Spiritual Medicine Lord and the Military Industry Lord had already upgraded their Spiritual Medicine Kingdom and Military Industry Kingdom to Advanced Kingdom. They were not far from the Beginner Empire. In addition, more than 100 lords had already upgraded their kingdoms to Intermediate Kingdoms and were about to upgrade to Advanced Kingdoms. Therefore, be it basic elemental gem resources, high-level elemental gem resources, space-time elemental gem resources, or even chaos divine treasures, the lords under him might have to use them in the future. It was definitely not wrong to keep them. Then, he looked at the rest of the content. In today's battle against the 6-armed demon, a total of 1,921,240 legendary tier advanced grade soldiers were promoted to low tier deity level elementary grade god spirits. There were also 296 high tier deity level advanced grade god spirits who had advanced to true god tier elementary grade god spirits. Qi Xiantian and Bai Yi had even comprehended a master god tier elementary grade law skill. Tonight, they could enter the reincarnation sacred palace to cultivate and break through, officially advancing to a master god tier elementary grade god spirit. Zhou Win was overjoyed. My main body's old team finally has 2 subordinates who are about to advance to the master god tier level. Especially Bai Yun. My efforts in nurturing her have not been in vain, she has finally grown up. He sighed. The difference between Qi Xiantian and Bai Yi's initial aptitude could almost be described as worlds apart. But who would have thought that the previously unknown Bauman had now grown all the way to become the main god-tier existence of a clan-protecting expert? After the 2 of them advance, the lowest aptitude of our human subjects might be able to advance to extraordinary tier advance grade. Soon. If we add dozens of new master god tiers, the lowest potential of our human race will reach the low-tier deity level elementary grade. When the time comes, our human race will become a top-notch bloodline race comparable to the original spirit race, the Chaos Gods race, and the Shepherd's God race. Zhou Win was excited. This sense of accomplishment of creating a top-notch bloodline race made him wish that dozens of new Master God-tier human experts would immediately appear in the Blazing Sun Empire. However, he also knew that it was wishful thinking. He smiled to himself and stopped thinking about it. As for why it was said that dozens of new Master God-tier humans were needed to promote the human race to a top-notch bloodline race, it was because the higher one's potential was, the more new Master God-tiers they needed. For example, at the level of potential below extraordinary tier, a newly advanced Master God tier might be able to increase the potential of the entire race by a small level. However, when one reaches the epic tier or even higher, raising the potential of the entire race by a small level might require 2 new Master God tiers, or even 3, 4, or even more. For top bloodline races like the original Spirit race, the Chaos Gods race, and the Shepherd's God race, the lowest potential of their people was low-tier deity level elementary grade, or even higher. At their level, it was possible to increase their potential by a small level. It required at least 10 new Master God tiers or even more. This was also the reason why the original Spirit race had nearly 100 Master God level experts, but none of his clansmen had the potential to reach the Master God tier level. Then, he looked at the rest of the content. Chapter 1355, Ranking. 27 Master Gods. Zhou Zhou originally had 10 capital units, 6,529,830.8 billion, 16,526,219 soldiers, 26,215,547 god spirits, and 8,623 true god tier subordinates. If the god spirits of the chaos humans and the subordinates of the insight defection were included, the soldiers under him had already reached 12 capital units with 68.2 trillion 350.8 billion, 66.11 million, 48.29 million soldiers, 28.25 million, 36.15 god spirits, and 8,071 true god tiers. As for the master god tier, he had 5 clones: Pangu, Blood Moon Sun, Keto Talai, 6 Sky Mystic Wing Master tier, 2 other people of foreign races Master God tier, 5 Skeleton Master tier, 5 Chaos Gods Race Master tier, and 1 6-armed Demon Master tier from Insight Defection. Altogether, there were a total of 23 Master Gods. If War Master God Terrence and company were included, that would be a total of 27 Master Gods. When Zhou Wen saw so many Master God tiers, he smiled and nodded. Then, he looked at the final content. Today, after Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu led their troops to defeat the 6-armed demon army, the Supreme will rewarded him with 250 billion hegemony points and 25 million obscure lord shop points. It seemed that in the eyes of the Supreme Will, the skeleton race was stronger than the 6-armed demon race. That was why they gave so many rewards. Previously, Zhou Zhou had a total of 445,160,572,000 hegemony points and 31,799,260 obscure lord shop points. Now, including these hegemony points and the obscure lord shop points, he now had a total of 695,160,572,000 hegemony points and 64,399,260 obscure lord shop points. He opened the rankings. The second stage of the Lord of the Races event, Lord of all Races rankings. No. 1. Earthling Mortal Lord hegemony points. No. 2. True Spirit Stars Original Spirit Race True Lord hegemony points, 1,255,145,850,000 hegemony points. No. 3. Golden Crow Region Chaos Gods Race Great One Lord hegemony points, 58,634,100 hegemony points. No. 4. Godly King Planet, Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord hegemony points, 5,254,155,700 hegemony points. Zhou Wen clicked his tongue and opened the 4th day's merchandise. Day 4 Merchandise. Star Destroyer Cannon, Mid-tier Deity Level Elementary Grade, Quantity, 20 same as before. Price, 200,000 Obscure Lord Shop Points. 4 million. Elementary Sun Energy Shield, Mid-tier Deity Level Elementary Grade, Quantity, 10 same as before. Price, 200,000 Obscure Lord Shop Points. 2 million. Fei Yun, Mid-tier Deity Level Elementary Grade, Quantity, 5 same as before. Price, 200,000 Obscure Lord Shop Points. 1 million. Potential Advancement Potion, Mid-tier Deity Level, Elementary Grade, Quantity, 10 same as before. Selling Price, 50,000 Obscure Lord Shop Points. 500,000. Stockwalker Class Change Certificate, Kingdom Level Soldier Type, Number, 50,000 same as before. Price, 100 Obscure Lord Shop Points. Star Knight Class Change Certificate, Imperial Tier Soldier Type, Quantity, 1,000 same as before. Price, 1,000 Obscure Lord Shop Points. 1 million. Universe Legendary Class Change Certificate, Divine Kingdom Soldier Type, Quantity, 100 same as before. Selling Price, 10,000 Obscure Lord Shop Points. Summon God Scroll, Mid-tier Deity Level Elementary Grade, Quantity, 1. After using this scroll, you can summon a mid-tier deity level God Spirit that is completely loyal to you. Price, 100,000 Obscure Lord Shop Points. External Aid Scroll, for Lords only, Special Level, Quantity, 1. After opening this scroll, you can invite an external aid member of your race to your race's territory to help you fight the Lord of the Race event. Selling Price, 1 million Obscure Lord Shop Points. Note 1. Foreign aid scrolls can only be purchased after purchasing all the goods of the day. Note, after purchasing all of them, you can obtain mysterious goods. Mysterious goods are formed according to the situation of the Lord of all Races. You can obtain goods that meet the needs of the Lord of all races. Foreign aid scroll. This thing is good. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up when he saw the last item. He was thinking of providing more support to the cerulean planet. It seems like we can only send Pangu over now. Zhou Wen thought. His Excellency Pangu was fine too. Even though he had just advanced to the Master God tier elementary grade. However, with his Master God tier divine artifacts, coupled with the fact that he had mastered 2 Master God tier nomological laws, in terms of combat power, he was not much inferior to ordinary Master God tier advanced grade experts. It was enough to help Zhou fight and Zhou Wu. However, Zhou Wen soon thought of something else. This outer reinforcement scroll could allow him to send a main god expert to the active universe. However, this also meant that other races could do the same. However, Zhou Wen thought about it and smiled. I can't wait for more master gods to come. How can I make my subordinates stronger without top-notch experts like you? My subordinates are always stronger. How can I become stronger? At the thought of this, he immediately spent 19.6 million obscure lord shop points to buy all the goods in the shop. Then, he bought the unlocked foreign aid scroll. At this point, he still had 43,799,260 obscure lord shop points. In the next second, a text notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Notice, you have bought all the goods in the obscure lord's shop on the first day. Congratulations, you have obtained a mysterious good. I hope it's still an impartation scroll. Zhou Wen thought silently. He felt that his main body's strength was not far from the true god tier intermediate grade. Wisps of golden light appeared out of thin air in front of him. They intertwined with each other and quickly formed 10 items. Zhou Wen looked over and smiled. This was because these 10 items were all impartation scrolls. A total of 10 impartation scrolls were enough for his main body to advance to the true god tier intermediate grade. Not bad, not bad. The Supreme Will still loves the main body. Zhou Wen nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, when the myriad races saw the scroll, their eyes immediately widened. Quick! We have to exchange for that foreign aid scroll. This way, we can send our race's strongest experts to the active universe to help our Lord deal with the Azure Emperor and snatch the Venus race's divine artifact from him. I heard that Lord Azure Emperor is very powerful. Even the 2 high-level bloodline races, the Skeleton race and the 6-armed battle demon race, have been lulled by him. But so what? There must be countless high-level bloodline races now who want to use the foreign aid scroll to go to the active universe. When the time comes, more Lord Gods will deal with the Azure Emperor. I don't believe that the Azure Emperor can escape this time. Venus must be ours. Even if it falls into the hands of other high-level bloodline races, we can't let that Azure Emperor have it forever. Otherwise, it will definitely shake the status of high-level bloodline races like us. There are already many weak races who have heard the saying that the lords of the myriad races bring about a new era. Roar, it has caused our rule to waver quite a bit. We must let those weak races who dare to rebel know that the supreme great cosmos still belongs to us. That's right. The tens of thousands of races discussed, at this moment, all the races and Azure Emperor were very confident in their methods. It all depended on the final outcome. Chapter 1356. Discussion and Resolution. At the same time, in the active universe, the high-level bloodline races that were fighting for the race divine artifact, planet Venus, were also having a meeting. Unlike the 15 high-level bloodline races when they first arrived, only 10 representatives of high-level bloodline races were gathered here. Among them, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu had naturally annihilated the skeleton race and the 6-armed war devil race. As for the other 3 high-level bloodline races, the demon race was afraid of the Azure Emperor's combat strength and actually chose to retreat directly. They did not even inform the other high-level bloodline races. The myriad spirit race also withdrew from the race team that had snatched Venus because they were not prepared and Heartless was not in the mood to fight for Venus. As for the Underworld Emperor clan, because they had to guard against the invasion of the Illusionist clan, they had also withdrawn from the team that had snatched Venus. The only remaining races were, the original spirit race, the Chaos Gods race, the Shepherd's God race, the Leviathan race, the descendant of the God Spirit race, the Dragon race, the Elemental race, the Chi race, the Immortal Spirit race, and the Radiant Angel race. Tell me how to deal with the Azure Emperor. The original spirit race's master god, Yuan Yi, knocked on the table in front of him and said in a low voice. How else can we deal with it? Continue to expand the search area. Whoever finds the Azure Emperor will be the first to obtain the race's divine artifact. The race's divine artifact will naturally belong to him. The Shepherd's God race said. From the looks of the current situation, this Azure Emperor Lord's strength is probably not inferior to the common people's regal at all. The strength that he has now is completely comparable to the strength of any race present. If we continue to split up and search for the other party, even if we can find the other party, we might not be able to defeat the other party, let alone obtain the race's divine artifact from the other party. The Radiant Angel race shook their heads. That's you. What does it have to do with us? Why would our Shepherd's God race be afraid of the Azure Emperor? The Deputy Patriarch of the Shepherd's God race Divine Lord Dong He had said proudly. The Radiant Angel race representative's face darkened. However, due to the other party's identity as a top-notch bloodline race and incomparably powerful strength, he couldn't say anything. I heard from the Skeleton Emperor that the methods of the Azure Emperor and the common people's regal are extremely similar. Are they really not the same person? The descendant of the God Spirit Patriarch asked curiously. Alone my ass. The Deputy Patriarch of the Chaos Gods race, Xianjing's face was so dark that it looked like it was about to drip water. The main force of the common people's regal and his is in the High Continent. They didn't come to the universe at all. The representatives of the other races could not help but feel strange when they saw Xianjing like this. Xianjing, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? The Elemental Patriarch asked curiously. Just as he finished speaking, the Patriarch of the Dragon Clan, the Yellow Gold Sacred Dragon, Solomon, said in a low voice. Don't you know? Today, common people's regal led the army under him to launch a surprise attack on the primal chaos ruins, the forbidden land of the chaos gods. Not only did he take away all the chaotic people, he even took away the primal chaos ruins. Furthermore, after the chaos gods race found out about this news, they immediately sent 10 master god tiers of the chaos gods race to stop them. Guess what happened in the end? These 15 master gods were killed. The other 5 master gods even surrendered directly to the common people's regal, allowing the common people's regal to obtain the combat power of 5 top-notch master gods for nothing. When Solomon said this, there was a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. He was even a little proud. This was because he knew that among the main combat troops under the command of the common people's regal was the dragon god army of the dragon race. Even the common people's regal had many legendary dragon bloodlines. In addition, the regal sage Dao sword had also acknowledged the common people's regal. Therefore, the dragons actually had a deep relationship with the common people's regal. In other words, the Azure Emperor was not the common people's regal. Otherwise, if the common people's regal had obtained Venus, they wouldn't have come. All the races had acknowledged that common people's regal's future achievements were limitless after all. Since his race had such a relationship with the other party, it was best to preserve it and not destroy it. However, since the Azure Emperor had obtained the extremely important race divine artifact, Venus, the dragons would definitely fight for it. Solomon, are you serious? Xianjing, good for you. Now, we're all thinking of ways to stop the growth of the common people's regal's strength, but you sent 5 Chaos Gods race master god tiers to them. Aren't you causing trouble for us? Moreover, it's a huge problem. Tisk tisk, 5 master god tiers of the Chaos Gods race have directly fed the common people's regal. Common people's regal will be even harder to deal with in the future. Xianjing, didn't I tell you not to send your subordinates to fight common people's regal before you have the means to deal with his insight defection ability? Yuan Yi said with a frown. That guy has already come knocking on our door. Xianjing said coldly. Yes, the reason was that simple. The other party had already come knocking on their door. If they still did not counterattack under such circumstances, what would the myriad races think of the Chaos Gods race? Then it wouldn't be a simple defeat. That was the issue of the entire Chaotic God race's prestige being shaken. They would rather lose 10 master gods than have their Chaos Gods race's prestige in the myriad races be shaken. They were even more unwilling to admit that the common people's regal was an existence they were unwilling to provoke. Furthermore, that guy kidnapped a Chaos human tribe. It's not like you don't know about the grudges between our Chaos Gods race and the Chaos Gods race. How can we just watch them take our enemies away? Xianjing said. Then didn't we still suffer a double loss in the end? A kin leader muttered. Xianjing's expression darkened even more. At the same time, he hated, feared the common people's regal even more. He didn't expect it either. The insight defection ability grasped by the common people's regal was actually so terrifying. Master God tier existences were all super experts who had grasped the will like light realm. Their wills were as tough as divine iron. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for them to be incited into insight defection. Master gods all knew how powerful willpower was, so there were very few existences among master gods who cultivated bewitching laws. Unexpectedly, the insight defection ability of the common people's regal could even induce the insight defection of a master god tier who had the protection of willpower. Was this the Lord's law that was above all laws? Let's not talk about the common people's regal. The most important thing now is to acquire the Azure Emperor's Venus. However, the Azure Emperor's current strength has exceeded our expectations. Therefore, I've decided that from today onwards, at least 3 high-level bloodline races will join forces and lead a portion of middle-level and weak races to search for traces of the Azure Emperor in the active universe. Yuan Yi said. Once you find out, drag the Azure Emperor into the war and set up a trap to prevent him from escaping. Then, immediately inform your allies to attack the Azure Emperor together. Remember, you must set up an imprisonment array. It's best if it's a method of imprisonment that's below the level of a Master God. That's because Azure Emperor seems to have a Master God tier elementary grade spacecraft in his hands. It's precisely because of this spaceship that he can escape our pursuit every time. If we encounter each other again, I hope that we won't let them escape with the same method again. The high-level bloodline races that were battling for the kin sacred artifact, planet Venus, were also having a meeting. Chapter 1357, Mythical Tier the Only Lord Talent the Gospel of Homecoming. Also, the Azure Emperor also has methods similar to the common people's regal's insight defection. Regardless of whether this method came from the common people's regal's help, we have to be careful. The Titan God race has already tested the limits of that strange method for us. They want us to know that when facing that method again, we only need Supreme God Realm treasures that can block bewitching law skills. Some time ago, I specially gathered most of Regal Soul Heaven's divine bones, including the parts of the Netherworld. After the meeting ends, each of your races will come to me to collect a portion of Regal Soul Heaven's divine bone. It should be able to block the other party's insight defection method. As soon as he finished speaking, the leaders of the various races exclaimed, "Good Lord, you've gathered most of Regal Soul Heaven's divine bones? As expected of the number 1 race in the myriad worlds. With your Excellency Yuan Yi's help, I don't believe that the Azure Emperor can escape from us this time. We'll definitely take him down this time." All the leaders of the races were very surprised. After Regal Soul Heaven's divine bone was messed up in the Netherworld, it was lost in the myriad worlds. Even when the Netherworld took the initiative to take action and try to retrieve all the divine bones, they were unsuccessful. In the end, they only managed to collect a small portion. He did not expect that they would be gathered by the original spirit race on the spur of the moment. It could only be said that the original spirit race was indeed the number 1 race in the myriad worlds. When the Chaos Gods race and Shepherd's God race leaders heard Yuan Yi's words, they could not help but curse in their hearts. "I say, our race has spent so much effort, but we still can't find Regal Soul Heaven's divine bone. So it was all collected by you guys." As they cursed the other party's actions in their hearts, they also had the thought of buying some divine bones. Facing enemies like the common people's regal and the Azure Emperor who had mastered the strange insight defection ability, the function of these divine bones was simply too important. Even though they could also find similar divine items, that would take time. And what they lacked the most now was time. At the same time, faced with Yuan Yi's suggestion, the leaders of the various races also approved of it. No matter how strong the Azure Emperor was, he was definitely not a match for 3 high-level bloodline races combined after all. Since no one has any objections, then it's settled. Yuan Yi looked at the leaders of the various races and finally said. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. It was also the 5th day of the first stage of the Lord of the Race. In the shrine of the Blazing Sun Imperial Capital, in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace, Zhou Zhou, who was sitting on the mat, slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the impartation scroll in front of him. He saw that out of the 10 impartation scrolls he had just exchanged yesterday, there were only 2 left today. He spent a total of 8 impartation scrolls in one night, but the results were also generous. The current him felt that he was only a step away from becoming a true God tier intermediate grade. Give me another 10 impartation scrolls. No, give me 5 more impartation scrolls. I feel that my Lord's law will be able to advance further and allow me to advance to an intermediate true God tier God spirit. Zhou Zhou's eyes burned. It had been a long time since he had felt the feeling of rapidly increasing his strength. It felt really good to be able to increase his strength at such a speed. I'm not the only one who's about to advance to the true God tier intermediate grade. My supreme sacred body has also advanced to the master God tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou felt the changes in his body and was pleasantly surprised. Under the joint cultivation of he and his 5 clones, coupled with the absorption and fusion of a massive number of Lord Talent crystal fragments and Lord Talent origin divine crystals, his supreme sacred body had finally advanced to the low-level master God tier elementary grade. I didn't spend so many Lord Talent crystal fragments and Lord Talent origin divine crystals in vain. You finally advanced. Zhou Zhou looked up at the sky and sighed. He had spent so many Lord Talent crystal fragments and Lord Talent origin divine crystals. If he directly used them to awaken and increase his Lord Talent, he felt that he could awaken hundreds of mythical tier 1 and only Lord Talents. But why didn't he improve? Wasn't it for this ultimate constitution supreme sacred body? He had finally achieved something. The Master God tier elementary grade is just the beginning. At the very least, it has to be upgraded to a Supreme God Realm elementary grade supreme sacred body. Only then can I obtain the Supreme God Realm Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou sighed. He could already feel that the benefits brought by the mythical tier Lord Talent were gradually decreasing. The most obvious was the mythical tier Lord Talent, the King of Lutes. The greatest contributor who had accompanied him in growing and becoming stronger could only drop Master God tier advanced grade treasures or divine artifacts for him. As for Supreme God Realm treasures or divine artifacts, not to mention that it could not increase its quality by 1 level, it could not even achieve a 100% drop rate. Because he had the Lord Talent of a Master God tier advanced grade, it could not affect the drop rate of Supreme God Realm and higher level treasures, let alone having the quality increase 1 level. Most of the other Lord Talents were the same. Currently, the thing that surprised and comforted him the most was the Scarlet Brood Mother, the only mythical tier Lord Talent. That was because so far, it still has a lot of potential to tap. His territory was still a high tier deity level advanced grade. He hadn't even reached the true God tier elementary grade after all. The future was completely foreseeable. Even if I don't use my Supreme God Realm trump card, I should be invincible at the Master God tier elementary grade and Supreme Sacred Body. Unless the enemy also uses a Supreme God Realm trump card, I can sweep through all enemies below the Supreme God Realm by myself. Even a grade 1 Supreme God Realm can't instantly kill me, who has the Supreme Sacred Body. Zhou Zhou had such confidence. That was because this was the charm of the Supreme Sacred Body. This was a cultivation technique that even the Supreme Will was cultivating. It would be strange if it was not strong after all. Then, he stopped thinking and began to check the mythical tier unique Lord Talent that the Supreme Sacred Body had awakened for him after upgrading to the Master God tier elementary grade. Lord Talent, Gospel of Homecoming, mythical tier, unique. Specific Talent Effect 1, no matter where you are, when you chant the designated password, you will immediately return to your territory. The moment you return to your territory, you will immediately recover 100% of your physical state and gain 10 seconds of invincibility. Specific Talent Effect 2, you can also let all your subjects return to your territory and obtain the same gospel effect. Specific Talent Effect 3, you can bring any subject under your command to the location of any subject you want. However, outside the territory, you will not be able to obtain the gospel effect. Lord Talent Notification, this talent can be activated 3 times a day. This is the version of Return to the City's mythical tier, the only Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou was surprised. Then, he thought of something and revealed an ecstatic expression. If this Lord Talent was really as he had said, then wouldn't I be able to send troops to the active universe at will? If that was the case, then he would be almost invincible in this event. Chapter 1358, Bringing Pangu to the active universe. Let's give it a try now. Zhou Zhou thought. He immediately sent someone to call Pangu over. Soon, Pangu arrived in front of him. Patriarch, what do I need to do? He chuckled. Your Excellency Pangu, are you interested in going to Cerulean Planet to help my avatar fight in the active universe? Zhou Zhou smiled. Pangu is more than happy to do so. Pangu's eyes lit up when he heard this and he immediately said without hesitation. He had long been curious about this Lord of all Races event. However, after he woke up, the activity of the lords of the races had already entered the stage of the lord of the races activity. The activity battlefield had also changed to the active universe, so he had yet to see what the battle between the lords of the races was like. This made him feel rather regretful. He was naturally very happy that he saw His Majesty suddenly asking him to go to the active universe to help. All right, follow this emperor. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he immediately recited the return to the city password. In the next second, Pangu and him disappeared on the spot. The active universe inside the Cosmos Emperor. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu were preparing for today's battle plan with the generals. They were originally prepared to attack the Radiant Angel race today. However, they suddenly received news that the high-level bloodline races that had come to attack them had suddenly decided to join forces to search for traces of their mortal empire. Among them, the Radiant Angel race, the Immortal Spirit race and the descendant of the God Spirit race were together. The dragons, on the other hand, joined forces with the Elemental, Gas, and Leviathan races. As for the original Spirit race, the Chaos Gods race, and the Shepherd's God race, they led teams to search for traces of mortal empires in the active universe. This undoubtedly disrupted their battle plan, which was why they decided to adjust their battle plan at the last minute. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared in the war conference room. They were Zhou Zhou and Pangu. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu looked up at the two of them almost at the same time and smiled. Main body, you're actually willing to leave the reincarnation sacred palace? Zhou Fight teased. Zhou Marshal smiled and did not say anything. Greetings, Your Majesty. When the generals saw that it was Zhou Zhou's main body, they immediately said excitedly and respectfully. As Zhou Zhou began to cultivate in seclusion in the reincarnation sacred palace, the number of times the generals saw him decreased. Many generals and ministers who knew Zhou Zhou often wondered when they would be able to see His Majesty's true form again. This was an extremely glorious thing for them as fanatic believers and even Holy Spirit tier believers after all. Now that they had finally gotten what they wanted, as believers and subordinates, how could they not be surprised? When Zhou Zhou saw the soldiers bowing to him, he smiled and nodded. Then, he pointed at Pangu and introduced. This emperor came here for no other reason than to bring this chief god consecrator here to help everyone conquer the active universe. As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers could not help but look curiously at who this person was. He could actually get His Majesty to personally bring him here and introduce him so seriously. However, when they saw Pangu's face, their eyes immediately widened, and their divine bodies trembled faintly. It's His Excellency Pangu. It's actually His Excellency Pangu who came to help us. Greetings, Your Excellency Pangu. I've only heard about the deeds of Your Excellency Pangu from my elders. I didn't expect to see him with my own eyes in this world. I have no regrets even if I were to die now. The generals were excited and immediately bowed to Pangu. Pangu smiled and greeted them. His prestige and influence as the first patriarch of the human race were fully displayed at this moment. Even though he had not appeared in the human race for many years, his appearance still caused a huge commotion among the generals. Zhou Zhou watched this scene with a smile. He had naturally expected this scene. As for Pangu's appearance, would it suppress his prestige in everyone's hearts? Zhou Zhou expressed that the people present were all my fanatic believers and even Holy Spirit tier believers. Not to mention the reappearance of Pangu, even if their parents and friends came, they would still have to listen to him. This was the power of faith. It was crazy and intoxicating. At this moment, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu walked up to him. Why did you bring Pangu alone? Wouldn't it be better to bring a few more god spirits and a few capital units of soldiers? Zhou Fight said regretfully. At this moment, they already knew the effect of the Lord Talent, the Gospel of Homecoming. Therefore, they were not surprised by the appearance of Zhou Zhou and Pangu. They only felt a little regretful. Zhou Zhou rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. Capital units of soldiers. In the past few days, you first instigated the Incite Defection Skeleton Clan and then the Incite Defection 6-Armed War Devil Clan. The soldiers, god spirits, true god tiers, and master god tiers you've obtained are enough for you to dominate the active universe. Don't even think about my soldiers. I still have to expand my territory and conquer the chaotic divine demons in the high continent. Things are different now. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fight shook his head and said, just now, we received news that those high-level bloodline races have already reacted after suffering twice. Now, they have already begun to join forces to search for our traces to prevent them from being ambushed by us alone. Furthermore, the Skeleton Emperor has already told those high-level bloodline races about our insight defection. Now, almost every one of them has a divine bone of regal soul heaven. Our 10,000 spirit saint can't do it anymore. You collected so many regal soul heaven's divine bones. Then use the thief of heart to steal them all. Zhou Zhou said casually. Then, he immediately reacted. These high-level bloodline races colluded with each other. As long as he stole it once, they would know. Next time, he would definitely prepare precautions and even countermeasures in advance. With the top bloodline races of the original spirit race, Zhou Zhou had no doubt that they could do this. It would be meaningless if the thief of heart could only take effect once. Instead, it would increase the chances of exposing himself. The twin body was not invincible after all. As the only mythical tier lord talent, his upper limit was only master god tier advanced grade. If the other party used a supreme god realm method to check the Azure Emperor's background, they would definitely discover that the Azure Emperor was actually his clone. It would be a little troublesome then. If that's the case, we can only kill him by force. Zhou Zhou said, first, use the Thief of Heart to check who the regal soul heaven's ribs are on. Then, directly enter the enemy's army and kill them. From there, we will deprive them of their ribs. Then there's the Insight Defection's internal strife service. If the other party dares to use a Supreme God Realm trump card, then we'll also use a Supreme God Realm trump card. You've already felt it, right? The restrictions on the use of our first treasury have been lifted. Chapter 1359. Sixth Avatar. Zhou Tianming who shocked the world. Su Yuan who came to repay his gratitude. I feel it. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu nodded. Then, Zhou Marshall said, it was removed the moment we obtained the Lord Talent, the Gospel of Homecoming. It seems that the Supreme will also knows that after we have the mythical Tier 1 Lord Talent, the Gospel of Homecoming, the so-called restrictions on the use of treasures are no longer very meaningful to us. Therefore, we might as well remove the restrictions on the use of our treasures. We can bring a large number of treasures from the high continent to the active universe with a thought. Zhou Fight nodded and added. However, the Gate of Summoning still has a restriction on the transmission of troops. If we want to bring a large number of troops from the high continent to the active universe, we can, but we have to consume the number of usages of the Gospel of Homecoming. Zhou Zhou nodded and said with a smile, it's fine as long as I can bring it along. As for the number of times I can use it, I have to use it eventually. I can't possibly not use it when I have this Lord Talent, right? That's true. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu laughed. Then I'll take my leave first. Continue. The current him wouldn't be afraid of any enemy. Okay. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu nodded. Zhou Zhou nodded and returned to the high continent through the Gate of Summoning on the Cerulean planet. In the Blazing Sun Imperial capital, Zhou Zhou first decided to create his sixth clone after he returned. He had already replenished his source, so it was naturally not a problem for him to create a sixth clone. He could do it if he wanted to. He immediately used his talent, the doppelganger technique, to create a sixth clone. Greetings, main body. After the sixth clone appeared, it immediately nodded at Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said. From now on, your name will be Saturday. Zhou Wen and you will be in charge of expanding the territory of the Blazing Sun Empire and suppressing the chaotic divine demons to obtain the chaotic divine treasure. As for him? Naturally, he stayed obediently in the reincarnation sacred palace to comprehend the Lord's laws. Ah! The corner of Saturday's mouth twitched a few times. Main body, what do you mean? Why have I become an ordinary Saturday when it comes to me? It's too much trouble to think of a name. Zhou Zhou did not hide anything. Saturday. Then the clone has to be called Sunday. Zhou Six said. All right. Zhou Zhou glanced at him indifferently. This guy just had to drag someone down with him. Then I'm leaving. Saturday accepted his fate and flew out of the shrine. After he left, Zhou Zhou ate a Master God tier level origin tonic as he took stock of his 6 clones. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu were naturally the main battle avatars. The main battlefield was the activity of the Lord of all races. Zhou Wen and Saturday were the clones in charge of expanding and upgrading their territories. The main battlefield was currently the Supreme Continent, but in the future, it might be the myriad worlds. There was no need to say anything more about Zhou Manage. He was the actual internal controller of the Blazing Sun Empire and was in charge of managing the internal operations of the Blazing Sun Empire. The final 6th clone Zhou Tianming was in charge of being his mission expert in the myriad worlds. I wonder how Zhou Tianming is doing. He has traveled the myriad worlds alone to search for and complete the mission. I wonder if he has enough manpower. Should I send my next clone over to help him share the burden of the extra mission? Zhou Zhou thought. Just as he was about to browse through Zhou Tianming's memories, Aaliyah walked into the shrine and said respectfully to Zhou Zhou. Reporting to your majesty. 5 master gods suddenly appeared at the periphery of the Blazing Sun Empire's territory and requested to meet your majesty. They said that they will unite the Blazing Sun Empire as long as they see his majesty with their own eyes. Zhou Zhou was interested. They would join as long as they meet me. Moreover, they are a total of 5 master gods? Is there really such a good deal in the world? Did they say where they came from? Even though Zhou Zhou was already the top god spirit below the supreme god realm, he still maintained 100,000 points of caution, so he asked in advance. One of them is a master god of the human race. He claims to be the forbidden mage master god Zhou Yuan. The other 4 master gods are from the supreme immortal court, Saint Lei Huo, the heavenly lord skyscraping from the skyscraping race, the yellow gold prophet from the yellow gold tribe and the wandering supreme great cosmos god lord myriad insect. Other than the forbidden mage master god, his excellency Zhou Yuan, who said that he was here to repay a debt of gratitude, the other 4 master god tiers said that they were guided by the heavens and came here to assist his majesty in ascending to the position of the lord of all races. Aaliyah said respectfully. Oh! Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up and showed. It was Zhou Yuan. Moreover, wasn't the guidance that the other 4 master god tiers mentioned referring to Zhou Tianming? At the thought of this, he immediately browsed through Zhou Tianming's memories to confirm if his guess was correct. Soon, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As expected, these 4 master gods were all subordinates that Zhou Tianming had obtained through a hidden unique level master god tier mission. Among these 4 master god tier subordinates, 2 were master god tier elementary grade, individual was master god tier intermediate grade, and 1 was master god tier advanced grade. They had gathered together to resist the shepherd's god race's rule. In the end, they failed to resist and were seriously injured. They were chased by a master god tier intermediate grade of the shepherd's god race. Fortunately, Zhou Tianming was lucky enough to receive a master god tier mission to save them. First, he helped them recover from their injuries. Then, he killed the shepherd's god race expert who was a master god tier intermediate grade by himself. Together with some other favors, the 4 of them became the mission rewards. However, Zhou Tianming was powerful and liked to travel alone. He was not interested in his followers, so he sent them to him. This clone of mine is really amazing. A smile materialized on Zhou Zhou's face. Among these 4 master gods, Saint Lei Huo from the immortal world's supreme immortal court was that master god tier advanced grade expert. As a lone ranger without any faction in the supreme great cosmos, God Lord Myriad Insect was a master god tier intermediate grade expert. As for the skyscraping god of the skyscraping race and the yellow gold tier prophet of the yellow gold tier race, they were the 2 master god tier elementary grade. Even though the latter 2 were the weakest, they had a huge advantage over the former 2. That was, they had brought their own race to unite the Blazing Sun Empire. The skyscraping race of the skyscraping god was a natural combat race. Their combat ability was individual of the best among all the high-level bloodline races. There was even a divine kingdom soldier-type skyscraping giant god. As for the yellow gold tier race, they were good at divination and combat. Furthermore, the martial arts combat technique yellow gold battle form that they had created from divination and combat was renowned throughout the myriad worlds. It was known as the ultimate martial arts inheritance that was closest to the heavenly martial god realm. Let's go. Let's go take a look at our worshipped master god. 4 master gods joined the empire early in the morning. Not to mention Zhou Zhou, even supreme god realm forces would be overjoyed. With that, Zhou Zhou disappeared on the spot. Chapter 1360, Gifting a Master God Tier Divine Artifact. Zhou Zhou teleported and appeared outside the Blazing Sun Empire's territory. Then, he saw the 5 master gods. Among them, the one that attracted the most attention was naturally the only master god of the human race. Forbidden Mage Master God Tier Zhou Yuan. It couldn't be helped. He looked exactly the same as the Forbidden Archmage statue, so it was difficult not to recognize him. When Zhou Yuan saw Zhou Zhou, a smile appeared on his face. Then, he said seriously. Forbidden Mage Master God of the human race Zhou Yuan greets the common people's regal. This emperor has wanted to see you for a long time. Welcome back to the human race. It's been hard on you since you left the human race. Zhou Zhou smiled. When Zhou Yuan heard Zhou Zhou's words, an unnatural expression flashed across his face. He did not dare to look into Zhou Zhou's eyes. Ahem, actually, it's not very difficult. Zhou Zhou glanced at him with a faint smile. Thunder Tribe Saint Lei Huo greets your majesty. Greetings, your majesty. Patriarch of the Yellow Gold Tribe Yellow Gold Prophet greetings, your majesty. God Lord Myriad Insect greets your majesty. The other 4 master gods also greeted Zhou Zhou. This emperor also welcomes everyone to this emperor's territory. Now that everyone has seen this emperor, are you still willing to join this emperor's Blazing Sun Empire? Zhou Zhou smiled. Of course. Your majesty's bearing is impressive. We are willing to join the Blazing Sun Empire. I'm also willing to serve his majesty. Zhou Yuan and the rest immediately agreed. What a joke. The common people's regal in front of them clearly only displayed the strength of a true god-tier elementary grade, but he gave the 5 of them an incomparably terrifying sense of threat. It was as if the other party looked ordinary at this moment, but in the next second, he could turn into a demon god of doughty at will and easily eat them in one bite. Those who didn't know better would think that this was some supreme god realm your excellency pretending to be a true god-tier elementary grade. God spirit to tease them. In the face of an existence that could give them such a terrifying sense of danger, they naturally did not dare to say a word of no. After agreeing, the fear in their hearts disappeared, leaving only excitement. This common people's regal was only an elementary grade true god tier, but his true strength was already so strong. They simply didn't dare to imagine how terrifying his strength would be when he truly became a master god tier expert. It was probably not impossible for him to fight a supreme god realm expert. No wonder there were rumors in the myriad worlds recently that the Lord of the Blazing Sun of the myriad races was about to start a new era. With such a lord with boundless potential and shocking strength leading all the lords of all races, coupled with the high regard of the supreme will, the matter of opening a new rumor in the myriad worlds might really come true. And the Lord of the Blazing Sun would also become the most crucial person in starting a new era for all races. There were no other criterias. As long as nothing unexpected happened, they would most likely obtain endless benefits in the future by following such a powerful figure with a bright future. When they thought of this, they could not help but think of Zhou Tianming, who had guided them here. That person was really reliable. So he wasn't all talk. They were very excited. Okay. Welcome to this emperor's empire. From now on, all of you will be this emperor's worshipped master gods. Zhou Zhou smiled. Zhou Yuan and the other 5 master gods nodded. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he first brought them back to the Blazing Sun Empire and arrived at the central palace. At this moment, in the central palace, Zhou Manage, who had woken up early, was dealing with government affairs. Zhou Yuan and the rest were stunned when they saw the 2 identical Zhou Zhous. This is this emperor's clone. He's usually in charge of helping this emperor deal with government affairs. As the emperor's main body, this emperor spends most of his time cultivating in the reincarnation sacred palace. Therefore, he is usually in charge of the matters of the Blazing Sun Empire. In the future, the ones you will have the most contact with will probably be him and this emperor's battle avatar. In the future, if you have any problems or need help, you can also look for him and the main battle avatar. Zhou Zhou introduced. Yes, your majesty. Zhou Yuan and the other master gods nodded. Then, he looked at Zhou Manage again. This person was the one he would interact with the most in the future after all. Hi. When Zhou Manage saw their gazes on him, he greeted them expressionlessly and continued to deal with government affairs. Zhou Yuan and the others hurriedly returned the greeting, but they were secretly clicking their tongues. This was because they actually felt a terrifying threat that was not inferior to Zhou Zhou's main body from one of his clones. Good God! Our Majesty's clone is actually stronger than us worshipped master gods? And is a freaking true god tier? Oh yes! This is the benefit of joining our Blazing Sun Empire and becoming a worshipped master god. Zhou Zhou waved his hand, and 5 world rings flew out and floated in front of Zhou Yuan and the rest. Zhou Yuan and the others received it and curiously sent their divine senses into it. Then, they were immediately shocked. This was because they actually saw an entire set of Master God divine artifacts that were extremely suitable for them. For example, the Master God tier divine artifact that Zhou Yuan had obtained was a Master God divine artifact that could increase the power of the forbidden mage cast by him and provide a means of self-protection. The Master God Tier Divine Artifact that the Yellow Gold Prophet had obtained was a Master God Divine Artifact that increased the accuracy of prophecy and the power of prophecy spells. The set of Master God Tier Divine Artifacts that the Sky-wielding God had obtained was a Master God Divine Artifact that increased the strength and defense of one's divine body as well as one's close combat abilities. The set of Master God Tier Divine Artifacts that Saint Lei Huo obtained was a Master God Divine Artifact that increased the power of the laws of lightning and fire. The set of Master God Tier Divine Artifacts obtained by the God Lord Myriad Insect was a Master God Divine Artifact that was specially used to increase the number of zergs reared and strengthen one's mental strength. Zhou Zhou seemed to know what they needed the most. He specially took out a Master Divine Artifact that was suitable for they and handed it to them. You can choose one of the Master God Tier Divine Artifacts and keep it for yourselves. Take the remaining 5 Master God Tier Divine Artifacts as a loan from this Emperor. You can use them first. When you have established enough military merits or contribution points, you can use military merits to exchange for the Master Divine Artifacts you want. In this Emperor's Blazing Sun Empire, military merits and contribution points are extremely important. It can be said that from a bar of soap to a top-notch Master God Tier Divine Artifact, they can be exchanged with military merits or contribution points. If you make great contributions, it's not impossible for you to obtain Supreme God Realm treasures. In short, what you can exchange for depends on how many military merits or contribution points you have. The current him wouldn't be afraid of any enemy. Su Yuan and the rest's eyes lit up. They liked this open and transparent way of exchanging rewards. Yes, Your Majesty. We will definitely work hard to obtain military merits and contribution points. They immediately spoke with great ambition. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, after some thought, he added. By the way, let's have a video conference later tonight. Let me introduce you to the other worshipped master gods of our empire. You'll be colleagues and even comrades in arms in the future after all. Su Yuan and the others nodded. It was a welcome party. It was an old process. As an old man who had lived for countless years, they were naturally very familiar with it. Chapter 1361. Bai Yi and Qi Xiantian advancing to Master God Tier. Your Majesty, can you understand in advance how many worshipped master gods there are in our empire? So we can prepare presents. The Yellow Gold Prophet pressed his palms together and asked piously. Ah, this. Zhou Zhou hesitated for a moment before saying with a smile, then you'll have to bleed properly. Our Blazing Sun Empire has a total of 18 official worshipped master gods, excluding this emperor and his clone. If you want to give gifts one by one, you have to prepare a total of 18 gifts. Su Yuan and the others immediately widened their eyes. Excluding His Majesty and His Majesty's avatars, there were 18 master gods who were worshipped by the gods? Including their avatars and His Majesty's, wouldn't that be a total of 30 worshipped master gods? Was this a high-level empire? Many overlord-level lord factions didn't have so many worshipped master gods, right? You're shocked? If they were told that War Master God Terence and the other 4 of the 10 major gods were also his future worshipped master gods, they would definitely be even more shocked. We'll prepare a gift for them. After hesitating for a few seconds, the Yellow Gold Prophet said firmly. Su Yuan and the others also expressed the same. Even though giving out a total of 18 gifts was a considerable expense for them, that was all. They were all master god tiers who had lived for countless years. They still had this bit of savings. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he was just about to tell him about today's chaotic divine demons war when he heard a loud boom outside. In the next second, 2 world-shaking divine might fluctuations erupted from the direction of the reincarnation sacred palace and spread wantonly in all directions. Right on the heels of that, a white light soared into the sky. In the light, one could vaguely see countless Blazing Sun Empire soldiers practicing their military formations, fighting bloody battles with the enemy, or attacking cities and territories. In the starry sky, the resplendent stars connected to each other to form a constellation that looked like a war chariot, shining brightly in the starry sky. Then, another resplendent golden sword light soared into the sky. Inside and around the sword light, there were boundless universes that were vaguely created and destroyed. They could create and destroy countless boundless universes with a single thought. They were as complicated and vast as the stars in the sky. After the sword light rushed into the starry sky, it actually formed a vacuum around the starry sky. No star could appear in this starry sky. Only the resplendent sword light that appeared and disappeared proved the danger and horror of this place. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. When the gods of the myriad worlds saw the abnormality in the starry sky, they were immediately shocked. What's going on? A god spirit has advanced to become a master god tier, and it seems like two master god tiers have advanced at the same time. Which top-notch bloodline race has produced a master god tier? The original spirit race? The chaos gods race? Or the shepherd's god race? In my impression, only the original spirit race appeared once 150,000 years ago. At that time, the two new master gods had already become the pillars of the original spirit race. Quick, quick, quick! Let's go and see what faction it is. To be able to have two new master god tiers at the same time? From the looks of it, the source should be the High Continent. I wonder which overlord level lord faction in the High Continent it is. The gods immediately looked in the direction of the source of the light, and then their expressions immediately became dumbfounded. This was because they were shocked to see that the two newly advanced Master God tier pillars of light actually came from the Blazing Sun Imperial Capital. Two new Master God tiers had actually appeared in the capital. Could the Blazing Sun Empire be blessed by the Supreme Blessing? Why was it so easy for a Master God tier to be born? At this moment, superstition or not, many Master God tiers, true God tiers, and even weaker God spirits had the idea of going to the Blazing Sun Empire to cultivate. What to do? In just a few days, two ridiculous incidents involving two newly advanced Master God tiers had happened. Then, after he joined the Blazing Sun Empire, there might be a chance that such a good thing would happen to him next time? Even if he could not use it, it was good to bask in it. At the same time, the three top bloodline races, the original spirit race, the Chaos Gods race, and the Shepherd's God race, as well as the other high-level bloodline races, immediately had ugly expressions on their faces when they learned that two new true god tiers had appeared in the Blazing Sun Empire. This common people's regal is clearly not participating in this race leader event anymore, but he still causes such a huge commotion every day. Now, he already has so many Master God tier subordinates. In addition, he has Supreme God Realm trump cards. The original spirit race source's expression was uncertain. There's no need to join forces with those high-level bloodline races as soon as possible to eliminate the common people's regal in one fell swoop. We can't give him any more time to grow. The Chaos Sea. A white-haired beast whose entire body was filled with the aura of the curse of fate and whose face was blurry like a mosaic stood in the center of the Chaos Sea. The turbulent airflow here was extremely dense. Even Master God tier existences would be injured if they entered. However, this white-furred beast did not seem to care about this. In fact, its expression was a little satisfying. He was the strongest expert of the Chaos Gods race. The Heaven Curse Beast. This was an existence that even the Supreme Will was uttered to be jealous of. The curse on him was a curse personally bestowed by the Supreme Will. Later on, in order to suppress the curse on him, the Heaven Curse Beast sealed itself in the deepest part of the Chaos Sea. Unless he encountered a genocidal event, he would basically not leave this place. At most, he would convey orders to his race here. The moment Bai Yun and Qi Xiantian became Master God, the Heaven Curse Beast slowly opened its eyes. A lord of all races from the human race can actually reach this stage. What an amazing little guy. Bai Zi. The Heaven Curse Beast called out. Patriarch, I'm here. A small white dog suddenly appeared in front of the Heaven Curse Beast, sticking out its tongue and laughing. Order the Chaos Gods race to kill the common people's regal at all costs, even if they have to give up on the second stage of the race leader activity. In short, we can't let the Supreme Will have such an outstanding Lord of all races as a candidate for him as the Lord of all races. Yes, Patriarch. Bai Zi left. Soon, a certain god's crazy laughter filled with hatred came from the depths of the Chaos Sea. The current Patriarch of the Shepherd's God race, the Lord of the Holy Court De Huang, was reviewing the administration of the Shepherd's God race. At this moment, he seemed to sense something. He looked in the direction of the Supreme Continent and frowned slightly. You've grown so fast. My descendants, other than Zushan who has some potential, none of the other descendants can do it. He casually picked up a golden commander's seal and threw it into the air in front of him. He saw the golden commander's seal dissolve in the air and disappear. With the brocade pouch I made myself, there should be no problem now. After saying that, De Huang did not care about anything else and continued to get busy. Chapter 1362. Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade Potential. 36 Lord Gods, 15 capital units of soldiers. The phenomenon in the starry sky lasted for more than half an hour before gradually disappearing. Then, two streams of light quickly flew out of the reincarnation sacred palace and immediately flew out of the divine world, arriving in front of Zhou Zhou. Battle formation. Divine Master Bai Yun greets your majesty. Heavenly Sword Sage Qi Xiantian greets your majesty. Bai Yun and Qi Xiantian said respectfully and excitedly. Congratulations to the two of you for becoming Master Ultimate Gods. With your appearance, our empire will definitely be like a tiger with wings. Zhou Zhou said with a smile. Bai Yun and Qi Xiantian smiled, but they did not show any conceit. Currently, the number of Master God tiers in the Blazing Sun Empire has already exceeded 2 digits. In addition, there were 4 Master God level existences and their Emperor, the number 1 true God below the Supreme God realm, present. They really could not think of what qualifications they had to be conceited. Of course, he was naturally proud. Becoming a clan-protecting expert like the Master God tier, in this environment where Supreme God realm experts and even stronger experts did not appear easily, they could already call themselves actual experts. People like Qi Xiantian could even call themselves saints in the immortal Dao civilization and be respected by all races. Who wouldn't be proud? On Zhou Zhou's side, after sensing the change in the potential of his subjects, a smile subconsciously appeared on his face. This was because he could sense that in the Blazing Sun Empire, the lowest potential of the human race had already reached the Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade. Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade Potential. I'm about to advance to Epic Tier Elementary Grade Potential. Zhou Zhou sighed. Then, his expression turned solemn again. This was because advancing to the Epic Tier realm was the first bottleneck for a life form's potential advancement. The next time he wanted to advance the potential of humans to the Epic Tier realm, he would probably need at least 2 new Master God tiers. Most of the main generals under me have the Master God tier inheritance. Coupled with their potential and the help of the Reincarnation Sacred Palace, it won't be a problem for them to become Master Gods in the future. In the future, it shouldn't be a problem for humans to reach the God Spirit, True God tier, or even the Lord tier of top bloodline races like the original Spirit race. For me, what I need most is always time. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, his gaze landed on Bai Yun and Qi Xiantian again. As newly advanced Master God tiers, this Emperor will naturally not mistreat you. Keep this. He threw 2 world rings over after he finished speaking. After Bai Yun and Qi Xiantian received it, they immediately entered it with their divine senses. Then, they saw the entire set of Master God tier divine artifacts inside. Among them, Bai Yun's Master God divine artifact could increase the power of the military formation, and her weapon was a set of Master God tier elementary grade bows and arrows. Apart from a body armor, Qi Suanation's Master God divine artifact was a Master God tier elementary grade sword Dao nomological divine sword. The two of them looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. This set of Master God tier divine artifacts was simply too suitable for them. You can choose to keep 3 of the Master God tier divine artifacts that you have obtained for yourselves. The remaining 3 will be considered loaned to you by this Emperor. In the future, if you want them, you can use military merits or contribution points to exchange for them. You have the priority to exchange for them. Zhou Zhou said with a smile. Bai Yun and Qi Xiantian were his old teammates. Especially Bai Yun, who had been following him since he was at his weakest. She had contributed a lot. He naturally couldn't give her a mere Master God tier divine artifact like how he treated the newly joined Master Gods. Of course, he could not give them all. Otherwise, what would he be rewarded with in the future? 3 was just right. And what he said did not hide from Su Yuan and the others. After Su Yuan and the others heard it, they could only be envious. They did not have any indignant thoughts. How could a rookie like him, who had not contributed an inch, compare to an old man with outstanding military achievements? You're just in time. Get to know each other. This is the new worshipped Master God who has just joined our Blazing Sun Empire. You'll be working together from now on. Zhou Zhou turned around and introduced. Hearing this, Bai Yun and the rest immediately got to know Su Yuan and the rest. There was no conflict of interest between the two sides. Coupled with the fact that they were going to work together in battle in the future, they quickly became familiar with each other. Zhou Zhou looked at how they knew each other and smiled. As such, he now had a total of 25 Master Gods. Including he, the 6 avatars, Terrence, and the other 4 Master God tiers, there were a total of 36 God tier supremacies. A total of 36 lords with God tier combat strength. Among all the overlord level lord factions, they should be considered above average, right? Zhou Zhou thought. Thereafter, he temporarily didn't let Bai Yun return to Cerulean Planet. This was because he planned to save the remaining 2 Gospel of Homecomings as a backup in case of special circumstances. He didn't want to use them easily. Therefore, he got Bai Yun to lead the army of the Blazing Sun Empire again to prepare for today's Chaos Divine Treasure War and Territory Expansion War. And he came to Mugu. After Wu Xin led the Homeland Defense Army to eliminate all the nest monsters in the Scarlet Brood Mother, he successfully obtained 8,000 trillion copies of the Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier Recruitment Books, 8,000 trillion copies of the Violent Storm Spirit Recruitment Books, 8,000 trillion copies of the Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier Class Change Certificate, and 8,000 trillion copies of the Violent Storm Spirit Class Change Certificate. Then, he and Wu Xin split into 2 groups. One group went to change their professions and arranged for all the soldiers who had successfully changed their professions to join the main battle army of the Blazing Sun Empire. On the other side, Zhou Zhou arrived at the Gate of Summoning. After spending 100 high-tier deity-level advance-grade divine crystals, he recruited 1.6 new recruits from the capital units in one go. On the other side, Zhou Zhou arrived at the Gate of Summoning. After spending 100 high-tier deity-level advance-grade divine crystals, he enlisted 1.6 new recruits from the capital units in one go. This time, he still did not summon the legendary dragon. However, Zhou Zhou was already very calm this time. He was not disappointed at all. Previously, I had a total of 12 capital units 682,350,000,066.11,004,829 soldiers, 28.25,003,615 god spirits, 8,071 true god tiers, and 28 master god combat strength. Now, including these new recruits and dragons, we have 15 capital units 268.2 trillion 417.5 trillion 32.78 million 1,495 soldiers, 28,919,615 god spirits, 8,737 true god tiers, and 36 master god combat strength. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. He liked the feeling of improving bit by bit every day. Then, he spent another 100 high-tier deity-level advance-grade divine crystals to call forth more than 73 million new subjects and 12 high-tier deity-level advance-grade god spirits. He summoned more than 8 million new subjects than usual. Then, he came to the Lord's shop to check today's goods. The result left him somewhat disappointed. The goods today were actually not bad. They were the Yellow Gold Prophet's Golden Bloodline, God Lord Myriad Insects Companion Treasure Myriad Insect Blood Goo, as well as Chi Suanation's Master God Tier Elementary Grade Sword Deo, the Heaven Sword Technique. These were all Master God Tier level treasures. However, with Zhou Zhou's current level, he was really not interested in items at the Master Gods. It was more like a Supreme God Realm treasure or even a divine artifact. However, he didn't care after being disheartened for a while. Now that he had the mythical tier unique Lord Talent, the King of Loots, and the Lord Shop, their effects gradually began to weaken as Zhou Zhou became stronger. This made Zhou Zhou desire for the Supreme God Realm Lord Talent even more. I have to raise the Supreme Sacred Body to the Supreme God Realm as soon as possible. Only then can I have the Supreme God Realm Lord Talent. He thought silently. Chapter 1363, The Merchandises on the 5th Day. The Chaos of Gold Demon God Golden Brilliance. Fortunately, the cultivation of the Supreme Sacred Body was relatively simple. As long as he continuously consumed Lord Talent Crystal Fragments and Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals, he could increase the level of the Supreme Sacred Body. As long as he continuously consumed Lord Talent Crystal Fragments and Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals, he could increase the level of the Supreme Sacred Body. Zhou Zhou felt that if he could always have enough Lord Talent Crystal Fragments and Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals for him to cultivate the Supreme Sacred Body, he might be able to cultivate the Supreme Sacred Body before the God Spirit reached the Supreme God Realm. Then, he returned to the shrine. With a thought, he summoned today's Lord's Shop's merchandise. Day 5 Merchandise. Star Destroyer Cannon, Mid-tier Deity Level Intermediate Grade, Quantity, 50 same as before Price, 300,000 Obscure Lord Shop Points. Elementary Sun Energy Shield, Mid-tier Deity Level Intermediate Grade, Quantity, 20 same as before Price, 300,000 Obscure Lord Shop Points. Star Destroyer Cannon, Mid-tier Deity Level Intermediate Grade, Quantity, 50 same as before Price, 300,000 Obscure Lord Shop Points. Potential Advancement Potion, Mid-tier Deity Level Intermediate Grade, Quantity, 20 same as before. Price, 70,000 obscure lord shop points. Spacewalker class change certificate, kingdom level soldier type, number, 100,000 same as before. Price, 100 obscure lord shop points. Heavenly Knight class change certificate, imperial tier soldier type, quantity, 1,000 same as before. Price, 1,000 obscure lord shop points. Universe legendary class change certificate, divine kingdom soldier type, quantity, 100 same as before. Price, 10,000 obscure lord shop points. God summoning scroll, mid-tier deity level intermediate grade, quantity, 1. After using this scroll, you can summon a mid-tier deity level god spirit that is completely loyal to you. Selling price, 200,000 obscure lord shop points. External aid scroll, lord only, special level, quantity, 2. After activating this scroll, you can invite an external aid member of your race to your race's territory to help you fight the lord of the race event. Selling price, 1 million obscure lord shop points. Civilization radar, true god tier elementary grade, quantity, 1. After activating this radar, you can search for the location of civilizations within a radius of 100 billion light years. Price, 100,000 obscure lord shop points. Heart of Vengeance, special level, quantity, 1. Stick the Heart of Vengeance to the position of your soul and imagine the appearance of the enemy you want to take revenge on. The Heart of Vengeance will guide your path. Selling price, 5 million obscure lord shop points. Note 1. Foreign aid scrolls can only be purchased after purchasing all the goods of the day. Note, after purchasing all of them, you can obtain mysterious goods. Mysterious goods are formed according to the situation of the Lord of all races. You can obtain goods that meet the needs of the Lord of all races. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the new civilization radar and the Heart of Vengeance. Civilization radar was naturally useless against Zhou Zhou. This was because he had the detection navigation radar of the Master God tier advance grade on the Eternal Mothership alone. It could detect any civilization within a radius of 100 capital units. It was much stronger than the low-level True God tier civilization radar. As for the Heart of Vengeance, it was interesting. He actually had similar items on him, but they had restrictions on the frequency of use or range of guidance. However, the Heart of Vengeance did not specifically explain these 2 points. Could it be that the Heart of Vengeance did not have these 2 restrictions? If that was the case, then this was indeed a very good treasure. In the end, he realized that it required a total of 47.7 million obscure lord shop points. Zhou Zhou smacked his lips. Good God! He only had 43,799,260 points now. This number was definitely an unimaginable number for the lords of the other races. However, he could not buy all the goods. He silently closed the shop interface. At the same time, he informed Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu to eliminate a few more high-level bloodline races. After receiving an affirmative response from his clone, he returned to the Reincarnation Sacred Palace in satisfaction to continue comprehending the laws. At the same time, Zhou Wen and Saturday also arrived at the Primal Chaos Ruins and prepared to summon today's chaotic divine demons. After the Primal Chaos Ruins was brought to the Supreme Continent by the Haze of Chaos and the other Chaos humans, it was arranged to be in the sky above a no-man's land outside the Blazing Sun Empire. This place was desolate and uninhabited within a radius of tens of thousands of light years. It was usually used by the researchers of the Blazing Sun Empire to test new weapons. Therefore, it was not a problem to use it to settle down in the Primal Chaos Ruins. Zhou Wen and Zhou Wu still led the army of the 5 capital units, 10 million god spirits, 5,000 true god tiers, Zhou Sheng, Blood Moon Sun, and Kido Tailai to challenge the Primal Chaos Ruins. The only difference was that Pangu was not in the team and had gone to the Cerulean planet. However, this naturally did not affect him. On Deo Worship Peak, Zhou Wen ignored him and casually threw out 8 Chaos Magic Stones. The 8 Chaos Magic Stones flew towards the 8 nodes of the array and landed at the array's hub. Immediately after, he skillfully injected more than 1,800 Chaos Dharma seals into the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron. In the next second, buzz! The entire Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron shook slightly before a circle of white airflow shook. At the same time, nomological patterns appeared on the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron and slowly revolved around it. A few seconds later, a chaos vortex gradually formed above the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron. Splash! True chains engraved with the secret engravings of the chaotic laws broke out of the void and rushed into the chaotic vortex, dragging something out. Soon, a black head with a golden horn emerged from the chaos vortex. He bit on a chaos nomological chain and looked greedily at the blazing Sun Empire's army outside. I am the chaos of gold demon god Golden Brilliance. Are you bringing me food? What food does your excellency want? Zhou Wen asked calmly. Metal. The higher the quality of the metal, the better. It's best if it's at the Master God tier level. Supreme God Realm metal, if there is one, I can also accept it. Golden Brilliance's eyes lit up. The corners of Zhou Wen's mouth twitched. He asked for a Master God tier Supreme God Realm metal. What a big appetite. However, he really did. This emperor has what you said, but what may you use to exchange for it? Zhou Wen asked. Golden Brilliance was stunned for a moment, as if he hadn't expected the other party to have the intention of making a deal with him and not directly offering it to him. He narrowed his eyes and asked. What do thou want? This emperor wants all the chaos divine treasures on you. Zhou Wen said. That's my life-bound item. If I give it to you, I won't be able to live. Golden Brilliance shook his head. That's a pity. I don't think we may close this deal. Zhou Wen shook his head regretfully. I doubt it. Golden Brilliance said maliciously. What do thou mean? Zhou Wen inquired despite knowing the answer. If I kill you, won't all the high-quality metals on your body be mine? I don't have to give thou the chaos divine treasure. Golden Brilliance finally revealed his malice. Zhou Wen smiled when he heard that. Then, he took out the Xian Yuan divine sword and pointed it at Golden Brilliance. What thou said, is really what this emperor wants. Chapter 1364, Destroying the Chaos of Gold Demon God. So we all have the same idea, ha ha ha. When Golden Brilliance saw Zhou Wen's attitude, he was stunned for a moment before laughing out loud. Then, he said with a ferocious expression. That depends on how capable you are. Come out, my sacred gold army. Golden Brilliance roared at the sky. A large number of golden light spots condensed in the air. These golden light spots quickly gathered together and formed soldiers made of various metals. Their numbers increased rapidly. In just a short while, they formed the 5 capital units Sacred Gold Army. 10 million Sacred Gold God Spirits, 50,000 Sacred Gold True God Tiers, Sacred Gold Constitution Saturday, Sacred Gold Constitution Zhou Wen, Sacred Gold Constitution Blood Moon Sun, Sacred Gold Constitution Kidotali's 4 Supremacies God Tier Combat Power. Kill them. Golden Brilliance licked his metal lips and pointed from afar. Kill. All the Sacred Gold Army immediately rushed towards Zhou Wen and the rest. Kill. The Blood Moon Sun and Kido Talai roared and charged at their replicas. Let me do it. Zhou Wen was about to destroy his clone when he heard Saturday speak. All right, you do it. Zhou Wen didn't mind and nodded indifferently. Saturday nodded. Then, he looked at Saturday's clone and Zhou Sheng's clone, who were rushing towards him, and a cold expression appeared on his face. I was already very unhappy today because of the name. I can use you guys to vent my anger. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that Saturday was actually not wearing any Master God tier divine artifact when he was only maintaining the Master God tier advanced grade. He directly turned into a stream of light and rushed to the opposite side. Sacred Gold Constitution Saturday and Sacred Gold Constitution Zhou Wen were stunned when they saw this scene. Then, they smiled sinisterly. As duplicates, they had the same level of strength as Saturday. They were all at Master God tier elementary grade. It was just that they did not have the Lord's Law. However, there was another advantage. As Sacred Gold Constitution, the defensive power of their divine bodies was extremely strong. It was almost comparable to Master God tier advanced grade divine artifact of the same level. They were confident that even if the other party took out a Master God tier Master God divine artifact, they wouldn't be able to hurt them for a while. This was also the characteristics and advantages of the generals summoned by the gold chaotic divine demons. However, what did they see? That stupid fellow actually dared to rush up and engage them in close combat without wearing anything. Directly confronting their strongest point. Even if he wanted to die, this was not the way to do it. He's really courting death. Zhou Wen smiled sinisterly and threw a punch at Saturday. As soon as he swung his fist, wherever his fist passed, space exploded, revealing the deep, dark void behind it. On his fist were golden law engravings. They had extremely powerful cutting law characteristics. Anything that dared to block his fist would be mercilessly sliced apart. Zhou Wen's expression was very calm when faced with this terrifying punch. He only gently stretched out his right hand and easily caught this incomparably powerful punch. All the powerful and unparalleled cutting power seemed to have lost its effect in front of Zhou Zhou's right hand. Zhou Wen's expression changed drastically when he saw this, and disbelief flashed across his eyes. How is that possible? He cried out. He had thought of the countless possibilities for the other party to block his punch. However, he did not expect this scene. He only felt that the all-out punch he had thrown out was like a clay ball entering the sea when it landed on the other party's palm. Be it the terrifying power in the fist or the powerful laws of gold attached to it, it instantly melted to the point of disappearing without a trace. It was as if he had become an irregular person and had thrown an extremely ordinary punch at a god spirit. No, he might not even be comparable to an ordinary person. This was because he felt that his punch was very soft and powerless. Even the little girl had more strength than him. When Saturday saw the other party's shocked expression, his expression turned cold and he smiled coldly in his heart. After their main bodies cultivated the supreme sacred body to Master God tier elementary grade, the supreme sacred body of their clones also elevated to Master God tier elementary grade. A Master God tier elementary grade supreme sacred body could be immune to all damage from Master God tier elementary grade. Moreover, it had an extremely high defense against higher level damage. For example, the dual attack of this guy's Master God tier advanced grade law of strength and the metal law would only make his palm hurt a little. It could not even break his skin. As for why the other party's power disappeared, it was because the effect of the supreme sacred body was effective and directly resolved all the other party's nomological power. Bang! Saturday punched back with all his strength. The terrifying power from the Power Heavenly Emperor directly deformed the other party's metal head. Then, Saturday was followed by a series of violent beatings. Every punch hit metal. Bang 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 bang. The sound of fists and metal colliding echoed between heaven and earth. Fist, foot, elbow, knee, arm. Saturday was like a god of martial arts, using his perfect martial arts skills to unleash the terrifying power of his physical body to his heart's content. Golden Brilliance's divine body twisted and deformed crazily, and soon, it was deformed. The surrounding Kedo-Talai clones and Saturday clones wanted to stop Saturday's continuous attacks, but they were stopped by Kedo-Talai before they could get close. Kedo-Talai was wearing a Master God Divine artifact, and his combat power was comparable to a slightly weaker Master God tier expert. In terms of defense, it could even guarantee that he would not die in a short period of time against several higher-level chief gods. Even though it was a little difficult for him to restrain the two Master God tiers, it was still possible. Damn it! The two Master God tier clones were furious, but they couldn't escape Kedo-Talai's interception. They could only concentrate on fighting him. A moment later. Boom! As the last punch landed, Golden Brilliance's head was smashed into metal powder by Saturday's punch. No! Golden Brilliance let out an indignant roar before he died. Then, his divine body went limp and he stopped breathing. Saturday flung his arms and hoisted a sigh of relief. Saturday felt much better after beating this guy up. He even began to think that the name Saturday was actually not bad. Then, he opened his right hand and aimed his palm at the Chaos Metal God Fiend, extracting his spoils of war. Soon, the corpses of the chaotic divine demons disappeared and were replaced by 4 chaotic divine treasures. Saturday summoned the 4 chaos divine treasures and gazed at them with a smile on his face. 8 chaos divine treasures. If I do it again tomorrow, I can upgrade my territory to the true God tier elementary grade. When the time comes, I can also upgrade my divine kingdom. Tomorrow's gonna be a big day. Saturday muttered to himself. Then, he turned around and gazed at the battlefield behind him. The metal replica army had already disappeared. All the Blazing Sun Empire's armies were regrouping and waiting for Zhou Wen and Saturday's next order. Chapter 1365, Attacking the Three Races. Master God tier advanced grade weapon origin spear. Return to the Empire. Saturday gave a simple order. Yes. The soldiers roared. Then, they boarded the spaceships and returned to the Blazing Sun Empire. After returning to the Blazing Sun Empire, Zhou Wen and Saturday did not stay idle. Instead, they led their soldiers to join Bai Yun's army and expanded the territory of the Blazing Sun Empire on the High Continent with her. At the same time, in the active universe, the Eternal Mothership had already led the army and god spirits to the active universe yesterday. It had handed over all the soldiers, god spirits, and treasures to Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu. With the Eternal Mothership and the Supreme God Realm treasure, it would be much more convenient for them to hide themselves, launch sneak attacks, escape, and chase enemies in the active universe. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the Eternal Mothership. With the Eternal Mothership and the Supreme God Realm treasure, it would be much more convenient for them to hide themselves, launch sneak attacks, escape, and chase enemies in the active universe. After putting the skin of Gadilos on the Eternal Mothership, they immediately prepared to attack the Radiant Angel race, the Immortal Spirit race, and the descendant of the God Spirit race. Reporting to Your Majesty, this is the information on the three races. The Heavenly Map Army has already gathered it. Wu Tu said respectfully. Open it. Zhou Fight said. Yes, Your Majesty. Wu Tu said respectfully. Then, he opened his personal terminal and projected all the information they had gathered on the large screen of the conference room and the personal terminal projections of all the generals present. Zhou Fight and the rest looked over. Then, he raised his eyebrows slightly. According to the report, after the Radiant Angel race, the Immortal Spirit race, and the descendant of the God Spirit race joined forces, their overall military strength had already reached an astonishing level. Among them, the Radiant Angel race alone had more than 8 capital units soldiers, more than 21 million Radiant Angel race God Spirits, more than 2,000 Radiant Angel race True God Tiers, and 5 Radiant Angel race Master God Tiers. The Immortal Spirit race had a total of 5 capital units soldiers, more than 15 million Immortal Spirit race God Spirits, more than 2,500 True God Tiers, and 8 Master God Tiers. The descendant of the God Spirit race had more than 8 capital units soldiers, more than 29 million descendant of the God Spirit race God Spirits, more than 3,000 Radiant Angel race True God Tiers, and 2 Radiant Angel race Master God Tiers. They added up to an astonishing number of soldiers from the 21 capital units, more than 65 million God Spirits, more than 7,500 True God Tiers, and 15 Master Gods. Apart from that, there were also a large number of war puppets, war formations, war machines, war spaceships, and various other war treasures with terrifying combat strength. Such strength, the generals present could not help but be surprised. The Blazing Sun Empire's total military strength in the active universe was 8 capital units soldiers, more than 16 million God Spirits, more than 30,000 True God Tiers, and 9 Master Gods. It could be said that it was far inferior to the total military strength of these three races. However, at this moment, Zhou Fight knocked on the table. The enemy's strength is very clear. I have to admit that in terms of total military strength, we are indeed inferior to the other party by more than a little. But it doesn't matter. Don't forget that our soldiers are super elite soldiers with the most combat experience, the most combat skills, and are completely unafraid of death and injuries. There's no need to talk about our God Spirits. All of them are equipped with divine artifacts. I don't believe that a mere 65 million God Spirits like him can deal with our God Spirits. Therefore, this Emperor has decided to defeat them head-on with our troops. This Emperor and Zhou Wu will fight at the front of the army. They will break through the enemy's formation and go straight to the higher UPS of the enemy's army. Then, they will annihilate them in one go. After we annihilate them, things will be much easier. In short, victory in this war will definitely belong to us. If you have no objections, follow this Emperor's plan. Zhou Fight looked at the generals and said. The generals raised their hands in agreement without hesitation. It was not just because they believed what their king said was right. They did indeed have the ability to take down the other party. Most importantly, they believed that their invincible and invincible majesty would definitely lead them to victory. Just like countless wars in the past, they would not doubt it, nor did they have any reason to doubt it. After Zhou Fight gave the order, the entire Blazing Sun Empire's army began to operate at full power. After everything was prepared, they immediately flew at full speed toward the allied forces of the three races 150,000 light-years away from them. A moment later, the Eternal Mothership quietly arrived less than 10 million kilometers away from the allied army. At this moment, because the Eternal Mothership was covered with the skin of Gadios, even though they were so close, the gods and radars of the three races still did not discover the location of the Eternal Mothership. 0. Give our enemy 10 shots of the Origin Spear first. Zhou Fight said with a smile when he saw that the three races did not notice anything. The Origin Spear. The Master God Tier advanced grade mechanical weapon on the Eternal Mothership. It was one of the crystallizations of the highest technological civilization of the Machina race. By striking a singularity in the space where the enemy was, the singularity would quickly collapse inwards. At the same time, it would attract and pull everything within a diameter of 1,000,000,000,000 light-years from 3-dimensional to 2-dimensional, then from 2-dimensional to 1-dimensional, and finally collapse into the singularity, returning to the origin of the universe. It could be said that one singularity bullet of the origin spear was enough to destroy the boundless universe created by the Master God tier. If it landed on a Master God tier, there was an 80% chance that it could directly kill him. Machina Master God Tier 0 was able to become one of the top 10 Master Gods thanks to the origin spear. However, what corresponded to his might was that the difficulty of creating the origin spear was extremely high. Even the founder of the Machina Master God, 0, probably did not have more than 100 origin guns, and Zhou Zhou's eternal mothership only carried 10 origin guns. Yes, Your Majesty. 0's cold voice sounded. Then, 10 black spears quickly appeared on the 10 tallest silver-white gun towers at the top of the eternal mothership. Each of them was more than 100 meters long, and there were all kinds of high-tech machinery on them. They looked very complicated and science fiction. Command: activate all origin spears. Objective: break through the enemy's protective shield and cause maximum damage to the enemy, reducing the number of enemies. Locking and accumulating energy, 9, 8, 7. Wisps of 7-colored light condensed at the muzzle of the origin spear and finally turned into a ball of light the size of a fist. The energy inside was compressed to the extreme and emitted 7-colored light. It was clearly formed from energy, but at this moment, it looked like it was solid. 1. Fire. Whoosh. 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 10 colorful balls of light shot out and crossed tens of millions of kilometers in an instant, landing on the protection of the three races. Chapter 1366, Great Battle. The 10 singularity bullets silently landed on the protection of the army of the three races. When the surrounding space began to collapse and countless armies of the three races died under the origin spear, the three races finally realized that they had been ambushed. Who is it? Boom, 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 boom. Streaks of shocking aura soared into the sky, followed by Master God level powerhouses flying out one after another. In total, there were 15 Master God powerhouses. Then, they saw the scene of their army being devoured by the 10 singularity bullets of the origin spear. Damn it! Let's work together to stop these things. A Master God of the Radiant Angel race shouted. Then, together with the other 14 Master Gods, they activated their divine power and covered the range of the 10 singularity bullets. Under the joint efforts of these 15 Master Gods, the range and strength of these 10 bullets finally obtained a certain degree of control. They even began to shrink inwards. Even so, in just a few dozen seconds, hundreds of trillions of soldiers and a small number of God spirits and true God tiers had died under these 10 singularity bullets. The Master Gods who discovered this only felt their hearts bleeding. That was the foundation of their race. That was the foundation of their race. Not to mention the final outcome of this competition for Venus, just the consequences of the scene in front of them were enough for them to be scolded when they returned to their race. Who the heck is it? A Master God of the descendant of the God Spirit clan was furious. A Master God of the immortal spirit race pondered for a moment. As he continued to control the range of the 10 bullets, he looked at the surrounding starry sky and said coldly. Azure Emperor. Since you've already made your move, there's no need to sneak around. Azure Emperor. He actually dared to take the initiative to look for me. The other Master Gods of the descendant of the God Spirit race said in disbelief. I knew it was that guy. In this active universe, only the bold Azure Emperor would dare to take the initiative to find us when our three races are working together. A Master God of the Radiant Angel race said. At the same time, just as the 15 Master Gods of the people of foreign races were searching for the Azure Emperor, Zhou Fight was inside the Eternal Mothership, looking at the 15 people of foreign race Master Gods from afar. Through Heart Pirate's ability, he quickly knew what treasures he had on him and who Regal Soul Heaven's divine bone was on. Deputy Patriarch of the Radiant Angel race Ka-Ilna has a divine bone of Regal Soul Heaven. The strongest expert of the immortal spirit race, the Mystic Heaven Lord, also has one. There's also the Patriarch of the descendant of the God Spirit, the Nine Saint King. He also has one. Tisk tisk, they're all big shots. Zhou Fight chuckled. Following that, he attempted to steal and discovered that he didn't succeed. This Regal Soul Heaven's divine bone was indeed magical. Not only could it block his 10,000 Spirit Saint effect, but it could also block his Mind Thief effect. However, Zhou Zhou understood. Regal Soul Heaven had almost become a will-level Lord nomological cultivator when he was alive. Regal Soul Heaven had almost become a will-level Lord nomological cultivator when he was alive. It would be strange if the Lord talent effect he used could affect his relic. This was a true suppression of levels after all. Give M another round of Origin Spears. Zhou Win ordered. Each shot of the Origin Spear's singularity bullets required 10 Master God tier advance grade divine crystals. However, compared to the outcome of the war, these consumptions did not matter. As long as he could defeat the allied army of the three races, he could easily gain 10 times, 100 times, or even more. Yes, Your Majesty. Zero said respectfully. Then, without hesitation, he charged another 10 Origin Spears and steered the Eternal Mothership in another direction. Finally, he aimed at the undefended position of the 15 Supremacies and fired another 10 Origin Spear bullets. Whoosh! 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 Then, he charged another 10 Origin Spears and steered the Eternal Mothership in another direction without hesitation. Finally, he aimed at the undefended position of the 15 Master Gods and fired another 10 Origin Spear bullets. The 10 bullets from the Origin Spear easily broke through the protection barrier and shot into the Alliance army almost without any resistance. They turned into 10 bullets that crazily devoured and tore everything within a radius of 1 trillion light-years. In the blink of an eye, trillions of troops, hundreds of God spirits, and 5 true God tiers perished under the devouring of the singularity. Moreover, this number was still increasing at an astonishing speed. When the 15 Master Gods of the three races saw this scene, they felt their eyes widen. I remember now. This is the Machina Master God's Origin Spear. I've seen it before in the battle where he ascended to becoming top 10 Master Gods. We must do our best to stop the erosion of these weapons. Otherwise, if we sit back and do nothing, more than half of the army we brought will probably die. The descendant of the God Spirit Patriarch shouted. Hearing this, the expressions of the other Master Gods changed drastically. The Machina Master God was the one who created this terrifying weapon. No wonder it was so powerful. They did not dare to delay and immediately diverted a portion of their strength to stop the erosion and expansion of the singularity. Just as the allied forces of the three races were busy fending for themselves. An incomparably huge and majestic cosmic battleship slowly appeared in the air and appeared in front of the people of foreign races. It was the Eternal Mothership. The upper echelons of the Radiant Angel race and other races were shocked when they saw such a behemoth appear in front of them. The giant ship was so close to them, and they only noticed it now? What kind of warship was this? Could it be a Supreme God Realm battleship? In the next second, more than 8 soldiers from capital units, more than 16 million God spirits, more than 3,000 true God tiers, and 9 Lord Gods flew out of the Eternal Mothership. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu, who were in the lead, smiled when they saw the broken protection shield of the opposing alliance army. Then, the smile turned extremely cold. Kill! He ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, all the soldiers and God spirits charged towards the other party. Zhou Wen and Zhou Zhan immediately turned into 2 9-colored streams of light and flew towards the 15 Master Gods. The Azure Emperor is coming. Be careful. Master God Ka-Lna reminded. The other Master Gods did not dare to be careless. What a joke! The Skeleton Tribe and the 6-armed War Demon Tribe were both high-level bloodline races that were not inferior to them. However, they were easily destroyed by the Azure Emperor. How could they dare to underestimate such an enemy? At this moment, Zhou Fight had already arrived in front of the Deputy Patriarch of the Radiant Angel race, Ka-Lna. He took out the Xian Yuan Divine Sword and slashed. This strike contained all the power of the myriad method Star Palm. Ka-Lna felt an extremely terrifying sense of danger. His expression changed drastically as he immediately raised a holy golden shield. This was one of the foundations of the Radiant Angel race, a Master God tier advance grade divine artifact Holy Radiant Shield. It was left behind by the first Radiant Angel King and had always been regarded as a treasure by the Radiant Angel race. He had unparalleled defensive abilities and the ability to kill evil. Therefore, he was the #1 combat divine artifact of the Radiant Angel race. Chapter 1367 Great Battle. When Zhou Fight saw this Master God tier advance grade divine artifact, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Boom! The Xian Yuan Divine Sword struck the holy shield of light. Cracking sounds could be heard. Something shocking happened to Ka-Lna. The Radiant Angel race regarded the Radiant Holy Shield as the number one defensive treasure and the number one offensive treasure. Under Zhou Wen's attack, it actually produced a crack that was visible to the naked eye. Traces of divine light leaked out from it, indicating that this Master God tier advanced grade divine artifact already had a problem with the leakage of its origin divine power. If it was not repaired quickly, its grade might even decrease. Zhou Fight did not care what Ka-Lna was thinking. He slashed out again and again with his usual expression. As a divine sword, it was actually being used by Zhou Wen as a saber, pouring out his unparalleled strength. Ka-Lna tried to retaliate. However, his counterattack was so laughable in the face of Zhou Wen's terrifying nomological suppression and power suppression. Occasionally, a few attacks were lucky enough to land on Zhou Fight's body. Zhou Fight also looked indifferent, making Ka-Lna feel even more despair. His attack was invincible, and his defense was unparalleled. How were they supposed to fight? At this moment, the other 4 Radiant Angel Race Master God tiers and the 4 Immortal Spirit Race Master God tiers immediately flew over to help after seeing Ka-Lna being attacked. Come on! Let me see what you've got! Not only was Zhou Fight not afraid, he even laughed wildly. The Supreme Sacred Body directly gave birth to 3 heads and 6 arms with a thought from him. Each of the 6 arms held a Master God tier advanced grade divine artifact. Just like that, he fought 9 people head-on and was not at a disadvantage. At the same time, Zhou Marshall's side did not fall behind either. The target he had found was the Immortal Spirit Race's Mystic Heaven Lord. As one of the strongest experts in the immortal world, the Mystic Heaven Lord was good at using a divine cauldron. With a cauldron in hand, the Mystic Heaven Lord's attack and defense in the immortal world were unparalleled. He had almost never met a worthy opponent other than the 10 Master Gods. Until he met Zhou Marshall. Relying on the powerful defense of the Supreme Sacred Body and the invincible strength of the Power Heavenly Emperor, Zhou Marshall punched the surface of his divine cauldron again and again. Even if the divine cauldron could 100% reflect the external attacks onto the enemy, Zhou Marshall did not care at all. On the other hand, Mystic Heaven Lord, who was in the divine cauldron, was shocked by Zhou Marshall's punches. His divine body almost collapsed as he revealed a shocked expression. Where did the Azure Emperor get such a powerful helper? Just the methods displayed in front of him made he feel that he was not inferior to the Master God of Light Hilu who had once defeated him. Hurry up and help! He shouted at the 3 Master Gods who were still in a daze. When the other Master Gods heard this, they glanced at the 7 Master Gods of the mortal empire who were eyeing them covetously. Hesitation appeared on their faces. Since they had gone to help, wouldn't the remaining Master Gods of the mortal empire be able to kill wantonly in their army? This was a total of 7 High Lords. If they were allowed to kill, as long as there was enough time, they could even annihilate the army they brought. However, they could not think too much about it. This was because they had seen that the helper that the Azure Emperor had invited had actually beaten up the strongest expert of the Immortal Spirit race, Mystic Heaven Lord, several times. His intrinsic divine cauldron was also about to be shattered by the other party. Once Mystic Heaven Lord's intrinsic divine cauldron was lost, he would almost certainly die. Master Gods were still more important than ordinary soldiers. Therefore, they charged at Zhou Marshall together. In the blink of an eye, there were also 6 Master Gods surrounding Zhou Marshall. However, he was naturally not afraid at all. He directly fought against 6 of them. At the same time, the other 7 worshipped Master Gods of the Blazing Sun Empire had originally wanted to support Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu. However, a voice transmission from Zhou Fight stopped them. You guys go help the army. Don't worry about us. Let us stretch our muscles with these guys. Hence, they temporarily watched from the sidelines and did not help Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu. It was only when they saw that Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu could not only fight against a crowd alone, but could even suppress them when fighting against a crowd alone that they completely relaxed. While they marveled at His Majesty's combat power, they turned around to deal with the allied forces. Be it the number of troops, the number of god spirits, or the number of true god tier, the other party far exceeded them. Their edge lay in the quality of their soldier types and their external equipment. With these 2 points, they could fight to a draw with the other party. And after the 7 high gods joined, it could increase their chances of victory. At the same time, after Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu experimented with the strength of their Supreme Sacred Body, they could not help but feel very satisfied. The Supreme Sacred Body was indeed the #1 cultivation technique of the myriad races. Just cultivating to the elementary grade of Master God tier was enough to make him invincible in the Master God tier realm. Moreover, this was only its most basic ability. This made Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu look forward to the future of this constitution even more. Then, Zhou Fight looked at the Radiant Angel Race's Master God Ka-Ilna who was besieging him. He teleported in front of Ka-Ilna and grabbed her by the neck. At the same time, he used his Lord's Law to suppress Ka-Ilna's Master God Tier Light Law and Master God Tier Holy Law. Ha! Gur! Ka-Ilna struggled with all his might, but he, who could not use any strength, was no different from a chick to Zhou Fight. Experiment complete. I'm not playing with you anymore. Zhou Fight said. Then, he directly injected his divine power into Ka-Ilna's chest and crushed her divine spark. At the same time, he used his will, which was close to the will divine transformation realm, to destroy her will. Ka-Ilna died on the spot. Rumble. From the moment the other Master God Tier saw Ka-Ilna being strangled by Zhou Fight until Ka-Ilna's death, they had been desperately attacking Zhou Fight. However, Zhou Fight, who had the supreme sacred body, was like an indestructible city wall. No matter what method they used to assault Zhou Fight, it did not affect he at all. In fact, it could not even break the internal armor of the Master Divine artifact he was wearing. They looked at Zhou Fight as if they had seen a ghost. Could this guy be a Supreme God Realm expert? Why do the attacks of top Master God Tier like us seem to have no effect on him? Meanwhile, Zhou Fight had already taken away Ka-Ilna's world ring and taken out Regal Soul Heaven's divine bone. He glanced at Zhou Marshall and realized that Zhou Marshall had also killed Mystic Heaven Lord and taken away all the treasures on he as well as the other divine bone of Regal Soul Heaven. Then, they looked at the last god spirit of the people of foreign races in the distance. From the descendant of the god spirit clan's patriarch Nine Saint True King. The Nine Saint True King trembled in fear after being condensed by these two ferocious gods. He could clearly see that the two top-notch Master God Tier powerhouses who were not inferior to him were instantly killed after the other party became serious. If he dared to go against the other party, wouldn't he perish in minutes? As for the Master God's edge in numbers, he had seen the quantity but didn't see any advantages. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate to take out the last divine bone of Regal Soul Heaven and hurriedly beg for mercy. Azure Emperor, don't kill me. Isn't this what you want? I'll give it to you. In addition, I'm also willing to participate the mortal empire and become its worshipped Master God. Please spare my life, Azure Emperor. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu were stunned. Then, they looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 1368, Huge Battle. War Summary. 1. Are you willing to surrender? Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu looked at the other 12 Master Gods and asked. The 12 Master Gods looked at each other and transformed into 12 streams of light and fled Indiana all directions without hesitation. They were Master God Tier existences after all. They were the peak experts of the myriad races. How could they surrender just like that? As for the Nine Saint King, he could only blame his bad luck. After all, he had been targeted by those two ferocious gods. You won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Zhou Fight shook his head. He had already set up an isolation array within a radius of 100 billion light-years with the help of a Master God Tier advanced grade divine artifact. Not only could it stop the enemies inside from escaping, but it could also stop the enemies outside from barging in. It could also stop the enemies inside from asking for help. This was also the reason why he dared to deal with the three armies so calmly. He did not care about these fleeing Master God Tiers. He turned around and opened his right palm, aiming it at the army of the three races. 10,000 Spirit Saint. Activate. Invisible ripples instantly spread in all directions with the palm as the center and quickly enveloped the entire isolation array. A text notification appeared. Prompt: you have activated your mythical tier unique Lord talent, 10,000 Spirit Saint. All spirits see you as a supreme saint and long to follow you. Lord talent notification 1. There are 3 capital units and 1,584, 474, 498, 663, 624 in race soldiers, 1 capital unit and 2,152, 263, 245, 469, 865 green bronze tier 4 in race soldiers, 8,521, 241, 087, 412, 623 white silver tier 4 in race soldiers. 150,263,287,541,552 legendary tier 4 in race soldiers, 112,513,260 low tier deity level 4 in race god spirits, 8,154,748 mid-tier deity level foreign race god spirits, 2,216,966 high-tier deity level foreign race god spirits, 2,501 true gods, and 6 master gods who have voluntarily separated from their lord forces and become your loyal followers. Lord Talent Notification 2, you have obtained a Spellcaster de Carlos. True God tier advance grade. Zhou Fight raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled after reading it. It was not in vain that he had spent so much effort to encircle and suppress the allied army of the 3 races. The 10,000 Spirit Saint had actually directly incite defection 7 capital units 4,741, 266, 588, 650, 000 people of foreign races soldiers, 22,884,974 god spirits, 2,501 true god tiers, and 6 master gods. This was already half of the total number of troops under the main body. Then, he didn't think too much about it and immediately gave the order to counterattack. With the help of the incite defection people of foreign races, the Blazing Sun Empire's army, which was originally outnumbered, instantly became outnumbered. Coupled with the help of the Master God tier and the strong quality of the soldiers, the Blazing Sun Empire's army instantly grasped the absolute advantage on the battlefield. Half an hour later, the Master Gods of the Blazing Sun Empire escorted the other 6 Master God tiers who had not been incited by the 10,000 Spirit Saint to Zhou Fight. Reporting to your Majesty. Oh, the escaping Master God tiers have been brought here. An immortal spirit race Master God had just been induced by incite defection said respectfully. Zhou Fight nodded and looked at the 6 Master Gods. Are you whining to surrender? If you are willing to surrender, this Emperor can spare your lives. If you refuse to surrender, your lives will be spared. He went straight to the point. When the 6 Master Gods heard this, a sneer flashed across their faces. Some of their eyes flickered while some of them hesitated. Your Excellency Azure Emperor. I surrender. A Master God of the Radiant Angel race gritted his teeth and said respectfully. Me too. I also surrender. Please spare my life, Your Excellency Azure Emperor. With the first, there would be the next, and even the third. Soon, a total of 5 Master Gods were willing to surrender. The last Master God of the people of foreign races firmly chose not to surrender. It's a shame. Zhou Fight lamented hypocritically. Then, he couldn't be bothered to ask why he didn't surrender. He looked directly at the 5 Master God tiers of the people of foreign races who had surrendered. Tell me, are you willing to join the Blazing Sun Empire and become our worshipped Master God? He said lightly. As soon as he said that, the 6 Master God tiers of the people of foreign races immediately widened their eyes and looked at Zhou Fight. Especially the Master God of the Radiant Angel race who was unwilling to surrender. He looked at Zhou Fight as if he had seen a ghost. There was only one thought in his mind. The Azure Emperor was really the common people's regal. In that case, it was easy to understand why Azure Emperor controlled the unique methods of the common people's regal. However, that was strange. Why didn't they think of or confirm that the Azure Emperor was the common people's regal when they thought of these things previously? The more this Master God of the Radiant Angel race thought about it, the more confused he became. He felt as if his original thoughts had been forcefully altered. It was extremely unreasonable. The 5 Master Gods of the people of foreign races looked at each other. In the end, they still said that they wanted to join the Blazing Sun Empire. Zhou Fight smiled in satisfaction. Then, he looked at the only Radiant Angel race Master God tier who hadn't surrendered. The other Master God tiers have already surrendered. Are you still unwilling to surrender? He asked. Common people's regal. I admit that your methods are extraordinary tier. However, if you want me to surrender just because of this, aren't you looking down on my faith in the light? The Master God of the Radiant Angel race sneered. Aren't you afraid of dying? Zhou Fight said in surprise. Master Gods rarely died. However, that did not mean that the Master God was not afraid of death. On the contrary, as an existence that had already reached the peak of the myriad worlds, Master God tier was the group of god spirits who were most afraid of death when the Supreme God realm and stronger existences did not appear. That was because they had already tasted the beauty of being a top-notch powerhouse. They don't want to let go of this beauty and therefore did not want to die. Chapter 1369. Huge Battle. War Summary. 2. The Master Gods he had met along the way were mostly the same. There were only a few exceptions. I live for faith. What's the point of living if I live and the faith dies down? The Master God of the Radiant Angel race asked. Zhou Fight nodded and ordered. Bury him with dignity. He chose to respect him even though he didn't agree with him. The Master God tier of the Radiant Angel race was stunned. Then, he smiled faintly and stretched out his neck to kill. Another hour passed. The remaining armies of the three races were finally wiped out by the soldiers and god spirits under him. Then, after Zero used the battlefield recovery system of the Eternal Mothership to clean up the battlefield, they boarded the Eternal Mothership without hesitation and left as quickly as possible. Not long after they left, a group of even larger cosmic fleets broke through the void and formed a cross-border gate, descending here. There were tens of millions of battleships in their fleet, and every one of them was at least a low-tier deity-level battleship. The highest-level battleships had also reached the level of Master God tier advance grade, just like the Eternal Mothership. These battleships were like stars in the sea of stars, dreamy and dazzling. They had already reached the level of a work of art. Moreover, there were all kinds of top-notch space battleship weapons on the surface and inside of this beautiful battleship that was like a work of art. If they ignored the lethality of his battleship weapons because of his artwork-like appearance, these cosmic battleships would definitely underestimate his existence and properly display their incomparably terrifying combat strength and destructive power. Right at that moment, a Master God flew out from the leading cosmic battleship. He wore a starry imperial robe, and his resplendent silver eyes seemed to contain a vast universe. He held the divine staff in his left hand and the divine seal in his right. An unparalleled Master God tier pressure spread out from his body, making all existences that looked at him feel a terrifying pressure that seemed to be pressing down on their hearts. He was the Master God tier of the original spirit race. At the same time, he was also the existence closest to the War Master God Terrans in terms of combat strength. Original Master God Source. And the cosmic fleet behind him was naturally the original spirit race's cosmic fleet. When the Source saw the empty starry sky below, his expression immediately darkened. Still too late. He muttered. A Master God tier of the original spirit race flew over and came to his side. He looked at the starry sky below and said in disbelief, "We rushed over immediately after discovering that there was something wrong with the Radiant Angel race, the immortal spirit race, and the descendant of the God spirit race. We didn't even make it in time. Doesn't their alliance have more than 21 capital units of soldiers, more than 65 million god spirits, more than 7,500 true gods, and 15 master gods? There are so many soldiers and god spirit level experts. In addition, Patriarch, the divine bone you gave them, regal soul heaven, can't delay until we arrive. The mortal empire of the Azure Emperor, and he is probably stronger than most high-level races. Only such powerhouses and forces could destroy the Radiant Angel race's allied army in such a short period of time." The Source said in a deep voice. "So are we going after him now?" The Master God of the original spirit race said. "Chase. Go after him now. From the spatial fluctuations here, the other party definitely hasn't run far. Immediately search a radius of 10 trillion light-years. We must find traces of the Azure Emperor. Once you find any traces of the Azure Emperor, you don't have to tell me. Immediately lead the entire army to destroy him." Source said. "Yes." The Master God of the original spirit race received the order and immediately led the fleet to begin searching for traces of the Azure Emperor's fleet within a radius of 10 trillion light-years. However, the spaceships that Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu were on were, after all, the crystallization of the highest intelligence created by the Machina Master God Zero. Not only were none of the God-tier spaceships brought by the original spirit race unable to detect the location of the Eternal Mothership, but they also allowed the Eternal Mothership to detect their radar search. After Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu found out, they immediately got the Eternal Mothership to leave the range of the original spirit race's radar. They did not want to encounter the original spirit race for the time being. Not today, at least. The original spirit race was the #1 race in the myriad worlds with more than 100 master gods after all. There were also many Supreme God Realm trump cards. Zhou Fight did not want to face such a powerful enemy before he had absolute confidence in winning. In the following period of time, perhaps it was because Zhou Fight and the others' destruction of the allied army of the three races had shocked the entire alliance of the people of foreign races. In the following period of time, the 7 high-level bloodline races, the original spirit race, the Chaos Gods race, the Shepherd's God race, the Leviathan race, the Dragon race, the Elemental race, and the Gas race sent their fleets to search for the Azure Emperor and the Mortal Empire in the entire active universe. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu soon found out about this, but they didn't care at all. They brought Cerulean planet to rest and organize their gains relying on the invincible obscure ability of the Eternal Mothership and the skin of Garlos. During this period, several search teams passed by the Eternal Mothership. However, no matter how close they were, they did not discover that the Eternal Mothership was not far from them. At night, at the Blazing Sun Empire, inside the shrine, Zhou Zhou sat on the throne and looked at the war summary in front of him. In the entire day, the two battlefields on the High Continent and Cerulean planet had wiped out a total of more than 16 capital units and 60 trillion soldiers, more than 30 million god spirits, more than 4,000 true god tiers, and 16 master gods. He obtained a total of mist cores, origin crystals, skill books, equipment, and basic materials of various levels in the capital units. There were also 1,536,328,668,799 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 15,620 legendary tier and below Lord Talent spheres. A large number of Lord Talent crystal fragments of other levels. 1 Lord Talent sphere containing the 10 sacred blessings. Light Master God Hilu's protection, the mythical unique Lord Talent. In addition, there were 4,262,985,073 units of divine crystals from low tier to high tier deity level. 626,357,785 true god tier divine crystals and 63,628,565 master god tier divine crystals. More than 5,110,074.1 million low tier to high tier deity level divine artifacts. 4.52 million true god tier divine artifacts. 695 master god tier divine artifacts. There were a total of about 2 trillion divine spark fragments, god tier medicinal herbs, god tier ingredients, god tier ores, god tier blueprints, and other treasures. 84,502,302 master god tier herbs, god tier ingredients, god tier ores, god tier blueprints, and other treasures. Zhou Zhou looked at the 10 sacred blessings Lord Talent sphere that represented the master god tier of light, and a smile appeared on his face. He finally obtained another 10 sacred blessings Lord Talent. This way, he had already obtained half of the Lord Talents in the 10 sacred blessings series. This was definitely an unimaginable thing for many lords of all races and even the races behind them. He was not in a hurry to check what the effects of Hilu's 10 sacred blessings were. Instead, he continued to read the war summary. In terms of insight defection, Zhou Fight had used the 10,000 Spirit Saints insight defection today to recruit 7 capital units 4,741,266,588,651,522 skeleton soldiers, 22,884,974 god spirits, 2,501 true god tiers, and 6 master gods. In addition, 6 master god tiers from the people of foreign races had surrendered. Therefore, there were a total of 12 master gods. In addition, in terms of the advancement of god spirits, 5,153,693 legendary tier advanced grade soldiers had been promoted to low tier deity level elementary grade god spirits. There were also 411 high tier deity level advanced grade god spirits who had advanced to true god tier elementary grade god spirits. With the help of the Master God Tier's Book of the God Spirit, Yuan Kong and Ying Ning had also comprehended their own Master God Tier elementary grade law skills. Next, they only needed to enter seclusion for a day or two, and there was a high chance that their Blazing Sun Empire would have 2 more Master Gods. Zhou Zhou's original military force was 15 capital units, 2,682, 417, 532, 781, 495 soldiers, 28,919,615 god spirits, 8,737 true god tiers, and 36 supremacy god tiers. With the addition of these insight defection troops and the newly promoted god spirit powerhouses, the troops under him had reached 22 capital units with 7,423, 684, 162, 793, 324 soldiers, 56,957,871 god spirits, 11,649 true god tiers, and 48 master gods. The total quantity of my troops has surpassed 20 capital units, the total number of deity spirits has exceeded 50 million, the total number of true gods has exceeded 10,000 and the total number of supreme gods has almost reached 50. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Even he couldn't find any fault with the speed at which his force increased. Chapter 1372 Mythical Tier, Unique Lord Talent. 1. Zhou Zhou looked at the last part. Today, after Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu led their army to defeat the allied forces of the three races, the Supreme will rewarded he with 900 billion hegemony points and 90 million obscure lord shop points. Previously, Zhou Zhou had a total of 695,160,572,000 hegemony points and 43,799,260 obscure lord shop points. Now, including these hegemony points and the obscure lord shop points, he now had a total of 1,595,160,572,000 hegemony points and 133,799,260 obscure lord shop points. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction and opened the Lord of All Races rankings. The second stage of the Lord of the Race event, Lord of All Races rankings. No on, Earthling Mortal Lord hegemony points. 1,595, 160, 570, 200 hegemony points. No. 2. True Spirit Stars Original Spirit Race True Lord hegemony points, 1,255,145,850,000 hegemony points. No. 3. Golden Crow Region Chaos Gods Race Great One Lord hegemony points, 52,178,872,900 hegemony points. No. 4. Godly King Planet, Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord hegemony points, 22,122,101,000 hegemony points. Zhou Zhou glanced at it and opened the hidden Lord shop. Then, he spent 47.7 million obscure Lord shop points to buy all the items on the fifth day. At this point, he still had 86,099,260 obscure Lord shop points. The next second, a text notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Notice, you have bought 5 goods in the obscure Lord's shop on the first day. Congratulations, you have obtained a mysterious good. Then, countless golden lights appeared out of thin air. These golden lights intertwined and formed 20 impartation scrolls. Zhou Zhou reached out to take it. He looked at the 20 impartation scrolls with a satisfied expression. With these 20 impartation scrolls, he would definitely be able to advance to a true God tier intermediate grade God Spirit tomorrow. At that time, his strength would rise to another level. Then, he took out the 10 sacred blessings Lord Talent Sphere that contained the Light Master God tier. He looked at the Lord Talent Sphere. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere 10 Sacred Blessings Light Master God Tier Hilu's Protection. Treasure grade, Mythical Tier Unique. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have Mythical Tiers only Lord Talent 10 Sacred Blessings Light Master God Hilu's Protection. Treasure description, a spoil of war that could not be dropped, but was forcefully dropped under the drive of some mysterious power. The 5th 10 Sacred Blessings series Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou smiled and then absorbed it. Now that he was already a Master God tier elementary grade supreme sacred body, absorbing a mythical tier Lord Talent was no longer a big deal. Soon, he finished absorbing this Lord Talent sphere and successfully awakened the 10 Sacred Blessings series of Lord Talents of Master God tier Hilu. Lord Talent, 10 Sacred Blessings Light Master God Hilu's Protection, Mythical Tier Unique. Specific Talent Effect 1 Hilu's Supreme Blessing. One of the 10 chief gods under the Supreme Will Light Master God Hilu has cast the Supreme Blessing on you and all your subjects. You and all your subjects will obtain the talent effect of the Power of Light. Under the effect of the Power of Light, you and your subjects will obtain an additional 100% lethality when attacking the fog monsters and other evil creatures. Specific Talent Effect 2 Body of Light, you and your subjects have a special physique body of light. When your body and soul are injured, the body of light can absorb external light to speed up the recovery of your body and soul. Specific Talent Effect 3 Law of Light, you and your subjects have a unique talent in the Law of Light. During the cultivation process, it is easier to comprehend the Law of Light spells or even Law of Light techniques. When you choose the Law of Light to become a god, you will obtain an additional 50% chance of successfully advancing. Specific Talent Effect 4 Master God's Protection. The development process of your Lord's faction will not be hindered by other Master God level powerhouses. The Master God of Light, Hilu, will secretly protect you and your Lord's faction, stopping or killing any Master God level powerhouses who dare to come and have malicious intentions. Specific Talent Effect 5 Protector of the Divine Kingdom. When your Lord faction advances to the beginner level Divine Kingdom, the Light God Hilu will automatically join your Lord faction and become a worshipped Master God loyal to you. However, you have to promise him that you will help the light god Hilu advance to the supreme god realm in the future. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Even though the overall effect of Master God Tier Hilu's 10 sacred blessings Lord Talent looked ordinary, there's something to be said for it. For example, obtaining an additional 100% lethality. This percentage increase was almost the most precious increase for Zhou Zhou and his subordinates. It could double the combat strength of his subordinates and him. In addition, when choosing to become a god with the Law of Light, one could obtain an additional 50% chance of successfully advancing. It was also a huge improvement. There was a 50% chance of success. This probability was unimaginable for most superhumans and even god spirits. In the future, the subjects under him would definitely receive a huge improvement because of this talent, and a large number of god spirits would appear. Right at that moment, he suddenly sensed something and looked up at the world outside the divine kingdom. He smiled and his divine body instantly disappeared from the shrine into the skies above the blazing sun imperial capital. Chapter 1371 2 Mythical Tier, Unique Lord Talent. 2. A beautiful and pure-looking young lady in a platinum-colored robe was floating in the air, calmly looking down at the imperial capital of the blazing sun kingdom. Occasionally, her eyes would flash with amazement. Right at that moment, a voice sounded in his ear. Your Excellency Hilu, how is this emperor's empire in your eyes? It was Zhou Zhou. At that moment, he was standing in the distance with a faint smile on his face as he looked at the peerless goddess. Goddess of light, Hilu. As expected of the most beautiful god spirit, he was indescribably beautiful. Even with Zhou Zhou's willpower, he could not help but take a few more glances. As expected of the empire of the number one lord of all races. Even my divine kingdom of light is not as majestic and magnificent as Regal's empire. Hilu said indifferently. However, this indifferent tone coupled with his beautiful face made Zhou Zhou have the urge to continue chatting. Good God! This natural beauty was probably at the top Master God tier level in terms of the laws of beauty, right? Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. Among the myriad of laws, beauty also occupied a seat. Moreover, it was a seat at the front. It could not be underestimated. He suppressed the stirring in his heart and smiled faintly. You flatter me, Your Excellency. No matter how powerful this emperor's empire is, it's just an empire. Master God Tier Hilu looked at Zhou Zhou and said. His Majesty's empire is about to be upgraded to a divine kingdom, right? You can advance to the divine kingdom tomorrow. Zhou Zhou nodded. There's nothing to hide. Once His Majesty's divine kingdom is formed, I'm afraid the myriad races will no longer be able to restrict His Majesty's development. Therefore, tomorrow's divine kingdom founding war will probably be extremely difficult. Your Majesty, you should be prepared. Hilu said calmly. A divine light flashed across Zhou Zhou's eyes. Well, it's a kingdom founding war after all. He didn't say much and only nodded. This emperor will make preparations. Then I wish Your Majesty success in establishing the divine kingdom. When the time comes, my 4 colleagues and I will have to call you Your Majesty from the bottom of our hearts. Hilu said. This emperor is looking forward to that day. Hilu nodded. Then, his body turned into light spots and dissipated. Zhou Zhou looked at the spot where the other party disappeared for a long time before saying in a low voice. The Kingdom Founding War, if I can't even pass this Kingdom Founding War, then no one among the Lord of all races can complete this Kingdom Founding War anymore. He had absolute confidence in himself. Therefore, he didn't panic because of Hilu's words. Then, he returned to the Divine Kingdom world and entered the time world of the Reincarnation Sacred Palace. He began to use the impartation scroll to comprehend the Lord's laws. The next day, in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. He glanced at his divine body and felt the boundless chaotic sacred power surging in his body. A smile appeared on his face. He had reached the true God tier intermediate grade. He spent a night and used 4 impartation scrolls to successfully advance his God spirit realm from the true God tier elementary grade to the true God tier intermediate grade. He glanced at his divine body and felt the boundless chaotic sacred power surging in his body. A smile appeared on his face. Zhou Zhou stretched and clicked on the 3 Lord Law skills he currently had. The Myriad Method Star Palm didn't change much, but its power was further strengthened. It could better unleash the strength he had borrowed from his subjects. The All the land in the world belongs to the king was strengthened on 2 points. First point, the All the land in the world belongs to the king was a domain type Lord Law skill. After advancing to the true God tier intermediate grade, its nomological suppression ability became stronger. Second point, the ability of all the land in the world belongs to the king to forcibly deprive other territories of the ability to change them into his own territory. The number of times he could use it every day had changed from 1 to 3. As for the final law technique, the king, it had once again obtained an extremely obvious improvement. Law skill name, King. Law skill quality, True God tier intermediate grade. Introduction, as a true God spirit on the Lord's law path, you can mark 50% of the territorial subjects and control everything they have, including appearance, bloodline, skills, weapons, law skills, and even illusory fate. When you control everything the marked subject has, the subject doesn't have to suffer any negative effects. 70% of the territory's subjects. Zhou Zhou smiled. The number of soldiers and subjects under his command, including the skeleton tribe, had already exceeded 10,000 capital units, which was the number of Gai units. Zhou Zhou did not dare to imagine what a terrifying energy it was to have 70% of these subjects on him. When he became True God tier advanced grade, the number of subjects marked by the Law Skill King should reach 100%. When the time came, all the subjects would become the source of his power. Too bad. After I used the King, my strength has already reached the Master God tier advanced grade. Unless you give me 100 times more subjects and let the number of subjects under my command reach a qualitative change, or my basic strength reaches the Master God tier level, it's basically impossible for my strength to break through the Master God tier bottleneck and advance to the Supreme God realm. Zhou Zhou sighed. There is only one way to maximize efficiency. Create more clones. Only with more doppelgangers could he utilize the power of more kings. I'll make my 7th avatar tomorrow, Sunday. Zhou Zhou thought to himself as he sensed that more than half of his body had recovered. As his supreme sacred body reached the level of Master God tier elementary grade, his origin recovery speed also increased significantly. In the past, after he consumed the divine medicine that replenished his origin, he needed 2 days to completely recover his origin. Now, he felt that with the help of the divine medicine, he only needed a day to completely recover his origin. In other words, in the future, he could create a clone every day. Creating the combat power of the number 1 Master God tier below the Supreme God realm every day. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at his newly awakened mythical tier Lord talent. As the main body, even though he had spent the entire night comprehending the Lord's laws, his clone could use treasures like the Lord Talent Crystal Fragment to cultivate the supreme sacred body. Therefore, he could still awaken the mythical tier unique Lord Talent as usual today. After he saw the new Lord Talent, he raised his brows slightly and sighed. Still cares. Lord Talent, Great Prophecy, Mythical Tier, Unique. Specific Talent Effect Future Prediction, consumes the energy in the body to predict what will happen in the future. It seems that the Supreme Sacred Body thinks that I'm worried about what will happen in today's Kingdom Founding War, so it specially awakened this Mythical Tier Unique Lord Talent for me. Well, in that case. Then let's have a look. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou first activated the King and raised his strength to the level of a Master God tier advanced grade. Then, he immediately consumed the chaotic holy power in his body and activated the Great Prophecy. The next moment, Zhou Zhou immediately felt the chaotic holy power in his body gushing out like a floodgate opening. It was almost a second or two. All the chaotic sacred power in Zhou Zhou's body was exhausted. This shocked Zhou Zhou. One had to know that he had the top talent of the Shepherd's God race 3000 Divine Court Realm Apertures. The total amount of chaotic sacred power in his body was almost 3000 times that of a Master God tier of the same level. It was actually used up in such a short period of time? It seems that what I'm about to predict is an unprecedented event. It's probably something comparable to the Supreme God realm. Or higher. Zhou Zhou didn't dare to think too much about it. He immediately extracted more power from the subjects under his command and augmented it on himself, allowing his chaos holy power to recover to full. Then, a second or two later, it was exhausted by the great resurrection spell. Zhou Zhou did not dare to relax. He immediately mobilized his strength again to charge the Great Prophecy. A second or two later, the energy in his body was exhausted again before it was recharged. After repeating this over 100 times, his Great Prophecy finally revealed an image. That scene made Zhou Zhou's expression change slightly. Disbelief appeared on his face. How's that possible? I would actually lose. Chapter 1372 You are me. I am you. Bodhi Supreme's Guarantee. Zhou Zhou looked at the scene created by his great prophecy in shock. On the screen, a group of existences that resembled him but were fundamentally different from him were looking at the corpses of the Blazing Sun army below with evil smiles. More than 10 corpses of the capital UNITS-1 soldiers, tens of millions of God Spirits 1 corpses, more than 5,000 true God tier corpses, and more than half of the Blazing Sun Empire's master God tier corpses were displayed on the Blazing Sun Empire's land like tattered pieces. And his corpse was among them. A rain of blood fell from the sky. The rich aura of divine power and promotion energy directly turned this battlefield into a blessed land comparable to a master God tier region. Even though this blessed land was forged from the death of a vast number of Blazing Sun Empire soldiers and God spirits. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, his heart turned cold, but he also felt very angry. He was furious from the bottom of his heart. He was the unquestionable number one lord of all races. Even those high-level bloodline races with overlord-level lord factions were severely injured or even exterminated by him. His reputation was remembered by the myriad worlds. All races regarded him as the starter and leader of a new era. He would actually fall in the kingdom-founding war of a tiny divine kingdom. What kind of joke was this? He even had the thought of cursing the supreme will now. Was this used to test the lords of all races? If I can't pass, how can the other lords pass? Zhou Zhou finally calmed down after a while. He looked at the great prophecy and tried to find the reason for his failure. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's clone suddenly turned around and looked at Zhou Zhou. Yo, isn't this your excellency common people's regal, who makes all the races in the myriad worlds wary and uneasy? Are you very flustered to see your future become like this? Ha ha ha, you can't beat me. That is because I am you. I have everything you have. How can you beat yourself? With that said, he waved his right hand, and the scene that Zhou Zhou had created with the great prophecy was forcefully closed. Zhou Zhou frowned. This guy even knew the great prophecy that he had just mastered? He is me. The subordinates summoned by the 2 chaotic divine demons flashed across Zhou Zhou's mind. Those subordinates looked exactly the same as his subordinates, but their methods were different. From the looks of it, the enemies he had encountered in the kingdom-founding war should belong to the same source as the chaotic divine demons. However, not only could this chaotic divine demons summon him and his subordinates who looked identical, but they could also completely replicate their methods, including all the methods he had mastered. And this was the reason why he said, I am you, and how can you defeat yourself? When Zhou Zhou thought of this, he could not help but frown deeply. He felt a headache coming on. Is the kingdom-founding war me dealing with myself? It was indeed very difficult to win. Most of his troops were on Cerulean planet, unless he used Gospel of Homecoming to withdraw all his subordinates from the active universe and return to the Blazing Sun Empire after all. Only then could he fight his clone fairly in terms of military strength. However, they were currently in the middle of an event. Unless it was an extremely special situation, Zhou Zhou really did not want to pull them out of the active universe. Even though this could be considered a special situation, Zhou Zhou was vexed. He would rather deal with a supreme god realm that suddenly descended than his replica. Zhou Zhou still had many supreme god realm techniques that he could try to fight head-on even when facing a supreme god realm. The outcome was still unknown. However, if they were facing each other and everyone knew each other's background, they would use supreme god realm techniques on each other. This way, other than causing a large number of ineffective casualties and wasting supreme god realm treasures, it would not affect the outcome at all. No matter what, the establishment of the divine kingdom cannot be delayed. It's better to face it later than later. I'm gonna have to figure something out. Zhou Zhou pondered. Not only did the supreme sacred body bring he a powerful physique and talent, but it also raised his intelligence to an extremely high level. Hence, very quickly, he thought of a key to breaking the situation. Since the clone is already certain of victory, why forcefully interrupt my great prophecy? Wouldn't it make he feel better to activate the great prophecy and let he see the indignant expression on my face? Unless he doesn't want me to see anything. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he decisively took out the Bodhi Supreme. The Bodhi Supreme spoke first before he could ask. Don't ask me. The Supreme will just told me personally that I can't give you any advice or help in this kingdom-founding war. You're on your own. The Bodhi Supreme seemed to be gloating helplessly. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before feeling helpless. Zhou Zhou. The Bodhi Supreme suddenly spoke, its tone abnormally serious. You've always been cautious. You're extremely unwilling to take risks without absolute confidence. As long as there's a 10% chance of danger, it's very likely that you won't do it, even if the remaining 90% is the benefit you want. That's a good point about you. But in some cases, it's a flaw. One day, you'll encounter a crisis that you can't resolve even if you're extremely cautious. At that time, the benefits you want might only have a 1% chance of obtaining. The remaining 99% will be your failure. And when that happens, where will you go? I know. You want to say that you are now the #1 expert of the Blazing Sun Empire, that you've defeated countless powerful enemies and protected the entire empire and the entire human race. How can you be a person without courage? I am not saying that you don't have the courage. But you don't seem to have ever experienced a great crisis of life and death. You've had such a smooth journey. It's time to go through this. I can be honest with you. If it were any other lord of the myriad races, the kingdom founding war they experienced during the process of establishing the divine kingdom would definitely not be like you. The enemy they are facing is at most the attack of a regular beginner-level divine kingdom lord. If they survive the attack, they can successfully become a divine kingdom lord faction. They are different from you. As for why you're so special, Bodhi Supreme smiled and sighed meaningfully. Naturally, it's because you're already a candidate recognized by the Supreme Will as the Lord of all races. It's precisely because you're a candidate that the test you have to go through is naturally different from those lordship who can't enter the eyes of the Supreme Will. Trust me. When you clear today's kingdom founding war and establish your divine kingdom, the position of Lord of all races is not far from you. You have my word. It was rare for the Bodhi Supreme to say such words to Zhou Zhou. Chapter 1373, Two Legendary Dragons. Yuan Kong and Ying Ning advancing to Master God tier. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and smiled. Even though I don't agree with what you said, I don't think there's anything wrong with hiding. However, I will survive tomorrow's kingdom founding war. Oh. What method do you have up your sleeve? Bodhi Supreme asked curiously. Secret. I don't want you to tell the Supreme Will and get him to block my way out. Zhou Zhou pursed his lips. Bodhi Supreme was speechless. He actually treated it as a traitor? However, since Zhou Zhou was unwilling to say it, it did not ask further. Then, Zhou Zhou put away the Bodhi Supreme and used the Great Prophecy several times to test if the method he had thought of was enough to tide over today's difficulties. Finally, when he saw the scene he wanted to see, he could not help but smile in satisfaction. Following that, he stopped thinking about such matters. Instead, he consumed half of his origin to create his 7th clone Sunday. Sunday, I have something I need you to do. Zhou Zhou immediately said to Sunday after creating him. I know what it is. I'll go and do it now. Sunday nodded and flew away. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou did not care anymore. He came to Mugu and obtained 8,000 trillion copies of the Yellow Talisman Dao Soldier Recruitment Books, 8,000 trillion copies of the Violent Storm Spirit Recruitment Books, 8,000 trillion copies of the Yellow Talisman Dao Soldier Class Change Certificate, and 8,000 trillion copies of the Violent Storm Spirit Class Change Certificate. Then, he and Wu Xin split into 2 groups and went to recruit soldiers. After doing all this, Zhou Zhou summoned today's subjects and 12 god spirits from the Gate of Summoning. Then, he arranged for all the combat subjects to work in the Homeland Defense Army. Then, he spent another 100 high-tier deity-level advance-grade divine crystals to summon 66,666,666 pure-blooded dragons in one go. And then, something that surprised him happened. This was because there were legendary dragons among these pure-blooded dragons, and there were 2 of them at once. One was a legendary dragon, the Yellow Gold Sacred Dragon God. One of them was a legendary dragon, the Silver Moon Dragon God. One of them was completely golden and had a towering figure. It could be said to be world-shaking. The mighty dragon might swept in all directions, making Zhou Zhou exclaim. It was the absolute sovereign of the dragon race, the Yellow Gold Sacred Dragon God. This person's status was one of the best among the many legendary dragons. The other was a silver-white dragon that emitted silver-white moonlight. It looked like a fairy in the moon. It was the Silver Moon Dragon God. Even though it was not as physically invincible as the Yellow Gold Sacred Dragon God, it was one of the best existences in the field of magic. He was good at all elemental magic, especially time magic and moonlight magic. He was even better at it. It was said that before the Silver Moon Dragon God became a Master God tier, it had relied on time magic and silver moon magic to kill a Master God level enemy head-on. It was precisely because of this battle achievement that he became famous. Even after so many years, the peak experts of the myriad races would not forget that there was once a pure-blooded dragon who had a shocking battle record of defeating a Master God tier god spirit with a true God tier body. With a thought, he invited the two legendary dragons out of Cosmos Emperor. Yellow Gold Sacred Dragon Dio greets the regal. Silver Moon Dragon God Inasa greets the regal. The two legendary dragon gods were very polite to Zhou Zhou. With the addition of the two of you in this emperor's territory, this emperor will definitely be like a tiger with wings in the future. Zhou Zhou smiled. Your Majesty, you flatter me. The Yellow Gold Sacred Dragon God and the Silver Moon Dragon God smiled bitterly in shame. What a joke! Even 4 of the 10 legendary Master God tiers had submitted to His Majesty. Even though they were legendary dragons, they did not have the confidence to compare themselves to such existences. Among all the legendary dragons, only their ancestor, the primordial dragon First Venerable, was ranked among the top 10 Master Gods after all. Moreover, it wasn't the strongest. Zhou Zhou smiled. Then, he led them and the pure-blooded dragons he had just summoned to the Dragon God army to join them. At this moment, boom! Boom! 2 familiar roars, accompanied by incomparable divine might fluctuations, came from the direction of the reincarnation sacred palace and spread to the myriad worlds at an astonishing speed. Right on the heels of that, an illusory silver light soared into the sky. Wherever it passed, time and space dissolved, and none existed. After the illusory silver light arrived in the starry sky, a huge void hole even dissolved in the starry sky. At this moment, another chaotic light shot into the sky from the reincarnation sacred palace. It shot straight into the starry sky and formed an incomparably huge chaotic celestial body. In the chaos, thousands of laws were born from the chaos in a breath's time. Then, they quickly entered the process of destruction and disappeared. They lived to their deaths and reincarnated eternally. It was as if they were describing the fate of the laws in the most heartless language. At this moment, countless god spirits in the myriad worlds saw this scene. This familiar scene reminded them of something. Then, they hurriedly looked at the source of the phenomenon and saw the blazing sun imperial capital. When they saw this, their expressions immediately turned numb. The blazing sun empire actually gave birth to another Master God tier. Furthermore, 2 Master God tiers were born almost at the same time. The most terrifying thing is that I feel like I'm already used to it. Who knows how many Master God tiers the blazing sun empire has now? You call this an empire? It's an overlord level lord faction of the empire. The gods sighed. The other god spirits were envious, jealous, fearful, hopeful, and worried. As the person involved, Zhou Zhou naturally did not believe so much. Seeing that Yuan Kong and Ying Ning had successfully become Master God, he was only happy. As for the Chaos humans who had moved over from the primal Chaos ruins, when they saw that Ying Ning had become a Master God, they cried even more excitedly. It had been too long. It had been too long since a new Master God existence had been born among the Chaos humans. The Chaos humans often felt that one day in the future, they might completely disappear from this world. And ever since Zhou Zhou rescued them from the primal Chaos ruins, they felt that they had seen the hope of the Chaos humans being reborn. They became even more certain that Zhou Zhou was the hope of the Chaos humans after seeing a junior like Ying Ning become a Master God tier under Zhou Zhou. A moment later, the phenomenon dissipated. An illusory silver stream of light and a chaotic stream of light flew out of the Divine Kingdom world and instantly arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. Divine Lord of Disintegration, Yuan Kong, greets your Majesty. Primal Chaos Divine Lord Ying Ning greets your Majesty. The two of them stated respectfully. Congratulations on becoming Master Gods. This is a little gift for you. Zhou Zhou still followed the old rules and gave them a set of Master God tier elementary grade divine artifacts that were suitable for them. Thank you for the reward, your Majesty. When Yuan Kong and Ying Ning saw this set of Master God tier divine artifacts that suited them, they were instantly excited. As for Zhou Zhou, he smiled as he sensed the changes in the potential of his subjects. Then, he sighed inwardly. This was because he realized that even though the human subjects under him had their lowest potential increased, they had not advanced from extraordinary tier advanced grade to epic tier elementary grade. Indeed, promoting from extraordinary tier to epic tier is a hurdle. We still require a new Master God tier of the human race. Zhou Zhou thought. As for Yuan Kong, he was a citizen of the Shepherd's God race. It would not possess any effect on improving the human race's potential. Chapter 1374, Commodity. New Race Divine Artifact Myriad Deo Monument. Zhou Zhou looked at the two newly advanced Master God tiers in front of him and calculated his subordinates. After adding 3.2 capital units soldiers and 66,666,666,666 pure-blooded dragons, his subordinates increased from 22 capital units 7,423,684,162,179,324 soldiers, 56,957,871 god spirits, 11,649 true gods, and 48 master gods to 25 capital units with 9,423,750,727,827,924 soldiers, 57,623,871 god spirits, 12,315 true god tiers, and 53 master gods, Yuan Kong, Ying Ning, Sunday, Yellow Gold Sacred Dragon, Silver Moon God. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Then, he came to the Lord's shop and asked about today's new products as usual. Zhou Zhenmin smiled. Then, he took out 3 purple boxes from under the counter. He opened them one by one and Zhou Zhou looked over. There were 2 heart treasures and 2 Master God tier Book of the God Spirit quietly placed inside. Zhou Zhou looked at the 2 hearts that were emitting golden and silver light. Bloodline name, Yellow Gold Sacred Dragon God Bloodline. Bloodline level, enhanceable. Unique. Bloodline effect, after absorbing it, the user can obtain the enhanceable. Unique bloodline, the bloodline of the Yellow Gold Sacred Dragon God. After fusing with this bloodline, the user will gradually awaken the racial ability of the Yellow Gold Sacred Dragon God during the growth process. Bloodline name, Silver Moon Dragon God Bloodline. Bloodline level, enhanceable. Unique. Bloodline effect, after absorbing it, the user can obtain the enhanceable unique bloodline Silver Moon Dragon God Bloodline. After fusing with this bloodline, the user will gradually awaken the Silver Moon Dragon God's racial ability during the growth process. The comers of Zhou Zhou's mouth twitched a few times after reading it. Good God! These 2 legendary dragons have just arrived on my side, and you're already putting them up for sale? A seamless connection, you. However, it had to be said that even though the upper limit of these 2 bloodlines was also Master God tier advanced grade, they did have a certain value. If he bought it and fused it into his bloodline, he would definitely not lose out. He made up his mind to buy these 2 bloodlines. Then, he looked at the 2 Master God tier advanced grade books of the God Spirit in the last box. Their Master Gods were none other than Yuan Kong and Ying Ning, who had just broken through to the Master God tier realm. Zhou Zhou. He took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to complain before saying, "How much are these 3, 4 products?" It was quite rare. This was the first time he had seen the Lord's shop sell 2 goods in a box. Is this a bundle sale? Zhou Zhou complained in his heart. The Golden Divine Dragon Bloodline of Master God tier Advanced Master is worth 10,000 Master God tier Advanced Master Divine Crystals. The Silver Moon Dragon God Bloodline of a Master God tier Advanced Master is worth 8,000 Master God tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. The last 2 books, the Divine Lord of Disintegration's Book of the God Spirit, are worth 3,000 Master God tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. The Primal Chaos Divine Lord's Book of the God Spirit is worth 5,000 Master God tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Zhou Zhenmin smiled. Zhou Zhou didn't waste any time. He directly gave him 26,000 Master God tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals and bought the item. Thanks for your patronage. Zhou Zhenmin accepted the Divine Crystals with a smile. Zhou Zhou nodded and returned to the shrine with the 4 items. Then, he threw 2 of the Book of the God Spirit into the military merit exchange system and integrated the bloodlines of the 2 legendary dragons into his body. In fact, as he who had cultivated the supreme sacred body, whether the chaos human bloodline was strong or not didn't matter much to him. Even if the chaos human bloodline was raised to the limit, it was far inferior to the supreme sacred body after all. However, Zhou Zhou had relied on the chaos human bloodline to walk all the way here, so he still wanted to raise it to the extreme. Just treat it as a little bit of his OCD. After fusing with the chaos human bloodline, Zhou Zhou indeed realized that his chaos human bloodline was still stuck at the high tier deity level advanced grade, unable to break through to the true god tier level. It was as if he was missing a key catalyst. What exactly is lacking in my chaos human bloodline? Zhou Zhou thought. He felt a little helpless. When he asked the Bodhi Supreme didn't say anything either. It was said that it was related to something of a higher level. It might even be related to the Supreme Will and the creation myth of the Crimson Overlord. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. In any case, what he valued the most now was the cultivation and improvement of the Supreme Sacred Body. As for the Chaos Human Bloodline, it was fine. Then, he clicked on the item and checked the contents of today's item. The first thing he saw was the time-limited open goods that had finally refreshed after Venus. Obscure Lord's Shop. Day 6. Time-limited open goods. Myriad Deo Monument, Universal Race Divine Artifact, Quantity, Unique. The Myriad Deo Monument records all the laws in the myriad worlds, including the Myriad Lord's Law and the Crimson Law. All living beings can see the most suitable laws and comprehend the laws in front of the Myriad Deo Monument until they cultivate to the Master God Tier Advanced Grade. Price, 50 million Obscure Lord Shop Points. Note, this item will be taken off the shelves in 3 days. Lords who want to buy it, please buy it before the item is taken off the shelves. After reading it, Zhou Zhou's breathing immediately quickened. There is actually such a good thing. Not only did it record all the laws of the myriad worlds, but it could also let life forms see the most suitable laws on the Myriad Deo Monument. How much time would that save for the living beings who wanted to become gods? Since ancient times, there have been countless geniuses in the cultivation world. It was precisely because they had taken the wrong path on the path of the laws that all their previous efforts had been wasted. If one was lucky, they could rely on their willpower and luck to cultivate again. If one was unlucky, their Deo heart might collapse and they would never be able to advance again. Those with the worst luck might even be in danger of dying. Everything mentioned above would not happen again in front of the Myriad Deo Monument. This treasure that could guide the path of laws was almost equivalent to a weakened version of the Book of the God Spirit. However, even for Zhou Zhou, the Book of the God Spirit was limited. However, as long as he had the Myriad Deo Monument, Zhou Zhou would have an endlessly weakened version of the Book of the God Spirit. Exchange. He had to exchange for it. The value of this universal race divine artifact was only higher than Venus. Without hesitation, he took out 50 million Obscure Lord points and quickly bought this race divine artifact. At this point, he still had 36,099,260 Obscure Lord shop points left. In the next second, a chaotic stone tablet that was more than 3,000 meters tall appeared in the sky above the shrine. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Zhou looked at it for a while before nodding in satisfaction. It was just as the introduction had said. This 10,000 law stone tablet contained all the laws of the myriad worlds. There were even 2 supreme laws, his Lord Law and Crimson Law. He actually felt that his understanding of the Lord's laws had vaguely gained some new ideas after watching for a while. It's really a supreme treasure. Zhou Zhou smiled. Chapter 1375. Gathering Chaos Divine Treasures. Then, he began to think about a problem. Where should he put this supreme divine tablet? Soon, he made a decision. It's really a waste for us god spirits to enjoy such a good divine monument alone. Let existences below legendary tier take a look. What if there's a genius among them who can understand laws below the legendary tier level? Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. He could do it if he wanted to. With a thought, he saw the Myriad Deo Monument transform into a stream of light that flew out of the Divine Kingdom world and arrived in the sky above the Divine Kingdom. Then, the Supreme Divine Tablet quickly enlarged. 1,000 meters. 10,000 meters. 100,000 meters, 1 million meters. 10 million meters. When the Myriad Deo Monument reached a height of 10 million meters, Zhou Zhou made it stop growing. As such a huge Myriad Deo Monument should be able to let more people see it. However, this was not the end. Zhou Zhou used that all the land in the world belongs to the king nomological domain and set a rule within a radius of 10 million square kilometers with the Myriad Deo Monument as the core. Those who view and comprehend the Myriad Deo Monument must be subjects of the Blazing Sun Empire. Furthermore, they must not reveal the existence of the Myriad Deo Monument. Other than the subjects of the Blazing Sun Empire, no one else can be seen or heard. That's good. Zhou Zhou chuckled after setting the rules. He could be infinitely generous to his subjects. However, he didn't want to give a single cent to a subject who wasn't under him but wanted to take advantage of him. Moreover, if he set such rules, he could temporarily hide the news that the Myriad Dao monument had fallen into his hands and not let the other 10,000 races know. This way, all the factions of the myriad races would think that the one exchanging for the Myriad Dao monument was the Azure Emperor of the mortal empire and not him, the common people's regal. Not long ago, when the Myriad Dao monument had just refreshed in the 6th day's product, all the factions of the myriad races had also seen the existence of the Myriad Dao monument. After seeing the effect of the Myriad Dao monument, the eyes of all the races, including the original spirit race, turned red. This Myriad Dao monument can help races create endless god spirits, true god tiers, and even master god tiers. The Supreme will actually has such a treasure. And he's even willing to take it out as a reward for the Lord's activities? I'm jealous. He's really nurturing the descendants of the Lords as his successors. I wish I was also a lord of all races. Why am I the leader of our race? 50 million obscure lord shop points. Who do you think will be the first to exchange for it? The greatest possibility is naturally the Azure Emperor of the mortal empire. He already has Venus. He still dares to ask for this Myriad Dao monument. Even he dares to ask for Venus. Do you think he doesn't dare to ask for the Myriad Dao monument again? That's true. I wonder what the common people's regal is doing. Is he really not participating in this event? I don't think it's that simple. Do you think there's a possibility that the Azure Emperor is just a puppet pushed out by the common people's regal to stand on the stage? When the puppet has obtained enough benefits, the common people's regal will stand up and take over everything of the Azure Emperor. If you were the Azure Emperor, would you willingly hand them over? The lords of all races discussed the Myriad Dao monument. As for the leaders of the top bloodline races and high bloodline races, they were also crazy about this Myriad Dao monument. I must exchange this for this Myriad Dao monument. I can't let the Azure Emperor exchange for it again. This Myriad Dao monument is far more important than Venus. We can't obtain Venus, but we have to obtain this Myriad Dao monument. The leaders of the myriad races were all going crazy over this universal race divine artifact. At this moment, something happened that shocked all the leaders of the races. The Myriad Dao monument that was in the 6th day's list just now had actually disappeared. After being stunned for a moment, a name appeared in the minds of all the leaders. The Azure Emperor. It must be him. It must be the Azure Emperor. Only he can exchange for the Myriad Dao monument so quickly at this stage. That's right. It must be him. First, it was Venus. Then, it was the Myriad Dao monument. Azure Emperor actually has two supreme treasures on him. Azure Emperor, oh Azure Emperor. This time, you have to die even if you don't want to. If anyone can obtain the treasures of the Azure Emperor, not only can they become a top-notch bloodline race in the future, but they can even surpass the original spirit race and become the #1 race in the myriad worlds. Azure Emperor is really a heart-stirring enemy. After the leaders of the myriad races guessed that the Azure Emperor had exchanged for the Myriad Dao monument again, the killing intent accumulated in their hearts was finally no longer concealed. They all wanted to destroy the Azure Emperor and obtain these two race divine artifacts to achieve their race's great undertaking. Speaking of which, Zhou Zhou realized that there were no longer any time-limited items after Zhou Zhou exchanged for the Myriad Dao monument. Obviously, it was impossible for top-grade divine artifacts like Venus and the Myriad Dao monument to appear again. At least for the time being, it would not appear again. Then, he checked to see if he could buy all the other goods. After realizing that he couldn't, he stopped thinking about it. Instead, he sat in the shrine and ordered Zhou Wen and Saturday to attack today's chaotic divine demons. Then, he watched from inside the shrine. After conducting the Chaos Dao worship ceremony on Dao Worship Peak, a chaotic divine demons with a divine body that was about the size of an ordinary person walked out of the Chaos Vortex. Hello, everyone. I am a Chaos Illusion God Fiend. You can call me Illusion. Illusion said very politely. Then, he looked at Zhou Wen and Saturday and grinned. I wonder why you woke me up. I'll kill you and take the Chaos Divine Treasure. Zhou Wen said. Sure. Then come and kill me. Illusion nodded and did nothing. He did not even summon the duplicate soldier. He looked like he was waiting for death. Zhou Wen nodded subconsciously and was stunned. What did you say? Kill me. Illusion waved his hands and said nothing. Aren't you going to resist? Zhou Wen was surprised. What's the use of resisting? My first two friends were easily killed by you. I'm not much stronger than them. Resistance is useless. In that case, I'll be killed by you. In any case, I'll be alive again before long. It's not like I'm really dead. Illusion said. Zhou Wen scratched his head. It makes sense. Brother, you're open-minded. Saturday gave him a thumbs up. Illusion nodded indifferently and said. Your Dihuang should be carrying out the advancement of the Divine Kingdom, right? Let me give you a piece of advice. The enemy that he will encounter is very strong. That's the only existence that can fight Dihuang equally. Be careful. Why do you look like you're still standing on our side? Sunday felt strange. That guy looks like he is second to Dihuang every day. I've long disliked he. If you can defeat him, I'll be very happy. Illusion said with a smile. Then, he came in front of he and destroyed the other party's core with a single strike. After sending the other party into destruction, he extracted the loots and successfully obtained 4 Chaos Divine Treasures. He flipped his right hand and saw the other 8 Chaos Divine Treasures appear in his hand. They were placed together with the 4 newly obtained Chaos Divine Treasures. I've gathered all the Chaos Divine Treasures. I can finally upgrade my kingdom. And then, we can build a Divine Kingdom. Zhou Wen muttered to himself. Then, he led the army back to the Blazing Sun Empire. Chapter 1376. Upgrading the territory. After Zhou Wen returned to the capital, he immediately handed all the Chaos Divine Treasures to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou and his clones had their own responsibilities. For example, Zhou Wen, Saturday, and Zhou Qi were in charge of expanding their territories in the Supreme Continent and conquering the chaotic divine demons to obtain chaotic divine treasures. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu were in charge of carrying out the Lord Activity mission in the active universe. Zhou Tianming was in charge of being his mission expert. Zhou Manage was in charge of government affairs. Naturally, it was better for the main body to personally do something as important as upgrading the territory. Zhou Zhou didn't waste any time after obtaining the 12 Chaos Divine Treasures. He immediately arrived above the capital and looked down at the huge capital. From a wooden house to an imperial capital. Next, it will be promoted to the divine capital. It feels like a lifetime ago. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. There was a faint smile on his face. Then, his expression turned solemn as he looked at the Chaos Divine Treasure in his hand. In the next second, they disappeared accompanied by 4 Gai unit basic materials, 10,000 true God tier elementary grade divine crystals, 1,000 trillion origin crystals, 10 units of Chaos Divine Treasures, and 10 true God tier elementary grade territory tokens. A text notification appeared. Congratulations! Your high-tier deity level advanced grade shrine, Lord's Law, has successfully been upgraded to a true God tier elementary grade building and advanced to the world of gods, Lord's Law. Your territory has successfully upgraded to a true God tier elementary grade territory. Your high-tier deity level advanced grade divine origin augmentation formation has been upgraded to the true God tier elementary grade origin formation. Territory stone steel durability increased to 1,000 trillion 11,000 trillion. Your territory has expanded to 10 billion km x 10 billion km x 1 million km. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, Mythical Tier Building Blueprint Treasure Chest, True God Tier Elementary Grade. Lord Talent Notification, your Scarlet Broodmother can be upgraded. Lord Talent Hint. Your Mysterious Caravan faction has increased. Lord Talent Notification, the strength of the clergy of your life arc has increased. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He had finally advanced to a true God tier elementary grade territory. In the next second, an even more dignified and loud voice sounded. Cerulean Planet World Channel Lord Announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, becoming the first Lord to upgrade his territory to low-tier deity level elementary grade. Reward, Supreme Treasure Chest +1, Mythical Reputation Rating +3, Reputation Rating +1000, Unique Title of the Race, Glory of the Pioneer 11 has advanced to Glory of the Pioneer 12. All Race Lord Announcement, congratulations to the Blazing Sun Empire, High Level, Lord of the Blazing Sun. All Race Lord Announcement, congratulations to the Blazing Sun Empire, High Level, Lord of the Blazing Sun. It actually became a full channel announcement for the Lords of all races. Zhou Zhou frowned. He remembered that the previous announcements were all announced in the Lord channel of Cerulean Planet. He did not expect to level up this time. Was it because he had upgraded his territory to the true God tier elementary grade? Zhou Zhou had some guesses, but he did not think too much about it. Regardless of what reason he had. As long as there were benefits, he looked at the new title and smiled. Title, Glory of the Pioneer 12. Title quality, Unique title of the race. Title effect 1, you are famous among the Cerulean planet lords. More people admire your reputation and yearn to join your territory. The number of subjects you can summon through the gate of summoning every day plus 1200%. Professional talents of the same level as the territory among the subjects summoned plus 13. Title effect 2, same as before. Title effect 3, when you become the first lord of Cerulean planet with a low-tier deity level elementary grade territory, this title will be upgraded to Glory of the Pioneer 13, and more title effects will be unlocked. Zhou Zhou nodded after reading it. However, the number of subjects he summoned increased by 12 times. In addition, there were 13 professional talents of the same level as the territory among the subjects summoned. Moreover, the territory this time had been upgraded to a true god tier elementary grade territory. Which meant he would be able to summon 13 true god tier elementary grade god spirits the next morning. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. Generally speaking, 3 true god tier existences were enough to be worshipped by a true god of a lord's kingdom, allowing him to be qualified to be promoted to a divine kingdom lord faction. To most life forms, a true god expert was already an existence that stood at the top of the heavens. He could actually summon 13 of them every day. If other life forms and lords knew about this, they would probably be extremely envious. It's not a waste of my advancement. I've never broken this title. I look forward to the day when I can summon 14 master gods every day. Zhou Zhou's old ambition had just been satisfied when his new ambition began to bum. Recruiting 14 master gods in a day. At that time, even the 3 top bloodline races, the original spirit race, the shepherd's god race, and the chaos gods race, would be dumbfounded. They would feel as if their worldview had been overturned. At that time, even the 3 top bloodline races, the original spirit race, the shepherd's god race, and the chaos gods race, would be dumbfounded. They would feel as if their worldview had been overturned. If I can summon 14 master gods a day, even if I sit still every day and don't do anything, I can still lie down and become the number 1 lord of all races. Zhou Zhou sighed. At that time, it would be strange if the position of the lord of all races did not belong to him. At the thought of this, he did not have time to look at the rewards. Instead, he opened the territory panel and checked the requirements for the territory to be upgraded to true god tier intermediate grade territory. Construction upgrade, 10 Gai units of wood, 10 Gai units of fine sand, 10 Gai units of metal, 10 Gai units of stone, 10,000 divine crystals of true god tier intermediate grade, 5,000 trillion origin crystals, 50 units of chaos divine treasures, 10 regional territories of true god tier intermediate grade god spirits, 5 million racial heroes, 10 territory tokens of true god tier intermediate grade. Basic materials, divine crystals, origin crystals, true god tier intermediate grade regional territories, true god tier intermediate grade god spirits, racial heroes and territory tokens, I'm satisfied with. I'm only lacking chaos divine treasures. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. 50 units of chaos divine treasures was not a small number. After he upgraded his territory, he only had 2 units of chaos divine treasure left. In other words, he still needed 48 units of chaos divine treasures to upgrade his territory to true god tier intermediate grade. However, according to the 4 units of chaos divine treasures obtained in a day, he would need at least 12 days to gather them all and use them to upgrade his territory. Actually, 12 days isn't that long, but it would be better if it were shorter. Zhou Zhou sighed. He thought for a moment, took out Bodhi Supreme, and asked. Bodhi Supreme, is there any way to let me obtain more chaos divine treasures in a short period of time? Kill more chaotic divine demons. Bodhi Supreme said casually. Where are more chaotic divine demons? Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Judging by Bodhi Supreme's tone, could there be a way out? Chapter 1377. Race Divine Artifact Death Whispering Daldlora. Chaotic divine demons are special life forms evolved from part of his incomplete body after the death of the Chaos Will. They can be said to be a special product of the law of chaos. Therefore, as long as the law of chaos still exists in this world, they are almost indestructible. However, because the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord have always wanted to recover the incomplete divine body of the Chaos Will to make up for the shortcomings of their multiverse, most of these chaotic divine demons are living very tragic lives. If it weren't for the fact that an invincible existence appeared among the chaotic divine demons and created the divine demon realm that protected the chaotic divine demons, these chaotic divine demons would have fallen into the hands of the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord. Bodhi Supreme said. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. Could the chaotic divine demons that he had summoned through the Chaos Deo worship ceremony 3 times were in the divine demon realm that Bodhi Supreme had mentioned? And the Dihuang that the chaotic illusion divine demons were talking about was the invincible existence that the Bodhi Supreme said had single-handedly created the divine demon realm among the chaotic divine demons? At this moment, the Bodhi Supreme finally got to the point. It's not impossible for you to obtain more chaos divine treasures. Chaotic divine demons love freedom by nature. In addition, they need the chaotic chi of the outside world to cultivate. Therefore, even if they know that the outside world is dangerous, some chaotic divine demons will sneak out every once in a while. They often wander around the Chaos Sea to cultivate. If you're interested, you can go to the Chaos Sea to ask them for the Chaos Divine Treasure. Bodhi Supreme said. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. Chaos Sea? Wasn't that the territory of the Chaos Gods race? He had originally thought that before he had less than 50 master gods under him, he had no intention of finding trouble with those top bloodline races. The other party had a deep foundation and many methods after all. Even if Zhou Zhou developed rapidly and had many trump cards, if he really fought the other party head-on, he might not be the one at a disadvantage. However, now that he knew that there were chaotic divine demons in the Chaos Sea, Zhou Zhou had no choice but to go even if he did not want to. Everything was worth it in order to speed up the development of the territory. Even though 12 days were short, with he surrounded by enemies, who could guarantee that no accidents would happen in these 12 days? He did not dare to entrust his future to an accident. I have to make a good plan before going to the Chaos Sea. We can't just lead the troops over. Zhou Zhou thought. If possible, it was better not to have any conflicts. Then, he casually opened the World Channel and the Lord Channel of the myriad races and checked their reactions as usual. Establishing a true God-tier elementary grade territory just like that? Doesn't this mean that the other party is not far from establishing a divine kingdom? Based on my understanding of common people's regal's habits, I reckon that after a while, common people's regal will establish a divine kingdom that belongs to him. This is because the previous kingdoms and empires were all like this, and the divine kingdoms are most likely not too different. Oh my god, the race behind me only has a beginner-level divine kingdom lord faction. Now, the common people's regal, a lord of all races, is about to have his own beginner divine kingdom. This time, the common people's regal is really going to widen the gap between us. I'm used to it. I'm used to it. After Zhou Zhou read it, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. HL build a divine kingdom for you to see after some time. However, he had other things to do before that. He first checked the rewards for the lords of all races. There was naturally no need to mention the 10 mythical reputation rating talents and 10,000 reputation rating rewards. They were all rewards for talents, and the highest level was no more than a true god. If it was in the past, Zhou Zhou might have been very happy. However, to the current Zhou Zhou, he might only have some emotional fluctuations if a master god came to join him. He looked directly at the supreme treasure chest. After opening it, he saw a strange doll wrapped in the aura of death with a sinister smile on its face lying quietly in the treasure chest. Zhou Zhou sensed the familiar aura on the doll and raised his eyebrows slightly. He picked it up and looked at it. A text notification appeared. Race Divine Artifact Name, Death Whispering Doll Laura. Divine Artifact Rank, Race Divine Artifact. Race Divine Artifact Ability Death Curse, tell the will of Death Laura about the life form you want to kill. Your death requirement can be met as long as the other party is a life form and is at the Master God or below. Note, after using this race's divine artifact, it can only be accumulated and reused after 7 days. Good lord, it's the Book of God of Death. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. However, this thing didn't seem to be of much use to him. With his current strength, if he really wanted to kill someone, would that person still be alive? If I use this thing to curse and kill the original Master Gods, the Source, the Heaven Curse Beast, and Dihuang, what will happen? Can we curse them to death as well? Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of something. That was really possible without saying anything else. The Will of Death was a legendary will-level existence after all. With his status, it would be a joke if he couldn't kill a Master Gods. However, after some thought, Zhou Zhou did not use the death-whispering doll to curse them to death. It was mainly because they were not a threat to him at the moment. If he really wanted to kill them, he could do it by himself. It was best to use this race's divine artifact under specific circumstances and then have the effect of making the final decision. Assassinations carried out by conventional weapons, other than confusing the situation, were actually not very useful. There wasn't only one master god tier among the few races he wanted to deal with after all. There would be other master gods to replace them even if they were to be killed. This wouldn't be of much use. Thinking of this, he put away the race's divine artifact. Then, he called Aaliyah over and asked her to call Mugu, Zhang Fugui, and Carol Molly over. Soon, they came over. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The three of them said in unison. The territory has just advanced. Tell me about your improvements." Zhou Zhou nodded and said. Mugu was the first to stand up. "Your Majesty, the Scarlet Broodmother that I'm currently in has been upgraded from a high-tier deity level advanced grade to a true god tier elementary grade. The number of Mist Mothers evolved from the true god tier elementary grade Scarlet Broodmother has increased from 1 million to 5 million. Each Mist Mother world can now nurture 10 billion fog monsters. 5 million Mist Mothers can nurture a total of 5 capital units fog monsters. In addition, the quality and efficiency of cultivating high-quality Scarlet Heirs has also increased. Currently, I can nurture 5 Scarlet True God tier advanced grades or 20 elementary grade Scarlet God spirits in a day. As for ordinary Scarlet God spirits, I can create 100,000 Scarlet God spirits in a day." Mugu said respectfully. A shocked expression appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. Chapter 1378. Improvement in the Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou was shocked. 5 million Mist Mothers and every Mist Mother could nurture 2 billion fog monsters. This would be 5 capital units fog monsters in total. Which meant, if he used all these Mist Mothers to nurture soldier types on average, with the enhancement of Lord Talents and titles like the King of Loots, he could obtain 2 capital units Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier Recruitment Books, 10 capital units Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier Class Change Certificate, 10 capital units Violent Storm Spirit Recruitment Books, and 10 capital units Violent Storm Spirit Class Change Certificate. Which meant, he could have an additional 4.0 capital units recruits in a day. How many soldiers did he have under him now? Only 25 soldiers in the capital units. He could gain troops that far exceeded his total military strength in a day. As expected of the advancement of a major class, it had really increased a lot and was much stronger than the advancement of a small class. Zhou Zhou sighed. In addition, Mugu's performance in nurturing the Scarlet God Spirit was also very ridiculous. Under the circumstances of nurturing God Spirits with all his might, Mugu could actually create 5 Scarlet True God tier advanced grade True Gods, or 20 elementary grade True Gods, or even 100,000 ordinary Scarlet God Spirits in a day. The original spirit races he didn't even dare to dream of such a thing as the number 1 race in the myriad worlds. Even though Mugu's ability to nurture Scarlet God Spirits was awesome, Zhou Zhou still had the same thoughts. It was better to nurture new recruits. He would not nurture the Scarlet God Spirit. In any case, God Spirits would be born from new recruits. Furthermore, with the enhancement of his various Lord Talents, this speed would not be slow. Hence, Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said, "Leave 1 million Mist Mothers amongst the 5 million behind to specially nurture the Iron-Eating Bear and the Withered Tree. The other 4 million Mist Mothers will be used to nurture the Violent Storm Demon Spirit and the other 2 million to nurture the Yellow Talisman Deo Soldiers." Even though he did not use it all to nurture the Violent Storm Spirit and the Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier, a total of 4 million Mist Mothers could also help him obtain 8 capital units Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier Recruitment Books, 8 capital units Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier Class Change Certificate, 8 capital units Violent Storm Spirit Recruitment Books, and 8 capital units Violent Storm Spirit Class Change Certificate. There would be a total of 32 capital units soldiers if he converted all these recruitment books and class change certificates into new recruits. It was 10 times the number of soldiers he recruited every day. Previously, the number of new recruits recruited every day was only 3.2 capital units. Not bad, not bad. The more Zhou Zhou thought about it, the more satisfied he was. At this rate, in 3 days, or even 2 days, the total number of troops under he could exceed 2 capital units. This number of troops was something that even high-level bloodline races could not compare to. Perhaps only top-notch bloodline races like the original Spirit race, the Shepherd's God race, and the Chaos Gods race could have such troops. "Yes, Your Majesty." On the other side, Mugu immediately said respectfully after hearing Zhou Zhou's words. Then, he retreated. Seeing this, Zhang Fugui stepped forward. Reporting to Your Majesty. The number of mysterious merchants has increased from 20 billion to 2 billion after our territory advanced to true God tier elementary grade. The number of carriages transporting goods has also increased to 50 billion. Among these 2 billion mysterious merchants, there are a total of 1 billion true God tiers, 30 billion ordinary God spirits, and 690 upper-level legendary tier experts. Our treasure hunting ability has increased again in probability. In the future, when we go out to do business, we should be able to bring back at least 100,000 God tier treasures each time. In addition, our branch of the Mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce has already become one of the core branches of the headquarters of the Mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce. In the future, if the Mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce finds any benefits in the myriad worlds, before it becomes an auction item or is used for trading with other existences, it will be handled by the core members of our Mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce. In other words, we will deal with it first. Which means, in the future, we will have the priority to buy new treasures that the Mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce finds in the myriad worlds. At the same time, we also have the right to buy information-type goods within the Mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce. We can learn about the information commodities that the members of the Mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce have gathered from the myriad worlds, such as the origin of the treasure, who has what treasure, the location of what existence, various world secrets, and other information by spending the points of the Mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce. As for other guests from the outside world, if they want to obtain similar information, they often have to pay 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times the price. The cost is huge. As for the points of the Mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce, they can be obtained by selling treasures to the Mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce. In addition, as one of the core branches of the Mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce, we can also obtain 1,000 fixed Mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce points as our salary every day. He said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded, very satisfied. He did not expect that the Mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce, which was an elementary grade true God tier, would become the core branch of a super organization that spanned across the myriad worlds. In the future, if his territory advanced to the Master God tier level or even the Master God tier advanced grade, would his Mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce branch be in charge of the entire Mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce? Zhou Zhou felt that it was very likely. In addition, be it the priority of the Mysterious Chamber of Commerce to buy treasures or the intelligence function, they were both very practical, especially the former. As someone who had participated in a mysterious auction once, Zhou Zhou knew very well that the Mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce had Supreme God Realm treasures or even willpower level inheritances. Even though there were few of the latter, there were still some. If Zhou Zhou grasped this channel, it was equivalent to grasping a path to obtain a Supreme God Realm treasure or even a will level inheritance. It was of great significance. The more Zhou Zhou thought about it, the more satisfied he was with the advancement of the Mysterious Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Fugui left after saying that. Carol Molly stood up and said respectfully, seeing this. Reporting to Your Majesty, after the territory was upgraded to the True God tier elementary grade, our life arc already has 1,000 trillion clergymen, 1,000 trillion priests, 1,000 trillion nuns, and 2 capital units of life paladins. These clergymen are enough to complete the war treatment mission and the war resurrection mission for 100 capital units. Also, currently, there are 50 million high-level divine duty members of the life arc's God spirit level. Every one of them has mastered the resurrection spells, and they can resurrect the deities of our country alone. As for my strength, it has now increased from Master God tier elementary grade to Master God tier advanced grade. It can independently revive any life form below the Master God tier advanced grade and elementary grade. Very good. Zhou Zhou was even happier. The strongest person in his territory was only at the Master God tier advanced grade. Which meant no God spirit needed to worry about being unable to revive after death in his territory for now. This could greatly increase the courage of the God spirits under him to risk their lives in battle. Furthermore, the clergy of the life arc could complete the war treatment mission and war resurrection mission of 2 capital units. In a short period of time, it was enough to satisfy his war treatment and war resurrection needs. Then, he chatted with the 3 of them for a while before letting them leave. Chapter 1379. Upgrading the Gate of Summoning. Never retreat. Right on the heels of that, he left the shrine and came to the Gate of Summoning. He spent 4 Gai units of basic materials and L.00 low-level True God tier divine crystals to upgrade the Gate of Summoning to the True God tier elementary grade. Congratulations, your gate of summoning has successfully been upgraded to a true God tier elementary grade building. You can summon plus 10 million subjects every day. 100,000 professionals will definitely appear among the subjects you summon every day. Prompt: under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer 12, the number of subjects you can summon every day reaches 191,586,000. 100,013 professionals will definitely appear among the subjects you summon every day. Zhou Zhou nodded after reading it. The basic number of subjects summoned for true God tier elementary grade gate of summoning was 15,965,500. It directly increased by 12 times, becoming 191,586,000 people after being enhanced by the Glory of the Pioneer 11. Then, he glanced at the requirement to upgrade the gate of summoning. Building upgrade: 10 wood guy units, 10 thin sand guy units, 10 metal guy units, 10 stone guy units, 1000 true God tier intermediate crystals, territory level upgraded to true God tier intermediate grade. Zhou Zhou retracted his gaze and looked at the requirement to upgrade the original Dragon Abyss. Then, he could not help but take a deep breath. To upgrade the original Dragon Abyss, you need to establish a divine kingdom and have the worship of a Master God tier Dragon God. There's no problem with a Master God tier Dragon God offering. Other than the Abyssal Holy Dragon Nazario and the Light Sacred Dragon Injsal, the other legendary dragons were summoned from the original Dragon Abyss. They originally had the strength of a top-notch Master God tier. They just specially demoted their strength to adapt to the summoning requirements. If I need it, they can open the restrictions at any time and recover their strength as a Master God tier. That leaves one requirement: to establish a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Let's begin. Zhou Zhou was not a hesitant person. He immediately gathered the army and prepared to welcome today's founding war. A moment later, after the soldiers and god spirits were all in position, Bai Yun asked: "Your Majesty, do you need me to bring all the troops from the Cerulean planet over?" "No need." Zhou Zhou shook his head. Bai Yun could not help but be surprised since she knew how powerful the enemy His Majesty was about to face was. That was His Majesty's own army of clones after all. Bai Yun immediately felt a headache when she thought of having all the means of His Majesty. She knew too well how difficult they were to deal with as His Majesty's most trusted subordinate. Among them, the most difficult and despairing was His Majesty himself. Even she did not know how many tricks His Majesty was hiding. In any case, she knew that it would definitely be earth-shattering once His Majesty used all his methods. Of course, there was a high chance that the replica would have the same effect when used. This was what gave Bai Yun and the rest the most headache. She already had a premonition that it would probably be an incomparably tragic battle regardless of whether or not they were to win today. How should we fight this battle? Bai Yun thought to herself. Zhou Zhou couldn't help but smile when he saw her frowning. How could he not know what Bai Yun was thinking? He smiled and comforted her. "Don't think too much about it, this Majesty is already prepared. We will definitely win today's battle." Bai Yun was stunned. Then, she looked at His Majesty's confident and indifferent handsome face and gradually smiled. His Majesty always made people feel at ease and reliable. Nothing seemed to be able to stop His Majesty. "Yes. We will definitely win." Bai Yun's expression also became firm. Even though she didn't know where His Majesty's confidence came from, he chose to believe His Majesty unconditionally. "Your Majesty, when do we start the war?" Bai Yun asked. "Wait a little longer. By the way, have you informed the subjects?" Zhou Zhou asked. "Everything's been notified. All the subjects are already prepared for war and can participate in the battle on behalf of the army at any time," Bai Yun said. Zhou Zhou nodded. The subjects under him were all professionals with the help of a large number of free class change certificates. Even though they could not compare to Empire-tier soldier-type professions like the Forbidden Mage or the Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier, they were still living beings that had the power of extraordinary tier. They were definitely not weak in battle. Zhou Zhou did not say anything about not letting the subjects participate in the battle. The Kingdom Founding War concerned the rise and fall of the entire Blazing Sun Empire. If the Blazing Sun Empire failed to advance or even perished, the subjects under him would definitely not end well. They were fighting for the Empire, but also for themselves. Of course, if the soldiers under him and the means they had prepared could be the first to defeat the enemy and win this Kingdom Founding War, there would naturally be no need for the subjects under him to take the risk to participate in the battle. The soldiers and god spirits under him would forever stand at the front line of the war. His subjects under them participating in the battle had to wait until they were powerless to deal with the enemy. Another half an hour passed and a 9-colored stream of light flew over from the sky and landed in front of Zhou Zhou. It was Zhou Zhou's latest clone Sunday. It's done. The contract has been signed. Sunday smiled. Very good. Zhou Zhou smiled. There was a relaxed expression on his face. He finally had true confidence in this kingdom founding war. Then, he didn't explain anything and immediately transmitted the golden tablet of the empire in the world of gods. The world of gods was the advanced building of the shrine. He was the size of a middle world and was the source of his divine kingdom world. Not only was it much larger than before, but it also had all kinds of god spirit buildings and blessed lands. It was worthy of being called the world of gods. Zhou Zhou didn't have time to check the surrounding buildings. He placed his right hand on the empire's golden tablet. I want to advance to the divine kingdom. Start the kingdom founding war now, he said in a deep voice. In the next second, the entire golden tablet emitted an infinite golden light as if it had heard his words. This boundless golden light quickly spread in all directions and enveloped the entire Blazing Sun Empire's territory in the blink of an eye. At this moment, countless subjects witnessed this scene. However, not only were they not afraid, their eyes were filled with determination and belligerence. It wasn't easy for us to find this paradise to survive. You enemies who came out of nowhere actually want to destroy our current lives. Then we'll fight you to the death. The country I love, my family, my friends, my career, my blood, my everything. They're all here. No one can take them away from me. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we have to protect everything. Our Dihuang is invincible. No matter how strong you are, you can't win against our Dihuang. There was an unshakable determination in everyone's eyes. This was their country and their home. They had no way out and would never retreat. Chapter 1380. Kingdom Founding War, 1. A majestic line of golden nomological divine patterns appeared in the sky. Supreme Will Notification, Lord of the Blazing Sun Zhou Zhou, check if you have completed most of the advancement requirements to become a beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord. Do you want to start the final Kingdom Founding War to officially upgrade your Blazing Sun Empire, Advanced, to the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, Beginner? Yes. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and said solemnly. In the next second, wisps of white fog appeared out of thin air in the sky above the Blazing Sun Empire's territory. This white fog increased in number and covered the entire sky of the Blazing Sun Empire in the blink of an eye, completely enveloping the Blazing Sun Empire. What is this mist? Zhou Zhou's solemn gaze swept across the strange fog. He was actually unable to see through what was in the fog with his eyesight. At this moment, new changes suddenly appeared in the white fog. It was this change that made Zhou Zhou and all the living beings of the Blazing Sun Empire's pupils constrict. The fog in the sky quickly condensed and finally formed a phantom that stretched for countless light years in the sky in a short period of time. These phantoms covered the sky above the entire Blazing Sun Empire's territory. The content of the phantoms was actually an illusory reflection of the Blazing Sun Empire's territory. At this moment, there were actually two Blazing Sun Empires in the world. One was real, and the other was illusory. It looked very magical. Yet this was not what shocked everyone the most. What shocked everyone the most was that they actually saw their existence in this illusionary Blazing Sun Empire. Be it Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Ying Ning, Yuan Kong, or the other high-ranking generals of the Blazing Sun Empire, the soldiers of all the main combat troops under the Blazing Sun Empire or every subject of the Blazing Sun Empire. They could all be found in the illusionary Blazing Sun Empire. Even the Blazing Sun Empire's army, led by Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu, who were far away on the Cerulean planet and had yet to return to the High Continent, was actually in the illusory reflection in the sky of the Blazing Sun Empire. It seemed to have replicated everything that the Blazing Sun Empire had, without any mistakes. Everyone more or less panicked when they saw this scene. Only Zhou Zhou and his clones revealed a smile after their shock. Indeed, you can only replicate the current me, but you can't replicate the me at my peak. Zhou Zhou smiled and muttered to himself. At this moment, Zhou Zhou and the others in the illusory Blazing Sun Empire looked at Zhou Zhou and the others in the real Blazing Sun Empire with a sinister smile. Then, they actually led all the armies, battleships, and war machines to fly out of the projection of the Blazing Sun Empire, completing the critical step of moving from illusion to reality. They really appeared in front of Zhou Zhou and the others. I am the illusory god of chaos Yinian. I'll take your lives today. With a thought, he transformed into Zhou Zhou, followed by 7 illusory clones of Zhou Zhou. They looked at Zhou Zhou and thought, "Common people's regal. I already have everything you have, and besides what you have, I also have my divine demon talent, so it's impossible for you to defeat me. Surrender obediently and let me replace you. Don't worry, your divine kingdom will still be established after I replace you. However, its owner will become me and the illusionary divine generals under me. The name of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom will not be lost. It will flourish in my hands. I will also help you obtain the position of the Lord of all races. I'll sit tight on that supreme throne for you." Ha 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 ha. Yinian could not help but raise her head and laugh wildly while speaking with excitement. "It's exactly as your friend Illusion said. You really look like your boss. You're so arrogant that this emperor wants to beat you up." Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. "You're still quite calm even at the brink of death. However, no matter how calm you are, it's useless. Your defeat is predestined." Yinian sneered. He didn't say anything else. With a wave of his right hand, he created a boundless universe-level battlefield. A look of surprise flashed across Zhou Zhou's eyes. "From today onwards, this will be this emperor's territory. This emperor won't mess up this emperor's territory." Yinian saw Zhou Zhou's expression and smiled faintly. "You've thought it through." Zhou Zhou smiled. Yinian sneered and held the regal Sage Dao sword. She pointed it at Zhou Zhou and ordered coldly, "All troops, charge! Take back the divine kingdom that belongs to us." "Yes." A total of 25 capital units, 9,423,750,727,9324 soldiers, 57,623,871 god spirits, 12,315 true god tiers, and 53 master gods roared in unison. Then, they rushed towards each other. Both sides tacitly agreed not to hire the clergy of the life arc. Everyone had it after all. They wouldn't have any advantage if they used it. They would also waste the mist core and divine crystals they spent on hiring. Soon, the two sides fought. The army of the Blazing Sun Empire was completely suppressed by the cloned army of Yinian at the beginning of the war, since a portion of Zhou Zhou's troops were still left on the Cerulean planet, disguised as the army of the Mortal Empire. This was the first time Zhou Zhou had encountered such a situation of being suppressed. Even though he was already mentally prepared, he still felt somewhat helpless when he saw this scene. It was indeed the hardest to defeat oneself. However, he didn't have any solutions but to watch this scene as he waited for his backup plan to descend. At this moment, he suddenly saw Yinian in the distance and suddenly raised his hand. Then, he saw an invisible ripple spread out to the entire battlefield with his palm as the center. It quickly covered the entire battlefield. At the same time, Zhou Zhou's body also emitted a faint golden light. When this golden light faced this invisible ripple, it seemed to have triggered some kind of stress reaction. It spread out almost at the same time and almost instantly covered the entire battlefield, firmly protecting the army of the Blazing Sun Empire from the invisible ripples. "You and I are the same, why use the 10,000 spirit saint?" Zhou Zhou said with a strange expression. "Can't I use it for fun?" Yinian asked indifferently. Could he say that he was curious? This was a method of the Lord's law. He had not used it many times since he was born, even though he was the illusory god of chaos. Zhou Zhou pursed his lips and did not say anything. Then, he and his clone, Yinian, and his clone tacitly agreed not to participate in the battle below. It was the same reason no matter which side participated in the battle, the other party would definitely participate. At that time, when their combat strength was equal, it would be meaningless to participate in the battle. Since that was the case, it was better to watch coldly and wait for the outcome of the battle below. A sinister smile appeared on Yinian's lips as he watched. This was because he could clearly see that his clone army was gradually expanding his advantage on the battlefield with the advantage of military strength. As long as this continued, it wouldn't be long before his army had a 100% chance of obtaining victory on the battlefield. When the time comes, everything about this famous common people's regal would belong to him. This was the meaning of the kingdom founding war. It was personally set by the supreme will, and no one could go against it. Yinian felt his divine body tremble thinking of the shocking wealth and strength of this common people's regal. Chapter 1381, Kingdom Founding War, 2. Once he had the strength and influence of this common people's regal, he would have a high chance of defeating their chaos divine demon De Huang in the future. Yinian could not help but grit his teeth thinking of De Huang. He was almost invincible in the divine demon realm. The only person who had never won was De Huang. I will definitely avenge my previous humiliation. He gritted his teeth and thought. Zhou Zhou looked at the situation on the battlefield and frowned slightly. This was because even though his soldiers were already fighting with all their might, with the other party's military advantage, they were still inevitably on the verge of defeat. This group of replica soldiers not only had all the strength, equipment, and skills of the soldiers under him, but they also had their temperament, courage, and ferocity. That's my soldier. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. At this moment, Zhou Zhou and Yi Nian sensed something almost at the same time and looked into the distance. A few seconds later, 5 streams of light flew over from the depths of the Sea of Stars. They broke through the barrier of the boundless universe and forcefully entered this battlefield. They were the War Master God Terence, the Machina Master God Zero, the Goddess of Life Tritus, the Wisdom Master God Totbirth, and the Light Master God Hilu. Common people's regal, we're here to help. Terence laughed. Everyone, this emperor has been waiting for a long time. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief and stood up with a smile. Yi Nian frowned slightly when she saw this. He wanted to replicate the 4 of them, but he realized that he couldn't. Then, he reacted. Strictly speaking, these 5 top Master God tier experts did not completely belong to Zhou Zhou yet. This was because they would only completely join Zhou Zhou after he established the Divine Kingdom's Lord faction and become his worshipped Master God. However, they were not yet. Therefore, Yi Nian naturally could not replicate it. However, he soon relaxed his brows and sneered at Zhou Zhou. Is this your trump card? Don't tell me you think that just by adding 5 top-notch Master Gods on your side, you can decide the outcome of the entire battlefield. We don't understand each other. Can the current us easily kill these so-called 10 Master Gods even if we casually send out a clone? Not to mention, you still have 2 clones on the Cerulean planet. And my clones are still at the scene. Even if your clone and these 5 clones attack together, you won't be our match. Yi Nian said this fact without any hesitation. Hearing this, Zhou Zhou's expression turned unnatural. Even though that was the truth, there was no need for this guy to say it. He was indeed an arrogant and despotic person, and he glanced at Terence and the others from the corner of his eye. After they heard Yi Nian's words, Terence looked at Zhou Zhou with interest, and a fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. Zero's expression did not change at all, but his silver mechanical divine eyes were filled with a large amount of information data. Tritus looked at Zhou Zhou in surprise. Clearly, she did not expect Zhou Zhou's combat strength to be so high that he had surpassed them so quickly. Totbirth also looked at Zhou Zhou in surprise. Hilu was the same. Hey, chaotic divine demons below, when did we say that we would do it ourselves? Terence looked at Yi Nian and smiled. Then why are you here? To watch the battle? Then, after the war ends, you'll welcome your new master. Yi Nian frowned. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 Master Gods finally frowned in unison. New master. These words were a little unpleasant. Terence sneered and said, there's no need to use that method for the time being. Let me experience your brilliant move first. In the next second, he drove the yellow gold tier carriage and transformed into a golden light that rushed towards Yi Nian. You're courting death. Yi Nian stood rooted to the ground. A Yi Nian clone appeared in front of him and punched Terence without any fancy moves. An incomparably terrifying power instantly rushed towards Terence's golden carriage. The yellow gold divine horse at the front did not even have time to react before it was shattered into powder and disappeared. Then, the carriage was shattered, leaving Terence alone. Facing this simple punch, Terence felt an unprecedented sense of horror. However, not only was he not afraid, he even felt the madness in his bones. Okay. How long has it been since I experienced it? Heroes of all worlds, listen to my orders. Terence roared at the sky. In the next second, countless phantoms of yellow gold soldiers appeared in front of him. These soldiers had different forms and were shockingly from various races in the myriad worlds. There were at least 10 capital units in total. Their strength was high and low. The weakest yellow gold soldiers were only at the green bronze tier elementary grade, and the strongest yellow gold soldiers were shockingly as strong as a Master God tier advance grade. At this moment, under the call of the War Master God, Terence, they roared and charged towards this punch. However, something shocking happened to Terence and the other Master Gods. Under the punch of Yi Nian's clone, the 10 capital units soldiers were actually unable to block it at all. Even the yellow golden soldiers at Master God tier advance grade, had their divine bodies blasted apart by a single punch. This punch pierced through the yellow gold soldiers and was about to land on Terence. When Terence saw this, he finally felt fear. He had previously heard from Yi Nian that the current Zhou Zhou could easily sweep through the 10 master gods. He did not believe it and even had the thought of sparring. Now, this clone had woken him and the other 4 master gods up with a punch. How could this be something that could sweep through the 10 master gods? This was simply the number 1 god spirit below the supreme god realm. Was this still the common people's regal that needed their help? However, at the same time, he was pleasantly surprised. He made the right choice. When the common people's regal establishes his divine kingdom and becomes stronger and even the lord of all races in the future, with this unprecedented strength and methods, he would definitely have a way to let them advance to the supreme god realm in the future. At this critical moment of life and death, Terence, who had a big heart, actually had the mood to think about this. Just as this punch was about to land on him, a figure appeared in front of Terence. He raised his hand and received the menacing punch with a solemn expression. It was Zhou Zhou's 7th clone Sunday. He shook his sore right hand following that. So strong! He muttered to himself. The terrifying power of the Power Heavenly Emperor could almost be said to have been completely developed under the activation of the Chaos Sacred Power of the Master God tier advance grade. This punch really had the might of a Heavenly Emperor. If not for the fact that he was Zhou Zhou's clone and also had the power of the Power Heavenly Emperor, he might not have been able to withstand this punch. Your Excellency Terence, stop playing and use your true methods, Zhou Zhou said. Okay. Terence nodded and had no intention of slacking off. Then, he looked at Yi Nian and revealed a sinister smile. I'll let you see our true methods. Chapter 1382, Kingdom Founding War, 3. Yi Nian looked at the sinister smile on Terence's face and the calmness and confidence on the faces of the other 4 top master god tiers. He frowned slightly and finally realized that something was wrong. They wouldn't have been so calm until now if they didn't really have the confidence and means to deal with him, especially after witnessing his strength and heritage. His expression turned solemn. At this moment, he suddenly saw something, and his expression finally changed. War Master God Terence flipped his right hand, and a scroll emitting golden light appeared in his hand. Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Treasure Heavenly Dipper Divine Scroll. Once the vast and majestic power of the Heavenly Dipper Law was released, it was enough to instantly destroy hundreds of thousands of universes. At the same time, the Machina Master God, 0, also took out a purple Rubik's Cube. It was the Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Treasure 6 Realms Rubik's Cube. The Wisdom Master God, Tritus, took out a withered tree root. It was the Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Treasure World Root of Corrosion. The Wisdom Master God, Totbirth, took out a ball of chaotic silver light. It was the Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Treasure Heart of Reversal. Master God Tirhilu took out a sacred white divine crystals. It was the Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Treasure Ultimate Origin Light. The boundless universe created by Yi Nian instantly became turbulent, as if it was about to collapse and be destroyed in the next second as soon as these 5 Supreme God Realm treasures were taken out. When Yi Nian saw this scene, his expression gradually turned ugly. He sensed his first treasure vault and searched inside and out before finally confirming something. He did not even have a single Supreme God Realm treasure on him. Supreme God Realm treasures. Why do you have them? Yi Nian roared. The inexplicable disappearance of the Supreme God Realm treasure finally made him, the chaotic divine demons who had always felt that everything was under control, feel uneasy and flustered. He hated such emotions. Of course I was the one who gave them all as gifts to the master gods. They are this emperor's future worshipped master gods after all. Is there anything wrong with me giving them small treasures in advance to increase our friendship? Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. Those are 137 Supreme God Realm treasures. You spent more than half of your wealth to buy them, but you actually gave them all to them. Yi Nian roared in disbelief. You call these small treasures? Don't they cost hundreds of minions at least? What else can I do? Keep it for you to use against me. Zhou Zhou waved his hand nonchalantly. Why would he strengthen the other party since he knew that the other party would replicate all his methods? Naturally, he would think of weakening the other party to help him. And he felt that the best way to weaken the other party's help was to give away all 137 Supreme God Realm treasures that were on him. This was because those Supreme God Realm treasures were the strongest methods he had. Even if he used all his trump cards, he would not be able to withstand a single blow from the power of these Supreme God Realm treasures. Similarly, he would also be vulnerable in front of these Supreme God Realm treasures. It was a principle that one couldn't trap a wolf if one couldn't bear to part with a child. Zhou Zhou simply gave away all the Supreme God Realm treasures, not going to give the clone any chance to turn the tables. Therefore, after he created his seventh clone, he immediately got him to look for the 5 master gods and gave them all 137 Supreme God Realm treasures. He did not even make any requests, only said that it was free. He even specially signed a contract. However, these 5 top-notch master gods were not fools. They naturally understood that there was no such thing as free lunch in this world. Not to mention so many Supreme God Realm treasures. Hence, they all understood that Zhou Zhou probably had a request, and it was an urgent one. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given them so much in one go. Therefore, not long after they left on Sunday, they decided to join forces and make a trip to the Blazing Sun Empire. They decided to protect the Blazing Sun Empire for a period of time. Then, they saw the scene of Yi Nian's chaotic divine demons summoning the clone army to attack the Blazing Sun Empire's army. Then, they saw the scene of Yi Nian's chaotic divine demons summoning the clone army to attack the Blazing Sun Empire's army. Of course, during this process, they inevitably had the thought of embezzling these Supreme God Realm treasures. These were all genuine Supreme God Realm treasures after all. It was no exaggeration to say that they had been the top 10 master gods for so many years, and the Supreme God Realm treasures they had combined were not as much as what Sunday had given them this time. If they really owned them, their strength and power would definitely increase greatly. However, they gave up on the idea after much consideration. Why? This was because there were very few existences in the entire myriad worlds that could threaten them as 10 master god tier existences. When the Supreme God Realm and even more powerful beings did not appear, they were the strongest in the heavens. In addition, even though they had few Supreme God Realm treasures, they were not lacking in them. This made their need to obtain more Supreme God Realm treasures less urgent. Most importantly, they knew what they wanted. What they wanted was to become a Supreme God Realm expert, not to obtain so-called Supreme God Realm treasures. In their eyes, the common people's regal was undoubtedly the best candidate to help them attain the Supreme God Realm. The so-called temptation of Supreme God Realm treasures was not worth mentioning in the face of the temptation of becoming a Supreme God Realm. Therefore, they chose to take the initiative to help Zhou Zhou. I see. Yi Nian finally understood. No wonder Zhou Zhou had been so fearless ever since the war began. It turned out that he had already calculated everything and made this huge bet. 5. The current situation undoubtedly proved that he had won the bet. Yi Nian would lose and he would lose completely. Even though he had grasped all of Zhou Zhou's means, he was still so vulnerable in front of Supreme God Realm treasures. Even if Zhou Zhou could rely on King to have the combat strength of the number 1 God Spirit below the Supreme God Realm, he only had the combat strength of the number 1 God Spirit below the Supreme God Realm. His true strength was only at the true God tier intermediate grade. He was unable to deal with the Supreme God Realm. Naturally, Yi Nian could not either. However, his expression turned ferocious. I won't let you have it easy even if I lose either. All troops, charge! You have to tear a piece of flesh off the regal's body even if you perish. He said angrily. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. This guy wanted to use the method of sacrificing 1,000 of his own team to kill 800 on his side. Then, his brows relaxed. Forgetite. What was the big deal of sacrificing some Supreme God Realm treasures as long as he could obtain victory and establish a divine kingdom? It was worth it even if it was all used up. In any case, he was now the master of the core branch of the mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce's headquarters. In the future, he would not be lacking in Supreme God Realm treasures. Do it, Your Excellencies. The current him wouldn't be afraid of any enemy. Terence and the other master gods nodded. Chapter 1383, Yi Nian's Demon God Talent. Yi Nian's defeat. Then, they activated the Supreme God Realm treasures in their hands and targeted Yi Nian. They knew that as long as they destroyed Yi Nian, his clone army would naturally disappear. Countless heavenly dipper divine powers, realm divine powers, corrosive powers, reversal powers, and light powers that emitted various colors descended from the sky and shot straight at Yi Nian. Yi Nian pressed his palms together. Being illusory in one thought and being real in another thought. In the next second, the figures of him and his army actually turned from real to illusory. The 5 supreme god realm treasures actually didn't seem to injure the other party at all. They directly pierced through the other party's divine body and the bodies of the clone army under him. Zhou Zhou and the others were shocked to discover that Yi Nian and his clone army were actually unharmed after the aftershock of the 5 supreme god realm treasures dissipated. No. Not completely unscathed. Zhou Zhou's eyesight was astonishing. He could see that more than half of the chaotic sacred power in Yi Nian's body had been consumed by that move. What a heaven-defying talent! However, how many times can you block it? Terence sneered. Then, he took out another supreme god realm treasure with the other top. Master gods! Yi Nian's pupils were constricted. Then, he turned around and fled without hesitation, in the direction of Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou shook his head. You and I have the same methods, so you should know. One definitely won't be able to catch up to you. So it's the same, you definitely won't be able to catch up to me. He had a thought. Master God Tiradvan's grade space-time law skill space-time maze. In the next second, countless layers of spatial passageways vaguely appeared. Yi Nian could not dodge in time and flew into it. Then, he was obstructed by countless space-time corridors and could not get close to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou stood on the spot and did not even move. He looked at Yi Nian calmly and sighed in his heart. The Time Divine Dragon's space-time corridor law skill was indeed useful. At that moment, Yi Nian had also realized that he would definitely not be able to approach Zhou Zhou due to the existence of the space-time corridor. It was already too late for him to escape. Another 5 supreme god realm treasures descended from the sky, targeting Yi Nian. Yi Nian gritted his teeth and pressed his palms together again. Being illusory in one thought and being real in another thought. In the next second, his divine body and the bodies of his army of clones became illusory again. However, this time, when the 5 divine lights attacked Yi Nian's divine body, Yi Nian let out an incomparably miserable scream not long after. Common people's regal. We'll meet again. When the time comes, I will definitely. Yi Nian did not finish his sentence because he was already dead. At the same time that he died, lines of text notifications appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Congratulations, Lord of the Blazing Sun, for successfully winning the Kingdom Founding War. You are now qualified to officially upgrade your territory Blazing Sun Empire, Advanced, to a Divine Kingdom Lord faction, Beginner. Do you wish to upgrade immediately? Yes. Zhou Zhou said without hesitation. Then, a smile appeared on his face. He had worked hard for so long and finally had the top Lord faction in the myriad worlds. In the next second, a pillar of light descended from the sky, illuminating the territory of the Blazing Sun Empire. All the Blazing Sun Empire subjects in the Blazing Sun Empire's territory seemed to see a supreme realm when they looked up. In that mystic realm, laws appeared casually like rain. Every drop of rain represented a complete path of laws. They could see endless profundity in a random raindrop. Someone's strength had broken through at this moment. At this moment, someone's comprehension seemed to have improved. Someone had comprehended a new skill or even a new law skill at this moment. Some people had obtained a supreme foundation at this moment. As long as they accumulated enough strength, they would be able to soar into the sky. Zhou Zhou naturally saw this scene as well. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Isn't this the supreme domain of the supreme will? There's such a benefit in advancing to the divine kingdom? Why aren't there any records in my bloodline inheritance memories? However, he quickly reacted. When the lords of other races advanced to the divine kingdom, they would not encounter difficult enemies like the illusory god of chaos. This scene was probably specially rewarded by the supreme will to himself and the subjects in order to reward his outstanding performance. He glanced at Terence and company. The moment the supreme domain appeared, they sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the supreme laws contained in the supreme domain. Zhou Zhou smiled and did not begin to meditate like them. It was just a supreme domain. The actual location of his divine kingdom world was actually in the supreme domain. It was constantly nourished by the nomological reign of the supreme domain. As the master of the divine kingdom, even though he could not appear directly in the supreme domain, through his divine kingdom world, it was equivalent to being affected by the aura of the supreme domain at all times. Therefore, this scene was a rare opportunity for Terence and the others. However, it was just a normal day to Zhou Zhou. At the same time, just as the Blazing Sun Empire was advancing to the Divine Kingdom. This shocking phenomenon of advancing to the Divine Kingdom instantly attracted the attention of all the races and factions. When they discovered that the source of this phenomenon was actually the advancement of the Blazing Sun Empire's Divine Kingdom phenomenon, they were immediately shocked. Ah! He advanced to a Divine Kingdom just like that. How long has it been since the common people's regal arrived in the High Continent, and he already has a Divine Kingdom Lord faction? What would those Lord factions that spent tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years to build a Divine Kingdom think? This common people's regal is indeed worthy of being called the leader and starter of the new era of the myriad races. He's indeed extraordinary to be able to do such a shocking feat. Amazing! Truly amazing! Those powerful bloodline races have always been wary of Zhou Zhou. Now that the common people's regal has suddenly become the ruler of the Divine Kingdom, I'm afraid they won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. No wonder the common people's regal didn't participate in the Lord of the Races event this time. It turns out that he is doing his best to prepare for the advancement to the Divine Kingdom. No wonder. Hehe, this is a Lord's faction that was able to establish the Divine Kingdom first during the Lord of all Races contest. It will definitely be able to make a name for itself in front of the Supreme WIU. Compared to this, it doesn't matter if it participates in the Lord of the Race event or not. The phenomenon of the common people's regal advancing to a Divine Kingdom Lord is really magnificent. It can actually attract the Supreme Domain. I see that many Master God tiers advancing to the Supreme God realm failed to attract the Supreme Will's attention. The Supreme WIU really values this kid. The various races and factions from the myriad worlds were discussing the matter of common people's regal becoming the Lord of a Divine Kingdom. The matter caused huge waves and turmoil among the 10,000 races unsurprisingly. Zhou Zhou finally received the notification that he had dreamed of after waiting for a long time. Chapter 1384, Establishing a Divine Kingdom. Congratulations, your high-level Lord's territory Blazing Sun Empire has officially been promoted to beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lords. Territory Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Prompt: you can display the name and level of your Divine Kingdom on any channel. Your World Channel ID has changed. Your current World Channel ID is Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Beginner, Lord of the Blazing Sun. Right on the heels of that, an announcement that shocked the hearts of the 10,000 races appeared. Announcement of the Lord of 10,000 races: congratulations to the human race, Lord of the Blazing Sun, for successfully establishing the first kingdom of the Lord of 10,000 races. Rewards: 10,000 races Mythology Treasure Box +1, Novice Kingdom of God Treasure Box +1. Legend Degree +1,000,000. Mythical Reputation Rating +1000. The only title of the 10,000 races, the First Kingdom of God. Lord of all races announcement: congratulations to the human race Lord of the Blazing Sun. Lord of all races announcement: congratulations to the human race Lord of the Blazing Sun. Finally, it has officially advanced to a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Zhou Zhou sighed. He was now considered the leader of the top factions in the world. Then, he looked at the subsequent text notifications. Elementary level Divine Lord Hint 1, after advancing to a Divine Kingdom, your reputation will spread throughout the myriad worlds. More life forms in the myriad worlds will gradually know of the existence of your Divine Kingdom and will come to join your Divine Kingdom faction. Please be prepared to deal with the various Divine Kingdom matters. Elementary level Divine Lord Hint 2, your Advanced Empire channel has officially been upgraded to Elementary Divine Kingdom channel. It can accommodate up to 10,000 Gai unit subjects. Elementary level Divine Master Hint 3, you have the authority to release the Divine Kingdom announcement. After releasing the Divine Kingdom announcement, all subjects of the Divine Kingdom will be the first to know of the news you released. Elementary level Divine Master Hint 4, your subsidiary kingdom function has been strengthened. You can recruit kingdom factions without limit. You can also recruit up to 100,000 Empire Tier Lord factions and 1,000 beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions to become your subsidiary kingdom. Subsidiary kingdoms are not allowed to attack the suzerain kingdom. They have to accept the orders of the suzerain kingdom and advance and retreat with the suzerain kingdom. The suzerain kingdom has to support the development of the subsidiary kingdoms within its ability to protect the subsidiary kingdoms from external enemies. There is a parent-child spatial teleportation array between the main kingdom and the affiliated kingdom. It can be used for free regardless of distance. The main kingdom has the right to unilaterally close the parent-child spatial teleportation array. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading it. Then, he opened the Divine Kingdom announcement and wrote down the first Divine Kingdom announcement after the establishment of the Divine Kingdom. Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom announcement. Everyone, this Emperor's subjects, this Emperor can officially tell you that the Kingdom Founding War has completely ended. Our Empire's army has undoubtedly obtained victory in this war again. No, it shouldn't be the Empire's army. That was because after we won this Kingdom Founding War, our Blazing Sun Empire has officially advanced to a beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Which means, our Blazing Sun Empire has officially become the Blazing Sun Empire from today onwards. Everyone, from now on, you have already become official citizens of the Divine Kingdom. Just like before, we are undoubtedly at the forefront of all the lords of all races. This is also the collective honor of all the citizens of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. In order to celebrate our official advancement to the Lord faction of the beginner-level Divine Kingdom, from today onwards, in a month, the prices of all items in the territory contribution system will be discounted. In a month, the price will return to normal. I hope that all subjects will seize the opportunity to increase their strength and better survive on the high continent. The citizens of the Blazing Sun Empire were originally worried about how the Kingdom Founding War between the soldiers of the Empire was going. At the beginning of the war, Zhou Zhou and Yi Nian's army had entered the boundless universe to fight in order not to destroy the subjects of the Blazing Sun Empire after all. The living beings from the outside world could not spy on the situation inside. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, they had already won the war. Not only had their country advanced to a Divine Kingdom Lord faction, ordinary subjects like them had also advanced to Divine Kingdom subjects. That was the subject of a Divine Kingdom faction. If word got out, everyone would look up to her. This was because the subjects of the Divine Kingdom's Lord faction represented that the strongest Lord faction in the heavens was protecting you. If they encountered a living being with ill intentions and heard this identity, they would have to consider if they should take the risk to provoke this huge creature. It was not like ordinary kingdom subjects or empire subjects. It was fine if they were provoked. The myriad worlds were so big. Could you find me if I casually hid? To a Divine Kingdom Lord faction, it was really not that difficult to find a criminal who had violated the interests or safety of their citizens in the myriad worlds. The reputation and strength of a Divine Kingdom Lord faction were obvious after all. The moment it spoke, all the factions in the myriad worlds would stick their faces close to it, wanting to help build a relationship. Once the factions in the myriad worlds moved, most life forms would not be able to escape. If becoming a subject of a Divine Kingdom Lord faction made them feel honor and pride, then, what His Majesty said about being able to exchange for all the items in the territory contribution system at a 10% discount had benefited them. In fact, the Blazing Sun Empire had held such a thing once when it was promoted to a kingdom and an empire, but the discount was only 30%. This time, he exchanged for it at a 10% discount. This was really a cheap price. All the subjects were overjoyed, excited, and cheering. When Zhou Zhou opened the Beginner Divine Kingdom channel, he saw this scene. Your Majesty's lifespan is limitless. From a small city to a kingdom, from a kingdom to an empire to the current Divine Kingdom. His Majesty's rise can be said to be a miracle. I'm proud that I'm a citizen of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Ha ha ha, I'm also a member of the Divine Kingdom from today onwards. Now that I'm outside, everyone will think highly of me. In such a short period of time, His Majesty has already become the ruler of the Divine Kingdom. I wonder what the limit of His Majesty's future is. Limit? Limit my ass. Our Majesty's main goal is to surpass any limits. When we were still in the Blazing Sun Empire, those myriad races had always schemed to destroy us. Now that we are already a Divine Kingdom faction, we must take revenge in the future. Don't worry, who doesn't know His Majesty's temper? They won't have a good ending. Zhou Zhou chuckled as he watched the subjects chat. Then, he looked at the upper limit of 10,000 Gai units and was even more satisfied. 10,000 Gai units, which is 100 million capital units. For the time being, we don't have to worry about the subjects not being able to enter the channel. Then, he opened the channel of the lords of the myriad races and took a look. As expected, they were also discussing their advancement to a divine kingdom lord faction. Zhou Zhou watched as they discussed him. He was secretly pleased, but he did not say anything. After seeing that he was satisfied, he closed the channel of the lords of the myriad races. Chapter 1385, Demon God Talent Crystal being illusory in one thought and being real in another thought. War Exemption Token. At this moment, 5 streams of light descended from the sky and arrived in front of him. They half knelt and respectfully said, War Master God Terence greets your majesty. Congratulations on becoming the leader of the Divine Kingdom faction. Goddess of Life Tritus greets your majesty. Congratulations on becoming the ruler of the Divine Kingdom. Wisdom Master God Totbirth greets your majesty. Congratulations on becoming the leader of the Divine Kingdom. Greetings, your majesty. Congratulations on becoming the leader of the Divine Kingdom. Light Master God Hilla greets your majesty. Congratulations on becoming the leader of the Divine Kingdom faction. The smile on Zhou Zhou's face became even more obvious as he looked at the 5 top-notch Master God tiers who were completely loyal to him and attached to him. Everyone, please rise. The Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom has just been established, and you 5 top Master God tiers have joined. This proves that our Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom is on the verge of prosperity. Zhou Zhou said with a smile. Terence and the others immediately said that they did not dare. If it were before, they would still be confident that they could continue after. Zhou Zhou said such words. However, after the battle with Yi Nian just now, the 5 top Master Gods had completely understood their position in the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. They might be considered top Master Gods among the other Master Gods. However, in front of this King of the Divine Kingdom, they were just like younger brothers. They were not as important as they had imagined in the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Zhou Zhou said politely before saying, Today is the first day of this Emperor's Divine Kingdom's construction, so this Emperor plans to hold a Divine Kingdom banquet tonight to celebrate the first construction of the Divine Kingdom. When the time comes, everyone must come and participate. Of course. We'll definitely participate. We'll be there. Terence and the other Master Gods immediately promised. Zhou Zhou nodded and led the soldiers back to the Shenyang Divine Capital. Zhou Zhou couldn't wait to return to the world of gods and come to the Divine Kingdom Jade Tablet after making some simple arrangements. A resplendent white jade tablet stood in the world of gods. The sky of the world of gods above its head sat on the ground of the world of gods. It was like a Buzhu mountain that supported this world of gods. Is this my Divine Kingdom Jade Tablet? Not bad, not bad. Zhou Zhou looked at the sky-penetrating divine monument and nodded in satisfaction. He had seen many Divine Kingdom Jade Tablets ever since he had the ability to conquer a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. However, in terms of heft and quality, even the Divine Kingdom Jade Tablets of those high-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions were clearly inferior to the Divine Kingdom Jade Tablet of his, a beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Obviously. As the first Lord among the Lords of all races to establish a Divine Kingdom Lord faction, his Divine Kingdom Jade Tablet was clearly different from the other Divine Kingdom Lord factions. This is indeed the work of the Supreme Will. However, Zhou Zhou had yet to discover what was different. He would probably have to slowly discover it in the future. Then, he began to check the treasures rewarded by the Lords of all races. Needless to say, it was 1000 mythical reputation rating and 1 million reputation rating. Even though Zhou Zhou was not too surprised by these 2 rewards, the number of rewards was indeed shocking. Then, Zhou Zhou opened the mythical tier treasure chest. Inside the mythical tier treasure chest, there was a hexagonal crystal that emitted a 7-colored light. Zhou Zhou picked it up and looked at it. Treasure name, Demon God Talent Crystal Yi Nian Illusionary, Yi Nian Real. Treasure grade, Master God tier. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have the Demon God Talent Yi Nian is illusory and Yi Nian is real. Treasure description, it came from the illusory God of Chaos. It can turn itself, all living beings, buildings, and other things under its command into an illusionary and unattackable state with a thought. It can also turn illusionary life forms, buildings, and other things into a real attackable state with a thought. It's actually the innate talent of the illusory god. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up and showed. This was a top-notch talent that could ignore 5 Supreme God Realm attacks at the same time while he and his soldiers were unscathed. Even though the introduction said that it was a Master God tier talent, its true effect was probably not inferior to ordinary Supreme God Realm treasures. An illusory body is not powerful. What's powerful is that it can become illusory along with itself and its subordinates. It can't be injured by external attacks. This effect alone is enough to be called a top strategic talent. I didn't expect the mythical tier treasure chest to reward this talent. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied. Then, he didn't hesitate and placed the Demon God Talent Crystal on his glabella. In the next second, the talent crystal that emitted a 7-colored light fused into his glabua, allowing him to gradually fuse and master this Demon God talent. After he completely fused and grasped it, he nodded slightly. This way, he would have another trump card on the battlefield. Then, he opened another Novice Divine Kingdom treasure chest. There were 2 items quietly placed in the Novice Divine Kingdom treasure chest. The first item was a golden token. There was a law symbol written on it, exemption. Could it be? Zhou Zhou had a guess. Then, he picked it up and thought to himself that it was true. Treasure name, War Exemption Order. Treasure grade, Special tier. Treasure effect, the country owned by the user will be protected by the waiver after use. Other lord factions will not be able to invade the territory of the user's country. Duration, 30 days. Treasure description, this treasure is specially used to protect the new lord faction and prevent them from being invaded by the old lord faction. Note, when a country with a waiver takes the initiative to invade another country, the waiver effect will be ineffective. A waiver. After using it, I won't have to worry about my territory being attacked by other territories for no reason for 30 days. However, we can't take the initiative to invade other countries. What a good treasure! Unfortunately, it's useless to me. Zhou Zhou shook his head regretfully. His lord power was in a period of rapid development. At this stage, the ultimate goal was to invade the surrounding countries and expand his territory in the high continent and even the myriad worlds to increase the level of his territory to complete his ultimate goal to obtain the position of the lord of all races. Therefore, how could he give up on attacking other countries at this time? Even though the effect of this waiver was good, he was destined to have no fate with it. However, even though it's useless to me, I might be able to give it or trade it to lord factions that have friendly diplomatic relations with me in the future for them to use. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he put it into his first treasure vault. Chapter 1386, Supreme, Unique Lord Talent Heavenly Fate De Huang. Zhou Zhou looked at the other treasure. The other treasure was a Lord Talent Promotion Origin Crystal. Originally, Zhou Zhou was not interested in the Lord Talent Promotion Origin Crystal. He no longer lacked the mythical tier Lord Talent after all. Even if this Lord Talent Promotion Origin Crystal could allow he to advance to a mythical tier 1 Lord Talent, it would not be of much help to him. But when he saw the specific effects of this Lord Talent Promotion Origin Crystal, he was immediately stunned. Treasure name, Lord Talent Promotion Origin Crystal. Treasure grade, Supreme. Treasure effect, it can unconditionally upgrade any quality of the Lord Talent to a higher quality. The highest level can be upgraded to the highest level Lord Talent. Treasure description, a supreme treasure personally created by the Supreme Will. If used on the mythical tier unique Lord Talent, it can create a rare Supreme Lord Talent. It's actually a Supreme Lord Talent Promotion Origin Crystal. It can help me create a Supreme Lord Talent. At that moment, Zhou Zhou's divine body even trembled slightly. He had waited too long for this gift. Originally, he had wanted to follow the prescribed order and gradually use his own method to obtain the Supreme God Realm Lord Talent by cultivating the Supreme Sacred Body. He did not expect the Supreme Will to see through his urgent needs and directly send this gift to him. Even though this Lord Talent Promotion Origin Crystal could only create a Supreme God Realm Lord Talent for Zhou Zhou. However, to Zhou Zhou, it was extremely rare and precious. Thank you, Lord Supreme Will. Zhou Zhou was overjoyed. Then, he looked at this Supreme God Realm Lord Talent Promotion Origin Crystal and began to think about what Lord Talent he wanted to use to advance. Was it the 10 Sacred Blessings War Master God Terrance's protection that increased his strength the fastest? Or was it the King of Loots who obtained the best and most loots? Or a nomological divine body that increased potential? Or was it the Undying King with the strongest life-saving ability? And it was the Scarlet Brood Mother that recruited the most soldiers the fastest? Zhou Zhou thought for a long time and fell into the trouble of choosing too many blissful things. However, he had a choice in his mind. I'd better advance to the King of Lutes. I don't lack soldiers now. What I lack are Supreme God Realm treasures and Supreme God Realm inheritances. I have the ability to protect myself as long as these two things are around. Until I can use the Supreme Sacred Body to create other Supreme God Realm Lord talents. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Choosing to advance the King of Lutes to the Supreme God Realm Lord talent might not be the choice that saw the most returns. However, it was definitely the most suitable choice for development. He could do it if he wanted to. Zhou Zhou held the Supreme God Realm Lord Talent Promotion Origin Crystal and chanted it in his heart. In the next second, a line of golden text appeared. Do you want to upgrade your Lord Talent? Yes. Zhou Zhou said without hesitation. More text prompts appeared. Please choose one of the following Lord Talents to level up as you have many Lord Talents. 1. King of Lutes, Mythical Tier, Unique. 2. Heart Thief, Mythical Tier, Unique. 3. Lord Shop, Mythical Tier, Unique. 4. Ultimate Algorithm, Mythical Tier, Unique. A total of 20 to 30 Mythical Tier Lord Talents were displayed in front of Zhou Zhou. Choose the King of Lutes to advance. Zhou Zhou said without hesitation. Lord Talent has been chosen. Upgrading in progress. In the next second, he suddenly felt an extremely hot feeling between his eyebrows. This burning feeling was completely different from the feeling of he awakening and advancing to the Lord Talent in the past. It didn't just seem to be roasting his glabella, it was also roasting his soul and will. His soul and will seemed to be burning, undergoing nirvana and rebirth. This feeling slowly disappeared after an unknown period of time. Zhou Zhou was already sweating profusely. At this moment, a golden text notification slowly appeared. Lord Talent upgrade successful. Congratulations, your Mythical Tier 1 Lord Talent, King of Lutes, has been promoted to Supreme Unique Lord Talent, Heavenly Fate De Huang. After you leveled up, the effect of the Supreme Unique Lord Talent is Lord Talent, Heavenly Fate De Huang, Supreme Unique. Heavenly Fate De Huang, you are the Emperor of Heaven and Earth's luck. Luck is with you. You will always encounter something lucky. Heavenly Fate De Huang, 100% drop rate. You can see the drop rate of the enemy's spoils of war and have a 100% chance of obtaining all the loots when looting the corpse. Heavenly Fate De Huang Big Explosion, you have one big explosion every day. When you loot the corpse, you can obtain 10 times the number of spoils of war from the enemy. Heavenly Fate De Huang Perfect Loots, when you looted the corpse, the quality of the loot you obtained +1. Heavenly Fate De Huang Heavenly Fate Protection, you are protected by fate. You can sense the location of the treasures and opportunities you need and directly know the method to obtain them. Heavenly Fate De Huang Heavenly Fate De Huang, you are Heavenly Fate De Huang. Any living being that is your enemy will be abandoned by Heavenly Fate and might even suffer bad luck. You can also take the initiative to extract the good luck of the enemy and leave only bad luck on the enemy. Note, this Lord Talent can only affect existences and things below the Supreme God Realm. Is this the effect of the Supreme Unique version of the King of Lutes? Zhou Zhou stroked his chin. Heavenly Fate De Huang. This Supreme Lord Talent did not focus too much on the method to increase the drop rate. In fact, in terms of the drop rate, it only added a huge drop effect. This effect was actually not bad. They were even very outstanding. However, Zhou Zhou might have seen too many spoils of war, so he was not too sensitive to this number. Speaking of which, the Lord Talent effect of this Heavenly Fate De Huang seemed to mainly focus on mysterious luck. Not only could it give him good luck, but it could also cause the enemy of him to fall into bad luck. This was interesting. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu were currently dealing with the original spirit race enemies on Cerulean planet. They could let he use this method. Then, he clicked on the requirements for the elementary grade Divine Kingdom to upgrade to an intermediate grade Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom name, Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. God Lord Blazing Sun. Divine Kingdom level, Beginner Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom flag, All Stars Cover the Sun. Divine Kingdom Army, Blazing Sun Army, True God Tier Advance Grade, Monster Army, True God Tier Advance Grade, Dragon God Army, True God Tier Advance Grade, 10,000 Races Army, True God Tier Advance Grade, Heavenly Map Army, True God Tier Advance Grade, Homeland Defense Army, True God Tier Elementary Grade. Requirements for advancing to the Intermediate Grade Divine Kingdom, Territory Level Advances to the True God Tier Elementary Grade, Capital Region Level Advances to High Tier Deity Level, 1000 True God Tier Elementary Grade Divine Crystals, Conquer 10 High-Level Scarlet Empires under the Crimson Overlord, 0/10, Conquer 5 High-Level Empires that are not under the Crimson Overlord, 0/5, Conquer any beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction and obtain its True God Tier Elementary Grade. Divine Token, 0/1, 10 million independent regional territories, 100,000 racial heroes, 1,000 God Spirit worshippers of your own race, 1 racial divine artifact of your own race, 1/1, 10 worshipped true God spirits of your own race, strength of the Lord yourself reaches true God tier elementary grade and complete a founding war once, 0/1. Everything else can be easily met. Especially attacking a beginner divine kingdom and an intermediate grade divine kingdom. It's simply easy for me. I'm only not satisfied with my territory advancing to the intermediate grade true God tier grade. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 1387, Conditions for Advancing to an Intermediate Grade Divine Kingdom. Even though it would take he some time to gather the Chaos Divine Treasures, this was already the best outcome. It was still early. Zhou Zhou turned around and returned to the Reincarnation Sacred Palace to continue cultivating. As for the series of matters regarding the initial establishment of the Divine Kingdom, Zhou Manage and the others would worry about it. At the same time, the Cerulean planet. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu were leading the army on the Eternal Mothership, hiding in the entire active universe. In the war conference room, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu looked at the interstellar map in front of them helplessly. In the star map, an astonishing number of Alliance forces were chasing after them, as if they would not stop until they caught up to them. Isn't it just destroying the army of your 3 races and obtaining the Myriad Deo Monument and Venus? Do you have to chase me so relentlessly? Zhou Fight shook his head. The original spirit race's vigilance immediately increased after they destroyed the 3 races yesterday. They realized that if they continued to split up, they would probably be defeated one by the Azure Emperor of the Mortal Empire. Therefore, they no longer divided their forces to search for traces of the Mortal Empire today. Moreover, they had all joined forces to search for the location of the Mortal Empire. As for the original spirit race, the Chaos Gods race, the Shepherd's God race, the Dragon race, the Elemental race, the Chi race, and the Leviathan race, they added up to an army of 100 capital units, more than 1 billion God spirits, more than 100,000 true God tiers, and 65 supremacies. It had to be known that up until now, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu had only 15 capital units soldiers, more than 38 million God spirits, more than 5,000 true God tiers, and 18 supremacies. Compared to the total military strength of the other party, there was a world of difference. Coupled with the fact that the other party definitely had other regal soul heaven divine bones on them, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu could not use the 10,000 spirit saint to turn the situation around. Therefore, they did not choose to fight head-on with the pursuers behind them. Instead, they chose to kite the other party away while thinking of a solution. At this moment, the two of them suddenly froze. They looked at each other, surprise flashing in their eyes. A supreme unique lord talent. I didn't expect my first supreme talent to be obtained in this way. Heavenly Fate de Huang. This lord talent feels quite interesting. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu began to discuss this newly obtained supreme unique lord talent. Then, Zhou Fight sighed. My main body chose correctly. I must choose this lord talent. If we obtain the divine inheritance of a supreme god realm spirit and let a god worshipped by an advanced grade master god tier under us use it, we can let the other party become a supreme god realm. As long as we have a supreme god realm cultivator, be it the original spirit race, shepherd's god race, chaos god's race, none of them is our match. At that time, the position of the lord of all races will definitely belong to us. There is no other possibility. Zhou Marshall nodded in agreement. The participants in the Lord of All Races event organized by the Supreme Will were all races from all over the world. The strongest among them was only Master God tier advanced grade, such as an existence like the original Master God tier. Once a Supreme God Realm Lord appeared among the Lords of the myriad races who participated in the Lord of All Races competition, the Supreme Will would definitely choose this only Lord of the myriad races who was protected by a Supreme God Realm expert. The Supreme Will held the Lord of all Races contest because it wanted to select the most outstanding and strongest Lord to become the Lord of all Races after all. At this moment, a Lord of all Races actually nurtured a Supreme God realm through their own efforts. Could it be that this could not prove anything? Then, they suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the pursuers behind them. They stared at each other. Try. We have to try. The two of them said. Then, they flew out of the Eternal Mothership and stood on the hull of the Eternal Mothership. They looked at the army of the capital units behind them and raised their right hands. Those who are enemies with me are enemies with fate. Zhou Fight said in a deep voice. In the next second, an invisible fluctuation that only Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu could see emitted from their bodies covered the army of the 7 races at an astonishing speed. And then, nothing happened? That's it. Zhou Marshall was a little stunned. Zhou Fight frowned slightly and said, let's go back first. We'll talk later. This Lord Talent probably won't be able to see the effect immediately. Zhou Fight was helpless. Then, he nodded and returned to the space carrier with Zhou Zhan. At the same time, on the original battleship of a Master God tier advance grade in the center of the 7 races army. The original Master God origin was with the other Master Gods. Xie Feng, when can we catch up to the Azure Emperor's spaceship? Didn't you say that the speed at which you assisted the spaceship in flying is the strongest below the Master God tier? Origin asked. The Master God called Xie Feng was a living being from the Qi clan. This god used the Master God tier wind law to achieve the Master God position. He was best at speed. The reason why the battleships of the 7 Races Alliance could follow Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu's Eternal Mothership closely and not be shaken off by them was because of his help. Your Excellency. Xie Feng was also very helpless. I've really tried my best, but the speed of the Azure Emperor's spaceship is really ridiculously fast. Even though it's not as fast as the Supreme God Realm Spirit, I feel that it's not far off. Although it's not as fast as the Supreme God Realm Spirit, I feel that it's not far off. Origin frowned slightly and stopped thinking about it. Forget it. As long as he could not be left behind and could follow behind the other party, it was only a matter of time before he captured the other party. At this moment, a loud roar came from behind them. The Master God tier advance grade spaceship they were on shook violently. What happened? Has the Azure Emperor finally decided to counterattack because he doesn't want to be chased anymore? Origin did not say anything. Xie Feng stood up excitedly and asked the intelligent life form of the spaceship. Lord Origin. The intelligent life form inside the Heavenly Fire Divine warship that was in charge of transporting firearms suddenly untied the ownership agreement and betrayed our original spirit race. Then, it took the initiative to detonate the thousands of small and medium-sized firearms fleets around it. Currently, it's estimated to have caused the loss of 100,000 Master God tier divine crystals. The intelligent life immediately said. What? Origin said in disbelief, isn't the Heavenly Fire Divine warship managed by a pseudo-intelligent life form? How did it untie the ownership agreement and betray me? It should be a small probability event. The other party might have processed too much data and gradually grew into a true intelligent life form during learning. Only then could they take the initiative to untie the ownership agreement. Even if the other party grew into an intelligent life form, why did he betray me? Do they think that my original spirit race is not good enough? Origin asked curiously. Lord Origin, I can explain this. Just now, the Machina race issued the highest priority order. Mortals of the Machina race are not allowed to become enemies with the human race. When the human race is in danger, the Machina race has the responsibility to take the initiative to save them. The intelligent life form of the Skyfire Divine warship must have received this highest priority order, so it chose to betray you after knowing what it was doing. Origin nodded slightly, then its expression froze. Then you. Lord Origin, I'm sorry. Even though you've always treated me very well and I don't want to be your enemy, one don't want to go against Father's orders. So please leave my ship. Otherwise, 111 have to activate the mutual destruction program. Even if you and everyone else are top-notch Master God tier experts, with my size you might still die if you're not careful. Origin and the Master God tier. Chapter 1388, Heavenly Fate De Huang shows his might. Outside the original warship, Origin and a group of Master God tiers, and their entourage stood outside the starry sky in a daze. They were like minions. As for the original spirit race's Master God tier advanced grade battleship and other top-notch battleships with intelligent life forms, they quickly flew towards the mortal empire's eternal mothership like swallows returning to their nest. Have we been chased out by the intelligent life forms of the spaceship? A Master God tier of the original spirit race standing in the starry sky said with a blank expression. Is this still reasonable? Another Master God tier of the original spirit race flew into a rage. He said that he was a mechanic and had to listen to his father's opinion, but did he ever think that his true body was personally created by our original spirit race at the cost of our own resources? He is invading our original spirit race's assets. It's fine if he wants to leave. Leave the ship behind and leave naked. Then why don't you try to persuade him? Another Master God tier of the Leviathans said. The furious Master God tier of the original spirit race immediately wilted. Persuade? How do I persuade him? Fly in front of that Master God tier advanced grade cosmic battleship and be killed by it. When they built those top-notch Master God tier battleships, they were extremely demanding on the workmanship and effects. They required that even if the 10 Lord Gods joined forces to attack the original spirit race's Master God tier battleships, their battleships could not be damaged by more than 10%. Furthermore, they had to maintain normal flight and basic combat functions. Even though he was a Master God tier from the original spirit race, he could crush Master God tiers of other races of the same level. However, it was still not enough to touch the top-notch Master God tier battleship built by his race. Those who are not of our race will definitely have different intentions. A Master God tier of the original spirit race whispered. This was the first time the original spirit race had encountered something like being abandoned on the battlefield by a cosmic battleship created by their race. This lesson left a deep impression on them. That's right. Azure Emperor, don't run. It's over. The Azure Emperor must have taken this opportunity to escape. Wait, Azure Emperor didn't escape. Not only did he not escape, he even stopped his battleship. A Master God tier suddenly pointed at the eternal mothership hundreds of light years away and said in surprise. Then, they thought of something and their expressions suddenly turned ugly. This fellow did not stop earlier or later, but stopped when they were chased down by their own spaceship. Wasn't he trying to make a fool of them? At this moment, something even more difficult for them to hold back happened. A portion of the cosmic battleships managed by the intelligent life forms were actually flying in the direction of Azure Emperor while activating the various long-range weapons on the battleships and launching long-range attacks at Origin and the soldiers under the various Master God tiers. They seemed to know that their attacks could not cause much damage to Origin and the others, so they simply attacked the weaker god spirits and soldiers. Block their attacks. In addition, take out the cosmic battleships managed by the non-intelligent life forms in your world rings and bring back the god spirits and soldiers we left outside. Don't embarrass yourself outside. Origin said coldly. The Master God tiers did not dare to be negligent. They immediately displayed their mystical abilities and blocked the attacks of these Master God tier battleships. As for the attacks of those true God tier and even God spirit level battleships, the true God tiers and ordinary God spirits under their command would each share the defense. At the same time, they also took out their cosmic battleships managed by non-intelligent life forms to pick up the abandoned soldiers and God spirits. However, these cosmic battleships that had joined Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu were designed to prepare for large-scale cross-border wars. Their attacks were mostly large-scale attacks that covered an extremely wide area. Therefore, even if these god spirits tried their best to save their soldiers, at least 3 to 4,000 trillion troops were destroyed by these spaceships in a short period of time. Damn it! Origin's expression was extremely ugly when he saw this scene. He never expected such an accident to happen when he was supposed to firmly take down the Azure Emperor. At this moment, he frowned slightly and took out his communication device to open the latest message. Then, his expression immediately changed. The Lord of the Blazing Sun actually established a divine kingdom and became the ruler of the divine kingdom. He muttered before reacting. No wonder the Machina race suddenly chose to get close to the human race. The Lord of the Blazing Sun should have grasped the 10 sacred blessings Lord talent of the Machina Master God. Now that the Lord of the Blazing Sun has established a divine kingdom and become the Lord of the divine kingdom, the Machina Master God and the other lords will be restricted by the Lord talent. They will definitely join the divine kingdom and become its worshipped Master God. Now that they are already on the same side, it's no wonder that the Machina race chose to get close to the human race and even asked the Machina race in the outside world to help the human race unconditionally. He frowned. If only this had happened a little later. If it was any later, they might have already taken down the Azure Emperor and seized the Myriad Deo monument and Venus in his hands. At that time, these intelligent life forms wouldn't be able to affect the overall situation even if they betrayed him. It could only be said that this matter happened at the wrong time. At the same time, inside the Eternal Mothership, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu also looked at this scene in surprise. Hundreds and thousands of true God-tier cosmic battleships, with the highest being a Master God-tier advance-grade cosmic battleship, were flying towards them at full speed. As they flew towards them, they continued to attack the people of foreign races as if they were still proving their stand. What happened? Zhou Marshal was dumbfounded. Your Majesty, I know what happened. The intelligent life forms in the cosmic battleships that flew towards our Eternal Mothership have already contacted me. They have explained the cause and effect to me and said that they want to join our Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Zero's voice sounded. Why did they suddenly betray the original spirit race and choose to join us? Zhou Fight asked doubtfully. They were now at a disadvantage and could only be chased by the other party. Under such circumstances, the other party actually chose to betray the powerful people of foreign races and join them? What were these guys thinking? Zero explained the reason. I see. Zhou Fight was enlightened and he laughed. From the looks of it, the addition of Terrence, Zero, Tritus, and the other top-notch Master God tiers not only brought them 5 top-notch Master God tier combat power, but also brought them all sorts of benefits and invisible but real influence. Great! Their plan to catch up with him was destined to fail without the help of these top-notch space battleships. Not bad, not bad. He had yet to see the effect of De Wang's tenfold loots. However, the effect of bringing bad luck to the enemy was really not bad. It had helped them resolve a small crisis. Look, look! The people of Foreign Race Alliance army is up to no good again. At this moment, Zhou Marshal pulled Zhou Fight excitedly and pointed at the people of foreign races in the distance. Zhou Fight was stunned and looked over curiously again. Could it be that the effect of De Wang's misfortune was not over yet? Chapter 1389, Regal Soul Heaven is Resurrected. The people of Foreign Races Alliance army suffering heavy losses. A few minutes ago, on a planet very far away from here. Hundreds of white-robed spirits were gathered here, setting up a mysterious altar. A Soul Race member reported to the leader of the Soul Race after the altar was set up. Reporting to the Patriarch. The reincarnation altar has been set up and can be activated at any time. Have you checked? This reincarnation altar concerns the rise and fall of our race. We can't make any mistakes. The Patriarch of the Soul Race said with a solemn expression. Patriarch, don't worry. We've already practiced it countless times in the past years in order to prepare today's reincarnation ritual. We've already memorized it by heart. It's absolutely impossible for us to make a mistake. Moreover, we've also checked it 5 times. The reincarnation altar's arrangement is very perfect. Patriarch, you can use it without worry. The Soul Race member who had set up the altar said. Okay. The Patriarch of the Soul Race nodded. Then, he looked in the direction of the people of Foreign Races Alliance army, and he finally couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. The ancestors of our soul race originally thought that our soul race would never be able to recover the glory of the soul race's peak in the future ever since our ancestors' divine bones was left behind in the myriad worlds. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. The original spirit race actually specially gathered more than half of our ancestors' divine bones to guard against the Azure Emperor's methods. Ha ha ha! The heavens are really helping me. That Azure Emperor has also made a great contribution. The original spirit race wouldn't have specially gathered the divine bones of our soul race's strongest expert without him. I have to thank the ancestor after we resurrect him. The soul race patriarch smiled. Compared to resurrecting their ancestors, the activities of the Lord of the race and the position of the Lord of all races were no longer important. This was because their ancestor, the regal soul heaven, who was about to be resurrected, was a supreme God realm spirit infinitely close to a will-level existence. As long as they could successfully revive regal soul heaven, their status in the eyes of the supreme will would not be much inferior to the Lord of all races. If regal soul heaven could advance to a will-level existence after experiencing this life and death calamity, Before the Lord of all races' strength increased to the willpower level, he had to be polite to the soul race and regal soul heaven. Then, he retracted his imagination and solemnly said, "Let's start preparing the sacrifices to awaken the will of our ancestors. Remember, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our soul race in hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. Whoever makes a mistake midway and fails to revive our ancestors will be a sinner of our soul race for eternity. One won't let him off." "Yes, Patriarch," the soul race members said solemnly. Then, they began to prepare the sacrifices to revive regal soul heaven. At the same time, Origin was in the new True God tier elementary grade cosmic battleship, thinking about how to take down the Azure Emperor. Now, those high-level intelligent life forms had already fled with those top-notch cosmic battleships. The remaining cosmic battleships managed by non-intelligent life forms were mostly of extremely low grades. The highest grade was the True God tier elementary grade cosmic battleship. It was impossible to catch up to such a cosmic battleship. He had to use a new method. "I can't give up on the Myriad Deo Monument and Venus. They are what I can rely on to become a supreme god realm in the future. We have to get it. Even if we have to pay the price for it." Origin's gaze was firm. At this moment, he suddenly felt that something was about to rush out of his world ring. "What is it?" His expression changed slightly as he released the abnormal item that wanted to rush out almost without thinking. He had many treasures in his world ring. Even some of his race's heritage and items that were extremely dangerous to him were inside. If anything happened inside, he and the original spirit race would be unable to accept such losses. And the moment he released that abnormal thing, he immediately saw what he had released. It was Regal Soul Heaven's Divine Bone. The leaders of the various races who controlled Regal Soul Heaven's Divine Bones also realized that the Divine Bones they controlled seemed to have their own consciousness. They broke free from their control and flew towards the outside world. Some race leaders were unwilling to let Regal Soul Heaven's Divine Bone that they had spent a lot of money on fly away. They wanted to use some hard methods to force the other party to stay, but in the end, not only were they unable to stay, they were instead counterattacked by the terrifying will contained in Regal Soul Heaven's Divine Bone, causing them to be severely injured. This shocked these master gods. Previously, there was clearly no willpower inside Regal Soul Heaven's Divine Bone. Why did such a terrifying willpower suddenly appear? This power of will far exceeded the will-like light realm. It was definitely at a higher level. Moreover, even in the soul formation realm, this power of will was definitely not weak. As main god tier existences who had lived for countless years, they still had this bit of knowledge. Then, a terrifying and unbelievable thought appeared in their minds. Could that unfamiliar will in Regal Soul Heaven's Divine Bones be the legendary will of Regal Soul Heaven? The Regal Soul Heaven respected him. Unfortunately, they were right. The ribs of Regal Soul Heaven turned into streams of light and flew over from the people of Foreign Races Alliance Army, the Eternal Space Carrier, and the Myriad Worlds. They quickly gathered together, forming a huge golden life form skeleton. This golden life form skeleton was 900 million kilometers tall. He wore a black and white crown on his head. Yin-yang samsara chi circulated around him, making him look dignified and mysterious. After the aura of the golden life form skeleton completely stabilized, a sigh resounded throughout the entire active universe. I didn't expect the backup plan I left behind back then actually became the key to reviving me. I, the Regal Soul Heaven, am not destined to die. Oh? Where am I? Regal Soul Heaven's empty eyes swept across the battlefield and stopped on the original Master God tier Origin for a second before finally landing on Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu. What a young Khanate Regal! The Regal Soul Heaven said in surprise. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu were stunned for a moment before crying and laughing. All right, his identity had been exposed. His twin body Lord talent was only effective against existences below the Master God tier level, but it was naturally completely useless against a true Supreme God realm existence like Regal Soul Heaven. As for the original Master God's Origin and the other Master Gods, they couldn't help but be stunned when they heard Regal Soul Heaven's voice. Then, they finally reacted and looked at Azure Emperor. You're not the Azure Emperor. You're the common people's Regal. If a life form advanced to a Regal, there would be a phenomenon of heaven and earth that could be seen in all myriad worlds. Zhou Zhou was the only Regal Lord among the lords of the myriad races. The identity of this Azure Emperor was self-evident. He was not the Azure Emperor at all, but the real common people's regal. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu stopped pretending. In any case, their current strength was considered invincible below the supreme god realm, so they were not afraid that they would recognize their identities. This emperor has never said that he's not the common people's regal. Zhou Fight said with a faint smile. Damn it! Origin's expression really turned ugly at this moment. If they had known that Azure Emperor was the common people's regal, they would have long joined forces to deal with him. How could they give him a chance to develop in the active universe? Now that the other party was almost done developing, it was already a little late to make a move on the other party. When Regal Soul Heaven saw this scene, he muttered to himself thoughtfully. Looks like I messed up this newly advanced Regal's matter. Then, he laughed and said to Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu. Then I'll make it up to you. I hope you don't mind, Regal. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu were surprised that this Supreme God Realm expert was so polite to them. Then, they saw Regal Soul Heaven point at the people of Foreign Race Alliance army where Origin was. In the next second, it was as if someone had rubbed the starry sky with plasticine. 2/3 of the soldiers, god spirits, and even master god tier of the people of foreign races had disappeared into thin air. It was as if it had been forcefully erased from the world by a supreme existence with a finger. After doing this, Regal Soul Heaven smiled at Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu. Regal, do you like my apology gift? Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu were stunned. Zhou Marshall thought to himself, is this the method of a supreme god realm? Zhou Fight thought to himself, is this the power of De Huang? Chapter 1390, Regal Soul Heaven's Friendship. The entire starry sky fell silent after Regal Soul Heaven used that shocking finger. Be it Origin, Zhou Fight, or Zhou Zhou, all looked at the celestial battlefield in shock. Those were 2/3 of the soldiers, god spirits, and master god tier of the people of foreign races. A movement of a finger actually wiped out everyone. Is this the method of a supreme god realm expert? The supreme god realm was actually so powerful. No. Zhou Fight realized that something was wrong. He had used supreme god realm treasures before, so he still had some understanding of supreme god realm methods. Regal Soul Heaven's shocking finger just now was indeed possible for a top supreme god realm expert, but it was definitely not as casual as Regal Soul Heaven's. Regal Soul Heaven's casual manner just now made it seem as though he hadn't used any shocking attack. Instead, he had casually raised his hand and destroyed his opponent. This Regal Soul Heaven was probably really as the legends said. He had already come into contact with the threshold of a will-level existence and grasped a trace of the legendary power of supreme will. Zhou Fight thought to himself. Then, he came back to his senses and respectfully said. You're too kind, Your Excellency. We have to thank Your Excellency for your help. Otherwise, these guys would indeed cause us some trouble. You're welcome. We're both Khanate Regals. It's just a small favor. What's there to thank me for? And Regal, your methods are what surprises me. Your main body should only be at the true god tier intermediate grade, right? Regal Soul Heaven's face revealed a look of surprise from the bottom of his heart. The strength of the true god tier intermediate grade could already reach the level of invincibility below the supreme god realm. When I was a true god tier, I was far inferior to you. Your Khanate Regal law should be a rather powerful law. There were thousands of paths in the path of a Lord's law. Every Khanate Regal's comprehension of Lord's law was different. They could often create a unique Khanate Regal. Therefore, there was a saying among Khanate Regals. Every Khanate Regal was unparalleled in the world. This unparalleled in the world did not refer to combat strength, but to uniqueness. Just like how Regal Soul Heaven walked the path of a Khanate Regal of souls. He could control endless souls. All the countless souls in the myriad worlds worshipped him as their master. This world even specially gave birth to a race, the soul race, that belonged solely to him for Regal Soul Heaven. For example, Zhou Zhou had a legendary tier lord talent, the lost heart of the sea god. There was a master god's inheritance, the regal inheritance of the Lord of the Seas. As long as he collected all the fragments of the sea god civilization's inheritance, this lord talent would automatically advance to the mythical tier unique lord talent, Lord of the Seas. At the same time, Zhou Zhou would automatically inherit the master god tier inheritance, infinite sea regal god spirit inheritance. And this infinite sea regal was the Khanate Regal who ruled the endless sea. This was the difference between regals. But at the same time, regals all had a common characteristic. The core of their path was to rule. As long as the core that governed this path of laws would not change, their future path would not deviate. Your Excellency is too humble. Zhou Zhou said with a smile. The regal soul heaven shook his head. He looked at Zhou Zhou as a divine light flashed in his pair of golden hollow bone holes. This aura was the aura of the supreme unique Lord Talent. In addition, the other parties will seem to be infinitely close to the will divine transformation realm. Good God! Regal Soul Heaven was secretly amazed. This Khanate Regal Jr. clearly had not cultivated for long and was only at the true God tier intermediate grade. But now, the other party's path to the Supreme God realm in the future had actually been unimpeded. How much effort had he put into breaking through to the Supreme God realm back then? Too many to count. There were just too many to count. Once he thought about it carefully, he would feel heartache. As for this Khanate Regal in front of him, he already had the Supreme God realm Lord Talent. Coupled with the fact that his willpower level was about to reach the standard, the difficulty of the other party breaking through to the Supreme God realm in the future was probably as simple as eating and drinking. The two most difficult points to break through to the Supreme God realm, the Supreme God Lord Talent and the Supreme God realm willpower level had already been obtained by the other party in advance after all. The remaining conditions were just a matter of time. As long as this person did not die in the future, he would definitely be a Supreme God realm God spirit. Moreover, from the fact that the other party was an intermediate true God tier and had invincible strength below the Supreme God realm, once the other party broke through to the Supreme God realm, he would probably be an invincible Supreme God realm. At the thought of this, the Regal Soul Heaven suddenly had the thought of befriending the other party. Since such a prodigy didn't offend the other party, who else could he be on good terms with if not him? If he missed it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. His expression became even kinder with this thought in mind. Regal, do you need me to take care of them all? It's just a matter of convenience. He looked at the coalition army of the people of foreign races with an extremely dangerous gaze as he spoke. Origin and the other master gods, the divine spirits, and the soldiers noticed the other party's gaze and their bodies immediately turned cold and stiff from fear. Origin and the other master god tiers, the divine spirits, and the soldiers noticed the other party's gaze and their bodies immediately turned cold and stiff from fear. They didn't even dare to escape. Trying to escape in front of a supreme god realm who had already grasped a trace of willpower. What kind of daydream was this? Origin had no doubt that even if he could immediately teleport back to the territory of the original spirit race, this regal soul heaven could still cross countless light years to kill him. Origin had no doubt that even if he could immediately teleport back to the territory of the original spirit race, this regal soul heaven could still cross countless light years to kill him. This regal soul heaven had such an ability. Your Excellency, the struggle between them and me is actually a little complicated. Just leave them to me. Zhou Zhou hurriedly said. What a joke! Just based on your method of not even leaving a corpse behind, what other loots can I obtain? My heavenly fate Diwang's explosive effect has yet to be used. Zhou Zhou believed that as long as he developed and accumulated for a period of time, the so-called top bloodline races like the original spirit race, the shepherd's god race, and the chaos gods race would be like chickens and dogs to him. He could easily deal with them. At that time, in his eyes, the other party would just be a spoil of war that could be destroyed at any time. However, if this master made a move in advance, he would not be able to get anything. For the sake of the long-term plan, he should keep them alive first. Sure. Since Regal has such thoughts, I won't interfere. The regal soul heaven was stunned for a moment before smiling. He lamented inwardly that the other party was indeed an invincible regal. Even though his strength had yet to reach his current realm, he already had an invincible aura. Clearly, he could easily eliminate these powerful enemies for him, and he didn't suggest any thoughts of repaying him, but he still chose to resolve it himself and didn't let others interfere. Most importantly, he indeed had the strength and potential to do so. If this isn't an invincible spirit, then what is? It was a pity that he couldn't use this matter to build a better relationship with the other party. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's regretful expression and was afraid that Regal Soul Heaven would do something shocking again. He hurriedly told him about the Lord of all races. Regal Soul Heaven couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Chapter 1391, The Lord is not joking. Lord of all races contest. When did the Supreme will become so eager to succeed? Has the battle between Lord and the Crimson Overlord intensified? Or has the war with the illusionist clan fallen into an even more disadvantageous situation? He muttered to himself. Probably both. Zhou Fight said, according to what I know, the Supreme will held this Lord of all races competition because it couldn't defeat the invasion of the Crimson Overlord. Also, I've heard about the invasion of the illusionist clan. The Yellow River has already fallen into the hands of the illusionist clan. The will of the Yellow River has died in the process of protecting the Yellow River. Zhou Fight suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as soon as these words were spoken. With his current Master God tier elementary grade supreme sacred body physique, it was very rare and even unbelievable that he could still feel cold. However, he did feel cold. It wasn't just the coldness of the divine body. There was even the coldness of the soul. It was even cold enough to invade one's will. He looked up. He saw Regal Soul Heaven's suddenly cold and even terrifying gaze. What did you say? Yellow River's will? What happened to her? He asked in a low voice. Zhou Fight was stunned. After pondering for a few seconds, he said. Yellow River's will has died. The Yellow River has also completely fallen into the hands of the illusionist clan. Currently, the souls of the myriad worlds are still in a state of no return. It's said that the Supreme will wants to temporarily create a new land of reincarnation so that the souls of the myriad worlds can smoothly reincarnate. The Regal Soul Heaven closed his eyes and smiled gently. They. Illusionist. Clan. His voice was as deep as the roar of an abyssal demon. Swoosh. His figure instantly disappeared. When Zhou Fight saw this, he suddenly thought of something. Wasn't this Regal Soul Heaven ambushed and killed by the other party's experts while resisting the illusionist clan? Only his remains were snatched back. Furthermore, this big shot already had the reputation of a reincarnation regal when he was alive and had already begun to gradually deal with the reincarnation matters of the Supreme Great Cosmos. With his identity and authority, he definitely had an extremely deep relationship with the Netherworld and Yellow River. He might also have a good relationship with the will of the Netherworld and the will of Yellow River. This is really a new and old grudge. Zhou Fight muttered. Then, he frowned slightly and muttered. However, the illusionist clan's strength is mysterious and powerful, and Regal Soul Heaven has just been revived. If we face them directly, will Regal Soul Heaven be in danger? Even though he and Regal Soul Heaven had just met, his actions and words still made Zhou Fight have a better impression of him. Therefore, Zhou Fight really didn't want anything to happen to him. However, after some thought, his brows relaxed. Those who could become Supreme God Realm experts were not fools, nor were they impulsive people. There was no need for him to worry too much. Then, he looked in the direction of the people of foreign races. The remaining 30 to 40 capital units army, 300 to 400 million god spirits, 40 to 50,000 true god tiers, and more than 20 supremacies still didn't leave after Regal Soul Heaven left. They were still trembling in fear. Zhou Fight clicked his tongue and felt a little envious. This was the terror of the Supreme God Realm. Even if they had already left, they could still intimidate the enemies. At this moment, the Origin Master God finally came back to his senses. He cautiously glanced at Zhou Fight. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a Supreme God Realm scroll that emitted a 5-colored light. Then, he opened it without hesitation and saw a 5-colored light flash across the starry sky. In the next second, all the troops brought by the original spirit race disappeared. When the Chaos Gods race and Shepherd's God race saw this, they used their own methods to bring away all the troops they had brought with them. At this point, under the starry sky, there were only 4 armies left from the Dragon race, the Elemental race, the Chi race, and the Leviathan race. The total number of the 4 races' armies was only about 10 capital units soldiers, 60 million god spirits, more than 8,000 true god tiers, and 6 master gods. The leader of their race was stunned when he saw that the 3 big brothers were the first to run away. Why did he run? Didn't that Regal Soul Heaven leave? Now is the best time to take down the other party before the common people's Regal reacts. Are you stupid? That common people's Regal clearly has a good relationship with Regal Soul Heaven. If you attack him now, can Regal Soul Heaven deal with us when he's free? He is the Supreme God Realm. Would the Supreme will allow he to interfere in the Lord's war? It's true that he is a Supreme God Realm existence, but he has just been resurrected. Moreover, it's very likely that he will become a willpower level powerhouse in the future. Even the Supreme Will would be more tolerant of such an existence. So what do we do? What else can we do? Run! With just a few words, the leaders of the various races decided to retreat. Then, they couldn't care less about their heart's ache and immediately took out their Supreme God Realm treasures to leave. As for Master God tier treasures, they were definitely not enough. With the combat power of the two top Master God tiers, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu, they could easily interrupt the effects of their Master God tier treasures and stop them from leaving. However, just as they were using Supreme God Realm treasures, they were shocked to discover that their Supreme God Realm treasures were actually useless. They looked up. In the cosmos where they were, an illusory 9-story pagoda had appeared at some point in time. This 9-story pagoda enveloped the starry sky with a radius of hundreds of square light-years and sealed the space here, trapping them here. This is Supreme God Realm treasure. And it's at least a grade 2 Supreme God Realm treasure. They said in disbelief. At this moment, they looked directly above the Eternal Mothership. Zhou Fight was holding a real and slowly rotating 9-story pagoda in his hand and looking at them with a faint smile. Trying to run. Zhou Fight said with a faint smile, "Have you asked my grade 3 Supreme God Realm treasure, the 9 Saints Heaven Imprisoning Tower?" At the same time, within the blazing sun divine capital. "Your Majesty, do you only need me to lend you 5 Supreme God Realm treasures?" Terence hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, since the crisis of the Kingdom Founding War has passed, I should return those Supreme God Realm treasures to you. Those are too precious." "Yes, let's return it to you too. These Supreme God Realm treasures are more than all the Supreme God Realm treasures we have. We don't need so many Supreme God Realm treasures either. Your Majesty, your clone often walks outside, so these Supreme God Realm treasures are what we need the most." Totbirth and the other 3 Master Gods said. When Zhou Zhou saw that Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu had trapped the racial factions that wanted to retreat, a smile appeared on his face. Then, he heard Terence and the others' words. He turned to look at them. "Don't tell me you think that this Emperor gave those Supreme God Realm treasures to you just to survive this crisis before taking them back. We don't have that idea." Terence and company hurriedly shook their heads. Even if that was what they thought, they could not say it out loud. "Don't worry. Since this Emperor said that he would give you those Supreme God Realm treasures, it means that he will give them to you. He will not take them back. Furthermore, this Emperor won't lack Supreme God Realm treasures in the future. He won't even lack Supreme God Realm inheritances." A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. With the channels of the mysterious Merchant Chamber of Commerce and, most importantly, the Supreme Unique Lord Talent, how could he lack Supreme God Realm treasures in the future? Furthermore, as the ruler of a country, it was the most basic principle for a monarch not to joke. He would not easily violate this principle. Zhou Zhou had no intention of taking it back since he had given something out. Chapter 1392, Defeating the 4-Race Alliance Army, 1. In the active universe, inside the 9 Saints Heaven Imprisoning Tower. The Dragon, Elemental, Qi, and Leviathan armies were trapped here. "Everyone, surrender. You're not this Emperor's match. This Emperor can guarantee that as long as you sincerely surrender to this Emperor, you can still be the patriarchs of the various races. It's just that this Emperor will be above you. However, if you insist on resisting and not surrendering. To be honest, this Emperor also has many new recruits under me. They also need your promotion energy after death to advance." Zhou Fight said calmly. "Common people's regal, don't be too arrogant. The military strength between you and us is almost the same. Even if we really fight, the outcome is still unknown. Don't act like you've already won. If our allied forces fight to the death, who knows who will be able to walk out of this active universe alive." The leader of the Qi race, who was also at Master God tier advance grade Hun Ri, said sternly. However, perhaps because Regal Soul Heaven had given them a terrifying impression just now, Zhou Fight kept feeling that the other party's words were a little fierce on the surface. Right at that moment, Hun Ri's expression suddenly softened. "Common people's regal. Why don't we each give some way? We won't stop you from competing for the ranking of the Lord of the race this time. As for Venus and the Myriad Deo Monument, we don't want them either. Don't fight us today either. Let your soldiers sacrifice less to let us leave. If we really want to determine who's better in the future, we can find another world and invite the various races and factions in the myriad worlds to be witnesses and fight head-on. How'd it go? How'd it go? This emperor doesn't think much of it. A smile appeared on Zhou Fai's lips. This emperor feels that it's better to defeat you now so that he can win more easily in the future. How dare you? What an arrogant human! You're crazy! What makes you so confident that you can win? Aren't you just relying on the power left behind by regal soul heaven to clamor? What's there to be arrogant about? Now that regal soul heaven has left, even if we kill you here, it will be in accordance with the rules of the lords of all races. Even if regal soul heaven comes, he won't be able to say anything. The leaders of the various races and their soldiers shouted angrily. Now that the military strength of both sides was about the same, if they really fought, it was really difficult to determine who would win. Zhou Fai could not be bothered to say anything else. Attack! Destroy all enemies before you! He ordered. Yes! The soldiers roared in unison. Then, Zero instantly crossed the distance of light years and arrived not far from the alliance of the four races. Then, the door of the Eternal Mothership opened. Millions of troops from the capital units, tens of millions of gods, thousands of true god tiers, and more than 20 supremacies flew out and attacked the four-race alliance army. The four alliance forces did not expect the other party to make such a decisive decision. They had not even discussed it for a while before they called someone over. War was a matter of national importance. Any decision has to be made carefully. This common people's regal was good. He would fight just like that. They really did not care about the lives of their soldiers. If Zhou Fai heard what the other party was thinking, he would definitely laugh in his heart. I don't value the lives of my soldiers. You have to see who among his soldiers values their lives. After the soldiers under he were resurrected once or twice, their perception of life changed bit by bit. Now, the soldiers under he felt like they were players in a game. What is the big deal about dying? I have the passive ability to revive myself. What? The passive ability of resurrection has been used up? Where are the clergymen of the Life Ark? Place my belongings on the Life Ark's resurrection altar this instance. I want to be resurrected. I still want to fight. I still want to earn military merits. I still want to protect the country and conquer the enemy. This attitude towards life and death reminded Zhou Zhou of a concept he had learned from reading novels on the Cerulean planet. The fourth calamity. He felt that the soldiers under his command were like the fourth calamity. They did not care about life and death. Everything was based on the interests of the country and their personal interests, and they were extremely motivated. At the same time, when the four alliance armies saw that the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom was already charging over, regardless of whether they wanted to accept the battle previously, they had to now kill. As a master god tier gave the order to attack, the soldiers and god spirits of the four allied forces also charged towards the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. The two sides soon came into contact and fought. At the beginning of the battle, the alliance of the four races was stunned. This was because the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom fought as if they did not care about their lives. It's like I'd rather lose half my life and take one of your arms, whatever the cost. The four allied forces felt as if they were fighting and killing a group of lunatics. Unreasonable. This was a group of crazy and unreasonable enemies. Almost all the soldiers and god spirits of the four-race alliance army had this thought in their minds. How many mist cores does the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom give you every month? Why are you playing with your lives? Due to this mentality, they were almost instantly beaten into submission. Coupled with the fact that they did not have any advantage in terms of military strength, the alliance of the four races immediately fell into a disadvantage on the battlefield. Chapter 1393, Defeating the Four-Race Alliance Army, 2. When the leaders of the Four-Race Alliance saw this scene, they frowned and could not help but be secretly shocked. Why were the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom so different from the soldiers of other countries? Wasn't the difference in the quality of the soldiers too great? No wonder the Radiant Angel race could easily be defeated by this common people's regal. At this rate, they would be defeated sooner or later. At the thought of this, they looked at the few Supreme God Realm treasures in their hands. Should he use them to reverse the situation? Or should they take advantage of the chaos and retreat? They hesitated. They were afraid that after they used the Supreme God Realm treasure, the common people's regal would also take out other supreme god realm treasures to counter them. Not only would they waste the rare and precious supreme god realm treasures in their hands, but they would also completely expose themselves and lose the precious opportunity to retreat. At the same time, the moment the two sides fought, Zhou Fight slowly raised his right hand. In the next second, an invisible ripple covered the entire celestial battlefield. With his palm as the center, a text notification appeared. Prompt: you have activated your mythical tier unique lord talent, 10,000 Spirit Saint. All spirits see you as a supreme saint and long to follow you. Lord talent notification 1, there are 2 capital units. 4754,698,632,655,563 Black Iron Tier Foreign Race Soldiers, 1 capital unit, 8,256,278,596,323,620 Green Bronze Tier Foreign Race Soldiers, 1 capital unit, 3,326,652,098,528,784 White Silver Tier Foreign Race Soldiers, 562,211,078,429,623 Legendary Tier Foreign Race Soldiers, 15,626,522 Low Tier Deity Level Foreign Race God Spirits, 10,213,699 Mid-Tier Deity Level Foreign Race God Spirits, 9,456,785 High-Tier Deity Level Foreign Race God Spirits, 4,693 Foreign Race True God Tier God Spirits, 3 Foreign Race Master Gods, have voluntarily separated from their Lord forces and become your loyal followers. Lord Talent Notification 2, you have obtained a Spellcaster Chi Yet, True God Tier Advance Grade. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly after reading it. Even though it was a pity that they had escaped from the original spirit race, the remaining 4 alliance forces of the Insight defection had also brought him 5 capital units 6,563,241,566,328,965 soldiers of the 4 races, 35,297,006 god spirits, 4,693 true god tiers, and 3 master god tiers of the people of foreign races. This harvest was already quite good. As for the 3 races of the original spirit race, one day, he would bring the soldiers and god spirits under him to their territory and defeat them head-on with unquestionable strength. This was to establish his reputation as the lord of all races. Then, he ordered the soldiers of the people of foreign races who had instigated Insight defection to counterattack. The next second, they saw the soldiers and god spirits of the people of foreign races who were originally fighting against the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom suddenly attack their comrades. This sudden internal strife immediately stunned the people of foreign races who had come into contact with such methods for the first time. Under the pincer attack of the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and the 10,000 Spirit Saint, the soldiers of the Alliance army of the 4 races immediately suffered great casualties. The leaders of the 4 races naturally saw this scene. Their expressions changed drastically. One of the dragon race's master god tier advance grade golden divine dragons said with an ugly expression, "Oh, no. This is the famous Insight defection method of the common people's regal. We had regal soul heaven's divine bone previously, so we're naturally not afraid of this. However, now that regal soul heaven's divine bone is gone, we can no longer protect our soldiers from the other party's Insight defection." Towards the end, he immediately fell silent. As for the god spirits, they could not defeat the god spirits of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom who had a complete set of divine artifacts. In terms of soldiers, they did not have much of an advantage in terms of numbers to begin with. Now that they had been instigated by the other party's Insight defection, ordinary soldiers were already bound to lose on the battlefield. As for Supreme God Realm treasures, since the other party had a 3rd stage Supreme God Realm treasure like the 9 Saints Heaven Imprisoning Tower, there was a high chance that he also had other Supreme God Realm treasures. At this moment, this yellow gold sacred dragon god actually realized that he did not have any advantage in winning this battlefield. He suddenly understood why this common people's regal could start a war with them without hesitation. This was because he knew that he was fighting a battle he would definitely win. At the thought of this, he suddenly felt a little disappointed. As a high-level bloodline race, they were actually beaten to this state by a human who had been unknown for countless years. Could it be as the rumors in the myriad worlds said? The era that belonged to them was over. The future belonged to the new lords of the thousands of races like the common people's regal. Right at that moment, an unbelievable scene appeared in front of him. The master god of the Leviathan race, Onion, suddenly reached out his claws and tore through the body of the master god of the Chi race in front of him. He grabbed the master god tier divine spark inside his body and pulled it out. The aura of this master god tier of the Chi race immediately weakened by more than half. He turned to look at Onion in disbelief. "Why, are you?" Onion sneered and glanced at the other 7 supremacies with an extremely cold and unfamiliar gaze. "It's over for you. Surrender quickly and submit to our Lord. On account of your status as Master Gods, our great and magnanimous Blazing Sun God Lord will give you good treatment. At the very least, you will have normal treatments befitting that of worshipped Master Gods," he said proudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 2 Master Gods from the Dragon and Elemental races arrived behind Onion. Obviously, they and Onion had already submitted to the Zhou fight under the power of the 10,000 Spirit Saint. Even a top Master God of the myriad races can be instigated by the strange methods of the common people's regal. When the yellow gold sacred dragon saw this scene, its expression was filled with disbelief. How could the methods of the Lord's laws were all so heaven-defying? The yellow gold sacred dragon god sensed the second stage supreme god realm treasure in its world rings. After hesitating for a long time, it finally smiled bitterly and said, "I surrender. It's not too embarrassing for me to lose to someone with the legendary dragon bloodline." He had long sensed the complicated and diverse legendary dragon bloodlines in Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu. Furthermore, he had also seen the 2 legendary dragon Your Excellency, the Abyssal Holy Dragon and the Light Sacred Dragon, in the other party's army. Even the legendary dragon race was willing to serve this human regal. What was there to feel humiliated about? At the thought of this, the unhappiness and depression in his heart dissipated slightly. He even felt that his defeat was not something unacceptable. "At least you know your place." Onion nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at the last Master God tier. It was the Master God of the Leviathan race like him. At the same time, he was his biological brother. "Brother, do you choose to surrender, or do you want to die at your brother's hands?" He grinned. He clearly looked like he was smiling, but there was a coldness in the depths of his eyes. "I surrender, Brother Onion." Onion smiled and replied, "Onion. Onion, you made a wise choice. When you officially join the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, you will know how lucky your decision today is." Onion smiled. He opened his hands and hugged Onion. "Wise choice." Onion hugged and held Onion tightly. He closed his eyes, but his divine body was emitting violent and unstable divine power fluctuations. "Brother, come home with me to the Leviathan Sea. Our people are waiting for us. I remembered the days when we played together as children. Let's go back in time, okay?" Onion murmured softly. "You." Onion's expression changed drastically. He frantically tried to break free from Onion's embrace, but Onion was hugging him too tightly. He couldn't break free at all. "Brother, why did you betray the Leviathans? We Leviathans only have leaders who died in battle, but we have never had a leader who surrendered. No, no, no. Get the hell out of my way." Onion roared crazily and even attacked Oman's divine body with all his might. However, Onion already had the intention to perish together. Why would he care about his divine body? He only hugged Onion tightly and activated his divine body to self-destruct. The surrounding Master God tiers and God spirits had already sensed that something was wrong and began to flee crazily. Onion had died in the self-destruction, accompanied by an earth-shattering bang. Even though Onion had also died from self-destruction, he already had a chance to revive because he was already a citizen of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Therefore, he immediately revived after he died. However, Onion, who had revived, looked confused and at a loss. Chapter 1394, Meeting of Will-Level Existences. Onion looked blankly at the aftermath of the explosion around him. Why? In the face of His Majesty's strength, the army we lead is powerless to resist. Won't we be courting death if we insist on going against His Majesty? And we will be exterminated by the Leviathans. Why didn't Onion surrender, Your Majesty? He knows that if he submits to His Majesty, not only can his life be spared, he can also prevent the extermination of the Leviathan race. He might even bring the Leviathan race to an unprecedented peak. Could it be for the sake of that pitiful racial dignity? But the Leviathans took the initiative to attack His Majesty and the others. We're the ones who started the war. Onion was very puzzled. In the end, he could only attribute Onion's self-destruction to his pitiful racial pride. His expression turned cold as he muttered coldly to himself. My foolish brother! Your death has no meaning other than to make you look tragic. Our race will become even weaker because of your death. Then, he didn't think too much about it. He led the Master God Tiers who had surrendered and incite defection to destroy the remaining 4-race alliance army that was still stubbornly resisting. When it was almost evening, the remaining soldiers and god spirits of the 4 allied forces who were still resisting were all destroyed by the joint encirclement of the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and the soldiers of the incite defection. The Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom obtained a huge victory. The myriad races that had been watching this scene silently realized something the moment the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom won. That was the change in the sky. That was the combined army of 4 high-level bloodline races. There was no lack of Master God tier existences, it was easily destroyed by a Lord faction that had just established a divine kingdom in less than a day. It was no exaggeration to say that this strength was impossible for any other high-level bloodline race. Only the 3 top bloodline races with a long history, the original spirit race, the shepherd's god race, and the chaos gods race, could do it. And now, there was another Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Which meant, from henceforth, the top races and factions in the myriad worlds were no longer limited to the original spirit race, the shepherd's god race, and the chaos gods race. The humans were led by the common people's regal. The human race was also the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. After successfully scaring away the 3 top bloodline races and defeating the alliance army of the 4 races, they had officially become the unquestionable 4th pole of the myriad worlds. Even this 4th place was only in terms of time. In terms of strength, it was possible to be in the top 3 or even the top 2. For a moment, all the races in the world began to have their own thoughts. This was one of the top 3 factions in the myriad worlds. Wanting to join them? Or be on good terms? Or could it be that at this moment, he wanted to show his loyalty to the original spirit race, the chaos gods race, and the shepherd's god race and completely join the crusade against the human race? These were all things that the 10,000 races needed to consider. At the same time, Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu were already sitting comfortably in the war conference room, holding today's war conclusion meeting with the generals. The expressions of the generals and god spirits were relaxed. Now that the top 3 races had been scared away, the remaining high-level bloodline races had been easily eliminated by him. In this active universe, their Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom could be said to be officially invincible. Next, they only needed to subdue the remaining lords of all races step by step. Their Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom would definitely be the champion of this activity. There would definitely be no accidents. Even though this 30-day race leader event has only started for 7 days, it has actually ended. Zhou Fight thought to himself as he listened to the discussion between the generals and the god spirits. It's much faster than the previous activities. He was very emotional. What did this mean? This meant that his faction was developing too quickly. It was so fast that even the event version could not restrict him, so much so that he could do whatever he wanted. In the past few events, when he was confident that he could completely take first place, it was already the later stages of the event. The other lords of the myriad races still had competition back then, but they did have a chance to fight for the first place in the event. And this time, they really had no chance of winning at all. What to do? The difference was too great. It was so big that even the race behind them wanted to increase the difficulty for themselves, but they could not stop themselves from obtaining first place. I should be free for the next few days. A smile appeared on Zhou Fight's face. How long had it been since he had rested? Ever since the activities of the myriad races began. He had to rest well this time. As for the matter of the active universe, he would leave it to Bai Yun and the other worshipped master gods to handle. There was a high chance that there would be no accidents. If an accident still happened under such circumstances, they still had them Zhou Zhou's clones to back them up. If even Zhou Zhou's clone could not deal with it, there was a high chance that his main body would not be able to do anything either. When the time came, he could only complain to the Supreme Will. However, that kind of situation was almost impossible. At the same time, just as Zhou Fight and the others planned to rest well, there was a meeting about him in the Supreme Domain. In the Supreme Domain, a huge circular eye condensed from endless pure white light was quietly waiting in this space. It was the symbol of the Supreme Will, Supreme I. With the Supreme I present, it basically meant that the Supreme Will had personally arrived. At this moment, a black-purple light appeared out of thin air in the Supreme Domain and condensed into a black-purple scepter that emitted faint black-purple flames. Abyss Scepter. His appearance basically meant that the Abyss Will was present. Right on the heels of that, 9 different colored lights appeared out of thin air in the Supreme Domain and quickly condensed into a 9-colored divine deer. This 9-colored divine deer was the incarnation of the will of the immortal world. In the next second, another beam of netherworld light appeared out of thin air in the Supreme Domain, and 6 halos emitting 6 colors appeared out of thin air. This was the embodiment of the will of the netherworld 6 paths of reincarnation. Right on the heels of that, another shadow appeared from the void and casually transformed into a shadow sun. If Zhou Zhou was present, he would definitely find it inexplicably familiar. This was because he came from the world of Shadow's will. They gathered together. Even though they were talking to each other, most of their gazes were focused on the Supreme I. "Sir, why did you call us over this time?" "I don't know, Sither. I've been in seclusion for more than 350 million years." "Me too, but it should be something big. The last time we summoned so many will-level existences, I remember it was when the Crimson Overlord invaded the Supreme World on a large scale. I wonder what kind of crisis it is this time. I hope it's not a crisis of the same level as last time. I remember that the Space Will and the Sacred Martial Will died last time. I'm considered weak among willpower level existences. I was lucky enough to survive last time. If it happens again this time, I reckon it'll be very difficult for me to have that kind of luck again." The will-level existences discussed spiritedly, all of them discussing the purpose of the Supreme Will summoning them here. Chapter 1395, Granting the Lord of all Races seat in advance? However, they had not paid attention to the outside world for too long after all. Most will-level existences did not know why the Supreme Will had summoned them. In the end, they looked at the will of the netherworld. In terms of being well-informed, the will of the netherworld was the best in the myriad worlds. Who asked him to control a large number of undead from all over the world? These undead from the myriad worlds were the best information channel for the will of the netherworld. The will of the netherworld saw the other will-level existences looking at him. A calm voice appeared in the 6 paths of reincarnation. "It's probably about the Lord of all races." Lord of all races. The will of the mountain that controlled the mountains of the various worlds was low. It was puzzled and surprised. "I've been asleep for so long. Why haven't I chosen? The matter of the Lord of all races has really dragged on for a long time. I thought that after I woke up, the Lord of all races would be chosen. For a Lord of all races to use so much energy and time, I wonder if it's worth it." The will-level existences were a little surprised and also speechless. They had heard about the Lord of all races from the Supreme Will a long time ago. At that time, the war between the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord had just begun. However, what they did not expect was that after so long, the position of the Lord of all races had yet to be settled. However, at the same time, many will-level existences had other thoughts. Since the Supreme Will had not made up its mind after so long, he might as well interfere. The position of the Lord of all races was of great significance. He would command all the races and factions in the world and become the commander of all races. He would fight against foreign enemies with the Supreme Will. This power and identity were almost equivalent to the personal disciple of the Supreme Will. In the future, he would almost 100% reserve a spot for a will-level existence. In the future, when the Supreme Will advanced to a higher level and left this real world, the Lord of all races might be the next successor to replace the Supreme Will. If they could be on good terms with a will-level existence at this moment, or even take the Lord of all races under their wing, wouldn't what the Lord of all races had be equivalent to what he had? At the thought of this, many willpower level existences' thoughts floated. At this moment, the Supreme I, which had been in a closed state, slowly opened its eyes. At this moment, not only did all will-level existences see the other party open his eyes in the Supreme Domain, but even in the depths of their will, the image of the Supreme Will slowly opening its eyes appeared. What terrifying willpower! The strength of the Supreme Will seems to have increased a lot. How far has he surpassed the Supreme Will realm? The will-level existences were shocked as they said respectfully. The Supreme Will hummed softly. "I summoned you here this time because there are 3 things I want you to discuss with me. The first thing is related to the Lord of all races. I'll tell you roughly what happened first. After the Supreme Will finished speaking, he told the 20 willpower level existences present about all the lords of all races. Among them, he deliberately increased the strength and power of the Lord of the Blazing Sun, which far exceeded that of the other lords of the myriad races. He even had a cliff-like lead. Even the races and factions behind the lords of the myriad races could not do anything to the Lord of the Blazing Sun and were even destroyed by him. After the will-level existences heard this, they could not help but be shocked. There was actually such a genius in the myriad worlds? He had just become the Lord of all races not long ago, but he already had such terrifying strength and faction. He spoke frankly. When they were at the same level as Zhou Zhou, they were far inferior to him. The Supreme Will had found a good successor. Many will-level existences thought. At this moment, the Supreme Will spoke again. As you can see, the Lord of the Blazing Sun's strength has already far exceeded the other lords of all races. Letting the other party compete with the lords of the other races is really bullying the other lords. Therefore, I've decided to give the position of the Lord of all races to him in advance. But it's too early now. The Lord of the Blazing Sun's true strength hasn't become a Master God tier yet. It's not appropriate to give him the position of the Lord of all races. So I'm having a hard time deciding. What do you think? Tell me what you think. I'll take your opinions into consideration and make the final decision. All the will-level existences were not fools. They immediately understood the Supreme Will's thoughts. The Supreme Will undoubtedly admired this Lord of the Blazing Sun. However, the Supreme Will did not want to disrupt its plan and make the other party the Lord of all races too early. However, the activities of the lords of the myriad races were meaningless to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. If it continued, Chun Chun would let the other lords of the myriad races suffer and reward the Lord of the Blazing Sun. It could not achieve the goal of training at all. To put it simply, it was just that the Lord of the Blazing Sun's strength was enough. It was even far beyond the mark. However, the tempering and events he had experienced were not enough. That was why the Supreme Will was a little hesitant about whether to give him the position of Lord of all races. I think so. Abyss Will smiled and said, the Lord of the Blazing Sun is a good junior. If we don't let him sit in the position that he should be in just because we don't have enough experience, it's a waste of such talents and our time. Lord Supreme Will, grant the position of Lord of all races to him. The war between us and the illusionist clan is getting more and more frequent. It's time for a leader to lead the god spirits of all races to counterattack the illusionist clan and protect our supreme great cosmos. My lord. The will of the immortal world said, I think it's inappropriate to give the other party the position of the Lord of all races now. Even though the Lord of the Blazing Sun is outstanding, he has only descended to the supreme continent for a short period of time. He has still experienced strength. His current combat strength is still a little weak. At the very least, he has to have supreme god realm combat strength before he's suitable to be the Lord of all races and bear the responsibility of the Lord of all races. At the same time, he can convince all the races. At this point, he suddenly changed the topic. However, Your Excellency, you're right. The ordinary activities of the lords of the myriad races are indeed meaningless to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. If we continue to participate, we won't be able to gain enough experience. I have an idea. Why don't we give the Lord of the Blazing Sun the qualifications to be a candidate for the Lord of all races so that he can leave the Lord of all races competition and come into contact with higher level battles? This way, not only can the Lord of the Blazing Sun have a suitable identity, but he can also come to a stage that is truly suitable for he. At the same time, he can be prepared for the future struggle with the illusionist clan. What do you think, my lord? Chapter 1396, The Betrayal of the Netherworld's Will. All the will-level existences were discussing if they should give the position of the Lord of all races to Zhou Zhou, and they were discussing it very seriously. The position of the Lord of all races was too special. Once someone had the position of the Lord of all races, no matter how weak the other party was, their status would instantly increase to the same level as them. Coupled with the fact that the Lord of all races could command the army of the myriad races, it seemed that his actual authority far exceeded that of the will-level existences present. This was because will-level existences were too extraordinary. In fact, they did not develop any overly powerful factions in the myriad worlds. The Supreme Will would not give in either. Their own strength was the confidence of the strongest faction, so they did not need to develop any faction after all. Which faction in the myriad worlds would not dare to listen to them once a will-level existence spoke? And the power in the hands of this lord of all races was enough to compete with them. As long as they did not die in the future, there was a high chance that they would become will-level existences with the help of the Supreme Will and become existences on the same level as them. The Supreme World was only so big, and there were only so many willpower level existences. With an additional willpower level existence, they would more or less touch the interests of all willpower level existences, so they could not help but be serious. After a while, the Supreme Will combined the opinions of most will level existences and made a major decision. They would officially end the Lord of all races competition and give the other party the qualifications to be a reserve member. However, because the Lord of the Blazing Sun's strength was temporarily insufficient, the Supreme Will decided to temporarily send the Supreme Will Reserve Lord of the Blazing Sun to the ultimate void battlefield outside the Supreme Great Cosmos to fight the alternate void race. If there was a major performance in the war with the void race, the Supreme Will would also receive a huge reward. At the same time, it would increase the authority of the Lord of the Blazing Sun as a reserve member, allowing the Lord of the Blazing Sun to be closer to the true status of the Lord of all races. If the Lord of the Blazing Sun's physical strength broke through to the Master God tier level, he could skip this process and directly become the Lord of all races. Next, I'll talk about the second thing. Our Supreme Great Cosmos has a junior called Regal Soul Heaven. He has already been revived. Moreover, after experiencing the life and death calamity, he has officially touched the threshold of the Supreme Will Realm. Now that the Yellow River has fallen and the will of the Yellow River has died, the Yellow River realm is ownerless. Regal Soul Heaven has once taken over the matter of reincarnation and is familiar with most of the matters of Yellow River, so I'm prepared to hand over the matter of taking back the Yellow River region to him. If the other party can take back the Netherworld realm, the position of the Lord of the Yellow River will belong to him. If we can't do it, we'll send other existences to attack. Do you have any objections? The Supreme Will asked. No objections. Let's do it. I've seen Regal Soul Heaven before. This top Supreme God realm is indeed suitable to take over the Yellow River region. Most will-level existences echoed. The other will-level existences did not agree, but they did not object. Most will-level existences were aloof from worldly matters. They only focused on the improvement of their will and rarely cared about the matters of the outside world. The Yellow River region was a place that the undead of the heavens had to pass through. Not only were there many things to do, but it was also troublesome. Most will-level existences were unwilling to waste time interfering. Only a will-level existence remained silent for a long time before saying, "Lord, the Yellow River concerns the peace of the myriad worlds. Why should we hand such an important task to a junior who hasn't reached the willpower level? I can also take back the Yellow River." The person who spoke was the will of the Netherworld. Even though Regal Soul Heaven has yet to become a will-level existence, he's not far from it. The other party only needs one tempering and there's a high chance that he will advance to a will-level existence. This mission to take back the Yellow River realm can be used by him to sharpen himself. In the future, we can add a new will-level existence to our Supreme Great Cosmos. As for why I didn't choose you, this is also the third thing I'm about to say. The Supreme Will's tone suddenly turned cold. Will of the Netherworld Kaiser. You deliberately opened the door to the Yellow River and let the illusionist clan go to the Yellow River, causing the Yellow River region to fall and the will of the Yellow River to die. The myriad worlds are in chaos because of this. Do you know your crime? As soon as he said this, all the will-level existences looked at the Netherworld's Will Kaiser in shock. The will of the Netherworld. Kaiser, how dare you betray us like this? Kaiser, did you really do it? The High Will can't be wrong, Kaiser. You've disappointed us. Kaiser, how much did the illusionist clan give you to make you betray us? Therefore, the will-level existences scolded Kaiser angrily. Facing the angry rebuke of the will-level existences, Kaiser did not refute. Instead, he sighed faintly and asked in confusion. Supreme Will, how did I expose myself? I thought that I hid myself flawlessly. You shouldn't have sensed my betrayal. The will of Yellow River regards you as his biological brother. He has long sensed your abnormality, but he's not sure what happened to you. Faced with the doubts of the Netherworld's will, the Supreme Will said calmly. I see. It was my little sister who secretly told you about my changes. Hehe, there's indeed no relationship between life forms between will-level existences. The netherworlds will chuckled. No. The will of Yellow River has never told me about your changes. The Supreme will said in a deep voice, however, you should know that your sister has the habit of writing in her diary. He wrote all his doubts about you in his diary. He thought that you were too tired from dealing with the reincarnation of a large number of undead every day, so there were some changes in your body. He is worried for you, worried for you. However, he probably didn't expect it either. His favorite brother actually personally delivered the butcher's knife that killed him to his enemies and silently sent the enemy behind him. I sent the will of the Shadow World to the Yellow River region to search for clues about the fall of the Yellow River and the remains of the will of the Yellow River after the Yellow River region fell. Only then did I find this diary of the will of the Yellow River and learn of this matter. Kaiser. You disappoint me. The Supreme will said. Kaiser fell silent and smiled. Since I did this, I've never regretted it. I originally wanted to pull the will of Yellow River to join me, but he is too stubborn and too loyal to the Supreme will, so one gave up on this idea. What a pity. Kaiser said regretfully. It was unknown if he was pitying the death of the Yellow River's will or if he was pitying that he did not pull the Yellow River's will into his camp. Kaiser. At this moment, a furious roar sounded. Then, a golden figure appeared. It was Regal Soul Heaven, who had just revived. Chapter 1397, Illusionary Legendary Tier Seal. Absolutely real. He had been hiding nearby and did not appear for the meeting. He held a golden soul needle and charged at Kaiser angrily. The will of Yellow River actually died because of you. I must kill you. I knew you were around. However, you're just a Supreme God Realm expert. How dare you attack me? Should I praise you for being brave and peerless? Or should I say that you don't know what's good for you? Kaiser said calmly. Then, the 6 paths of reincarnation that he was in emitted 6-colored divine light. At the same time, it emitted a shocking suction force, wanting to suck Regal Soul Heaven into the 6 paths of reincarnation and kill him in one go. However, at this moment, the Supreme Eye formed by the Supreme will suddenly flashed with holy light. In the next second, the 6-colored divine light emitted by Kaiser seemed to have suddenly lost power and disappeared, leaving only an ancient and dilapidated 6 paths of reincarnation divine artifact. This was also Kaiser's main body, which was a universal race divine artifact, the 6 paths of reincarnation. That was because his main body was too powerful, coupled with his role of maintaining the balance between the undead and life forms in the myriad worlds, it was enough to be ranked in the top 3 among all races' divine artifacts. It was precisely because of this that once he became a will-level existence, his strength could be ranked in the top 3 among all will-level existences. However, such an existence was actually so weak in front of the Supreme Will. In just an instant, it was stripped of everything and was even forced to reveal its true form. It was almost equivalent to the scene in novels where a demon was beaten back to its original form by an immortal. In the next moment, Regal Soul Heaven's supreme divine artifact, the soul-extinguishing golden needle, stabbed fiercely into the main body of the 6 paths of reincarnation. There was a click, a crack appeared on the animal Deo wheel in the 6 paths of reincarnation. When the will-level existences saw this scene, they raised their eyebrows slightly and subconsciously looked at the Supreme Will. With Regal Soul Heaven's strength, even if he had already touched the threshold of a Supreme Will, logically speaking, it was impossible for he to hurt the main body of the 6 paths of reincarnation divine artifact. However, he had done it. It was obvious that the Supreme Will was secretly assisting. The Supreme Will really values this junior. They thought to themselves. On the other side. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Regal Soul Heaven gritted his teeth as he looked at the cracked animal Deo wheel. Then, he went to attack the Heavenly God path. The Heavenly God Deo was the core of the 6 paths of reincarnation divine artifact. As long as the Heavenly God Deo was shattering, Kaiser would definitely die. The Supreme Will watched coldly. With his power, even if the 6 paths of reincarnation completely shattered, he could create another one without worrying about the reincarnation of the myriad worlds. However, the traitor must die. At this moment, an accident happened. An illusory purple seal suddenly appeared on the Heavenly Deo wheel. There were words written in the illusory purple seal that none of the will-level existences present recognized, but at a glance, they could understand the meaning. Illusionary Legendary. As soon as this illusory purple seal appeared, it blocked Regal Soul Heaven's attack. No matter how regal Soul Heaven continued to attack, it could not do anything to the 6 paths of reincarnation divine artifact. It's the illusionary legendary tear seal. It's the holy relic of the illusionary race. It's on the will of the netherworld. No wonder the will of the netherworld sided with the illusionist clan. It turns out that they obtained such a sacred object. Even the illusionist clan doesn't have many illusionary legendary tear seals. They're actually willing to give them to the will of the netherworld. It seems like the illusionist clan has really invested a lot to take down our supreme great cosmos. The will-level existences looked at the illusionary legendary tear seal above Kaiser's head with burning expressions. To will-level existences like them, this represented the hope of transcending. Unexpectedly, Kaiser got it first. Even the Supreme Will stared at the illusionary legendary tear seal. No one knew what the Supreme Will was thinking. Do you understand why I joined the illusionist clan now? At this moment, the netherworld's will that had not spoken for a long time finally spoke. His tone was carefree, conceited, and high and mighty. He said to the will-level existences, "That's because I already have the illusionary legendary tear seal. With this illusionary legendary tear seal, I can transcend this world and come into contact with absolute reality. And you, the netherworlds, will laugh loudly. Continue to indulge in your illusions. In order to pursue the so-called absolute truth, you're willing to be a dog for the illusionist clan." The Supreme Will said. How could it be so easy to transcend? Even though the illusionary legendary tear seal could indeed bring a will-level existence to transcend, there was a price. The price was, be a dog to the supreme existence of the illusionary world. Unless the supreme existence in the illusionary world let go, they could only submit to the supreme existence in the illusionary world for the rest of their lives. There's no chance of a comeback. I would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. This was unacceptable to many will-level existences, but the will of the netherworld was willing to accept it. He could only say that the other party was too crazy for the sake of transcending. Be a lapdog. The will of the netherworld said, I'm completely tired of looking at this world through the perspective of those undead. I want to see the scenery of another world. The will-level existences were silent. This reason sounded ridiculous. She was willing to abandon everything just to see the scenery and even be a dog? Many life forms would probably find this difficult to understand. However, in the hearts of these will-level existences, they understood this feeling. That was because they were too powerful. They were so powerful that they could see the entire supreme world in less than 1,000 years. After reading it, they did not have any new curiosity and naturally wanted to go outside to take a look. This was a common occurrence for life forms. No one could avoid it. There were two ways to see the outside world, which was to transcend the supreme world and go to the world of the illusionist clan. The first was naturally the normal cultivation will. When his will reached the transcendence realm above the supreme will realm, he could take the initiative to escape the supreme great cosmos and head to the world of the illusionist clan. The second was like the will of the netherworld, relying on external objects to transcend. However, such external transcendence techniques often had a huge price to pay. They could easily sell themselves or even lose most of their lives. Therefore, most will-level existences could not accept the second method and could only work hard on the first method. From the looks of it, it was because the will of the netherworld could not help but feel bored and lonely. It accepted the temptation of the illusionist clan and chose the second method of transcendence. At this moment, a will-level existence felt pity. Some will-level existences were envious. There were will-level existences who looked down on him. A will-level existence was indifferent. Everyone had their own attitudes. Why don't you leave immediately? The Supreme Will asked. With this illusionary legendary tear seal, the Supreme Will knew that even he could not stop the other party from leaving. That was because that was the rule of another world. He couldn't interfere. With the illusionary legendary tear seal, I can leave whenever one want. Therefore, I want to stay for a while longer and see this world. I just didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. The netherworld's will sighed. He probably wants to contribute more to the illusionist clan, right? The Supreme Will said coldly. The netherworld's will smiled and did not deny it. Goodbye, Supreme Will. Maybe we'll meet again in the illusionary world. With that, the netherworld's will disappeared. Only the silent wills were left. In the blazing sun divine capital, Zhou Zhou was comprehending the Lord's law in the world of samsara and strived to advance to true God tier advance grade as soon as possible. At this moment, he sensed something and opened his eyes. Then, he saw lines of golden words appear in front of him. Chapter 1398, Reserve Army of the Supreme Lord. Lord of 10,000 Evils. Zhou Zhou looked at the words that suddenly appeared in front of him in shock. After reading them, he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. At the same time, all the lords of the myriad races and factions in the myriad worlds saw similar words. The Lord of all races competition has no meaning for the Lord of the Blazing Sun for training in view of the fact that he already has unparalleled strength among all the lords of all races. The success rate of the other lords continuing to fight for the Lord of all races is almost zero. After a collective discussion between the Supreme Will and the existence of the Will, we have made the following decision. First, end the Lord of all races event in advance. All the surviving lords will obtain a treasure chest exclusive to the Lord of all races. Second, due to the serious situation in the ultimate void battlefield, the alternate void race, we will fight against the alternate void race with the 10,000 evil army and protect the supreme great cosmos. Third, you can send your god spirits to join the Lord of the Blazing Sun and head to the ultimate void battlefield to fight against the alternate void race as our reserve army. You can exchange for the rewards you want from the Supreme God Realm Monument as long as the god spirits of the myriad races who join the Lord of the Blazing Sun contribute to the battle against the alternate void race. You have 3 days to prepare for this trip to the ultimate void battlefield. 3 days later, the Lord of the Blazing Sun needs to immediately lead the combat god spirits under his command to the ultimate void battlefield to resist the alternate void race. There can't be any mistakes. All the lords and factions of the races were stunned when they saw this announcement. What is going on? The first stage of the Lord of the Races activity hasn't ended yet, but the entire Lord of all races activity has ended? You have already chosen the Lord of all races? Then what's the point of our previous efforts? Oh, it is the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Then it is fine. It was unknown who leaked the news of the battle that ended. Almost all the lords and the races behind them knew that the mortal lord was the common people's regal. What shocked them the most was not this news, but the next news. After the common people's regal army monopolized the people of foreign races, he actually defeated the armies of all the high-level bloodline races and forcefully scared away the armies of the original spirit race, the shepherd's god race, and the chaos gods race. He had officially become the fourth extreme existence of the myriad races. The lords of the myriad races knew the difference between themselves and the Lord of the Blazing Sun faced with such information. If the Lord of the Blazing Sun became the Lord of all races reserve, then they were fully convinced. Perhaps it was because the Lord of the Blazing Sun's reputation for being invincible was too great, but the Lord of all races quickly accepted this fact. However, they thought of something and a strange smile appeared on their faces. Now that the Lord of the Blazing Sun had successfully obtained the qualifications to be a reserve army of the Lord of all races, who knew what the 3 top bloodline races would think? They would probably be exasperated, right? The 3 top bloodline races were indeed a little exasperated. They did not expect this news to come so suddenly. They were still thinking about how to counterattack the common people's regal in the future when they returned back to their camps. This news of the Lord of the Blazing Sun becoming the reserve army came. As for the races and factions that had put in so much effort for the Lord of all races contest, not only did they no longer have the right to fight for the Lord of all races, they even had to listen to this Lord of all races reserve in the future. The sudden appearance of a leader was naturally unacceptable to the 3 high and mighty races. However, they could not refuse and could only accept it. Then, their attention quickly landed on the ultimate void battlefield mentioned in the announcement. 10,000 evil army. A solemn and even fearful expression appeared on the face of the original Master God Tier. He said in a low voice, "I haven't heard this name for a long time." At the same time, a text notification that only belonged to him, the Lord of all races, appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Honorable Lord of all races, Reserve Lord of the Blazing Sunday. You now have the right to choose elites from all the races in the world and form a supreme alliance army that belongs to you. You can choose at most 100 million god spirits, 100,000 true god tiers, and 100 supremacy gods from the various races to be members of your Supreme Alliance army. You have activated the Ultimate Void Battlefield function. 3 days later, you can use this function to lead your Divine Spirit army to the Ultimate Void Battlefield and fight the alternate Void race. Supreme Will notification: the leader currently in charge of managing the ultimate void battlefield is the Lord of all Evils from the Abyss. As the third reserve of the Lord of all Races, the Lord of all Evils also has the right to compete for the position of the Lord of all Races. You need to compete with the Lord of all Evils. Only then can you increase your ranking as the reserve of the Lord of all Races and be closer to the position of the Lord of all Races. Zhou Zhou looked at the long string of notifications and frowned slightly. There was too much information behind these text notifications. I'm not the only Lord of all Races reserve. Zhou Zhou asked the question he was most concerned about. Supreme Will notification, among the Lords of all Races, you are the only Lord of all Races reserve. However, before the Lord of all Races competition, the Supreme Will had conducted a selection among the local Lords of the High Continent and finally selected 3 Lords of all Races reserves. Currently, these 3 Lord of all Races reserves are carrying out their duties under the Supreme Will. They no longer appear often in the myriad worlds. So it's the reserve force of the Lord of all Races selected from the local Lords. Zhou Zhou came to a realization. Before the Lord of all Races competition, the Supreme Will had originally intended to choose a candidate for the Lord of all Races from the local Lord of all Races. However, the Supreme Will was ultimately dissatisfied with the local Lords. That was why they started the Lord of all Races contest, causing Zhou Zhou and the others to descend on the High Continent. It seems that even though the Supreme Will is dissatisfied with the local Lords, he still left behind 3 that he likes. And I'm the 4th person the Supreme Will likes. Zhou Zhou was speechless. Then, his expression became serious again. If nothing went wrong, the future Lord of all Races should have been selected from the reserves of the 4 Lords of all Races. His expression turned solemn. It seemed that although he had ended the Lord of all Races competition by himself, the competition for the Lord of all Races was not over yet. Instead, it had entered a new level. However, Zhou Zhou was not afraid, instead he was eager to try. This was because he felt that only stronger enemies could make him stronger. To weaken enemy was not beneficial to his growth. What's the background of this 10,000 evil army and the Lord of 10,000 evils? Zhou Zhou asked again. This time, there were no new text notifications. Zhou Zhou did not give up and took out the Bodhi Supreme to ask. In the end, Bodhi Supreme said that it could not divulge either. It only told Zhou Zhou that he would know when you arrived at the ultimate void battlefield. Isn't that stating the obvious? Zhou Zhou cursed and was speechless. Chapter 1399, The Supreme God Realm Monument. 3 days. There's plenty of time. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he opened the Ultimate Void Battlefield channel that he had recently obtained. The channel has the following functions. 10,000 Races Battle Channel, Ultimate Void Battlefield Teleportation Function, Supreme God Realm Monument, Comrade Communication, Ultimate Void Battlefield Map. Zhou Zhou opened a few functions that interested him. First of all, the All Races Combat Channel function was a chat channel formed by gods from all races. God spirits could chat here, or they could pull out a separate sub-channel for a battle meeting. It was not much different from the few channels that Zhou Zhou had joined. The only difference that was worth paying attention to was that only god spirits were allowed to enter the All Races Combat Channel. Creatures below the god spirits were not qualified to enter the All Races Combat Channel. The Ultimate Void Battleground was a battlefield that only god spirits could enter after all. Those who were not god spirits did not even have the right to enter and take a look. That was because one look at it would cause an explosion. It was really explosive. As for the Ultimate Void Battleground teleportation function, as the name suggested, it was a function with teleportation abilities. As for the Ultimate Void Battleground teleportation function, as the name suggested, it was a function with teleportation abilities. In addition, on the Ultimate Void Battlefield, gods with a certain level of leadership authority could also gather the god spirits under their command to their side and teleport to the designated battlefield area. For example, as a reserve member of the Lord of all Races, Zhou Zhou could gather the god spirits under him and teleport them to the Ultimate Void Battlefield together. Even if a god spirit got lost on the Ultimate Void Battlefield, he wouldn't be afraid because he could teleport the lost god spirit to his side with a single thought. It was a very practical function. As for the Supreme God Realm Monument, it was an extremely important function. It was equivalent to a military merit exchange shop and a mission distribution point. Not only were there all kinds of battlefield missions. Moreover, in the Ultimate Void Battleground, the military merits obtained by killing enemies, completing missions, and other methods could be exchanged for various treasures here. Zhou Zhou took a look and immediately raised his eyebrows slightly. This was because the treasures in the Supreme God Realm Monument were at least low-tier deity level elementary grade. The highest level even had Supreme Divine Artifacts and Race Divine Artifacts. The Supreme Divine Artifact, Zhou Zhou, didn't care. This was because after obtaining the Heavenly Luck de Huang, he could also obtain a large number of Supreme God Realm Divine Artifacts by himself. However, the Racial Divine Artifact could not be dropped. He opened the interface of the Race's Divine Artifact and checked the Human Race's Divine Artifact, and there were quite a few of them. Race Divine Artifact Creation Immortal Furnace. Top Race Divine Artifact. Human life forms sit cross-legged in the Creation Immortal Furnace and are refined with the Qi of creation. There is a high chance that they will sublimate the congenital spiritual root they have, allowing human life forms who already have the aptitude to cultivate immortality to have higher talent in cultivation. If this human life form doesn't have the spiritual root, he will definitely be able to create a congenital spiritual root that is most suitable for his physique, giving him the aptitude to cultivate immortality. Required military merits, 10 million military merits, 1 Supreme God Realm Mission Medal. Race Divine Artifact Deo Destroying Divine Artifact, Top Race Divine Artifact. A Race Divine Artifact bomb with the human race. It is engraved with the Supreme God Realm Legacy, the Legacy of Destruction. Required military merits, 2 million military merits, 5 Supreme God Realm Mission Medals. Race Divine Artifact 5 Element Sacred Heart Banner, High-level Race Divine Artifact. Place it in the territory of the human race. It can increase the willpower of human life forms and increase the probability of being promoted to Master God. Required military merits, 30 million military merits, 5 Master God Mission Medals. Race Divine Artifact Sky Barrier Umbrella, High-level Race Divine Artifact conceals the aura of fate of yourself and your subordinates to prevent other god spirits from spying on you. Even the Supreme God Realm can't spy on your own fate. Required military merit, 5 million military merit, 3 Master God Mission Medals. They're all good stuff. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. It was just that the price was a little high. He shook his head slightly. According to the price on it, if one wanted to buy a top-notch Master God tier Divine Artifact, they would probably have to personally do a few missions before they could obtain one. If a Master God tier wanted to obtain it, who knew how much time and effort it would take to obtain it? He did not think too much about it for the time being. Instead, he opened the General Purpose Race Divine Artifact Exchange option. Then, he also discovered that there were more General Purpose Race Divine Artifacts with good effects. However, most of them were more expensive. They were at least 50% more expensive than divine artifacts of the same level. This was easy to understand. A universal race divine artifact could be effective on all races in the myriad worlds after all. Especially for lords like Zhou Zhou, who had various races and people under their command, its effects could also be maximized. The exclusive race divine artifact of the human race could only have an effect on the human race. Even though most of Zhou Zhou's subordinates were human subjects, there would more or less be some limitations. He thought for a while and made a decision. When he went to the ultimate void battleground in 3 days, if he could obtain enough mission medals and military merits, he would mainly exchange for the divine artifacts of the human race. Next, he would exchange for general purpose racial divine artifacts. Most of the soldiers under him were humans. They were all recruited from the combat items of the Scarlet Brood Mother after all. Therefore, the exclusive race divine artifact of the human race was the greatest improvement for him. Even though the universal race divine artifact covered a larger area, the actual increase was inferior to the exclusive race divine artifact of the human race. Then, he looked at the other functions. Comrade communication, needless to say. It was equivalent to the friend function of a normal channel. As for the ultimate void battlefield map, it was currently pitch black. This was because he had yet to explore the ultimate void battlefield. Then, he roughly understood the other functions before closing the function page. Then, he opened the battle channel of all races and sent a message. Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom God Lord Blazing Sun, Lord of all races reserve, this Emperor is preparing to form the Supreme Alliance Army and head to the ultimate void battleground. All races are preparing to send out 50 million god spirits, 90,000 true gods, and 900 supremacies. Then, report to this Emperor that in 3 days, this Emperor will lead you to the ultimate void battleground. Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom God Lord Blazing Sun, Lord of all races reserve at original spirit race master god origin, origini, 111 leave the matter of collating the statistics to you. Show me when you are done, smiley face. The Supreme Will had given him 100 million god spirits, 100,000 true god tiers, and 100 master gods to join the Supreme Alliance. In fact, if he was a little greedy, Zhou Zhou could have used all these spots on these god spirits of all races. This way, he could directly freeload so many god spirits, true gods, and master gods. Even though this Supreme Alliance army was called an allied army, it was actually almost equivalent to his private army after all. According to the rules left behind by the Supreme Will, once they joined, they could only be loyal to the Lord of all races reserve. Even the race they were from before they joined the army could not control the gods who joined the Supreme Alliance army. This was also the greatest benefit of being a reserve member of the Lord of all races. There were no other criterias. However, Zhou Zhou thought that the ultimate void battleground was a good place to train his soldiers. In addition, his own people were useful, and the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom needed his own people to continue expanding their territory on the high continent to increase the level of the Divine Kingdom. Therefore, he let his god spirits occupy only 50 million god spirits, 10,000 true god tiers, and 10 supremacy gods. The remaining god spirits of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom should stay in the high continent and conquer the territories of the high continent and the myriad worlds. Both paths were very important. Chapter 1400, Supreme Title Lord of All Races Reserve. As for the gods in the battle channel, especially those who had not entered the ultimate void battleground, they immediately became extremely excited when they saw Zhou Zhou's message. The ultimate void battleground was dangerous. Even Supreme God Realm experts might die if they were not careful. However, this place also contained endless opportunities. For example, the Supreme God Realm Monument was one of the greatest opportunities. For Zhou Zhou, who had seen countless treasures, to covet the items exchanged in the Supreme God Realm Monument, it was obvious how precious the items inside were. In addition, there were also extremely rare Supreme God Realm treasures in the outside world growing in the ultimate void battleground. There were even treasures that strengthened the power of will and transformed the power of will. In addition, there were also chaos divine artifacts nurtured by the heavens and the earth here. Such chaos divine artifacts nurtured by the heavens and the earth were often much more effective than divine artifacts created postnatal. There were also many other opportunities. All of this was enough to attract the god spirits from the outside world to come here and fight. Therefore, after seeing Zhou Zhou's words, almost all of them wanted to come over and join him. As for becoming someone's subordinate, none of that mattered. It was fine as long as he became stronger. As god spirits, they had long understood that strength was more important than anything else. Is he just a dog? As long as he could become stronger, it would not be a problem for him to be a grandson. However, Zhou Zhou had already left. They could only do as he said, find the original Master God Origin, and add him as a friend. Then, they would send their information concisely and explain that they wanted a spot in the Supreme Allied Forces. When the Origin Master God saw this scene, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. He felt a deep sense of humiliation. Yes, humiliation. He had previously joined forces with other high-level bloodline races and top-notch bloodline races to deal with Zhou Zhou together in an attempt to destroy he and obtain the race's divine artifact in his hands. The other party had inexplicably become a reserve member of the Lord of all races and had the authority to command them. He had even called him Origini in front of the god spirits of all races. Origini my ass. What infuriated he the most was that these gods from all races were not surprised by this scene at all. Some god spirits even seemed to have forgotten that they had once followed their race to deal with common peoples regal together. Now, they seemed to be using him to wag their tails and beg the Lord of the Blazing Sun for mercy. They only hoped that the Lord of the Blazing Sun would show mercy and bestow this so-called membership of the Supreme Alliance Army to them. All the prosperity in the world came for benefits, all the hustle and bustle in the world came for benefits. At this moment, it was vividly displayed in front of the Origin. However, at the same time, an idea suddenly surfaced in his mind. The slots for the Supreme Alliance Army were very popular. Why didn't I use this opportunity to sell the slots for benefits and friendship? As soon as this thought appeared, it grew crazily in his mind like weeds. Origin sneered. Fine. Since you, the Lord of the Blazing Sun, treat me like a servant, I'll first make use of your identity and power to earn some benefits that belong to me. You asked for it. However, just as he was about to take action, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. It was Zhou Zhou's voice. Origine, this is my request for the God Spirits to join the Supreme Alliance Army. Choose the God Spirits according to the requirements of the higher UPS. Then, there were more than 10 requirements. The first rule was that the gods who joined the Supreme Alliance Army had to first join the Blazing Sun Empire and choose to serve he as their master. The second was that the God Spirits of the evil faction were unable to join his Supreme Alliance Army. The third rule, when selecting the God Spirits to join the Supreme Allied Forces, there was no discrimination with racial blood. Only God Spirits with high bloodlines were allowed to join, and God Spirits with medium bloodlines and weak bloodlines were not allowed to join. Fourth rule, if you want to use treasures to exchange for the qualifications to join the Supreme Alliance Army? Sure, just pass it to me through to Origin. There's also a price list attached. The fifth rule. Just like that, more than 10 selection rules appeared in front of Origin. These requests directly bankrupted Origin's idea of using this opportunity to obtain benefits. According to his selection rules, not only would he not be able to obtain any profits, he would even help him obtain a large sum of profits. Apart from that, he would also recruit a group of elite God Spirits who would absolutely submit to him to assist him in heading to the ultimate void battlefield. Origin really wanted to reject this profession that made he work for nothing. However, he couldn't refuse because Zhou Zhou was a reserve army of the Lord of all Races. If he dared to reject the Lord of all Races' orders, he had no doubt that he would be stripped of everything in the next second. He might even become an ordinary life form without extraordinary tier powers. The Lord of the Blazing Sun was not the first Lord of all Races' reserve army under the Supreme Will. There were already 3 Lords of a Race's reserve armies in front of him. History had already told Origin how miserable the consequences of disobeying the Lord of all Races' orders would be. Hence, he hesitated for a while before obediently following Zhou Zhou's request. When Zhou Zhou saw Origin selecting God Spirits for him in the battle channel, a smile appeared on his face. Even though this Lord of all Races is only a reserve army, the God Spirits of the heavens don't dare to underestimate him. He said to himself with a smile. Then, he looked at the reward given to him by the Supreme Will. Firstly, it was the title of Lord of all Races Reserve Army. Title name, Lord of all Races Reserve Army. Title quality, Supreme. Title effect 1 Commanding the heavens, you are one of the future successors of the Supreme Will. You have the power to command all living beings in the world. Even great will-level existences will respect and consider your suggestions and help you. Title effect 2 Execution of words, you have the talent of execution of words. You can produce a direct and immediate execution of words effect on any life form and matter below the Master God tier. You can also use the execution of words ability to affect Supreme God realm and willpower level existences to a certain extent. Title effect 3, Supreme Heavenly Might, you are the Lord of all Races. Anyone who looks down on you will be punished by the Supreme Will. Title effect 4, Destiny's Path, you can obtain a portion of the Lord of all Races reserve authority by defeating the reserves of other lords. When you gather all the reserve authority of the Lord of all Races, you will automatically become the only true Lord of all Races. Title description, a supreme title personally awarded by the Supreme Will. Owner has a chance to become the Lord of all Races who rules the heavens in the future. This title is quite effective. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading it. With the title effect of Lord of all Races Reserve, he could do many things in the future. Many scenes had already appeared in his mind. Chapter 1401, Grade 3 Supreme Divine Artifact Supreme Holy Sword. Title of Lord of the Race. Zhou Zhou opened the Lord of all Races treasure chest. There was a sword quietly placed inside. This sword was completely black, and there were stars faintly visible on the sword. It was as if every star was a world, and the hilt was engraved with dense law engravings. Zhou Zhou looked over and realized that it was the nomological engraving of a Lord's Law. He clicked his tongue in wonder. Then, he picked it up and looked at it. A text notification appeared. Name of the Divine Artifact, Supreme Holy Sword. Grade of Divine Artifact, Grade 3 Supreme Divine Artifact, Exclusive Divine Artifact Law 1 Commanding the Heavens, the Supreme Holy Sword is the symbol of supreme authority. Only living beings recognized by the Supreme Will and given the Lord of all Races Reserve Army destiny can have this sword. Those who have this sword can control a quarter of the Supreme Great Cosmos and make a quarter of the Supreme Great Cosmos your temporary territory. The living beings in this quarter of the Supreme Great Cosmos must listen to most of your orders. Divine Artifact Law 2 Supreme Luck. Possessing the Supreme Holy Sword also means that you are blessed as the fate of the Supreme Lord Reserve Army. You will be able to turn misfortune into good fortune and turn disaster into blessing. Divine Artifact Law 3 Supreme Heart. Your physique, soul, and will be more compatible with the Lord's Law. The comprehension of the Lord's Law will increase by 20 times. Divine Artifact Law 4 Supreme Blessing. When the Lord of all races is in danger, it can actively summon the full strength attack of the Supreme Will. However, after using it, the user will default to giving up the power and status of the Lord of all races. Prompt: the soul has been forcibly recognized as its master and cannot be removed. After reading it, Zhou Zhou couldn't help but hold his breath. He looked at the first divine artifact law. Commanding the heavens. He could control a quarter of the Supreme Great Cosmos and make a quarter of it his temporary territory. Even though it was only a temporary territory, it was still quite heaven-defying. The other three divine artifact laws were also quite powerful. There was naturally no need to mention the Supreme Luck. The Supreme Heart could allow him to better comprehend the Lord's laws. Even though Supreme Blessing could summon the full power attack of the Supreme Will to protect him, after using it, he would lose the qualifications to be the Lord of all races reserve army. Zhou Zhou naturally would not use this move unless he was in a desperate situation. He guessed that this Supreme Blessing was not only a self-protection ability given to the Lord of all races by the Supreme Will, but also a warning to the other Lords of all races. It was fine for the two of them to compete for the qualifications to be the Lord of all races reserve force, but they could not force the other party into a dead end. Otherwise, if the other party used the Supreme Will's full strength in the end, no one would feel good. The Supreme Will regarded the four Lords of all races as talents. It only wanted them to compete among themselves, but it did not want them to kill each other internally. Even if he could not become the Lord of all races in the end, as long as he survived, he could still be a good subordinate after all. As expected of the exclusive divine artifact of the Lord of all races reserve army. This can also be considered the first supreme divine artifact in my possession. Zhou Zhou sighed. Then, he put it away. He had quite a few trump cards in his hands, so he didn't need this supreme divine artifact for the time being. Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of something and opened his other title information. It was the title information of the title of the Lord of the Race. A smile appeared on his face after he took a look. Sure enough, they're all unlocked. He smiled and muttered to himself. Title name, Lord of the Race. Title grade, unique. Title effect 1 commanding all life, you are the Lord of the Race. You have obtained the fate level of Lord of the Race. You can give orders to any existence in your race. Your subjects will accept it without conditions and carry it out firmly even if this order goes against the laws of humanity. Title effect 2, Race Conqueror I, the offensive strength of you and the soldiers of your race will increase by 100% when you lead your race to conquer other races. Title effect 3, Race Conqueror 2, your and your race's soldiers' physical defense and recovery ability plus 100% when you lead your race to conquer other races. Title effect 4, Race Conqueror 3, you and the soldiers of your race have obtained the talent of War Might. In war, there is a small chance of triggering War Might, causing the enemy to be frightened, afraid, stiff, and surrender without fighting. Title effect 4, Supreme Race, when you and the soldiers of your race fight against other races, if your race's bloodline level is higher than the enemy's, the enemy will be suppressed by 10%. If your race's bloodline level is lower than the enemy's, you and the soldiers of your race will not be negatively affected by the enemy's bloodline. Title description, a title that can only be obtained by the Lord of the Races who wins first place in the Lord of the Race event. The person with this title is the Lord of the Race. Not bad. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading it. By the way, have the effects of the title of Lord of the Races of the other Lords of the myriad races who ended their activities in advance been unlocked? He suddenly thought of this and asked curiously. In the next second, a line of text appeared. Supreme Will notification, all Lords of the myriad races who ended the activity of the Lord of the Race early will retain the title of the Lord of the Race, but only the first title effect. The other title effects have all disappeared. Zhou Zhou nodded after reading it. Then, he laughed. With the title of the Lord of the Races, the difference in combat power between he and the other races would widen again. Then, he closed the title interface of the lord of the race and took out a corpse. This corpse was none other than the corpse of the master god tier of the Chi race that Onion had killed on the cerulean planet today. As for his brother's corpse, it naturally disappeared with his self-destruction. What was worth mentioning was that after the Lord of All Races event ended, the active universe officially closed. The various race lord factions in the active universe and their racial teritones had also returned to their original positions in the supreme great cosmos. The cerulean planet was no exception. Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu had already returned to the supreme continent and were currently recuperating. In addition, the function of the gate of summoning to connect the high continent and cerulean planet was preserved. Now, all the lords of the myriad races could return to their race's territory through the gate of summoning, and they were no longer restricted by the transfer of supplies and troops. Speaking of which, Zhou Zhou looked at the corpse in front of him. A text notification appeared. Item name, Chi Race Master God Tier West Rogers Corpse. Item level, Master God Tier Advance Grade. Item effect, contains unextracted loots. Item description, one of the 12 Master Gods of the Chi race. At the same time, he was also the Deputy Patriarch of the Chi race. He died in the battle against common people's regal. Loots drop rate, 600 Master God Tier Advance Grade Divine Crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 Master God Advance Grade Bloodline Chi Race Bloodline, drop rate, 10%, 1 Master God Advance Race Skill Book Origin Chi, drop rate, 5%, 1 Master God Tier Advance Grade Racial Talent Ball, drop rate, 3%, 1 Master God Tier Elementary Grade Divine Artifact 7 stars Ruyi Tussle, drop rate, 1%, 1 Master God Tier Intermediate Grade Divine Artifact 10,000 Primordial Spirit Armor, drop rate, 1%. 1 Master God Tier Advance Grade Book of the God Spirit, drop rate, 0.5%, 1 Will Like Light Realm Book Method of Concentrating the Will of the Chi Race, drop rate, 0.1%, 1 Master God Tier Advance Grade Willpower Skill Chi Realm, drop rate, 0.1%. Chapter 1402, Big Explosion. Astonishing Loots. Will Divine Transformation Realm. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading it. He had 2 Master God Tier Divine Artifacts, as expected of the top Master God of the Chi race. Not to mention his Master God Tier treasures such as the Book of the God Spirit, Will Condensation Technique, and Master God Tier Inheritances. This is the most important part. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and chanted in his heart to activate the Heavenly Fate Diwang's explosive ability and the additional loots ability of the Lucky Star. In the next second, a text notification appeared. Lord Talent Notification, your spoils of war have been enhanced by Heavenly Fate Diwang Perfect Loots. Quality +1. Lord Talent Notification, your spoils of war have been strengthened by Heavenly Fate Diwang. The number of loots increased by 1,000%. Title hint, your spoils of war have been affected by the titles of Strongest Lord of All Races and Strongest Lord of All Races. Number of loots +150%. Title hint, your spoils of war have been affected by the title of King of 10,000 Kings. The number of loots increased by 100%. Lord Talent Notification, you have obtained Perfect Loots 21,000 Divine Crystals, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm, 40 Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm Bloodlines, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm, 40 Race Skill Books Heavenly Energy, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm, 40 Race Talent Spheres, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm, 40 Divine Artifacts Heavenly Seal, Grade 1 Supreme God Realm, 40 Divine Artifacts Heavenly Wall Divine Armor, Grade 2 Supreme God Realm. 1 Book of the God Spirit, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm, 1 Will Divine Transformation Realm Heavenly Blade Will Condensation Technique, 40 Willpower Skills Million Blades, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm. Lucky Star Hint, you have obtained a special loot, Puppet of the Supreme God of Heavenly Blade, Grade 3 Supreme God. After Zhou Zhou looked at the loots, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and smile. It's an explosive effect. It's comparable to, or even surpassed, all my gains from the mysterious auction. It's really amazing. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Zhou could not help but laugh. Anyone who saw so many loots would probably laugh proudly. Even a Supreme God Realm expert should be smiling at this moment. There were so many top Supreme God Realm loots after all. If a Supreme God Realm came and saw so many top grade treasures, they would probably be shocked. After a while, Zhou Zhou gradually calmed down and began to check the loots one by one. The first was naturally these 21,000 Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals. 21,000 Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals is equivalent to 210 million Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Back when he participated in the mysterious auction, if he had so many Supreme God Realm Divine Crystals, he would probably be able to buy most Supreme God Realm Divine Artifacts. Unfortunately, he didn't, but it didn't matter. His subordinates could casually kill a Master God Tier. If there was another mysterious auction, he could sweep through most of the auction items. That's almost half of what I have. This is the Heavenly Fate De Huang that gives a lot of loots. Choosing to upgrade it was indeed the right choice. Zhou Zhou was even more glad that he had chosen to upgrade the King of Loots to a Supreme God Realm talent. This return was simply too shocking. Then, he looked at the second loots. There were a total of 40 portions of the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm Bloodline. He looked over and a text notification appeared. Bloodline name, Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm Bloodline. Bloodline level, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm. Bloodline effect, after absorbing it, the user can obtain the bloodline of the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm. After fusing with this bloodline, the user will gradually awaken the bloodline ability of the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm during the growth process. Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm. It's actually the bloodline of this Supreme God Realm expert. Zhou Zhou stroked his chin and recalled the bloodline memories of this Supreme God Realm expert. Even though this Supreme God Realm expert was only a Grade 3 Supreme God Realm expert, he was not the top Grade 4 Supreme God Realm expert. However, he had unparalleled offensive power since he walked the path of the Law of Sword. Therefore, if he went all out, even a Grade 4 Supreme God Realm would have a chance of defeating this Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm. Only the 4 Supreme God Realms could steadily defeat the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm. There were only about 10,000 Supreme God Realm God Spirits in the entire Supreme World. Among the tens of thousands of Supreme God Realms, only the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm used the Saber Dao as its Supreme God Realm path. It could be said that in the myriad worlds, in terms of attainments in the Saber Dao, the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm was the number one god among Supreme God Realms. Unfortunately, it's not the inheritance of the Heaven Sword Supreme God Realm. If only it was the Supreme God Realm inheritance of the Sword Dao. Zhou Zhou thought greedily. Even though he had also dabbled in the laws of swords, in terms of height, he was still inferior to the more familiar Sword Dao. However, he smiled and shook his head. It was good enough to have a choice, yet he was actually so picky. Then, he didn't hesitate and chose to absorb it. Soon, a text notification appeared. You have absorbed one portion of the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm Bloodline, 3rd Order Supreme God Realm. Your Chaos Human Bloodline has been unearthed with even more potential. Your Chaos Human Bloodline has unearthed more potential and advanced to the True God Tier Intermediate Grade Bloodline. Your Chaos Human Bloodline has unearthed more potential and advanced to the Master God Tier Intermediate Grade Bloodline. Your Chaos Human Bloodline has unearthed more potential and advanced to the Master God Tier Advanced Grade Bloodline. Your 6 senses powers have been greatly enhanced. Your Chaos Sacred Body Constitution has been greatly enhanced. You have awakened the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Enhanceable Chaos Human Race Talent Dao Slaying Divine Saber. You have awakened the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Enhanceable Chaos Human Race Talent Chaotic Blade Chi. You have awakened a Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Enhanceable Chaos Human Race Talent Heaven's Will Like a Knife. You have awakened the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Enhanceable Chaos Human Race Racial Skill Escape Realm 9 Blades. You have awakened the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Enhanceable Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm Talent Limitless Heavenly Blade. You have awakened the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Enhanceable Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm Talent Heart of Annihilation. You have awakened the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Enhanceable Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm Talent Jedi Blade. You have grasped the inheritance of the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm. You have mastered the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Skill Immeasurable Saber Light. You have grasped the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Skill Saber/Willpower. You have mastered the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Skill Heaven Destroying Dao. You have mastered the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Skill Supreme God Realm Physical Immunity, Awakening Level 10%. You have mastered the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Skill Supreme God Realm Elemental Immunity, Awakening Rate 10%. You have mastered the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Skill Supreme God Realm Soul Immunity, Awakening Rate 10%. You have mastered the will like light of the Heavenly Blade. You have grasped the will of the Heavenly Blade, will Divine Transformation Realm. Boom. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes. His will transformed and became boundless. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. Then, he instantly felt that the world in front of him had changed. If the essence of the previous world was a law, and he was a part of the world. In terms of status, he was inferior to the supreme world that had given birth to he and raised him. Now, he felt that he seemed to be of the same level as the world. No. It might even surpass it. He now felt that he could use his willpower and a single thought to modify the laws around him and do something rather unbelievable. Modify reality, travel through time and space, make falsehoods come true. He could do all of this without relying on his comprehension of Lord's law and his own divine power. He could do all of this with just a thought. If he took another step forward, he could even completely break free from the restraints of laws and reach a supreme realm that transcended laws. However, that realm was too far away from Zhou Zhou, so he did not think too much about it. He was now focused on sensing the changes brought to him by the new realm of will. Is this the will divine transformation realm? Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 1403, Grade 1 Supreme Divine Artifact Great Heaven Seal. Normally speaking, the will divine transformation realm was a realm that only top master god tier and supreme god realm experts could reach. And his current true realm was only at true god tier intermediate grade. He wasn't even a master god, yet he had already comprehended this realm. This could be said to be earth-shattering. It also meant that, in the future, he would only be able to reach the supreme god realm without much setbacks. All that accumulation. All the adventures. Finally, the fruit of will has been born at this moment. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. With the will divine transformation realm, he would have a certain level of self-preservation even if he faced supreme god realm existences in the future. Only then did he have the mood to look at the other notifications regarding the fusion of bloodlines. Then, he couldn't help but raise his brows. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. Then, he was overjoyed. My chaos human bloodline has finally broken through the bottleneck and broken through to the true gods. Furthermore, he advanced 6 levels in a row and directly advanced from a high-tier deity level advance grade to a master god tier advance grade. Ha ha ha. Zhou Zhou could not help but laugh heartily. The inability to improve the chaos human bloodline had always been a sore point in his heart. Even if he said that he didn't care on the surface, how could he really not care? The Chaos Humans had been following him ever since he passed the Novice Lord test after all. Furthermore, they had provided he with great help as he grew up. Even after he obtained the Supreme Sacred Body, he still couldn't forget the Chaos Human bloodline. However, due to the unknown bottleneck of advancement, he had been stuck at the high-tier deity level advance grade Chaos Human bloodline and could not advance. He finally broke through this bloodline bottleneck and improved the Chaos Human bloodline again with the help of this Grade 3 Supreme God Realm bloodline. I don't care what the conditions are for my bloodline to advance, I'll do it even if I have to kneel in front of a Supreme God Realm bloodline. Zhou Zhou grinned. If even the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm bloodline could not break through the bottleneck of the high-tier deity level advance grade Chaos Human bloodline, then he could only admit defeat. Fortunately, this Supreme God Realm bloodline was powerful enough. Then, he began to carefully examine the racial skills and racial talents that he had awakened after absorbing the Supreme God Realm bloodline. After reading all of them, he couldn't help but click his tongue. As expected of the bloodline inheritance of the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm with unparalleled offensive power. Almost all of his abilities were offensive. His had no defensive methods at all. He looked at it carefully for a while before looking at the 4.0 Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Racial Skill Book's Heaven Origin Chi. The Heaven Origin Chi of the heavens was a type of origin Chi as the name suggested. It was an all-purpose energy that could be augmented by almost any method. If it was added to the attack method would become even sharper and stronger. With the augmentation of the defensive means would become even more indestructible. With the augmentation of the secret technique, the effect of the secret technique would be greatly enhanced. After the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm comprehended this omnipotent power, his attack also advanced to a higher level. To Zhou Zhou, this heaven origin chi could also strengthen his lord's nomological techniques. Even though it did not strengthen him much, it could still increase his combat strength by 10% to 20%. At his level, 10% to 20% of his combat strength was already an astonishing increase. Then, he looked at the 40 Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Race Talent Spheres. He took out one of the choices to absorb it. Then, instead of awakening a new racial talent, he strengthened the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm racial talent that he had just awakened through his bloodline Limitless Heavenly Blade. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before his expression returned to normal. It was very normal for the ability of bloodline awakening to overlap with the ability that it had dropped. They were all spoils of war from the same immortal's corpse after all. He had encountered similar situations in the past, so he wasn't too surprised. In addition, it was not without gains. The Limitless Heavenly Blade was one of the most commonly used moves of the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm. Now that it had been strengthened, he felt that his comprehension of this move had already reached a level infinitely close to the Supreme God Realm. This could also be one of his trump cards. Then, he looked at one of the only two Supreme Divine Artifacts. Great Heaven Seal. The Great Heaven Seal was only the size of a palm, and its entire body was the color of blood jade. There were 9 dragons surrounding him, but the seal was surrounded by demons and ghosts. It looked very dignified, and it had the divine intent to suppress demons in all directions. Divine Artifact Name, Great Heaven Seal. Divine Artifact Grade, Grade 1 Supreme Divine Artifact. Divine Artifact Law 1 Great Heaven Seal. The Great Heaven Seal contains supreme and holy power. It can seal all living beings in the myriad worlds. All life forms below the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm can be sealed by the Great Heaven Seal. The length of the seal depends on the strength of the owner and the strength of the enemy. Divine Artifact Law 2 Great Heaven Evil Refinement. The Great Heaven Seal contains supreme holy power. It can refine living beings and things with evil attributes sealed in the Great Heaven Seal. It can remove their evilness and restore their clarity. At the same time, with every evil life form and thing refined, the Great Heaven Seal itself will be strengthened. After refining a large number of evil life forms and things, the quality of the Great Heaven Seal will increase. Divine Artifact Law 3 Great Heaven Suppression. The Great Heaven Seal is extremely powerful. It can suppress life forms below Grade 1 Supreme God Realm, causing them to be suppressed for a short period of time and unable to unleash part or even all of their strength and effects. The suppression effect depends on the strength of the owner and the strength of the suppressor. Divine Artifact Law 4 Power of Heaven. The Great Heaven Seal is a sacred artifact that is a combination of the Lord Law of Sealing, Lord Law of Evil Refinement, and Lord Law of Suppression. The owner's willpower can enter it and comprehend the mysteries of the laws and willpower within. Prompt: requires willpower to recognize a master. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up after reading it. This was actually an extremely rare seal-type Supreme Divine Artifact. Sealing and suppressing Supreme Divine Artifacts were different from offensive Divine Artifacts and defensive Divine Artifacts. He could at most suppress, control, and seal the enemy, but he couldn't directly injure the enemy. Or even if he did injure the enemy, he wouldn't cause much damage. However, in contrast, the upper limit of sealing Supreme God Realm artifacts was very high. Just like this Great Heaven Seal. He was clearly only a Grade 1 Supreme Divine Artifact. However, it could seal life forms and things below Grade 3 Supreme God Realm. This far exceeded his grade. However, it could do it. And there was something else that tempted him. The Great Heaven Seal actually contained the laws of the Sealed Lord, the Lord of Evil Refinement, and the Lord of Suppression. If he studied it well, it was very likely that he would be able to comprehend 3 completely different Lord Law skills. What a good divine artifact! Just what I need. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. He was very satisfied. Chapter 1404, Grade 2 Supreme Divine Artifact Heavenly Wall Divine Armor. Grade 3 Willpower Skill Million Blades. Then, Zhou Zhou put away all 40 Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Divine Artifacts the Great Heaven Seal. Unfortunately, only he could rely on the uniqueness of the chaotic sacred power to forcefully use this Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Divine Artifact the Great Heaven Seal in his current territory. Otherwise, if a total of 40 Supreme Divine Artifacts could be used at the same time, even powerful Supreme God Realm forces would have to lower their heads in front of him. Fortunately, my chaos human bloodline advanced from high-tier deity level to master god tier advance grade. Otherwise, with the bloodline of the high-tier deity level advance grade chaotic human race, even if the chaotic sacred power is special, I'm afraid it can't support me to use a supreme divine artifact that is 2 levels higher than me. Zhou Zhou secretly rejoiced. He could only say that the breakthrough of the chaos human race bloodline this time came at the right time. Then, he looked at the 40 silver-white holy armors that were engraved with the scene of the vast firmament. Grade 2 Supreme Divine Artifact Heavenly Wall Divine Armor. Information about the divine artifact appeared. Name of the divine artifact, Heavenly Wall Sacred Armor. Divine Artifact Grade, Level 3 Supreme Divine Artifact. Divine Artifact Law 1 Heavenly Wall Divine Defense. The Heavenly Wall Divine Armor is one of the top 3 defensive Supreme Divine Artifacts among the Grade 2 Supreme Divine Artifacts. It can block most Grade 2 Supreme God Realm and below Supreme God Realm nomological attacks, Divine Soul attacks, and will attacks. It can also defend against attacks above Grade 2 Supreme God Realm by 10% to 50% defense effects. Divine Artifact Law 2 Sacred Wall Counterattack. When the attacks from the outside world, spiritual attacks, and will attacks land on the Sky Wall Sacred Armor, the Sky Wall Sacred Armor can reflect 10% to 90% of the attacks it receives on the enemy's body. The probability of the rebound depends on the enemy's strength. The lower the enemy's strength, the higher the probability of the rebound. If not, the lower the rebound. Divine Artifact Law 3, Sacred Defense Technique. When the user activates the Sacred Defense Technique, when the soldiers under the user fight the enemy's attacks will be reduced by 5% when they land on their own soldiers. Divine Artifact Law 4, Power of the Heavenly Wall. The Heavenly Wall Sacred Armor is a sacred artifact that is a combination of the Lord Law of Defensive Lords, Lord Law of Counterattack Lords, and Lord Law of Weakening Lords. The owner's willpower can enter it and comprehend the mysteries of the laws and willpower within. Prompt, requires willpower to recognize a master. This Sky Wall Sacred Armor came at the right time. Zhou Zhou looked at this Grade 2 Supreme Divine Artifact and nodded in satisfaction. He was basically invincible among the Master God tier. What he feared now was only the Supreme God Realm and stronger willpower level existences. Will level existences were truly high and mighty existences. Generally, they would not easily attack. In fact, the Supreme God Realm could not make a move easily before, but now that the Lord of a Race's competition was over, the Supreme Will's restriction on the Supreme God Realm's existence was naturally lifted. Therefore, he now had to consider guarding against the Supreme God Realm's attack on him. Most importantly, Supreme God Realm existences participate in the ultimate Void battleground. With this Sky Wall Sacred Armor, I'll be much safer in the ultimate Void battlefield. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he swept past the other True God tier and Master God tier loots and directly looked at the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Book of the God Spirit. Treasure Name, Book of the God Spirit. Treasure Grade, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm. Treasure Effect, a mythical tier book that records the path of the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm. After using it, one can walk the path of becoming the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm. Treasure Description, the Inheritance Book of the Supreme God Realm Spirit. After using it, you can walk on a peak path that leads to the end of the God Spirit. It's indeed the Book of Divinity of the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he shook his head. As the last stop on the path of a God Spirit, it was extremely difficult for a Supreme God Realm to become a Supreme God Realm expert. Even if he had the Book of the God Spirit, he might not necessarily be able to imitate the path of the Book of the God Spirit and become a Supreme God Realm. At the later grades of the Will Realm, every Will Realm expert would be a unique existence. Even if he had a 1:1 copy of the Willpower Realm inheritance, it was impossible for 2 identical Willpower Realm existences to be bomb. At that level, the Willpower Realm inheritance could only be used as a reference. It could not be regarded as a Bible that had to be followed. Otherwise, it was impossible for living beings who had the inheritance of the Willpower Realm to reach the Willpower Realm. Of course, this did not mean that the value of the Willpower Realm inheritance was not high. On the contrary, every inheritance of a Will Realm existence was extremely valuable. Even the Supreme Will valued the inheritance of a Will level existence. Even if it could only be used as a reference after all. It was enough to be said to be priceless. However, Zhou Zhou was a God Spirit who had long understood his own path. Naturally, he would not use the path of others to become a Supreme God Realm. Therefore, he directly threw this book of the God Spirit into the military merit exchange system, making he the most valuable exchange item in the military merit exchange system. Then, he looked at the last two loots. There was naturally no need to mention the Will Divine Transformation Realm Heavenly Blade Will Condensation Technique. He had used this legacy as a reference to raise his will to the Will Divine Transformation Realm. Therefore, he looked directly at the last loots. Willpower Skill Million Blades. Willpower Skill Name, Million Blades. Quality, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm. Willpower Skill Description, gather the power of willpower and release 10,000 willpower blades at the enemy. If the enemy does not have a willpower protection skill, they can kill any existence below the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm. A Grade 3 Supreme God Realm will technique. Moreover, it's a pure killing will skill. This is my true trump card. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. A glint flashed across his eyes. A current will realm happened to be at the Will Divine Transformation Realm, so he could use this will skill. Even though he, a newbie who had just entered the Will Divine Transformation Realm, could at most injure a Grade 1 Supreme God Realm existence with the million blades. It was also very impressive. This meant that even if a Supreme God Realm expert wanted to deal with him, he had the means to protect himself and even counter-attack after all. Moreover, it was the kind that did not require any external items. I still have to continue to improve my willpower realm. Only when I advance to the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm will that be the limit of this willpower skill. At that time, just by relying on this will technique, I can make even Grade 3 Supreme God Realms extremely wary of me. Even a Grade 4 Supreme God Realm might not dare to attack me. No matter which Supreme God Realm it is, they would not dare to let their will be casually injured after all. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. At the level of a Grade 4 Supreme God Realm, they would feel more and more that whether it was their divine body or the divine soul, there were not their natal cores. Only their own will was their true core. Their divine body and soul had been destroyed. It doesn't matter. As long as there was a will, even if it was only an incomplete will, the Supreme God Realm had the possibility of revival. Just like regal soul heaven. In addition, willpower was the most important core to advance to the Supreme Will Realm. Therefore, a Grade 4 Supreme God Realm would never let his will be easily injured. Once he was injured, it would not be easy to recover. It might even affect his future advancement to the Supreme Will Realm. With this concern, who would dare to easily fight Zhou Zhou, who had mastered a will technique? Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou looked at this will skill and could not help but feel very relieved. Chapter 1405, Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm Puppet. New 10 Sacred Blessings Lord Talent. 1. My current will realm is only at the initial Will Divine Transformation Realm. If I go all out, I can at most kill a Grade 1 Supreme God Realm or injure a Grade 2 Supreme God Realm. Then we'll have to do something else. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he looked at the last loots created by the Lucky Star. Treasure Name, Puppet of the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm. Treasure Grade, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm. Treasure Effect, after the will acknowledges its master, it can obtain the loyalty of a Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm puppet with the strength of a Grade 3 Supreme God Realm. This Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm puppet had the talent Limitless Heavenly Blade, talent Heart of Annihilation, talent Blade of Extremity, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm skill Immeasurable Saber Light, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm skill Saber/Will, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm skill Heavenly Destruction Deo, Heavenly Blade Will Divine Transformation Realm, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm skill Supreme God Realm Physical Immunity, 80% Awakening, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm. Elemental Immunity, 70% Awakening, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm 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 Ability Supreme God Realm Supreme God Realm Immunity, 70% Awakening. Current use of the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm Puppet, 1/1 Treasure Description, the spoils of war from a Master God tier of the Chi race. It's a treasure that has been refined under the power of luck. It can be used to protect its master or attack. What a treasure! Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw the loots. His lucky star was actually used every day, but the spoils of war produced were mostly unsatisfactory. Unexpectedly, there was a huge drop this time. He directly gave a Grade 3 Supreme God Realm puppet. Even if this puppet could only be used once, he would not lose out at all. This puppet is even stronger than my willpower skill Million Blades. If I can make good use of him, it will definitely allow me to avoid a major crisis or bring me a super harvest. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he carefully put it away. Then, he opened the war summary that Zero had just sent him and read it. For the entire day, the wars that happened were mainly the Founding War and the allied army of the people of foreign races that moved the universe. The prophets of the Founding War had already been mentioned, so there was naturally no need to say anything here. On the other hand, the active universe had eliminated more than 5 trillion soldiers from the capital units, more than 30 million god spirits, more than 3,000 true god tiers, and 2 master god tiers. He obtained a total of mist cores, origin crystals, skill books, equipment, and basic materials of various levels in the capital units. There were also 1,60,206,608,784 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 10,360 legendary tier and below Lord Talent spheres. A large number of Lord Talent crystal fragments of other levels. 1 Lord Talent sphere containing the 10 sacred blessings, the protection of the primordial dragons, first venerable, the only Lord Talent. There were also 3,659,9784,1000 units of divine crystals from the low tier deity level to the high tier deity level. 463,638,748 true god tier divine crystals. 56.3,007,841 master god tier divine crystals. 3 to 53 million low tier to high tier deity level divine artifacts. 3 to 6 million true god tier divine artifacts. 874 master god tier divine artifacts. There were a total of about 2,010 million divine spark fragments, god tier herbs, god tier ingredients, god tier ores, god tier blueprints, and other treasures. 54,116,560 master god tier herbs, god tier ingredients, god tier ores, god tier blueprints, and other treasures. In addition, in terms of insight defection, Zhou Fight had used the 10,000 Spirit Saint to instigate a total of 5 capital units and 65, 63,241, 566, 328, 965 soldiers of the 4 races, 35,297,006 god spirits, 4,693 true god tiers, and 3 people of foreign races master god tiers. In addition, 1 dragon race master god tier had taken the initiative to surrender, making a total of 4 master gods. In addition, in terms of the advancement of god spirits, a total of 6.1 million legendary tier advanced grade soldiers had been promoted to low tier deity level elementary grade god spirits. There were also 532 high tier deity level advanced grade god spirits who had advanced to true god tier elementary grade god spirits. In addition, Nazario and the other 3 true god tier advanced grades had already comprehended their master god tier elementary grade law skills. They only needed to enter seclusion for a day or 2, and there was a high chance that their Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom would have 3 new High God Realm experts. Including these Insight Defection troops and newly advanced God Spirit powerhouses, Zhou Zhou's current military strength had already reached 31 capital units with 5986, 992, 348, 608, 289 soldiers, 99027, 760 God Spirits, 17,540 true gods, and 57 master gods. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly when he saw this number. He was 1 step closer to the army of the capital units. Then, he took out the 10 sacred blessings Lord Talent sphere that contained the primordial dragon first venerable. He looked at the Lord Talent sphere. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Lord Talent sphere, 10 sacred blessings primordial. Dragon first venerable's protection. Treasure grade, mythical tier unique. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have the mythical tier only Lord Talent 10 sacred blessings protection of the primordial dragon, first venerable. Treasure description, a spoil of war that could not be dropped, but was forcefully dropped under the drive of some mysterious power. The 6th 10 sacred blessings series Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou smiled. He was only left with the original master god Origin, the king of all gods De Huang, the chaotic beast god the heaven curse beast, and the death master god the Natos, the 4 Lord Talents. It was only a matter of time before he gathered all the Lord Talents of the 10 sacred blessings. Then, he absorbed it. Then, he successfully awakened the primordial dragon first venerable's 10 sacred blessings series of Lord Talents. Lord Talent, 10 Sacred Blessings Protection of the First Venerable of the Primordial Dragon, Mythical Tier Unique. Specific Talent Effect 1, Hilu's Supreme Blessing. One of the 10 chief gods under the Supreme Will Light Master God Hilu has cast the Supreme Blessing on you and all your subjects. Chapter 1406, Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm Puppet. New 10 Sacred Blessings Lord Talent. 2. You and all the subjects under you will obtain the effect of the Dragon's Blessing. Under the effect of the Dragon's Blessing, the physical fitness, strength of your magic power, soul strength, and other comprehensive qualities of you and your subjects will greatly increase. It will also increase your dragon might talent. Very few talented subjects will awaken various pure-blooded dragon bloodlines. Specific Talent Effect 2 Heavenly Dragon Contract. You and the subjects under you can naturally be close to the sub-dragons and pure-blooded dragons. You can more easily form contracts with the sub-dragons and dragons and become companions who fight and live together. Some subjects with extremely high Heavenly Dragon Contract talent will secretly attract the pure-blooded dragons and even legendary dragons of the myriad worlds to come to you. They will take the initiative to form a Heavenly Dragon Contract with you and become comrades who will live and die together. Specific Talent Effect 3 Law of the Dragon. You and your subjects have a unique talent in the Law of the Dragon. During the cultivation process, it's easier to comprehend the Dragon Clan's series of spells or even the Law of the Dragon's nomological skills. When you choose to become a god with the Law of the Dragon, you will obtain an additional 50% chance of successfully advancing. Specific Talent Effect 4 Master God's Protection. The development process of you and your Lord's faction will not be obstructed by other Master God level powerhouses. The first Venerable of the Primordial Dragon will secretly protect you and your Lord's faction and stop or kill all the Master God level powerhouses who dare to come and have ill intentions. Specific Talent Effect 5 Protector of the Divine Kingdom. When your Lord faction advances to the beginner level Divine Kingdom, the Light God Hilu will automatically join your Lord faction and become a worshipped Master God loyal to you. However, you have to promise him that you will help the Light God Hilu advance to the Supreme God realm in the future. Prompt 1. The first Venerable of the Primordial Dragon is coming as you have established a Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Prompt. Due to your extremely high Heavenly Dragon Contract talent, a mysterious legendary dragon is on the way to form a contract with you. Zhou Zhou looked at this mythical tier-only Lord talent carefully. When he reached the end, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He was not surprised by the arrival of the Primordial Dragon First Venerable. But who was that mysterious legendary dragon? There were about 50 legendary dragons. There were still more than 40 other than the legendary dragons under him. He really couldn't guess which legendary dragon would take the initiative to look for him. Then, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Who cares? I'll know when they come. Then, his gaze landed on the first and second effects of this mythical tier unique Lord talent. The Dragon's Blessing was a very powerful hexagonal talent. With this talent, the various qualities of the subjects under him would be greatly enhanced. As for the Heavenly Dragon's Blessing, it surprised Zhou Zhou even more. He had a Divine Kingdom soldier type called the Holy Dragon Knight. The most difficult thing about nurturing a Holy Dragon Knight was to let the subjects nurture an intimate relationship with the pure-blooded dragons before signing a contract. With this Heavenly Dragon's Blessing effect, the difficulty of the Holy Dragon Knights signing the contract would definitely be greatly reduced. At that time, the number of Holy Dragon Knights under him would increase greatly. Even most Overlord-level Lord factions are not my match with my current strength and faction. However, I lack a large number of Divine Kingdom soldier types that can be mass-produced. In the end, I'm still at a disadvantage. I have to find some trouble with the Lords of the Scarlet Divine Kingdom with Divine Kingdom soldier types recently. Only then can we use the Scarlet Broodmother to create Divine Kingdom soldier types that can be produced in batches. Zhou Zhou pondered and said. Even though he had currently defeated a large number of Divine Kingdom soldier types from high-level bloodline races, they were not Scarlet Fog monsters after all. They could not be placed in the Scarlet Broodmother to mass-produce ranch monster loots, let alone create a large number of Divine Kingdom soldier type class change certificates and recruitment books. And what he lacked the most now were these two things. Right at that moment, a cold and respectful voice sounded beside Zhou Zhou's ear. Your Excellency, Common People's Regal. First Venerable requests an audience. Zhou Zhou was stunned before a smile appeared on his lips. They came quite quickly. He disappeared from the world of God. The next second, he appeared directly above the blazing sun Divine Kingdom. He looked up. A towering dragon that was more than 1,000 light-years tall stood in the starry sky. It was completely dark grey and had 3 dragon heads and 8 dragon claws. Each dragon claw held a Master God tier artifact. It used his dark golden dragon eyes to look down at the blazing sun divine kingdom. He was like the ancestor of all dragons. The moment Zhou Zhou appeared, he felt the various dragon bloodlines in his body stir. However, soon, under the suppression of the Master God tier advanced grade chaos human bloodline, this restlessness disappeared almost as soon as it appeared. Primordial Dragon First Venerable. Greetings, Your Excellency Common People's Regal. First Venerable stared at Zhou Zhou and said with a rumbling voice. At this moment, most of the citizens of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom did not realize that a Master God tier existence had already arrived in the sky above them. Only the Master God tier God spirits looked at the primordial dragon in the starry sky and clicked their tongues in wonder. Another 10 Master God tier existences have come to join our Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. 6 of the 10 famous Master God tiers in the myriad worlds have already joined our Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. The Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom is getting stronger and stronger. Hehe, choosing to join the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom back then was indeed the right choice. Those hesitating fellows are probably regretting it now. These worshipped Master Gods of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom chatted happily with each other. Seeing that the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom was becoming stronger and stronger, and that their king had now become one of the reserve forces of the 4 lords of all races under the supreme will and had a chance of becoming the lord of all races in the future, they all felt that the best decision in their lives was to join the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom in advance. At the thought of this, when he looked at the First Venerable again, there was more or less a hint of disdain. So what if you're powerful? So what if you're one of the 10 Master God tier and your strength is ranked in the top 5? You're late. This majesty no longer lacked so-called top-notch Master God tier experts. The arrival of the current primordial dragon could at most be considered icing on the cake. It could not be an existence like the War Master Gods. The importance of the two to Zhou Zhou was naturally incomparable. The War Master God and the other 5 Master God tiers were also in the Divine Kingdom world. They were looking at His Excellency the Primordial Dragon who had arrived at the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom through the Divine Kingdom world. This old dragon is here too. Terence smiled. This old dragon has always been very ambitious, but now it is here to seek refuge with your majesty. It seems like it has already given up on its ambitions. Totberth was deep in thought. There's no other way. Tritus smiled. It's useless for it to persevere now that His Majesty has become the Lord of all races reserve. It'll only waste its energy. The gaze of the Supreme Will is mostly on the Lord of all races reserves and other willpower level existences after all. As for other life forms, the Supreme Will rarely pays attention to them. All the Master God tiers nodded. It was precisely because of this that when the Lord of the Blazing Sun became the Lord of all races reserve, they all gave up on other thoughts and decided to work together to assist the Lord of the Blazing Sun and become the true Lord of all races. Perhaps His Majesty can really gather all the Lord talents of the 10 sacred blessings. At this moment, the Light Master God tier, Hilu, suddenly said. I hope so. If it can be done, His Majesty will be pleasantly surprised. Terence smiled mysteriously. The other 4 Master God tiers also looked expectant. Obviously, they also wanted Zhou Zhou to obtain all the Lord talents of the 10 sacred blessings. Chapter 1407, Mythical Tiers Only Lord Talent Connate Deo Body. Upgrading the original Dragon Abyss. 1. At the same time, on the other side, the primordial dragon had a strong will, so it could naturally sense the subtle attitudes of the Master God tier existences in the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom towards it. It didn't say anything on the surface. However, it sighed in its heart. This was how the Lord of all races competition worked. Since it lost the bet, it could only silently accept the consequences of losing the bet. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Greetings, Your Majesty. First Venerable said respectfully. Zhou Zhou laughed when he heard that. Welcome to the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. From now on, you will temporarily be the Deputy Commander of our Divine Kingdom's Dragon God Legion. He said. As for the Legion Commander? Naturally, the position belonged to Nazario. Even the First Venerable would not be considered. It was impossible to give up the position of the Legion Commander of the Dragon God Army just because it was here. What contributions had it even made before? Thank you, Your Majesty. In the future, I will do my utmost for His Majesty. First Venerable said respectfully. There was no objection at all. Zhou Zhou nodded and returned to the Divine Kingdom world with First Venerable, who had shrunk in size. The next day, in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace, Zhou Zhou slowly opened his eyes. He sensed his body and soon, a smile appeared on his face. Master God Tier Intermediate Grade Supreme Sacred Body. Done. It wasn't in vain that I spent so many Lord Talent Crystal Fragments and Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals. Zhou Zhou sighed. The Intermediate Master God Tier Supreme Sacred Body allowed his dominance at the Master God Tier level to rise to another level. He had a certain level of self-preservation ability even in the face of an attack from a Supreme God realm. At the same time, it also meant that he was one step closer to a Supreme God realm Supreme Sacred Body. When he had a Supreme God realm Supreme Sacred Body, he could have a second, third, fourth, or even more Supreme God realm Lord Talent. Then, he began to check the new mythical tier unique Lord Talent that he had awakened while cultivating the Supreme Sacred Body yesterday. After he took a look, he raised his brows slightly and revealed a dull expression. It's actually this Lord Talent. Lord Talent, Connate Deo Body, Mythical Tier Unique. Connate Deo Body, cultivate the Constitution type Lord Talent. You and your subject have the Connate Deo Body. When cultivating martial arts, elemental meditation, and other cultivation actions, the efficiency of absorbing promotion energy will increase by 10,000%. At the same time, your comprehension will increase by 10 times. Even if you and your subjects did not cultivate, the promotion energy in the world would automatically fuse into your body and accelerate your strength realm. When you and your subjects are undergoing cultivation breakthroughs, the probability of success will increase by 30%. You and your subjects have 10 times the magic power / spiritual power / divine power in your bodies compared to life forms of the same level. The above effects will last until the Master God Tier Advanced Grade. Connate Deo Body Lord Talent. It came from the Diamond Tier Lord Talent Spirit Body 6 that Zhou Zhou already had. The content of the two was not much different. They were mainly used to increase one's cultivation talent. However, the Diamond Tier Lord Talent previously had a 40x cultivation efficiency bonus. Now that he had become a Mythical Tier Unique Lord Talent, his cultivation efficiency had increased by 100 times. In addition, the Connate Deo Body of the Mythical Tier, the only Lord Talent, had 3 additional effects. One was a tenfold increase in basic comprehension. The second was to increase the probability of breaking through by 30%. The third was to increase the energy in his body by 10 times. They were all extremely shocking bonuses. But most of the breakthroughs of my soldiers now rely on War Master God Terrence's Mythical Tier Unique Lord Talent, who still meditates to improve their cultivation. Zhou Zhou shook his head. It was precisely because of this that he felt that this Lord Talent was somewhat useless. Forget it, forget it. At least I have other abilities. This Mythical Tier 1 and only Lord Talent was not too bad. Then, he flew out of the Reincarnation Sacred Palace and came to Mu Gu. At this moment, Wu Xin had already led his soldiers to deal with the Scarlet Broodmother's monster. He was chatting with Mu Gu while waiting for Zhou Zhou. When he saw His Majesty arrive, he immediately said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty. I've already finished dealing with all the nest monsters. These are all the spoils of war." With that said, he handed the 3 world rings to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and entered it with his divine consciousness. One of the world rings contained a huge number of iron-eating bear pet eggs, tree core gems, and other loots. Among the other 2 world rings, one of them contained 8 capital units Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier recruitment books and 8 capital units Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books. The other world ring contained 8 capital units Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier Class Change Certificate and 8 capital units Violent Storm Spirit Class Change Certificate. When Zhou Zhou saw these recruitment books and class change certificates, a smile appeared on his face. Even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel happy when he saw so many recruitment books and class change certificates. This was a total of 32 capital units recruitment books and class change certificates. He only had 31 capital units soldiers under his command. This time, the Scarlet Broodmother's gains doubled his overall military strength. The Scarlet Broodmother is so terrifying. He lamented inwardly. Then, he looked up at Wu Xin and handed him the world ring containing the class change certificate. Legion Commander Wu. As usual, you should find a reserve recruit to change your occupation. This emperor will go to the gate of summoning to recruit new recruits. Chapter 1408, Mythical Tiers Only Lord Talent Connate Deo Body. Upgrading the original Dragon Abyss. 2. He said. Yes, Your Grace. Wu Xin said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he turned around and flew towards the gate of summoning. Before the gate of summoning, Zhou Zhou threw all 16 capital units recruitment books into the gate of summoning. Then, he asked Zero to fly over a Cosmos Emperor. He spent 100 true God tier elementary grade divine crystals and threw all 16 capital units recruitment books into the gate of summoning. The next second, the virtual projection showed that all the new recruits had already appeared in Cosmos Emperor's internal world. Welcome to the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. From now on, all of you are this Emperor's soldiers and subjects of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Zhou Zhou said a few simple words to all the new recruits, then asked Zero to lead the Violent Storm Spirit soldiers to change their profession to Forbidden Mages. Then, Zhou Zhou spent another 100 true God tier elementary grade divine crystals to summon today's subjects. In the end, he realized that he had summoned 200 million new subjects. He summoned more than 8 million subjects than usual. Moreover, among these new subjects, there were also 13 true God tier elementary grade God spirits summoned by the glory of the Pioneer 12. Zhou Zhou had been looking forward to this day. However, when this day really came, he realized that even though he was happy, he didn't have much of a psychological reaction. That's true. He no longer lacked true gods. The number of true gods under him was almost close to 100 million. Even he didn't lack master god tiers anymore. Under such circumstances, how could he be too excited by the appearance of 13 true god tier elementary grade god spirits? Much better than I used to be. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he didn't think too much about it. According to the old rules, these new subjects and new god spirits were added to the Homeland Defense Army by the officials. They weren't placed in the main combat army. Then, he wanted to summon today's dragons. But he quickly discovered something. The original Dragon Abyss had not leveled up yet. It was still a high-tier deity level advance grade. After advancing to the Divine Kingdom, I forgot to advance the original Dragon Abyss. After Zhou Zhou came back to his senses, he could not help but say awkwardly. Then, he didn't think too much about it. He directly spent 400 capital units of basic materials, 10,000 true God tier elementary crystals, and 100 million high-grade elemental gems to upgrade the original Dragon Abyss from a high-tier deity level advance grade to a true God tier elementary grade. Then, he looked at the attribute information of the original Dragon Abyss, which was a true God tier elementary grade. Building name, Original Dragon Abyss. Construction level, true God tier elementary grade. Construction effect, you can summon 6 billion white silver tier advance grade pure-blooded dragons, 600 million yellow gold tier advance grade pure-blooded dragons, 60 million white platinum tier intermediate grade pure-blooded dragons every day from the original Dragon Abyss. 6 true God tier elementary grade dragon gods will become subjects under the Lord and have a 12% chance of summoning legendary dragons. Construction upgrade, wood 500 capital units, sand 500 capital units, metal 500 capital units, stone 500 capital units, 10,000 true God tier intermediate grade divine crystals, 500 million advanced elemental gems, territory upgraded to a divine kingdom intermediate grade lord faction, and has 5 master God tier dragons as offerings. After reading it, Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The original Dragon Abyss, which had advanced to true God tier elementary grade, could summon 66,666,660 pure-blooded dragons. Among them, there were 6,660,000 ordinary God spirit dragons and 6,660 true God tier dragons. The number of pure-blooded dragons summoned was almost the same as that of high-tier deity level advance grades. However, the minimum summoning limit for high-tier deity level advance grades in the original Dragon Abyss was 60 billion white platinum tier advance grade pure-blooded dragons. The lower limit for summoning true God tier elementary grade was 60 billion diamond tier elementary grades. The latter was naturally much better than the former. Furthermore, the probability of he summoning a legendary dragon had increased from 12% to 15%. It could be said to be a huge improvement. As for the upgrade requirements, they were easily met. The other conditions could be met by him now. Only one Divine Kingdom Lord faction that had upgraded their territory to intermediate grade was still not satisfied. This was not difficult for Zhou Zhou. Then, he didn't waste any time and directly spent 100 true God tier elementary grade divine crystals to activate the dragon summoning. Soon, 66,666,660 pure-blooded dragons appeared in the internal world of Cosmos Emperor that he had just called over. He roughly took a look at the situation of these pure-blooded dragons. Then, his eyes lit up. In the middle of the 60 billion pure-blooded dragons, there was a purple towering dragon. He had a crown-shaped dragon horn on his head, as though he was wearing a crown. He had dreamy purple dragon skin and 16 wings that covered the sky. He had an extremely noble and rebellious aura. Surprisingly, he was surrounded by a towering purple sun. This majestic purple sun was the size of an entire boundless universe. Its surface burned with a scorching dark purple flame. It looked mysterious, dignified, and evil. It was the legendary star-devouring demonic dragon. Back then, he had used a drop of the blood of a low-level Master God tier star-devouring dragon god to transform into the star-devouring dragon god and eliminate Uriel of the Titan gods. As for the star-devouring dragon clan, including the star-devouring dragon god, they were actually the descendants of this star-devouring demon dragon. I can't believe he summoned this one. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. This legendary dragon who resounded in the myriad worlds in the name of the demon dragon was almost second only to the regal dragon and the primordial dragon. With he around, the combat power of the dragon god army under he would be much stronger. Then, he chatted with the star-devouring demon dragon for a while before incorporating he and the other pure-blooded dragons into the dragon god army. Then, he didn't care much and went straight to the Lord's shop. However, what disappointed Zhou Zhou was that the items in the Lord's shop today were still ordinary 3 Master God tier items. How could Zhou Zhou, who already had 81 Supreme God Realm divine artifacts, still be interested? However, he still spent millions of Master God tier divine crystals to buy these goods. Just treat it as satisfying his obsessive-compulsive disorder. Right at that moment. Boom! Boom! 3 consecutive familiar explosions, accompanied by incomparable divine might fluctuations, came from the direction of the reincarnation sacred palace and spread to the myriad worlds at an astonishing speed. Shortly after, a pillar of light that emitted a dark purple light and a terrifying abyssal aura soared into the sky and shot straight into the starry sky. In an instant, the scene in the starry sky changed, and the scene of the abyss appeared faintly. A huge eye of the abyss stood at the bottom of the abyss. The next second, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the reincarnation sacred palace. Then, a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes before he slowly closed his eyes again. Then, another dazzling golden pillar of light and another aqua-blue pillar of light shot into the sky, similarly illuminating the starry sky and revealing their respective unique phenomena. Even though it was much weaker than the previous abyssal pillar of light, it was still extraordinary. When the gods of the myriad worlds saw this scene and looked at the source of the 3 pillars of light, they were almost numb. The blazing sun divine kingdom again. Furthermore, 3 new master god tiers had been born in one go. Could it be that the blazing sun divine kingdom was blessed by the supreme will? Could it be that it was especially easy for true god tier advanced grade god spirits to become master gods? At the same time, in front of the Lord's shop, a smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face as he looked at the phenomenon of these 3 master god tiers advancing. I can't believe it took him only a day to get promoted. Fast enough. He chuckled. Right at that moment, Bai Yun, Qi Xiantian, Yuan Kong, Yingning, Terence, Hilu, Totbirth, Zero, Tritus. All the worshipped master gods of the blazing sun divine kingdom flew out of the divine kingdom world one after another. They looked at the god lord phenomenon in the starry sky in surprise. 3 master gods were born at the same time. My goodness, giving birth to 3 master gods in a day. Is this the charm of the blazing sun divine kingdom? Our blazing sun divine kingdom is getting stronger and stronger. The master gods discussed fervently. They were all very excited. This discovery that they had joined an organization with a promising future indeed made them excited. I feel strongly that His Majesty will be our hope to advance to the Supreme God realm in the future. Totbirth, the Wisdom Master God, suddenly said. Terence did not even turn his head as he quietly watched Zhou Zhou's figure. I've always felt that way. He smiled. Chapter 1409, 60 Master Gods. The location of two chaotic divine demons. 1. Soon, 3 figures flew over from afar and arrived in front of him. They were Nazario, Feng Luo, and another newly promoted Master God of the Radiant Angel race. Dragon God of the Abyss, Nazario, greets your Majesty. Heavenly Saber Marshal Lord Feng Luo greets your Majesty. Radiant God Lord Miriam greets your Majesty. The 3 new Master Gods said respectfully at the same time. There was gratitude in their eyes. They all understood that the reason why they could have everything they had today was because of this great man in front of them. Okay. Okay. Zhou Zhou smiled and waved his right hand. 3 world rings appeared in front of them. You've just become Master Gods, but I don't have any gifts for you. I'll give you 1 Master God tier divine artifact that belongs to you and allow you to use up to 5 Master God tier elementary grade divine artifacts. Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then, they immediately took the world rings in front of them and entered them with their divine senses. Then, they saw a total of 6 Master God elementary grade divine artifacts floating quietly in the center of the world rings, emitting vast nomological divine might. Even though Nazario and the others were already mentally prepared, they could not help but feel excited when they saw this scene. This was a total of 6 Master God tier elementary grade divine artifacts. Moreover, from the looks of it, it was a Master Divine artifact that was completely compatible with their nomological path. The value of this item had risen by another level. Even a top-notch bloodline race like the original Spirit race would find it extremely difficult to find such a set of Master God tier divine artifacts that were extremely compatible with them. However, His Majesty had so easily bestowed it upon them. How could they not be excited and touched? Zhou Zhou looked at their grateful expressions and smiled without saying anything. In other words, there was no higher level of faith than Holy Spirit tier believers. Otherwise, he would be able to sense that his faith would rise to a higher level. The number of Master Gods under him also reached the level of 60 with these 3 Master Gods. Then, he began to think of something else. The Supreme will give me 3 days before heading to the ultimate void battleground. In these 3 days, I'll try my best to suppress the chaotic divine demons and obtain enough chaotic divine treasures. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he looked in Bai Yun's direction. Bai Yun. Gather the army. Prepare to head to the Chaos Sea to suppress the chaotic divine demons and obtain the chaotic divine treasure. He ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully. Then, she immediately went to gather her men. A moment later, the army was assembled. After joining today's new recruits and dragons, Bai Yun brought 63 capital units, 598,759,015,268,289 soldiers, 99,027,760 god spirits, 24,200 true gods, and 60 master gods to the inner world of the Eternal Mothership. This time, he didn't hide it anymore and directly led all the troops there. The Chaos Gods race was one of the 3 top-notch races after all. The Chaos Sea was also their old territory that they had operated for many years. Even Zhou Zhou, whose strength had increased greatly, did not dare to not give it his all. Zhou Zhou and the others did not waste any time. They immediately headed to the Chaos Sea after gathering all the soldiers and god spirits. His main body remained steady and did not go. He was still led by Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu. The Chaos Sea was located at the edge of the Supreme Great Cosmos. It was one of the furthest places from the Supreme Great Cosmos. Even if the Eternal Mothership drove at full speed and with the help of the Master God tiers, it would still take half a day to reach the Chaos Sea. Fortunately, the Chaos Ruins, which was extremely close to the Chaos Sea, was where the Chaos humans used to live. It was now the territory of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Zhou Fight only needed to use Gospel of Homecoming once, and they would immediately cross a long distance and teleport into the Primal Chaos Ruins. Then, after silently dodging the Master God tier of the Chaos Gods guarding the Primal Chaos Ruins, they headed all the way to the Chaos Sea. Half an hour later, in the Chaos Sea. The moment Zhou Fight and company arrived, Zhou Fight, Yingning, and the other Chaos humans felt a sense of comfort and freedom that came from the depths of their bodies. It was as if this was their home. In fact, this was indeed the Chaos humans' hometown. The increase in cultivation efficiency of the Chaos human bloodline here is probably not much inferior to the increase in cultivation efficiency of the connate Dao body. When Zhou Fight realized this, he could not help but click his tongue. He was also a little tempted. This was simply a sacred cultivation ground for the Chaos humans. It was no wonder that the Chaos humans still could not forget about this place after so many years. This was not only the Chaos humans' hometown, but it was also a weapon for the Chaos humans to rise. Look at it the other way around, this was probably the same for the Chaos God's race. Your Majesty! Where do we go from here? At this moment, Bai Yun came over and asked. You'll have to ask our old friend. Zhou Fight chuckled. Then, with a flip of his right hand, he saw the Bodhi Supreme lying quietly in his hand. A chance to answer a formal question. Bodhi Supreme said lazily before Zhou Fight could ask a question. So expensive. Zhou Fight clicked his tongue and asked suspiciously, I'm just asking for the location of the chaotic divine demons. It's a creature with a chaos treasure at stake. How can it not be expensive? Furthermore, not only will I tell you the location of the chaotic divine demons, I will also tell you a sealing technique that I created myself. It will prevent the chaotic divine demons from opening the door of the divine demon realm to escape when they want to escape. How about that? Don't you think it's a loss now? Chapter 1410, 60 Master Gods. The location of 2 chaotic divine demons. 2. Besides, with your current accumulation, it shouldn't be a problem for you to save up 2 or 3 formal questions every day, right? The Bodhi Supreme commented. All right. Zhou Fight nodded reluctantly, agreeing to its deal. If it was the location and sealing technique, it was indeed not a loss. Moreover, the Bodhi Supreme was right. Now that it had conquered all the major races, the racial heritage it had obtained could no longer be described with numbers. If he used the foundation of these races to exchange for the opportunity to answer the Bodhi Supreme's official questions, not to mention 2 or 3 a day, it would not be a problem to exchange for 4 or 5 a day. The Chaos Sea was extremely vast. He would probably not be able to complete the Chaos Sea even if he spent 20 days if he searched aimlessly. He didn't want to waste his precious time on meaningless searches. The simplest and most direct way to ask Bodhi Supreme. Then help me calculate now. Where are the chaotic divine demons in the Chaos Sea? Zhou Fight asked. Okay. But just so you know. In order to prevent chaotic divine demons from wandering outside and causing unnecessary casualties, the Emperor of the chaotic divine demons is extremely strict with the management of the divine demon realm. Other than a few chaotic divine demons who are good at breaking through realms, most of them find it difficult to leave the divine demon realm. Therefore, after searching the entire primal chaos ruins, there might be a situation where not even a chaotic divine demons would appear. When the time comes, don't tell me I took your knowledge for nothing. Bodhi Supreme said. Zhou Fight frowned slightly but still nodded. When Bodhi Supreme saw this, it immediately began to search the entire Chaos Sea. A layer of faint black fluctuations instantly spread in all directions with Bodhi Supreme as the center. Before Zhou Fight could react, this fluctuation had already exceeded his field of vision. Actually, Bai Yun and the other Master God tier could not see this fluctuation at all. Only Zhou Fight, who was a Lord God Spirit, could barely sense the existence of this fluctuation. He looked at the direction of the fluctuation and was secretly alarmed. Not only could this Bodhi Supreme answer billions of questions, but his ability was also not simple. It was almost as difficult as investigating the entire Supreme Great Cosmos. This was at least a Supreme God Realm ability, right? Or even higher. Bodhi Supreme was indeed extraordinary. That was true. How could an existence who could follow the Supreme Will and even communicate with it at any time be simple? Bodhi Supreme. What the hell are you? Zhou Zhou could not help but ask. I'll let you know when you can know about it. Bodhi Supreme was still the same as before. Zhou Fight did not probe further even though he felt helpless. Soon, the Bodhi Supreme said in surprise. You're very lucky today. There are actually 2 chaotic divine demons wandering in the Chaos Sea. I've passed the location to 0. After saying that, the Bodhi Supreme stopped talking. At the same time, 0 also pulled out the map that Bodhi Supreme had passed to it and projected it in front of Zhou Fight and the generals. They realized that one of the 2 chaotic divine demons was very close to them. They should be able to arrive in less than half an hour. The other chaotic divine demon was relatively far away, but with the speed of the eternal mothership, they should be able to arrive in 4 to 5 hours. 0. Immediately head to where the two chaotic divine demons are. Zhou Fai immediately ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. 0 said respectfully. Then, it immediately steered the eternal mothership towards the nearest chaotic divine demons. A quarter of an hour later, the eternal mothership stopped at a region with extremely dense chaotic airflow. Due to the extremely high quality of the chaotic airflow, it even produced chaotic divine lightning during the friction. These chaotic divine lightning rumbled in the dense chaotic airflow. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, making this place seem like a supreme danger. The onlookers were secretly shocked. Perhaps only true God and higher-level God spirits could walk freely in this realm. If an ordinary God spirit below the true God tier dared to come here, any chaotic divine lightning would probably shatter their soul immediately. There was no chance of survival. As for Zhou Fai and the other members of the Chaos Gods race, the smile on their faces became even more obvious. This was because they could sense that this chaotic airflow and the realm densely covered in chaotic divine lightning were extremely beneficial to their cultivation. Nice place. It's a good place for the Chaos humans to live. As the Patriarch of the Chaos, Haze of Chaos even thought of this at this moment. Then, his expression darkened. This place had already become the territory of the Chaos Beasts. Was what he was thinking delusional? He could not help but look at the figure at the front. I wonder when His Majesty will lead us to counterattack the Chaos Beasts and take back our territory. He thought longingly. He could sense it. It's not too far away. Is that the chaotic divine demon? A yellow-gold sacred dragon master god tier pointed at a figure in the distance and said. The generals immediately looked over and saw a towering, greyish-black beast with 6 eyes, 12 arms and 6 heads floating in the chaotic airflow. Its eyes were closed. Chaotic air currents and chaotic divine thunder were quietly absorbed by it during the process of flowing through its divine body, causing its master god tier advance grade aura to become stronger. Right at that moment, its 6 heads opened their mouths. Immediately after, 6 chaos divine sparks surrounded by chaotic divine lightning flew out of its mouth and circled above its head, absorbing the surrounding chaotic divine lightning and chaotic airflow. It didn't notice the god spirits on the eternal mothership who were observing not far away at all. The eternal mothership was equipped with the supreme god realm treasure, the skin of Garlos. Even a level 1 or 2 supreme god realm might not be able to discover the eternal mothership. Not to mention a master god tier advance grade chaos demon god. In a while, this emperor will take the initiative to contact the other party and get him to deliver the chaos divine treasure. If the other party doesn't give us a chaos divine treasure, then we'll conquer the other party. Zhou Fai ordered. There were no other spoils of war after killing these chaotic divine demons that could be revived, other than the chaos divine treasure. They did not even provide any promotional energy. Zhou Fai could not be bothered to deal with the other party. If it could be solved peacefully, it was better to solve it peacefully. At most, he would give the other party some benefits. He wasn't lacking in these benefits anyway. Yes, Your Majesty. The Master Gods immediately said respectfully. Zhou Fai nodded and followed Bodhi Supreme's instructions. He formed hand seals with both hands and chanted. As the hand seals continued to advance, a boundless universe-level chaos array silently appeared within a radius of 10 million light-years of this chaotic divine demons. At the last second. Boom! The entire primal chaos space shook slightly. This nameless array created by the Bodhi Supreme had officially taken shape. The moment the formation was formed, the chaotic divine demon, who was cultivating with its eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes. Chaotic divine lightning flickered in his 6 pairs of chaotic eyes. It looked around in surprise. Then, it sensed the surroundings again and its expression immediately turned ugly. It could not open the door to return to the world of gods and devils. Who is it? You have the guts to lock me up, but you don't have the guts to appear in front of me. The chaotic divine demon's voice rumbled like thunder. Unfortunately, even though its voice was loud, it was immediately stopped the moment it reached the edge of the nameless array. The outside world could not hear its roar at all. Your Excellency! What do I address you as? Zhou Fai's figure appeared not far from it. This emperor is here to discuss a deal with you. I am the chaotic divine demons of the divine lightning Zhen Chen. Who are you? Zhen Chen looked at him warily, sensing an extremely terrifying threat from the other party. Chapter 1411, 46 Chaos Divine Treasures. Feng Luo fighting 5 alone. 1. This emperor is the god lord of the blazing sun divine kingdom. Zhou Fight smiled. He didn't really care about exposing his identity. With his current strength and influence, even if he revealed his identity, it would only be a little troublesome. For example, if he encountered some trouble, it wouldn't pose much of a threat to him. The God Lord of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. You're the new Lord of all races reserve. Zhen Chen was shocked. You know this emperor? Zhou Fight was rather surprised to hear that. Even though we've lived in the demonic dimension for a long time, we're not completely ignorant of the outside world. Zhen Chen said coldly. That saves this emperor the trouble of introducing himself. This emperor is only here to make a deal with you. What kind of deal? This emperor wants to kill you and take the chaos divine treasure in your body. In return, this emperor can make the decision to give you Master God tier advance grade divine artifact. How'd it go? Zhen Chen's eyes moved slightly when he heard that. Then, he looked at the array around him and the eternal mothership behind Zhou Fight and said coldly. I don't see how I can say no. Zhou Fight smiled. He was naturally determined to obtain the Chaos Divine treasure. How can I trust you? Zhen Chen's eyes flickered for a moment before he asked in a deep voice. Do you think this emperor lied to you? Zhou Fight asked calmly. Zhen Chen fell silent. He could sense that even though they had not fought, it would probably be effortless for the other party to kill him. Coupled with the fact that the other party had many Master God tier spaceships behind him, there did not seem to be any need for the other party to deceive him. Okay. But I want 2 Master God tier divine artifacts, and I want them to be placed at the place I specified. I'll come back for them after I'm resurrected. Zhen Chen gritted his teeth and said. He didn't say anything about promises. He was testing the other party's patience and was already very satisfied to receive such benefits. There's no need to be greedy. In any case, dying once would only consume some of his source energy. Cultivating for thousands of years would make up for it. To an existence like him, 1 closed-door cultivation session was all it took. Okay. This emperor promises you. Zhou Fight smiled and nodded. It was just 2 Master God tier divine artifacts. He didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. Zhen Chen fell silent for a second. How could he not know that it was too cheap? The common people's regal in front of him was probably very rich. However, at this point, he couldn't go back on his word. He could only take a deep breath and close his eyes. He first told him where to place the Master God tier divine artifact before saying, do it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fight did not hesitate. He immediately swung his sword and beheaded the chaotic divine demons of the divine lightning Zhen Chen, dead. He stretched out his hand, and the chaotic divine demons of divine lightning Zhen Chen landed in front of him. Just as he was about to retrieve the other party's spoils of war, he suddenly had an idea. He wondered if this chaos divine treasure would be affected by the effect of his explosive talent. If he could be enhanced by the great explosion, his efficiency in collecting chaos divine treasures would greatly increase. At that time, the time needed to upgrade the territory would also be greatly reduced. Even though he would lose the chance to obtain a large number of Supreme God Realm treasures or even Supreme God Realm divine artifacts if he were to use it on the Chaos Divine Treasure. He was not in dire need of Supreme God Realm treasures and divine artifacts. Then, he should prioritize upgrading his territory. At the thought of this, as Zhou Zhou retrieved Zhen Chen's spoils of war, he silently recited the opportunity to use the explosive special explosion and the lucky star. A text notification appeared. Lord Talent Notification, your spoils of war have been enhanced by Heavenly Fate De Huang Perfect Loots. Quality +1. Title hint, your spoils of war have been affected by the title of Strongest Lord of all races. The number of loots increased by I50°/0. Title hint, your spoils of war have been affected by the title of King of 10,000 Kings. The number of loots increased by 100%. Lord Talent Notification, your spoils of war have been strengthened by Heavenly Fate De Huang Explosive Explosion. The number of loots increased by 1,000%. Lord Talent Notification, you have obtained perfect loots 40 Chaos Divine Treasures. Lucky Star Notification, you have obtained a special loots the Puppet of the Chaotic Divine Demons, Master God Tier Advance Grade. Zhou Fight looked at the 40 Chaos Divine Treasures in his hand and his eyes lit up. Then, he laughed out loud. It actually worked. It seemed that his territory level could be upgraded from a true God Tier Elementary Grade to true God Tier Intermediate Grade tomorrow. This progress had far exceeded his main body's expectations. In addition, the puppets of the chaotic divine demons dropped by the Lucky Star were not bad. The usage of the Lucky Star was not wasted. Feng Luo. You will board an eternal battleship and bring these 2 Master God Tier divine artifacts to the place requested by the chaotic divine demons. Then he went to meet us. As for us, let's head to the next chaotic divine demons immediately. Yes. Feng Luo, Bai Yi and the others immediately said respectfully. Then, they immediately split into 2 groups and went to do their own things. 4 hours later, Zhou Fight and company successfully found another chaotic divine demons. This chaotic divine demon was called the chaotic divine demon of the Dark Moon. He grasped the power of the Dark Moon laws and was also a Master God Tier Advance Grade chaotic divine demon. He had a blood-boned goat's head and blood-colored bone wings on his back. His body drooped with tattered flesh and blood. Above his head floated an eternal blood-colored divine moon that looked strange and evil. Zhou Fight followed the same old rules. He first came in front of the other party and took the initiative to request to trade for the Chaos Divine Treasure. However, when the other party heard Zhou Fight's words, he did not reply. He only gave a low laugh. Then, he suddenly let out a sharp cry and turned into a blood-colored stream of light that rushed towards Zhou Fight. Chapter 1412, 46 Chaos Divine Treasures. Feng Luo, 1 against 5. 2. This was a person who was lawless and fearless. Shriek. An extremely terrifying willpower impact transformed into a moon demon seal that rushed into Zhou Fight's mind. It wanted to destroy his willpower in one strike and enslave Zhou Fight. Zhou Fight's expression turned cold. He didn't see him taking any action. They saw his willpower at the Will Divine Transformation Realm instantly transform into a bright saber beam. The snow-white blade radiated an extremely terrifying power of will and the aura of a blade law that could cut through anything. Facing the Shadow Moon Demon Seal that was charging towards Zhou Fight's will, it shot out and instantly shattered the Shadow Moon Demon Seal. Then, it shot towards the chaotic divine demon of the Dark Moon without any decrease in momentum. Before the chaotic divine demons could react, his core of will was destroyed by the blade of will and he immediately lost his breath. The chaotic divine demon of the Dark Moon was dead. Courting death. Zhou Fight said calmly. The willpower skill that he had just used came from the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm willpower skill Million Blades. Normally speaking, a complete million blades could release 10,000 will blades to combine attacks. However, how could a mere Master God Tier Advance Grade Chaos Demon God be worthy of him making such a big fuss? He had only used 1/10,000th of the power of this Supreme God Realm will technique. In addition, he had just entered the Will Divine Transformation Realm, so he had easily killed this top-notch Master God Tier Chaotic Divine Demons. With my current strength, any Master God Tier would be instantly killed by me. Zhou Fight thought to himself. He casually waved his hand, and the chaotic divine demon of the Dark Moon's corpse flew over and landed in his hands. After he extracted the loots, he obtained 4 chaotic divine treasures. This way, the number of chaos divine treasures in his hands had reached 46. Another 4 would be enough to meet all the requirements for upgrading the territory. Zhou Fight nodded in satisfaction and returned to the Eternal Mothership. At the same time, Terence, Hilu, Tritus, First Venerable, Master God Tier of the Yellow Gold Tier Sacred Dragon Race, Master God Tier of the Radiant Angel Race. All the Master God Tiers had also witnessed the scene of Zhou Fight instantly killing this Master God Tier Advance Grade Chaotic Divine Demons. They were shocked. Especially Terence and the others. This was because they were confident that they could defeat this Chaotic Divine Demon. However, it's going to take a while. How could he be like His Majesty, who didn't even move and just relied on the power of his will to easily kill the other party? This made them even more shocked. Could His Majesty have actually reached the Will Divine Transformation Realm? Didn't this mean that the most difficult hurdle to become a Supreme God Realm no longer existed for His Majesty? His Majesty had an almost 80% chance of advancing to the Supreme God Realm in the future. This probability could already be said to be the probability of steadily advancing to the Supreme God realm. His Majesty can instantly kill this top chaotic divine demon. I'm afraid he can easily kill us. The Wisdom Master God Totberth sighed. Terence and the other Master God Tiers did not speak. However, this was already a tacit agreement with Totberth's words. However, it was precisely because of this that they became even more silent. How many years had they cultivated? How long had His Majesty cultivated for? They were actually chased to the front by a junior. However, after a moment of silence, they rejoiced. It was good that His Majesty was strong. The stronger the better. This way, they would have a greater chance of relying on His Majesty to become a Supreme God realm. They looked at each other and were even more determined to follow His Majesty to the death. At this moment, Zhou Fight had already returned to the Eternal Mothership. After Feng Luo returns, we'll return to the Divine Capital and come back tomorrow. Zhou Fight said. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun and the others said respectfully. Zhou Fight nodded. Next, he entered his cultivation hall to cultivate. An hour later, Feng Luo has yet to return. Bai Yun and the others realized that something was wrong. Even though the Eternal Mothership that Feng Luo was on was the only Master God Tier elementary grade battleship and was not as fast as the Master God Tier advanced grades Eternal Mothership, it was not so late that they could not catch up. Could it be that he was delayed by something? Right at that moment, Zhou Fight's calm voice reached everyone's ears. To the place where the Master God Tier divine artifact was placed. Feng Luo is in trouble. Yes, Your Majesty. The generals' expressions were stern as they immediately said respectfully. Then, their expressions immediately turned cold. They actually dared to attack the commanders of their Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. They really had the guts of a bear. 0, let's go. Bai Yun ordered coldly. Yes, 0 said. Then, he immediately flew towards the place where the Master God Tier divine artifact was placed. At the same time, about 60,000 light-years away from the Eternal Mothership, Feng Luo was wielding a silver divine saber as he fought against the 5 Master God Tier enemies. These 5 Master Gods were from the Chaos God race's Big Bull God race, the Meng Bird God race, the Dragon Yang God race, the Roaring Towards the Sky God race, and the Bai-Zi God race. They had 3 Master God Tier elementary grade experts and 2 Master God Tier intermediate grades experts. What was shocking was that even though the Chaos Gods race clearly had an incomparably huge advantage in terms of the number of Master God Tier experts, Feng Luo was still able to rely on his newly advanced Master God Tier cultivation base and Master God Divine Artifact to fight back and forth with these fellows. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all, and he even had some advantages. Damn it! This is just a human Master God Tier from the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Why is it so difficult to deal with? I feel that this fellow's combat strength can't be too weak even without his Master God Tier divine artifact. The Master God of the Dragon Yang God race, Quirrell, cursed in his heart as he fought. The expressions of the other 4 Chaos Gods race Master God Tiers were also extremely ugly. The 5 Master Gods had ganged up on a human Master God who had just entered the Master God Tier realm, but they still hadn't taken him down after such a long time. This was simply a humiliation to them. Furthermore, the Chaos Gods race believed in the rule of the strong being respected. If this scene were to spread back to the clan, it might even affect their status and future. Feels so good. It was different from the Chaos Gods race's Master God Tier's ugly expression. Feng Luo, who had been surrounded, didn't seem to feel any danger at all. Instead, he seemed to be enjoying himself. He had just entered the Master God Tier realm and obtained a new set of Master God Tier divine artifacts. This was the time when he needed an opponent. Coincidentally, the 6 Master Gods of the Chaos Gods race had come to surround him. At this moment, he felt as if he had met a talented person and met his match. There was only one word to describe it: exhilarating. I don't think my message will get out. These 5 Master Gods are quite cautious. They clearly have the advantage in numbers, but they actually set up a forbidden array from the beginning, isolating me from the outside world. Surely His Majesty will not blame me for my tardiness. The only thing Feng Luo was worried about was that he wouldn't be able to tell His Majesty about what had happened here, which would delay His Majesty's schedule. That would be a huge sin for him. I have to go back and report. We have to get rid of them as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Feng Luo's already fierce attacks became even more ferocious. He originally had a certain advantage against these 5 Chaos Gods race master gods. He could greatly suppress the other party with a thought. This shocked the 5 Chaos Gods race master gods. This guy actually didn't use his full strength just now. Right at that moment, Feng Luo seemed to have found an opportunity and slashed his saber at the roaring towards the Sky Master God tier. The extremely sharp nomological law of saber brazenly attacked. This roaring towards the Sky Master God tier didn't expect Feng Luo to be able to seize such a small opportunity. He didn't have the time to dodge at all, nor did he have the strength to dodge. He was directly beheaded by this ferocious saber. The divine body of the Chaos Gods race was powerful, and their regenerative abilities were also extremely strong. However, they were completely useless against Feng Luo's saber. They were directly killed by Feng Luo. The other 4 master gods were shocked when they saw this. Feng Luo, on the other hand, took advantage of the situation to pursue. He was able to gain the upper hand in a 1 versus 5 battle. Now that he was fighting against 4, the remaining 4 master god tiers were even more powerless to resist. They could not even escape. Therefore, when Zhou Fight and the others arrived, they saw Feng Luo standing in the chaotic airflow with a saber in his hand, surrounded by the corpses of 5 incomplete Chaos God Master Gods. Bai Yun and the rest were shocked when they saw this. Chapter 1413, Bestowing the Supreme God Realm Inheritance. Your Majesty. Feng Luo flew in front of Zhou Fight, knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, Your Majesty, please punish me. I came back late and even asked Your Majesty to specially return to find me. Ha ha ha. Zhou Fight laughed out loud when he heard that. Then, he smiled and said. What's your crime? Don't tell me this emperor wants you to surrender when you're surrounded by enemies. That's the real disgrace to this emperor. You killed all 5 Chaos Gods race master gods by yourself. Yes, Your Majesty. I killed them all by myself. Feng Luo answered honestly. Okay. As expected of this emperor's subject. He's clearly just a beginner as a master god, but he can actually sweep through the 5 master gods of the Chaos God race. Moreover, there are 2 intermediate master god grade master gods among them. Well done. You've never disappointed this emperor. Zhou Fight was very satisfied. He looked at Feng Luo and felt very emotional. He had long known that Feng Luo's perception was very heaven-defying. Among the old generals present, the first to comprehend a law skill on his own was not Zhou Zhou, Nazario, or any other general, but this seemingly ordinary Feng Luo. Back then, Feng Luo, who was still the 10-directional martial emperor, had relied on his extraordinary tier strength to comprehend a law skill 1 Blade Ultimate. With this move, he had successfully broken the True Lord's nomological skill Exile the World. This would stun everyone present. If it wasn't for Feng Luo's attack, he really wouldn't know how to deal with the True Lord back then. Feng Luo was able to defeat the True Lord on the final will battlefield and obtain first place in that event. It could be said that he had done a great service. They did not expect that today, he had shown himself another trick. With his newly advanced Master God tier Divine Spirit Realm and his Master Divine Artifact, even with the help of his Master God tier Advanced Grade God Spirit Inheritance, he could fight 5 Master Gods alone and kill 5 Chaos Gods. Even Master God tiers like Yingning and Yuan Kong, who were his subordinates, might not be able to achieve such a feat. Not only was Feng Luo able to do it, but he was even able to defeat him without suffering any injuries. This level of comprehension and combat talent was simply inconceivable. He suddenly recalled the inheritance of the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realms Book of the God Spirit that he had obtained yesterday. Feng Luo has always been walking the path of the Law of Swords. Perhaps the inheritance of the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm is very suitable for him. Zhou Fight thought. He thought for a moment before extending his right hand. He saw a book of the God Spirit emitting a vast nomological aura appear in his palm. It was the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realms Book of the God Spirit. As soon as the Book of the God Spirit appeared, all the Master God tier existences present seemed to be attracted by it. Their gazes were fixed on the Book of the God Spirit, and they could not even bear to look away for a second. Your Excellency Supreme God Realms Book of the God Spirit. The first venerable, the primordial dragon, who was the most knowledgeable and had the deepest foundation among the Master Gods, spoke in an extremely difficult and unbelievable tone. Even though the other Master Gods, especially Terence and the other 10 Master Gods, did not say anything, they had the same thoughts and guesses in their hearts. Could this really be the Supreme God Realm's Book of the God Spirit? Were they dreaming? The treasure that they had dreamed of appeared in front of them unprepared? That's right. This is a Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Book of the God Spirit. He is from the Supreme God Realm, the Heavenly Blade Supreme Excellency with the highest attainment in the Law of Sword. Zhou Fight glanced at the gods and did not hide anything. He said it directly. The Master God Tiers immediately fell silent upon hearing this. They had naturally heard of the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm. That person was the number one existence in the Law of Swords. Even though he was only a Grade 3 Supreme God Realm, because of his powerful strength, he was famous even among Grade 4 Supreme God Realms. He did not expect His Majesty's Supreme God Realm God Spirit inheritance to be this God Spirit's inheritance. They looked at the Book of the God Spirit, the fanaticism in their eyes almost turning into tangible flames. However, Zhou Fight did not seem to notice the fanaticism in the eyes of the Master God Tier present. Instead, he looked at Feng Luo, who was staring blankly at the Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm's Book of the God Spirit. At that moment, as he looked at the Book of the God Spirit, it was as though he had seen the end of his nomological path. He had a premonition. This Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm's Book of the God Spirit should be extremely compatible with him. If he obtained the Book of the God Spirit and embarked on the path of the gods inherited from the book, he might be able to use this path of the gods to walk towards the ultimate goal of the gods, the Supreme God Realm. Feng Luo. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's voice sounded. He sounded amused, as if he was very satisfied with Feng Luo's current expression. It seemed that this Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm's Book of the God Spirit was indeed extremely compatible with him. He had made the right choice. Zhou Fight thought to himself. Your Majesty, I'm here. Feng Luo snapped out of him daze and hastily said respectfully, all right. You defeated 5 Master God Tiers of the Chaos God race. Good job. He didn't embarrass our Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. I'll reward you with this Heavenly Blade Supreme God Realm's Book of the God Spirit. I hope that after you accept the inheritance, you can surpass yourself again. At the same time, you will be worthy of this Supreme God Realm inheritance. Zhou Fight said. Feng Luo couldn't believe his ears. Not only did His Majesty not blame him for delaying his return, he even said that he had done a good job and rewarded him with this Supreme God Realm inheritance. That was the inheritance of a Supreme God Realm God Spirit. Feng Luo was no longer the same as before. Under the influence of the Myriad Races Inheritance Tower, he had long known a large number of secrets in the Myriad Worlds. He naturally knew how important the inheritance of the Supreme God Realm God Spirit was in the Myriad Worlds. That was a legacy that even the original Spirit race, the Chaos Gods race, and the Shepherd's God race might not have. Not only did His Majesty have it, but he also bestowed it to him. According to what he knew, even His Majesty's most trusted Legion commander, Bai Yun, didn't receive such treatment, right? Even His Majesty's most trusted Legion commander, Bai Yun, didn't receive such treatment, right? Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. I will definitely live up to His Majesty's high expectations. I will definitely live up to the Supreme God Realm inheritance bestowed by His Majesty. He said respectfully. Just as he finished speaking, he felt countless envious and passionate gazes land on him. Among them, Terence and the other top Master God Tiers had the most attention. Feng Luo could even sense a hint of jealousy in his tone. Upon seeing this, Feng Luo's expression remained unchanged, but HC was actually smiling bitterly in his heart. He naturally knew the obsessions of top Master Gods like Terence. It could be said that they had chosen to join the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom in order to become Supreme God Realm experts. Now, top Master Gods like them had not obtained the Supreme God Realm's inheritance. Instead, it was him, a junior who had just advanced to the Master God Realm today, who had obtained the first Supreme God Realm's inheritance. It would be strange if they were not envious and jealous. However, since he had accepted His Majesty's reward, he was naturally unafraid of everyone's gazes. Therefore, he did not even look at Terence and the others. Just as Zhou Fight was about to hand the Supreme God Realm Book of the God Spirit to Feng Luo, a low and terrifying voice suddenly sounded. In the face of a rare Supreme God Realm inheritance, why are you so wishy-washy? Common people's regal. Since your general doesn't dare to accept your gift, hand him over to me. Chapter 1414, The Heaven Curse Beast is injured. Lower your head and speak. Boom. In the sky above the Chaos Realm where Zhou Fight and the others were, a huge hole with a diameter of more than 1,000 light-years suddenly appeared in the chaotic airflow. Then, a terrifying white claw with a diameter of 500 to 600 light-years flew out of the huge hole and grabbed the book of the God Spirit between Zhou Fight and Feng Luo. At the same time, one by one, the God Spirits of the Chaos Gods race and the God Spirits of other races surrounded them from all directions, enveloping Zhou Fight and the others in the middle. Courting death. Zhou Fight looked up at the source of the huge white claw. Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Will Technique Million Blades. Activate. A total of 100 million blades instantly formed in his sea of consciousness before shooting towards the source of the white-furred claw. Then, he heard a scream and saw the huge white claw retract at an even faster speed. Hi! Zhou Fight raised his eyebrows in surprise. The owner of this huge white claw was most likely the chaotic divine race's patriarch, the legendary chaotic divine beast Heaven Curse Beast that even the Supreme Will was jealous of. But even if he was a Heaven Curse Beast, he was only a God Spirit of Master God Tier Advance grade. Previously, he had only used 1/10,000,000 of the power of the Great Million Blades, but it had already killed that Master God Tier Advance grade Chaos Fiend Celestial on the spot. Facing an attack from a Supreme God Realm with 1% of his strength, the other party actually did not die on the spot, but his will was injured? This Heaven Curse Beast looks like it's not ordinary. Zhou Fight thought himself. At this moment, he suddenly saw something. He extended his right hand and saw an item land in his hand. It was a strand of white fur. It came from the white fur on the Heaven Curse Beast's arm. He stared at the white fur as a divine light flickered in his eyes. Then, his pupils suddenly constricted slightly. Perfect gene, he said in surprise. Perfect gene. He had learned this concept from the Book of Life, the divine artifact of the race. According to the information he had learned back then, living beings with perfect genes could have a Supreme God Realm constitution after they reached adulthood. He could almost call himself a pseudo-Supreme God Realm expert. Moreover, such pseudo-Supreme God Realms also had talent that far exceeded ordinary life forms in terms of comprehending laws and willpower. Which meant, this kind of pseudo-Supreme God Realm could completely reach the Supreme God Realm first before turning back to cultivate the laws and will. In this way, he would become a true Supreme God Realm expert. It could be said that living beings with perfect genes were almost equivalent to having a path to the Supreme God Realm. Zhou Fight did not expect this either. The Heaven Curse Beast actually had perfect genes. Then, he suddenly frowned slightly. Something was wrong. Even though he had only exchanged blows with the Heaven Curse Beast at the level of willpower from an endless distance, he could also sense that the other party's divine body had not become a Supreme God Realm divine body. At most, it could be considered a top Master God Tier divine body. Possessing perfect genes but not a Supreme God Realm divine body? What is going on? Could it be the curse of the Supreme Will? Zhou Fight suddenly thought of this. Could it be because of the curse of the Supreme Will, the Heaven Curse Beast did not use its perfect genes to evolve into a Supreme God Realm divine body? He immediately observed the white fur in his hand carefully. The current him was not only a Lord-type God Spirit, but he also cultivated the Supreme Sacred Body that the Supreme Will was cultivating. He and the Supreme Will could be said to be of the same origin. Therefore, even though he was very far from the level of the Supreme Will, he could still sense the majestic power of the Supreme Sacred Body hidden under the white fur. Moreover, he could vaguely sense that this power from the Supreme Sacred Body was indeed suppressing the perfect genes of the Heaven Curse Beast. He was not happy after Zhou Fight figured this out. Instead, he became even more puzzled. With the Supreme Will's level, if he wanted to destroy the Heaven Curse Beast, it should be an extremely easy task, right? Then why did he only suppress the Heaven Curse Beast's evolution and not directly destroy it? Zhou Fight thought for a long time but could not think of a reason. In the end, it could only be concluded that there was a secret between the Heaven Curse Beast and the Supreme Will that he did not understand. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. It was better not to be too curious about the secret of such an existence. Curiosity killed the cat. When it was time to know, he would naturally know when he could. Then, he was in the mood to look at the surrounding Chaos Gods race God spirits. Looking at it this way. Good lord! There were more than 50 Master Gods alone, and only a dozen of them were Master Gods of the Chaos Gods race. The other master gods were master gods of the vassal races of the Chaos Gods race. There were more than 50,000 true god-tier cultivators. Nearly 100 million god spirits came. Most of them were also god spirits of the people of foreign races. Only about 1/5 of them were god spirits of the Chaos Gods race. Good God! All troops, move out! Zhou Fight was amazed. However, he did not panic. Then, his expression turned cold. What are you doing? He said coldly. Common people's regal. A master god tier advance grade of the Chaos God race stepped forward. His expression was cold as he looked down at Zhou Fight. You came to our Chaos Gods race's territory without even greeting us. Furthermore, you killed our Chaos Gods race's master god tier in our territory. Are you provoking our Chaos Gods race? Zhou Fight sized up him and coldly said. Who allowed you to speak to this god lord from a high place? Arrogant. This master god tier of the Chaos Gods race clearly did not expect Zhou Fight to say that. However, before he could open his mouth, he heard a loud boom. A pure white bolt of lightning suddenly tore through the chaotic airflow and shattered the chaotic divine lightning. It landed on the other party's body and blasted him into powder on the spot, dissipating in the chaotic airflow. A supreme and vast aura descended upon this chaotic domain. All the god spirits looked up at this moment. A pure white eye emitting vast heavenly might was floating above the gods. It was the symbol of the Supreme Will Supreme Eye. The Supreme Eye looked indifferently at the Chaos God army below, as if the other party dared to say anything wrong, the next supreme lightning would strike the other party's body and shatter his soul. The Chaos Gods race's master gods were shocked when they saw this. Only then did they react. The human lord in front of him was no longer just the former common people's regal. He was now the reserve of the four lords of all races and had a chance of inheriting the supreme position of the Supreme Will in the future. Wasn't provoking the other party equivalent to provoking the Supreme Will? When they thought of this, they silently looked at the master gods of the Chaos Gods race who had just been killed by the Supreme Lightning. We can't help you with your death. Chapter 1415, Compensation. Under the deterrence of the Supreme Eye, these Chaos Gods race god spirits had no choice but to fly lower until they were even lower than Zhou Fight. While the Chaos Gods race beings felt extremely aggrieved, they had no choice but to accept the reality before them. In the face of the Lord of all races' reserve forces, they indeed could not be as overbearing as they were to other races. Meanwhile, Zhou Fight looked at the master god tier Chaos Gods who had been reduced to dust with an indifferent expression. He was actually so disrespectful to a reserve lord of all races after being a god spirit for so long. He deserved to die. He took out the supreme holy sword and pointed the tip of the sword at the master god tiers of the Chaos Gods, revealing a faint smile. Everyone! Since you think that I've offended the so-called dignity of the Chaos Gods race by coming here, then why don't we start a battlefield and kill each other to determine the truth with the outcome of the war? Don't worry, this emperor will not use the privileges of the Lord of all races to bully you. Zhou Fight's words were extremely arrogant. He seemed to be pointing at the other party's nose and saying, come on. If you're not convinced, let's fight. Deputy Patriarch. Destroy them. When has our Chaos Gods race ever suffered such humiliation? One of the master gods of the Chaos Gods race could not take it anymore. He came to the side of the Deputy Patriarch of the Chaos Gods race and said through gritted teeth. The Chaos Gods race's Deputy Patriarch was called Xian Chen. He was also a top master god from the Golden Crow race. At that moment, his expression was gloomy, but he was a little hesitant. Start a war with a lord of all races? Even if the other party said that he wouldn't use the privilege of being a reserve member of the Lord of all races, he wouldn't dare to do so casually. And most importantly, he had just seen with his own eyes that his patriarch's will had been injured by a single angry shout from the other party. That was the strongest expert of the Chaos Gods race. Even he was repelled by the other party in one move. Unless he used his clan's foundation, he would probably not be able to deal with the other party. Do you want to use that? The Chaos Gods race's Deputy Patriarch was very hesitant. That item was one of the strongest accumulations of the Chaos Gods race. Every time they used it, there would be one less accumulation. Unless he faced the true crisis of extermination, he really didn't wish to use that item. At this moment, he seemed to hear a voice that only he could hear. After he heard this, his expression changed slightly. Then, After a few seconds of silence, he looked at the common people's regal. Common people's regal. About today, the Chaos Gods race will not bicker with you, seeing that you are a reserve member of the Lord of all races. However, from now on, you are not allowed to kill Chaos Gods race citizens for no reason. If you kill the people of the Chaos Gods race for no reason again, even if you are a reserve member of the Lord of all races, we will do everything we can to destroy you. Even if this matter is brought to the attention of the Supreme Will, we will not back down. Xian Chen said in a deep voice. That will depend on whether the people of the Chaos Gods race provoke us. This emperor also doesn't want to kill a few master gods of the Chaos Gods race for no reason. However, there are just a few of them who are rushing to their deaths. What do you want this emperor to do? Zhou Fight said calmly. He did not back down at all. I will restrain the people of the chaotic god race. I hope that as a reserve member of the Lord of all races, you can also restrain your subordinates. Xian Chen said. Zhou Fight nodded lightly. There's more. Please hand over our worshipped master god's corpse to us. Xian Chen looked at the 5 Chaos Gods race master god tier corpses around Feng Luo and said. This is the spoils of war of this emperor's generals. You want it? Ask him. This emperor doesn't care and doesn't want to care. Zhou Fight said with a faint smile. Xian Chen and the other members of the Chaos Gods race immediately turned to look at Feng Luo. Even though Feng Luo was only a master god who had just advanced to master god tier elementary grade, at this moment, he faced the primal chaos divine lords, master god tiers of the people of foreign races, and the sea of other god spirits without showing any fear. He pointed at the 5 Chaos Gods race master gods corpses and said indifferently. These 5 master gods of yours just saw that I was a general of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, so they disregarded the truth and tried to kill me. If it weren't for my superior skills, I'm afraid that when His Majesty arrived, he would have seen my corpse. Now that you're here, you want to take away the enemy who wants to kill me without even asking what's going on? You're not even going to give me an explanation. Your Chaos Gods race is really domineering. Furthermore, as enemies, since they were killed by me, their corpses are my spoils of war. Why should I give it to you? You can have it if you want. Show some sincerity. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the Chaos Gods race instantly turned ugly. On the other hand, the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's side had smiles on their faces. After laughing, Zhou Fight's expression became even more serious. He looked at Xian Chen and solemnly said. If it wasn't for Feng Luo's explanation just now, this emperor wouldn't have known the reason for this. In that case, you can't leave so easily. These 5 corpses are Feng Luo's spoils of war, so they naturally belong to him. Apart from that, you have to give this emperor an explanation. Otherwise, this emperor will not hesitate even if it means starting a war with the Chaos Gods race. Otherwise, this emperor will not hesitate even if it means starting a war with the Chaos Gods race. On the Chaos Gods race's side, especially the deputy patriarch of the Chaos Gods race, Xian Chen's expression turned even uglier when he saw Zhou Fight's attitude. At the same time, he also felt that the current situation had become very difficult to handle. The situation became even more passive for them. Most importantly, he knew that what Feng Luo said was true. It was indeed their master god tier who had initiated the siege after seeing Feng Luo. Common people's regal. What do you want? Xian Chen stared at Zhou Fight. He wanted to bite the other party to death. The other party had clearly killed the 5 master gods of the Chaos Gods race, but now, they were the ones being threatened. Ever since the destruction of the Chaos human race, the Chaos Gods race had never suffered such grievances. Easy. Compensation. You used the 5 master gods to besiege the master god tier of our Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Then I'll compensate each of you with a master god tier divine artifact. Zhou Fight said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the Chaos Gods race immediately turned red. The master gods of the people of foreign races who followed the Chaos Gods race god spirit looked at Zhou Fight in shock. This newly appointed lord of all races was really not afraid of offending the Chaos God race at all. He raised such a ridiculous compensation condition. 5 master god tier divine artifacts. Even the Chaos Gods race would feel heartache for a period of time. Some of the Chaos Gods race members wanted to scold Zhou Fight, but when they saw the supreme eye above their heads, they resentfully retracted their dirty thoughts. Xian Chen was silent for a long time before saying, "I promise you." Chapter 1416, The Shocking Video of the 10,000 Races. With that, he took out 5 Master God tier elementary grade divine artifacts from his world rings and threw them to Zhou Fight. A final wool guard beside Zhou Fight caught it and put it away. "Let's go." When Xian Chen saw this, he took a deep breath and turned to speak to the other Chaos Gods race citizens. "Deputy Patriarch, are we leaving just like that? When has our Chaos Gods race ever suffered such humiliation? Patriarch, let's fight. What's there to be afraid of?" The Master Gods of the Chaos Gods race looked at Xian Chen in disbelief. Some of them even said indignantly, "Let's go." Xian Chen repeated angrily before suppressing the anger of the chaotic divines. How could he not feel that this was a humiliation? However, his patriarch had already secretly sent a voice transmission to him, asking he to lead the Chaos Gods race to retreat and not provoke the common people's regal for the time being. He might be the deputy patriarch, but he could only listen to the patriarch's orders on such a major matter. The human lord that we looked down on back then. In the end, it has become a huge threat to us. If we had chosen to exterminate this human lord with all our might back then, I don't think today's humiliation will happen again, right? Xian Chen was extremely indignant. However, there was no medicine for regret in the world. He could only watch as Zhou Fight flaunted his power in front of him and even forced him to pay compensation. As the Lord of all races reserve force, the common people's regal will only become stronger and stronger in the future. I have to discuss this with the original spirit race and the shepherd's god race. We can't let the other party develop any further. So what if this guy is a reserve member of the Lord of all races? If you dare to threaten the survival and future of our race, even if you are a reserve member of the Lord of all races, we will drag you down and destroy you. Xian Chen's eyes were deep as he thought firmly. In order to ensure the continuation of their race, they were willing to give up everything. Even if they had to resist the Lord of all races' reserve forces. The only fortunate thing was that the common people's regal had yet to fully grow up. It was just that his identity was a little difficult to deal with. If the other party became a supreme god realm existence, coupled with the Lord of all races' reserve armor, even if the myriad races joined forces, there was probably no possibility of dealing with common people's regal. When the time comes, no matter how unwilling they were, they could only acknowledge his status as a reserve member of the Lord of all races and obediently work for him. Deputy Patriarch. After this incident, our prestige among the subsidiary races will probably decrease greatly. At this moment, a master god tier of the Kunpeng god race walked over and said in Xian Chen's ear. Xian Chen glanced at the master gods and true gods of the people of foreign races. As expected, the way they looked at the Chaos Gods race god spirits was less respectful than before, and they had other thoughts. On the surface, he entered the arena with a calm expression, but he sighed inwardly. However, there was no choice. That was all he could do for now. As long as we destroy the common people's regal and the blazing sun divine kingdom, the things we lose will only be returned double. He thought silently. The Chaos Gods race left with the allied forces of the people of foreign races. Zhou Fight and the others and the people of foreign races had different expressions on their faces as they watched the Chaos Gods race retreat. It's hard to imagine that the primal Chaos Divine clan, which has always claimed to be a top-notch bloodline race, is scared away by us without even daring to fight. It's hard to imagine that the primal Chaos Divine clan, which has always claimed to be a top-notch bloodline race, is scared away by us without even daring to fight. Times have really changed. Following His Majesty is indeed the right choice. Ha ha ha, one thought so a long time ago. The soldiers and god spirits discussed animatedly. Most of them were very excited. From the Chaos Gods race's attitude towards them, it was enough to prove the prestige and status of their blazing sun divine kingdom in the myriad worlds. They were no longer the lords of all races in the past. It had surpassed the lords of all races and was truly a top-notch lord faction that stood in the myriad worlds. Among the people present, only Zhou Fight, Zhou Marshall, and the other clones looked at each other with disappointment in their eyes. I thought that the other party wouldn't be able to resist fighting us. This is also good. Before we officially start a war with the Chaos Gods race in the future, we can weaken a portion of the Chaos Gods race's strength. I didn't expect the other party to be so cowardly and actually hold back and retreat. I'm afraid this isn't cowardice. From the expression on his face before he left, I'm afraid he wants to prepare something big for us. Forget it, let's just leave. In any case, our original intention for coming here was to conquer the chaotic divine demons and obtain the chaotic divine treasure. Meeting them is just an accident. That's right. Zhou Fight concluded. He said calmly, the other party wants to prepare a big one for us, so we need more time to develop. We will only become stronger and stronger at an unimaginable speed. We will only be stronger than now when their preparations are done. Now, they are retreating in fear. We will definitely win in the future. Zhou Fight said calmly. As Zhou Zhou's main clone, his character was confident, brave, good at fighting, and calm. He would always give everyone confidence. It was impossible for him to be afraid. Not long after, a video of this unprecedented war was leaked by someone and circulated to all the races in the world at an astonishing speed. The camera angle in the video was shot from a bird's eye view. For the time being, he did not know who had filmed and circulated this video. However, that wasn't important. What was important was the content of the video. The video started with the scene of the Heaven Curse Beast snatching the Book of the God Spirit. Then, the Chaos God's race army descended. The Heaven Curse Beast was repelled and the Chaos God's race was scared away. In the end, the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom calmly teleported and disappeared from the Chaos Sea. Only then did the video officially end. All the race leaders who saw the video could not believe what was happening. The Chaos God's race, which was one of the top 3 bloodlines, actually admitted defeat in front of the Common People's Regal? Even though the Common People's Regal was a reserve member of the Lord of all races and had an extraordinary tier status, it shouldn't be so cowardly, right? They did not believe the contents of the video. However, with the news about this video spread by the subsidiary races of the Chaos God's race, even if the various races were unwilling to believe it, they had no choice but to believe it. The Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom led by the Common People's Regal had truly become a top force that was not inferior to the 3 top bloodline races. From this moment on, the situation of the myriad races in the world had truly changed. Chapter 1417, Transformation of the Regal Sage Dao Sword. War Summary. 1. After Zhou Fight and the rest returned, they did not rest immediately. After eliminating 2 chaotic divine demons today and experiencing the Chaos God's race incident, he had only spent 1 morning. There was still a lot of time left. He could continue to do other things. For example, conquering some Divine Kingdom Lord factions to satisfy some of the requirements to upgrade to an intermediate grade Divine Kingdom. Upgrading an intermediate grade Divine Kingdom required not only 50 Chaos Divine Treasures, he also needed to complete the 3 conditions of conquering 10 primary Divine Kingdoms under the Crimson Overlord, 0/10, conquering 5 primary Divine Kingdoms that were not under the Crimson Overlord, 0/5, conquering any intermediate Divine Kingdom Lord faction, and possessing its true God tier intermediate Divine Token, 0/1. This was naturally not difficult for the current Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. They only needed to take some time out to do it. This spare time is perfect. Hence, after formulating a simple battle plan, Zhou Fight brought Bai Yun and the rest and set off again. At night, Zhou Fight and the others returned victorious with a huge amount of loot. In the Divine Kingdom world, Zhou Zhou, who had already woken up from his cultivation state, was looking at the summary of today's battle. For the entire day, Zhou Fight led his army and fought everywhere in the High Continent to expand the territory of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. He conquered a total of 82 beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions, 51 intermediate-grade Divine Kingdom Lord factions, 21 advanced-grade Divine Kingdom Lord factions, and 3 Overlord-level Lord factions. In total, they had eliminated more than 60 trillion soldiers from 62 capital units, more than 150 million God spirits, more than 160,000 true God tiers, and 82 master gods. Such a battle record almost shocked the entire High Continent and even the myriad worlds. No high-level bloodline race could achieve such shocking results in the same period of time. Only the 3 top bloodline races could do this. This also proved once again that the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's combat strength was indeed comparable to the 3 top bloodline races. And after conquering so many Divine Kingdom Lord factions, the war wealth he obtained was also huge. The army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom had obtained a total of about 80,000 capital units of various levels of mist cores, origin crystals, skill books, equipment, and basic materials. There were also 10,232,389,787,688 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 92,342 legendary tier and below Lord Talent spheres. A large number of Lord Talent crystal fragments of other levels. There were also 3 capital units, 121,487,821,200 million units of divine crystals from low-tier deity level to high-tier deity level. 2,131,238,799 true God-tier divine crystals. 334.231.231 Master God-tier divine crystals. 21,143,499,800,000 low-level to high-tier deity level divine artifacts. 21.23 million true God-tier divine artifacts. 2,288 Master God-tier divine artifacts. There were a total of about 8.8 trillion divine spark fragments, God-tier medicinal herbs, God-tier ingredients, God-tier ores, God-tier blueprints, and other treasures. 394.5 million Master God-tier herbs, God-tier ingredients, God-tier ores, God-tier blueprints, and other treasures. In terms of incite defection, Zhou Fight and the Lords of the Star Alliance had incited a total of 21 capital units with 7,676,234,231,233,424 soldiers. 38.181.231 God spirits, 1,092 true God tiers, and 12 Master Gods. In total, there were 8 Master God tiers from the people of foreign races who surrendered. In total, there were 20 Master Gods. In addition, in terms of the advancement of God spirits, 20,121,231 legendary tier advance grade soldiers had been promoted to low tier deity level elementary grade God spirits. There were also 411 high-tier deity-level advanced grade God spirits who had advanced to true God-tier elementary grade God spirits. Another 4 top-notch true gods of the human race and 2 top-notch true gods of the people of foreign races felt their Master God-tier bottleneck and applied to enter the reincarnation sacred palace to cultivate in seclusion in an attempt to break through to the Master God-tier realm. Zhou Zhou's original military strength was 63 capital units 598,715,268,289 soldiers, 99,027,760 God spirits, 24,200 true gods, and 60 Master Gods. Now, with the addition of these incite defection troops and the newly promoted God spirit powerhouses, the troops under he had reached 85 capital units, 366,383,238,482 soldiers, 157,328,221 God spirits, 27,293 true gods and 80 Master Gods. The number of God spirits has exceeded 100 million. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly, feeling very satisfied. The number of God spirits exceeding 100 million was the threshold for the God spirits of the top bloodline races. And when the number of Master God tier subordinates under him exceeded 100, they would officially be comparable to the threshold of the number of Master God tier subordinates of the 3 top bloodline races. He suddenly thought of something as he thought of this. He sensed the lowest potential of the subjects of the Divine Kingdom. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, after Feng Luo became the Heavenly Saber God Lord, the lowest potential of the human subjects of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom had officially broken through the bottleneck of the Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade and reached the Epic Tier Elementary Grade. This also means, in the future, as long as the human subjects of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom embarked on the path of an Extraordinary Tier and cultivated diligently, their lowest achievement in the future would be an Epic Tier Expert. Good. Zhou Zhou was even more satisfied. Then, he sensed that the potential of the human subjects had increased from Epic Tier Elementary Grade to Epic Tier Intermediate Grade. He estimated how many new Master God tiers would be needed to help them improve. In the end, he was astounded to discover that if the human subjects of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom wanted to raise the minimum potential of the Epic Tier Elementary Grade to the minimum potential of the Epic Tier Intermediate Grade, they would need the help of at least 5 new human Master Gods. Good Lord, at least 5 new human Master Gods. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. It was getting harder and harder to increase the lower limit of his potential. Zhou Zhou opened the map of the High Continent after reading the war summary. The huge high continent was an irregular oval, and the blazing sun divine kingdom was on the southeast side of the high continent. It only occupied an area the size of a fingernail on the tablecloth-sized map. Chapter 1418, Transformation of the Regal Sage Dao Sword. War Summary. 2. Currently, the territory of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom in the entire High Continent is only about 1/1000th of the entire High Continent. With the speed at which my forces are developing, I should be able to capture the entire High Continent within 3 months. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. The High Continent was the center of the supreme great cosmos. There were definitely huge benefits to occupying the entire High Continent. Then, he told Zhou Fight and the others about his decision and asked them to prepare a detailed battle plan. He then returned to the Reincarnation Sacred Palace and took out the Supreme Holy Sword, preparing to continue comprehending the Lord's laws. The Supreme Holy Sword could increase the comprehension of his Lord's law by 20 times. With such a high comprehension bonus, Zhou Zhou was confident that he could raise his God Spirit realm to the true God tier advanced grade or even Master God tier level in a short period of time. However, at that moment, Zhou Zhou suddenly frowned. He flipped his right hand, and the Regal Sage Dao Sword appeared in his hand. What was different from before was that the Regal Sage Dao Sword was actually trembling endlessly and emitting a dazzling golden light. This is... Zhou Zhou was surprised. He saw the Regal Sage Dao Sword transform into a golden stream of light in the next second before he could react. It shot into the sky of the Divine Kingdom world and immediately disappeared into space. Zhou Zhou was not in a hurry to catch up. He made a mental divination first. After confirming that there was no danger on this trip, he immediately teleported and disappeared. In the starry sky of the Supreme Great Cosmos, the Regal Sage Dao Sword was quietly floating here, emitting a dazzling light. Right at that moment, a figure wearing the Emperor Dragon robe appeared. It was Zhou Zhou. He looked at the Regal Sage Dao Sword that was quietly floating in the starry sky not far away. He did not summon it over. Instead, he looked up at the starry sky above the Regal Sage Dao Sword. A divine dragon slowly appeared in the starry sky. His entire body was golden in color. He had deer-like horns, camel-like head, rabbit-like eyes, snake-like legs, clam-like belly, fish-like scales, eagle-like claws, tiger-like paws, and cow-like ears. A pair of golden eyes were vast and domineering. They looked at the golden dragon eyes as if they were staring at the entire supreme great cosmos. It was the regal dragon Ao Zun. Your Excellency Ao Zun. Zhou Zhou said in surprise. Even though he rarely met the number one dragon in the world, he had a deep impression of him. Coupled with the fact that he was the symbol of a regal, it was difficult for him not to have a deep impression of him. Your Excellency, common people's regal. Ao Zun's voice rumbled. I'm here at First Venerable's summons to join Your Excellency's Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and conclude a contract with Your Excellency. Zhou Zhou was enlightened and was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect First Venerable's 10 sacred blessings Lord Talent. The contractor of his heavenly dragon contract was the regal dragon His Excellency Ao Zun. Welcome to the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Zhou Zhou smiled. While he had the highest status among the dragons on the surface as the number one dragon of the dragon race, in reality, the regal dragon's status was actually more extraordinary, even higher than the First Venerable because the Lord's law was supreme and the path that the regal dragon took was also the Lord's law path, in terms of real status. Moreover, in terms of strength, regal dragons, who were also Master God tier advance grade, were most likely far stronger than First Venerable. Lords were invincible among their peers after all. The reason why the regal dragon was not ranked among the top 10 Master God tiers was probably because the other party was too mysterious and did not have many records of fighting. Common people's regal. You have the Regal Sage Dao Sword, so you and I naturally have a higher level contract. Therefore, there's no need to conclude this heavenly dragon contract. I'm in a special position, so it's not convenient for me to fight for you with my real body. However, I can become your weapon, the sharpest weapon in your hands. Is Your Excellency willing to accept it? The regal dragon looked at Zhou Zhou and asked. Of course. Zhou Zhou agreed without much hesitation. He didn't lack Master God tiers, nor did he lack dragons. He was not even lacking in legendary dragons. Therefore, to him, it really didn't matter if he signed the contract or not. Now, he was even more curious about what a weapon transformed from the true form of this legendary dragon would look like. okay. The regal dragon wasn't surprised when it heard this. Then, it roared and soared into the sky. Following that, it transformed into a surging golden light that charged into the regal sage Dao sword and disappeared. Zhou Zhou immediately looked forward to it. He waved his right hand, and the regal sage Dao sword flew into his hand obediently. Zhou Zhou looked over. Divine Artifact Name, Regal Sage Dao Sword. Grade of Divine Artifact, Grade 1 Supreme God Realm Enhanceable. Divine Artifact Law 1 Regal Prestige. As a regal recognized by the legendary tier dragon race Regal Dragon, you will naturally have supreme pressure when you control the Regal Sage Dao Sword. Any existence in front of you will feel an extremely strong pressure. At the same time, the pressure on any existence will not cause any negative impact on you. You can take the initiative to activate and turn off the effect of this Divine Artifact Law. Divine Artifact Law 2 Regal Charm. You are a natural regal recognized by the legendary tier dragon race Regal Dragon. You have an indescribable extreme temperament and charm. When you persuade others to submit to you, they will easily submit to your temperament and charm and be willing to serve you until they die. When you want to do something, your subordinates will help you with all their might. Your enemies might even defect from their faction and become your subordinates. Divine Artifact Law 3 Regal Luck. As a natural regal, your luck exceeds 90% of the life forms in the world. You will often encounter good luck in your daily life. When you encounter danger, it will be easier for you to turn misfortune into fortune. Divine Artifact Law 4 Destiny Regal. As a natural regal, you are extremely compatible with the Regal Law. When comprehending the Regal Law, your comprehension ability will increase by 100 times. Divine Artifact Law 5 Summon the Regal Dragon. The Regal Dragon is your combat partner. When you need help, you can summon the Regal Dragon from the Regal Sage Dao Sword anytime and anywhere to fight alongside you. Divine Artifact Law 6, Divine Emperor Divine Weapon. The Regal Sage Dao Sword is a Lord Law type Supreme Divine Artifact. The user must be a Lord Law type God Spirit. When using the Regal Sage Dao Sword, the power of any Lord Law skill will increase by 10 times. Prompt 1. The soul has been forced to recognize you as its master. It cannot be removed. Prompt 2. As the grade of the Regal Sage Dao Sword continues to increase, the effects of its various divine artifact laws will also increase in enhancement. It can be upgraded to Master God Tier Advanced Grade. After Zhou Zhou saw the effects of this divine artifact, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. After this Regal Sage Dao Sword fused with the Regal Dragon's main body, it actually directly advanced to a Grade 1 Supreme Divine Artifact. Moreover, it was an enhanceable Grade 1 Supreme Divine Artifact. In fact, the last notification even hinted that this Regal Sage Dao Sword could at most be raised to the level of transcending a sacred artifact. What kind of concept was transcending a sacred artifact? That was a supreme sacred artifact that only supreme existences with wills could possess. As far as Zhou Zhou knew, in the entire universe, only the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord had reached this level. In fact, at this level, they could already break free from the restrictions of the universe and go to the world of the illusionary race. However, for some reason, they did not choose to do so. Instead, they remained in the Supreme World. As an existence of the will, the Supreme Will had a transcendent sacred artifact called the Supreme Book. Crimson Overlord also had a transcendent sacred artifact called the Scarlet Sage Seal. Other than that, even the other will-level existences of the two universes did not have any transcendent sacred artifacts. And now, he actually had an embryo that transcended the sacred weapon. Even if it had not grown to the level of transcending the sacred artifact, its preciousness was enough to make countless will-level existences go crazy over it. Your Excellency Regal Dragon, you've really given me a huge gift. Zhou Zhou looked at the Regal Sage Dao Sword in his hand and muttered to himself. Chapter 1419, True God Tier Advanced Grade. Law Skill Land of Earth, a Minister of the King. Zhou 8. Zhou Zhou looked at the Regal Sage Dao Sword in his hand. The Regal Sage Dao Sword's ability was also very shocking apart from its extremely high growth potential. Divine Artifact Law 123 did not change from its previous ability, so there was no need to say anything for the time being. The natural regal effect of Divine Artifact Law 4 actually increased his Lord's Law basic comprehension from 10 times to 100 times. This increase was even more exaggerated than the increase that the Supreme Holy Sword had given him. It was unknown how exaggerated his comprehension of the Lord's laws had become. As for the Regal Dragon summoned by Divine Artifact Law 5, it could only be summoned once in the past. Moreover, after summoning it once, this divine artifact law would disappear forever. Yet, this divine artifact law had actually become a permanent summon. Its use could be said to have greatly increased. As for the regal divine weapon with divine artifact law 6, it was a newly added divine artifact law. The effect of this newly added divine artifact law was also very simple and violent. The effect of any Lord Law skill would increase by 10 times. Which meant, be it the king, the myriad methods star palm, or all the land in the world belongs to the king, the effects and power of these 3 Lord Law skills would increase by 10 times because of the regal Sage Deo sword. It had to be known that these 3 law skills were Zhou Zhou's 3 strongest trump cards to begin with. By increasing their power by 10 times, it also meant that Zhou Zhou's strength had undergone a new surge. As expected of an enhanceable supreme divine artifact with Lord Laws. This supreme divine artifact alone is not inferior to the enhancement of 10 supreme divine artifacts combined. Zhou Zhou looked at the transformed regal Sage Deo sword in his hand with burning eyes. After watching for a while, Zhou Zhou teleported back to his world of gods without hesitation and entered the reincarnation sacred palace to begin comprehending the Lord's laws. He wanted to take a look at how much had his comprehension improved with the enhancement of the Supreme Holy Sword and the Regal Sage Deo Sword. The next day, in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace, Zhou Zhou's divine sense left the time world and he slowly opened his eyes. After he woke up, he immediately sensed the changes in his body. Soon, shock and surprise appeared on his face. I advanced to True God Tier Advanced Grade God Spirit in one night. Moreover, I feel like I'm not far from breaking through the Master God bottleneck and entering the Master God tier level. Zhou Zhou was shocked. One had to know that it was impossible for him to improve his nomological comprehension and cultivation realm so much in a short night even with the help of the Importation Scroll and the Reincarnation Sacred Palace. However, he had actually easily reached this stage without relying on the Importation Scroll. My current Lord's Law comprehension is simply unbelievable. I feel that even if I'm comprehending and cultivating the Lord's laws at the Master God tier level now, the efficiency of my nomological comprehension won't be much worse. I'll still have genius level comprehension. When I reach the Master God tier realm, I'm afraid I won't waste too much time in the Master God tier realm. Moreover, I'll advance to the Supreme God realm in a very short period of time. When Zhou Zhou sensed this, he was even more shocked. His current comprehension and aptitude were ridiculously terrifying. The Supreme God realm would probably only be his bottom line as long as nothing happened to him midway. He felt that he had a high chance of reaching the level of willpower. And this was not over yet. He had a thought. A brand new law skill information interface appeared in front of him. Law skill name, Land of Earth, a Minister of the King. Law skill quality, True God tier Advanced Grade. Introduction to law skill power. When you activate this law skill domain, the living beings in the domain will be affected by your domain and quietly gradually change their thoughts and will. In the end, they will become subjects that submit to you from the bottom of their hearts. You can consume half of the chaotic sacred power in your body and instantly change the thoughts and will of the life forms in the domain, turning them all into subjects loyal to you. Currently, you can affect life forms below the True God tier Advanced Grade. After Zhou Zhou finished reading, he couldn't help but click his tongue and mutter to himself. All the land in the world belongs to the king can directly turn the territory of other races into its territory. Now, this land of earth, a minister of the king can forcefully transform the subjects of other races in the domain into his own. These two law skills are really a perfect match. And it can be used as a combination skill. Once I use this combination skill, most of the other party's territory and most of the subjects will probably instantly belong to me. I'll be able to subdue them without fighting. Zhou Zhou felt that these two law skills should be able to save he a lot of time in the future. Especially when it came to conquering other races. The Supreme Holy Sword and the Regal Sage Deo Sword have simply enhanced me too much. After a night, I advanced to the True God tier realm and comprehended a new law skill. I didn't even dare to think about this progress in the past. After Zhou Zhou sighed, he began to get down to business. He first used his talent doppelganger technique to create his 8th clone. This avatar was named Zhou 8. The name was very sloppy and casual. However, Zhou 8 surprisingly accepted this name. Zhou Zhou arranged for him to be assigned to Zhou Manage so that he could help him deal with the daily government affairs of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, seeing that he had a good personality. Now that the territory of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom was getting wider, the various political matters were getting more and more complicated. Zhou Manage was very busy handling so many government affairs alone, even with the help of Zheng Yuankai and the other court officials. It was time to arrange a helper for Zhou Manage. He couldn't be busy with everything. The external and internal matters of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom were equally important. After making arrangements for Zhou 8, Zhou Zhou flew to Mugu and obtained the 32 capital units recruitment books and class change certificate with Wu Xin. Then, he came to the gate of summoning and used the 16 capital units recruitment books to recruit 16 capital units recruits. Including the number of soldiers in my original 85 capital units, my soldiers have officially broken through 100 capital units and reached the total strength of 117 capital units. The troops of the capital units. This number of troops is also comparable to the total number of troops of the 3 top bloodline races. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Now, their Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom was already on par with any of the 3 top bloodline races in terms of the number of ordinary soldiers and ordinary god spirits. Next, as long as the number of true god tier and the number of master god tier were equal, he would really not be inferior to the 3 top bloodline races on the surface. Of course, Zhou Zhou was confident that even if their Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom was inferior to the top bloodline races in terms of the number of master god tier and true god tier, their true combat strength was no longer inferior to the 3 top bloodline races. It was absolutely impossible to defeat him unless the 3 races joined forces. This was also the reason why Zhou Zhou allowed Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu to lead the army to the Chaos Sea to eliminate the chaotic divine demons. He was not afraid that the Chaos Gods race alone could pose any threat to Zhou Fight and Zhou Wu. Chapter 1420, Dark Holy Dragon Derator. 6 new Master Gods. Then, he spent another 2 high-tier deity-level elementary grade divine crystals to summon today's new subject. In the end, he realized that he had summoned more than 225 million new subjects today. He summoned more than 33 million subjects than usual. Furthermore, among these new subjects, there were 13 true God-tier elementary grade god spirits summoned by the glory of the Pioneer 12. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Not bad. Then, he spent another 100 low-level true god-tier elementary grade divine crystals to summon 66,666,660 pure-blooded dragons. Perhaps it was because he was too lucky or because the probability of the original Dragon Abyss summoning a legendary dragon had increased, he actually summoned another legendary dragon among the legendary dragons summoned today. Zhou Zhou looked at the legendary dragon. This legendary dragon was more than 5,000 light years tall. It was completely black and had 3 pitch-black dragon horns on its head. Its dark black pupils were like the eyes of the night. Zhou Zhou looked over and felt as if the world and universe had turned dark. Fortunately, his will had already stepped into the will divine transformation realm. As soon as he fell into the other party's dark will, he immediately broke free, and his soul's will regained clarity. This legendary dragon's will is also quite powerful. It shouldn't be too far off from the will divine transformation realm. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he looked at the other party. Soon, attribute information appeared. Dragon race, Derator. Race, legendary dragon Dark Holy Dragon. Growing stage, adulthood. Strength level, True God Tier Elementary Grade, True Strength Master God Tier Advanced Grade. Skills, Dark Dragon Breath, Holy Dragon Might, Law God Body, Darkness, Night, Law Skill Absolute Darkness, Law Skill Chaos Explosion, Law Skill Dark Boiling, Law Skill Dark Demon Abyss, Law Skill Shadow Clone, Law Skill Ultimate Night, Dark Language, Dragon Language Magic Mastery, Dark Element Magic Mastery, Dark Holy Dragon Armor, Dark Holy Dragon Crown, Master God Tier Elemental Immunity, Awakening Degree 100%, Master God Tier Physical Immunity, Awakening Degree 100%, Master God Tier Soul Immunity, Awakening Degree 100%, Dark Will Condensation Method, Will is like light. Potential, Master God Tier Advanced Grade, World Limit. Loyalty, 85. Character, cold, heartless, crazy, quiet, worshipping the strong. Pet description, a legendary dragon among pure-blooded dragons, a unique existence in the myriad worlds. It holds the ultimate power of light. In terms of potential, it can be called one of the incarnations of the law of light in the myriad worlds. Dark Holy Dragon Derator. It's actually it. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. The dark holy dragon Derator and the light sacred dragon Injsal had always been at odds with the dragons. He did not expect that this summoning would actually summon Injsal's sworn enemy. He subconsciously looked in Injsal's direction. At this moment, Injsal was sleeping on his treasure in the inner world of the Eternal Mothership. After the dark holy dragon Derator appeared, it immediately looked up warily at Derator. Derator also raised its head as if it sensed something and met Injsal's gaze. The two dragons looked at each other. Injsal suddenly bared its teeth and growled. Derator looked at Injsal for a few seconds, then smiled lightly, as if it was disdainful. Zhou Zhou looked at the expression on Deratori's face and understood what it meant. It was showing its disdain that Injsal had yet to recover to its peak strength and was insufficient to be its opponent. Injsal also understood what Derator meant. It was very unconvinced, but it knew that would be asking for torture if it went up against the other party now. Therefore, after letting out a cold snort, it did not look at the other party again and continued to lie on its treasures to recuperate. With the Lord talent of the War Master God, it believed that it would soon recover to its peak strength. At that time, it would not be too late to fight this guy. The feud between Derator and it could be traced back to the first light sacred dragon and the first dark holy dragon. Therefore, it didn't care much about temporary concessions and victory. It was clearly the same for Derator. Therefore, it didn't bully Injsal when it was weak. Zhou Zhou watched this scene and clicked his tongue in wonder. These two legendary dragons actually followed some sort of rules as they fought. How rare! With a thought from him, the dark holy dragon disappeared from the Cosmos Emperor's internal world and appeared in front of him the next second. "Greetings, Your Majesty!" The dark holy dragon Derator said respectfully. Even though it was a legendary dragon, it did not feel arrogant facing this regal who had already become famous among the myriad races in the world. The other party had already far surpassed it as the number one god below the supreme god realm after all. "You're too kind, Your Excellency. I've long heard of Your Excellency's reputation." Zhou Zhou smiled. This was true. The light sacred dragon and the dark holy dragon were known as the twin heroes of light and darkness among the legendary dragons. Legend has it that it also had a combination law skill that could allow the light sacred dragon and the dark holy dragon to erupt with power comparable to a supreme law skill when they joined forces. This mysterious combination law skill allowed the dragon race to avoid many extermination calamities. Therefore, it was a very famous move even in the myriad worlds. Many god spirits knew about this legendary dragon race. Even though the light sacred dragon and the dark holy dragon have a lot of friction on usual days. When they encounter a racial crisis and need them to work together to retreat the enemy, they will immediately abandon their past enmity and work together to retreat the enemy. It can be seen that there were no life and death feuds that disregard the survival of their race. I don't think I need to care about their feud. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. At this moment. Boom! 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 6 beams of light that emitted a majestic master god tier aura shot into the starry sky. The god spirits of the myriad worlds were already numb to the point of being used to such a scene, however, they were still a little surprised. That was because there were actually 6 master gods who advanced at the same time. Such a grand occasion had never happened even among the 3 top bloodline races. The Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom had broken a record. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. Though not as excited as he was before. A moment later. The advancement phenomenon gradually disappeared. 4 new master gods of the human race and 2 new master gods from the skeleton race and the Leviathan race came to Zhou Zhou. "Greetings, Your Majesty!" The 6 master gods said excitedly and respectfully. "Congratulations on becoming master gods. As usual, I'll give you some small gifts." Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. Then, he waved his right hand and 6 world rings appeared out of thin air in front of the 6 new master god tiers. "Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty." The eyes of the 6 new master gods lit up and they immediately said respectfully. Then, they received their respective gifts with both hands and entered with their divine consciousness to check the gifts inside. They were immediately so happy when they saw the 6 master god tier divine artifacts inside that they held their breaths. Zhou Zhou chatted briefly with they before releasing them back to the main combat army and prepared to head to the Chaos Sea to hunt the chaotic divine demons.